Hey, great to have you here. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating, so we can keep delivering more exciting videos. Now, let's jump into the story of an infinitely critical hit right here on GMT Recap. This young man blinked for a moment and found himself transported to a completely unfamiliar scene. Before he could comprehend what had happened, Lin Jing stood dumbfounded before the sight unfolding in front of him. In the sky, countless people were floating mid-air. They were split into two factions and were fighting fiercely. He couldn't understand what was going on. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Lin Jing's head, causing him to frown and cry out in agony. His eyes narrowed, blood vessels bursting in his eyes. After a moment of trying to steady himself, Lin Jing's breath became increasingly ragged. Sweat poured down his face, and breathing became difficult. Damn it, did I really just travel through time? As he walked, Lin Jing began to reason. According to the memories of the original owner, he was just an ordinary disciple of the Qing Yuan sect, injured in a great battle between the Qing Yuan sect and other sects. His fellow disciples abandoned him, and even his family heirloom jade pendant was taken from him. But now, Lin Jing had no time to dwell on the past. This is a battlefield, but fortunately, the Qing Yuan sect is about to win. Suddenly, small lightning bolts appeared from the sky, growing larger by the second, leaving them no time to react. While everyone was still in confusion, a massive bolt of lightning with tremendous destructive force crashed down, accompanied by the horrified screams of two unlucky young men who were struck. They were horrified to realize that's the Guardian Mountain Dragon technique of the Broken Dragon sect. The thunderclap caught Lin Jing's attention. He turned his head to look, immediately filled with extreme terror. A jade-green dragon with a wide mouth full of thousands of sharp teeth appeared, and on its forehead was a unique seal that only it possessed. The dragon's body twisted and coiled through the air, exuding an overwhelming aura. In front of this gigantic dragon, Lin Jing suddenly felt incredibly small. Without making the onlookers wait long, the dragon began its performance, gathering a surge of lightning in its mouth. It then unleashed a powerful strike directly into the hull of the Qing Yuan sect's ship, creating a large hole. Lin Jing, looking up from below, broke into a cold sweat at the sight and ran for his life. Damn it, why is my damn mouth coming in handy now? Just a moment ago, Qing Yuan sect had been in the offensive, but the appearance of the jade-green dragon had completely shifted the situation. The massive ship then crashed to the ground with a loud explosion, sending debris flying and igniting flames instantly. At this moment, Lin Jing had luckily managed to escape, though he was knocked to the side by the strong gust of wind. As he watched the enormous fire raging, he sighed, relieved, at least I'm still on the death waiting list. Suddenly, a ting sound echoed in Lin Jing's ear. Immediately after, a screen appeared in front of him, flashing an alert: the host has been detected in a high-risk situation. The Universal Chaos System has been activated. Lin Jing became even more confused when he saw the notification, but after processing the information, he crossed his arms and asked, "System, what is the law of causal violence?" However, no matter how much he called, the system remained completely unresponsive. The system's silence annoyed him greatly. He clenched his fists in anger, his eyes burning red as if about to burst into flames, seemingly wanting to tear the system apart into 1,000 pieces. What kind of system is this? Not even a user manual? He then looked up at the sky. The chaotic scene of the Qing Yuan sect's people being beaten caused their ship to immediately flee from the attack of the green dragon. They screamed in panic, "Retreat from here to preserve your lives." Watching the group of people retreat into the air, Lin Jing couldn't help but curse inwardly, "You guys have flying swords, but what am I supposed to do?" At that moment, a forerunner from the Broken Dragon sect immediately spotted Lin Jing standing on the ground. "Leave no one from the Qing Yuan sect alive, don't let anyone survive." Lin Jing activated his engine to escape, mumbling, "Amitba Buddha, may the ancestors protect me." But suddenly, he collided with something, and was thrown backward. He had to roll several times on the ground before coming to a stop. Lin Jing hugged his aching back and muttered, "It hurts." From a crack in the wooden ship, Li Wuxuang emerged, holding a sword, her body covered in blood, staggering out in a pitiful state. Upon seeing her, Lin Jing was startled, not knowing who she was. But before he could react, she walked straight toward him, continuously saying, "Good, this is great." The girl seemed to want to embrace him in joy upon seeing someone is still alive. Faced with this fragile and weak girl, Lin Jing quickly stepped aside, his face showing disgust. "What? What do you want?" Suddenly, the girl grabbed Lin Jing's ankle, her face covered in scratches, and pleaded, "Help, get me out of here. I am the granddaughter of the elder, I cannot die here." Upon hearing this, Lin Jing's face darkened even further, and he firmly rejected her. "Let go of me. I am just an ordinary disciple, I can barely protect myself." Their argument alerted the Broken Dragon sect. "There's a person there capturing the woman, and the man is killing." Lin Jing cursed under his breath, "Damn it." Immediately after, he urgently called for Li Wushuang to wake up. There was no more time to think. Lin Jing quickly grabbed Li Wushuang, glancing behind him warily, and briefly borrowed her sword for temporary use. The next second, Lin Jing sprang onto the sword, holding Li Wushuang, ready to flee. To his surprise, the sword's power was far beyond expectations. The moment his feet landed on it, it shot into the air like a rocket. The members of the Broken Dragon sect saw him escape and quickly called for pursuit support. Just behind them, a disciple raised his hand to cast a spell. Watching Lin Jing's figure disappear into the distance, he became even more determined, locking onto him with his sights. He said, "A worthless one who hasn't even reached the foundation stage, quickly chase him down and eliminate him." The others followed in a long line, chasing after Lin Jing's sword trails. They exerted all their speed, trying to cut off his escape route. However, Lin Jing and his flying swords worked together with perfect harmony. After spinning several times in the sky, he quickly sped away, and in just a few seconds, he vanished without a trace. The pursuers, upon seeing this, became extremely flustered as they had lost sight of Lin Jing. The one who had been aiming carefully to assist the chase couldn't help but exclaim, "How is his speed so fast?" As for Lin Jing, luckily, he had tested the system's mode, which increased his speed fivefold. Lin Jing was granted a boost in his velocity and couldn't help but marvel, "I didn't expect controlling the flying swords could trigger a critical hit like this. At this rate, I might actually be able to escape." And so, he managed to cover a significant distance. It wasn't until he reached a narrow gorge that Lin Jing stopped, panting heavily as if on the verge of collapsing. He glanced behind him to check and confidently reassured himself, "They surely aren't chasing anymore." At that moment, Li Wushuang, who had been unconscious on his back, finally woke up. She coughed a few times, and Lin Jing was relieved to see she had regained consciousness. Li Wushuang, feeling as though she had narrowly escaped a life-threatening ordeal, looked around cautiously and asked Lin Jing, "Where are they?" Lin Jing wasn't entirely sure, but he affirmed, "We've flown about 70 to 80 miles out of the battlefield." Hearing that, Li Wushuang instinctively spoke up, saying, "No, it's still too close to the Broken Dragon sect. This time they've won, so they will definitely chase after them, especially Li Wushuang." Li Wushuang turned her head and looked outside, then asked in confusion, "Why aren't you flying anymore?" But his physical strength was limited, and after just 15 minutes, the spiritual power in his body had weakened, not enough to sustain flight any longer. In the end, both of them landed on the ground. Li Wushuang tried to stand up, but she lacked the strength and staggered, losing her balance and almost falling. Seeing this, Lin Jing quickly reached out to support her and reminded her, "Be careful." As her hand touched Lin Jing's body, just that brief action allowed her to sense his cultivation. "Your cultivation is not even at the foundation stage yet, how could you bring me out of there?" "It's hard to believe." Lin Jing simply answered honestly, "Maybe in a moment of danger, my hidden potential erupted." Then, he shifted the conversation towards returning to the sect. Upon hearing the word sect, she sighed deeply. Li Wushuang exhaled and said, "There is a traitor in the Qing Yuan sect. Not only did he destroy the flying dragon ship, but he also poisoned me. Right now, my power has been disrupted, and I won't be able to recover in a short time." Lin Jing was also helpless. Frowning, he made a decision, "There's no other choice. We can only keep moving and see what happens." The two of them explored the area, but for now, they hadn't found anything new. Suddenly, Li Wushuang lowered her head, stopped, and spoke to Lin Jing. Li Wushuang handed him a talisman and briefly explained, "We can only take a risk now, using spiritual power to activate it." Lin Jing, holding the talisman with confusion, said, "A talisman?" According to Li Wushuang, this is the concealment talisman. It can block detection skills to a certain degree, but it won't stop higher-level cultivators. Not wasting any time, he quickly burned the talisman and activated it with his energy. Instantly, the system updated his status. The hidden critical strike has been amplified by 12 times. Lin Jing could feel his luck rising. After that, he carried Li Wushuang for a while to help her recover her lost energy. As they moved, he updated both of them on the situation. "Right now, there is dense forest on the ground, so as long as we're not seen, it shouldn't be a problem." He then asked Wushuang for her opinion. "Where should we go next?" Li Wushuang pointed east and said, "Go east. There should be allies from their sect there." A little farther away, the group from the Broken Dragon sect had already caught up. Among them, 2 individuals were specifically assigned to hunt down Lin Jing and Li Wushuang. They had searched the entire route but found no trace, which puzzled them. After thinking for a moment, one of them guessed that it must have been Li Wushuang's doing, but the other responded, "Impossible. She's been poisoned with the soul-devouring poison from the Heavenly Demon Temple. How could she recover so quickly?" Just behind them, the Green Dragon and its group were rapidly investigating the situation, searching for the whereabouts of Lin Jing and Li Wushuang. The group split into different directions, hunting them down with full force, determined not to let their enemies survive. The leader of the sect could not help but ask in frustration, "We've already searched the battlefield once. How is it that we still haven't found Li Wushuang?" After a report was given, the elder scolded the group for their incompetence. "I can't believe the prey came right to our door and we still let it slip away." The old man, fuming with anger, unleashed a few bolts of lightning as a threat, speculating, perhaps Lin Jing and Li Wushuang are hiding as heroes somewhere in this desolate region. He immediately ordered, "Seal off the skies within a 100-mile radius. As for me, I will use detection skills to probe the area. I will find Li Wushuang, even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground." Just beneath the place where they had just passed, Lin Jing and Li Wushuang were hiding behind the trunks of trees. Seeing the guardian dragon fly over, Li Wushuang's face turned pale, fearing that the elder of the primal spirit stage would be with it. With only a concealment talisman, they were basically unable to escape his detection skills. Suddenly, Lin Jing covered her mouth. "Shoo! Don't lose hope." After a while, when the dragon had flown far away, the two finally sighed in relief. Li Wushuang then knelt down and sighed, "I never expected he really didn't detect us." At the Broken Dragon sect, the elder sternly asked his subordinates, "Are you sure that kid hasn't even reached the foundation stage yet?" They respectfully explained, "Although we don't know why Lin Jing's speed is so incredibly fast, his spiritual power still has its limits. Lin Jing and Li Wushuang are definitely somewhere nearby." The elder replied in a serious tone, "It seems that Li Wushuang must have some magic weapon that can conceal her presence, since even my detection skills couldn't find her." The others, upon hearing him clear his throat in that manner, immediately broke into a cold sweat and clasped their hands, awaiting orders. His gaze lifted, filled with hatred, and he resolutely issued the command, "Use the 1,000-mile sound transmission technique and mobilize all disciples chasing the remnants of the Qing Yuan sect. Search every inch of land within 100 miles around here. Once any suspicious traces are found, report immediately." After a period of searching, the people of the Broken Dragon sect continued to follow the elder's orders, using the eye technique to track the traces of Lin Jing and Li Wushuang. Meanwhile, below them, Lin Jing and Li Wushuang were still unaware of their pursuit. Lin Jing analyzed the situation. "If they keep going like this, we won't be able to escape the forest, especially with the eyes of the Broken Dragon sect." Suddenly, the leader using the eye technique sensed something. Lin Jing activated his burst skill, increasing his concealment fourfold. He observed carefully but saw nothing more, and concluded, it must have just been a sensation. Seeing the situation as viable, Li Wushuang urged, "Now's the time. We must run immediately." Just as she was about to break into a sprint, Lin Jing suddenly grabbed her hand. Then, he covered her mouth with his hand and whispered, "Don't move." A moment later, a figure from the Broken Dragon sect flew past. Fortunately, he didn't spot Lin Jing and Li Wuxuang hiding below him. After the danger passed, Lin Jing released his grip on Li Wuxuang. He began analyzing the situation. "From this point onward, you and I have encountered more and more search teams from the Broken Dragon sect. Furthermore, they're searching with increasing caution. We won't be able to rely on luck forever." Lin Jing was so anxious that his whole body was covered in sweat as he thought, "The worst part is that the magnified critical strikes are entirely random. With such a high frequency of activation, if there's ever a time when the magnified critical strike is too low, causing a hidden failure, with my current cultivation level, I'll definitely be logged out." Li Wuxuang, who was beside him, nervously asked, "So what should we do?" After thinking for a while, Lin Jing came up with a temporary plan. "They can't continue moving forward. It's like a net is surrounding us. The opening of the net ahead will only get smaller and smaller." Lin Jing picked up a branch and began sketching a few lines to illustrate the escape route. He realized that all the search directions were coming from the front. The people of the Broken Dragon sect knew that he and she were planning to run east, so they would definitely set up a heavily net there. Therefore, what they needed to do now was to go the opposite way, heading west. The two of them then proceeded with their plan. However, they still encountered a few disciples of the Broken Dragon sect wandering around in the west. Lin Jing frowned, silently considering, "Although the search density is much lower in the opposite direction, I didn't expect it to be guarded here. Without the cover of the forest, anyone with functioning eyes would be able to see us. It looks like this time, both of us are doomed." He glanced at Li Wuxuang and came up with a simplified plan. "We could take a risk and use our speed advantage to charge through." But he immediately dismissed the idea. As soon as their whereabouts were spotted, they would be exposed. Then the elder would lead that dragon, and they would be quickly caught. Li Wuxuang noticed that he remained silent, intently probing without saying anything. She asked softly in a daze, "What should we do now? Do they have to take a detour?" Lin Jing immediately replied, "There's no time. The search radius is getting smaller and smaller. If this goes on, they will only be surrounded and killed. The only hope now is to think of a way to eliminate the elder as quickly as possible and break through." She looked at the people from the Broken Dragon sect flying in the sky, feeling incredibly anxious. The ones in the sky are at the foundation stage. With Lin Jing's strength, it's basically impossible. Lin Jing closed his eyes, feeling helpless as well. "Now, we can only risk it." Suddenly, he grabbed the hem of Li Wuxuang's dress, pulling out a torn piece of fabric, startling her. He then carried Li Wuxuang on his back, wrapping the fabric around them both several times to ensure she wouldn't fall off. "I won't be able to carry you and fight at the same time, so you must hold on tightly to me." His firm voice and a series of domineering actions made her feel a sudden blossoming sensation in her heart. Her cheeks flushed with shyness. Lin Jing finished making preparations, took her sword, and got ready to set off, still focusing on combining his sword with the treasured blade to trigger a violent attack, his technique activating at double speed. The people from the Broken Dragon sect quickly noticed the movement below. One of them looked down and saw Lin Jing carrying Li Wuxuang, rushing toward him. He arrogantly sneered, "Just a piece of trash at the foundation stage, and yet you dare to directly attack me?" He immediately leapt towards Lin Jing to engage him in battle, delivering a powerful sword strike. Lin Jing quickly raised his own sword to block the blow, simultaneously channeling his energy to activate a triple-strength berserk force, amplifying his power several times. With determination, he shouted, pushing all his energy toward his opponent. Even the disciple of the Broken Dragon sect did not expect Lin Jing to possess such extraordinary strength. His face tightened in surprise from the overwhelming force. In an instant, he was completely subdued by Lin Jing. Lin Jing delivered a divine kick, sending him flying into the air. Not only did he defeat him, but he also casually took the man's bag. He handed the stolen bag to Li Wuxuang and said, "Soon, the enemy will realize their disciple is dead. Please check and see what's inside." She said, there are only some spirit stones, and a few condensed chi pills. Suddenly, she paused, looking a little longer before adding, there are also a few harmonizing pills and restoring pills. Lin Jing curiously asked, are these two types of pills really that valuable? Li Wuxuang explained, these two are rather ordinary, but for a foundation stage cultivator, they represent quite a fortune. The harmonizing pills can speed up the recovery of spiritual power, which will be especially useful to them in the near future. She then handed one of the pills to Lin Jing's mouth. He placed it in his mouth and swallowed it. Suddenly, his body reacted instantly, and he began to accelerate uncontrollably, activating a fourfold berserk boost. Lin Jing, seeing himself accelerating at such a crazy pace, was filled with panic. The two of them darted like lightning, heading straight for the mountain peak. After a while, the people of the Broken Dragon sect discovered the corpse of their fellow disciple lying on the ground. From the traces left behind, they concluded that the disciple had intended to confront the enemy directly, but unexpectedly ended up being killed in return. They hadn't even had time to immobilize their opponent. The elder grew increasingly tense, like a taut string. Wasn't it said that this person hadn't even reached the foundation stage yet? Are all the disciples of the Broken Dragon sect this careless? It was just a minor chi refining, and there have been repeated unexpected incidents. How much more of my energy do they intend to waste? The disciples, upon hearing this, turned pale with fear, waiting for the outburst. As expected, a moment later, the elder's killing intent surged, his eye technique flaring with malice, threatening them to capture Li Wuxuang at all costs. He ordered all disciples to search, either to find them or to immobilize Lin Jing and Li Wuxuang. If successful, there would surely be a reward. Meanwhile, Lin Jing and Li Wuxuang had temporarily evaded danger and were continuing their escape through another forest. However, not long after, Li Wuxuang noticed that the Broken Dragon sect's people had flown into the area. Lin Jing observed the figures in the sky, who were only monitoring and blocking their escape. The search team on the ground would likely be close behind as well. A moment later, in the very forest where they were hiding, an unexpected development occurred. A large, fiery red bird suddenly appeared, cutting through the formation of the Broken Dragon sect disciples, catching them completely off guard. Lin Jing was shaken, looking in panic at the strange birds and beasts flying in the sky. Li Wuxuang, standing beside him, noticed and said, "That's a gukondor, a type of flying beast. It seems this place is their territory." Hearing such important information, Lin Jing was stunned. If we continue deeper into the Jiyun Mountains, it will all be the territory of demon beasts, even monster territories. The Broken Dragon sect is making so much noise, it seems they're truly willing to pay any price to capture Li Wuxuang. Lin Jing watched as the gukondor and the disciples of the Broken Dragon sect fought in the sky, unable to hold back his curiosity. Where did that ugly flood dragon go? Li Wuxuang responded, cultivators and demons with powerful strength have treaties. The Jiyun mountain range is the domain of a large monster. If the Broken Dragon sect's guardian dragon rashly enters, it would be the same as issuing a challenge. Lin Jing understood, turning around with a smile. It seemed they no longer had to worry about the flood dragon. Suddenly, Li Wuxuang collapsed under a tree, her mood the complete opposite of his. Her face darkened as she felt helpless. Actually, I should have realized earlier that there's no way we can escape. Lin Jing, confused by her words, widened his eyes, furrowing his brows in worry. Her gaze was almost filled with negativity as she explained, the deeper we go into the Jiyun Mountains, the more dangerous the demon beasts become. Right now, your cultivation is completely gone, you no longer have Lin Jing's power, and you haven't even reached the foundation stage. Just one demon beast could easily push us to our deaths. After a long while, both he and she remained silent, deep in thought, in a state that was hard to describe. Lin Jing broke the heavy silence with a voice full of uncertainty. So what should we do now? Are we really going to surrender to the Broken Dragon sect? Li Wuxuang firmly replied upon hearing this. They won't do that. You are the heir of Qing Yuan sect. The Dragon sect has spent great effort trying to capture you, precisely to use me to pressure your grandfather. I am determined not to let them succeed. Lin Jing tilted his head in exasperation, repeating the situation to her, you won't run, and you won't surrender. So in the end, what do you want to do, eldest miss? She suddenly picked up her sword and examined it, then looked at Lin Jing. The two exchanged a look and shared a stable smile. You go ahead. When the dragon sect finds my body, they'll understand my determination. They won't waste their energy capturing someone as insignificant as you. Before she could finish speaking, Lin Jing suddenly snatched her sword away, his voice full of reproach. If you have something to say, go tell your grandfather yourself. I'm not your errand boy. As for Li Wuxuang or the dragon sect, he wasn't on either side. Both sides caused Lin Jing trouble, so what if I'm not at the foundation stage yet? I'll break through it now. With that, Lin Jing swallowed an elixir and sat down to begin cultivating, his realm continuously triggering critical hits, multiplying the effect by 7, then by 12. After a period of breakthrough training, Lin Jing gradually felt the power surging within his body. He silently thought to himself, indeed, no matter what I do, I can always trigger a critical hit, even during cultivation. He continued to think deeply, the effectiveness increasing several times, and the speed of cultivation was also elevated by more than 10 times. Combined, Lin Jing's cultivation speed would be dozens of times faster than others. Without hesitation, he swallowed another elixir, simultaneously activating a 5-fold boost to his critical strike effect. Seeing him overindulge, Li Wuxuang panicked. Are you out of your mind? Even though condensed chi pills help with cultivation, using so many elixirs at once, you will. She then activated a 9-fold boost to the cultivation speed. Desperate, she placed her hand on Lin Jing's body to try to sense his spiritual power. After sensing it, Li Wuxuang's eyes widened in shock, secretly wondering, what's happening? Lin Jing's spiritual power is rapidly accumulating, as if an endless abyss is constantly absorbing spiritual energy. She vaguely thought to herself, even my talent doesn't allow me to cultivate this fast. If this continues, he'll burn himself out. After a while, Lin Jing suddenly opened his eyes, feeling the overwhelming surge of spiritual energy being absorbed. He looked at his hands, which were now brimming with spiritual power, and his instincts told him that he had successfully broken through to the foundation stage. Li Wuxuang, standing beside him, was equally stunned and quickly approached to ask, these are just ordinary condensed chi pills, how could you achieve this? Lin Jing helplessly shook his head, as even he didn't understand what was happening. He could only reply, it's because my physique is relatively special, the absorption of elixirs is extremely effective. Seeing him explain vaguely like that, she seemed displeased. Suddenly, in another area, the sound of the spirit hound howling continuously could be heard. The disciples of the dragon sect quickly noticed its excited state, as it seemed the spirit hound had caught a suspicious scent. Over here, Lin Jing also sensed the increasingly dangerous situation. He quickly picked up Li Wuxuang and rushed to carry her. Immediately afterward, Lin Jing used his newly learned technique, fully activating a speed burst that was 4 times faster than normal. As quick as lightning, he shot into the air. Li Wuxuang looked at him, still hazy about his abilities, thinking, to break through to the foundation stage in just a few minutes is truly unbelievable. On the side of the dragon sect disciples, the steward sternly asked them, didn't they say they had found Lin Jing and Li Wuxuang? He stood on a cloud-shaped headscarf, calmly observing the group below. The people below glanced up, but no one spoke a word. A few of them, frightened, reported to the steward that they indeed had found them. However, the spirit hound had only chased them halfway before suddenly losing their scent. Moreover, their footprints had vanished right there. The steward paused for a moment, turning around as if noticing something. He looked at the footprints imprinted on the tree trunk and thought, these footprints are made by releasing spiritual power. He was greatly puzzled, as wasn't Lin Jing still not even at the foundation stage? Could it be that he broke through at this moment? He immediately pointed, giving the order to signal all the search teams on the ground around, take this place as the starting point, move forward, and search thoroughly until you find the 2 of them. The scene shifted to Lin Jing, both of them were still accelerating as they fled. Lin Jing made a powerful leap, using his spiritual power to control his movement direction. Seeing this, Li Wuxuang reminded him, "Your use of spiritual power is too crude. If you continue like this, even at the foundation stage, the spiritual energy will quickly deplete." Annoyed by her constant nagging, Lin Jing responded, "Then what should I do? I'm just a disciple in name, no one has ever taught me." She quickly placed her hand on his cheek, gently reassuring him, "Spiritual energy is the essence of all things. Once you reach the foundation stage, it will have even more effects on you, helping you bear the burden of protecting your mind." She placed her hand once again on his chest, firmly explaining, "Follow my guidance, try to evenly distribute this energy throughout every part of your body. Don't use it too forcefully." Lin Jing was deeply absorbed, feeling the activation of his breakthrough increase by 13 times. Spiritual energy surged through him, and his body felt much lighter. With that, he soared upward, his divine energy growing stronger. Excited, Lin Jing shouted, "I've found the feeling now. It feels like the spiritual energy is forming a stance both inside and outside my body, almost like a translucent armor." Li Wuxuang widened her eyes in surprise and gently complimented, "You comprehend things very quickly." Having said that, he continued to fly away, while she stayed behind, watching him in deep thought. Even after her breakthrough to the foundation stage, it still took her some time to fully comprehend it. Yet, he was able to grasp it instantly. With such talent, why was he still just a disciple in name? After using such a forceful surge of spiritual energy, he completely lost his balance and plummeted straight down towards a tiger. Right there, a bear was hunting for prey. It seemed to sense an ambush and looked up at them with a fierce expression. Lin Jing and Li Wuxuang both screamed in fear. Immediately, Lin Jing used his foot to stomp on the bear's head as a pivot, propelling himself upward for another leap, causing the bear to lose the prey it had in its mouth. The bear's eyes widened in anger, furious at losing its lunch and being stomped on the head without mercy. It quickly gathered its strength, creating a gust of wind and cutting through the air as it chased after them, intent on revenge. The bear, full of rage, pursued Lin Jing and Li Wuxuang relentlessly. Its speed was terrifying, and in no time, it had closed the distance. Lin Jing was a bit flustered, stumbling and nearly tripping several times. Meanwhile, Li Wuxuang continuously terrorized his mind, "We're done for, this monster has reached the cultivation level of a beast general, equivalent to the foundation stage of human cultivators." Lin Jing also realized this, and he judged the results caused by the monster with fear. Its movements went beyond the limits of the beast's CHCBN, not disappointing him. A loud sound erupted, creating a shockwave that drew the attention of the dragon sect members. One of the disciples immediately recognized the situation and called his 3 brothers, "Hurry up, there's a demon beast that has been disturbed over there, it must be that one." Li Wuxuang also predicted the opponent's movements and quickly informed Lin Jing of the situation. Without hesitation, he increased his power 5-fold, holding onto Li Wuxuang tightly while desperately running. Meanwhile, the monster's rampage grew more and more terrifying, its body radiating a fiery red aura. It was determined to fight them to the death. Lin Jing prepared to execute his technique. He activated his speed to 8 times normal, tracing a circular path around the monster before soaring straight into the sky. The dragon sect members quickly noticed the disturbance. They shouted excitedly, but one of them stood frozen in place, completely motionless. Before him, the image of Lin Jing and Li Wuxuang appeared, flying directly toward them. He spiraled through the disciples, then darted away, leaving them stunned and nearly falling over in confusion. What is this? Didn't they say he's still not at foundation stage? What speed is this? If you told me he's at golden core, I would believe it." One of the disciples, using his spiritual sense, couldn't help but feel confused. With such spiritual power, Lin Jing really did seem to be at foundation stage. He turned to remind his teammates not to panic because Lin Jing had just reached foundation stage. He was certain that Lin Jing must have used some kind of secret technique and wouldn't be able to sustain it for long. Then he mobilized everyone to chase after them together. The remaining people, after hearing his command, immediately understood and rushed straight to Lin Jing's location. On the side of the two, Li Wuxuang soon saw that the disciple of the dragon sect had caught up. She panicked and shouted to warn Lin Jing. Lin Jing tensed his body, trying his best to run while reassuring her. The pursuit continued relentlessly, with both sides moving at breakneck speeds. One dragon sect disciple was using flying swords and also activating the chaos mode. He had just reached the foundation stage, so his sword control speed was faster, but could he really defy the heavens? They accelerated and communicated with each other, determined to catch their target, shouting aggressively to surround Lin Jing and Li Wuxuang. Kill the man, spare the woman's life. Suddenly, the wings of a condor swooped into the dragon sex group, picking up one of them. The unexpected action of the condor caused the man to scream in panic. It wasn't just one condor, from afar, more and more condors were flying in. The dragon sect disciples were confused as the situation became increasingly chaotic. The condors swooped in like missiles, flying over the group and intimidating them. Only then did they realize they were in the territory of the condors. Right behind Lin Jing, a condor was also raising its claws, targeting him. But fortunately, he had sensed the attack. Without hesitation, Lin Jing activated his berserk skill, dodging 3 times faster and narrowly escaping the demon beast's claws in an instant. The dragon sect disciple, seeing that Lin Jing had escaped the danger, visibly despised him. He then charged forward and swung his sword with great force toward Lin Jing in anger. Li Wuxuang saw that both of them were about to be struck down and shouted, "Quick, dodge!" Lin Jing tried to hold her tightly while simultaneously activating a triple strength defense, and at the same time triggering a counterattack with quadruple damage. After that, he unleashed a sword strike to retaliate against his opponent's attack. On the other side, seeing this only made him more infuriated. He couldn't believe that Lin Jing could actually counter him. But unlucky for him, Lin Jing's retaliatory power hadn't yet faded, and it shot toward him at full speed. He didn't have time to figure out what was happening, only managing to release some spiritual power in an attempt to defend, enduring the wrath of the lethal strike. He gritted his teeth in pain and shouted, "Damn it, this can't be. I am at the 7th level of the foundation stage. Just one move. How could it possibly break through?" Immediately after, a swarm of condors suddenly flew directly in front of him, causing him to panic. Lin Jing was running. He glanced back to assess the situation and saw that the dragon sect group had been fiercely attacked by Du's team. He let out a sigh of relief. The situation seemed better now. As long as he escaped the pursuers and used the dense forest for cover, he might be able to make it back. Before he could even finish his thoughts, in the next second, his eyes widened, on high alert at the disturbance behind him. Someone was rushing toward him, flying several circles in the air, caught in the chaotic conflict between the disciples and the condors. Before long, a dominant aura appeared. The person was furious that the disciples hadn't done anything useful and now the task had fallen into his hands. Both Lin Jing and Li Wues were taken by surprise at the abilities of the Golden Core Stage Elder. Lin Jing silently panicked. This time, he was truly in deep trouble. Even though he had the system's critical hit function, the gap in strength was just too vast. Li Wuxuang seized the opportunity to ask him, "Do you think that counterattack just now could deal with him?" He tensed and replied, "How could it? He's in the Golden Core stage, 1 level above me. Unless he needs to be cautious of us." Hearing this, a plan quickly formed in her mind. She instructed him to use her as a meat shield. Lin Jing was puzzled by her seemingly playful plan, but for Li Wuxuang, this was their only option. Behind them, the enforcer furrowed his brow, seething with anger. All this effort had been wasted because of Lin Jing. But no matter where he ran, today, he wouldn't be able to escape his grasp. The enforcer then sprinted to catch up with him and shouted, "Stop right there, you little thief!" Lin Jing quickly followed Li Wuxuang's instructions, lifting her up to use her as a shield. To his surprise, the move successfully blocked the enforcer's attack. The enforcer gritted his teeth in frustration. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Jing drew his sword, swung to retaliate, and activated a critical hit 30 times stronger. He slashed across the enforcer, cutting through him and making his escape. At that moment, the enforcer, face contorted with rage, looked down at the energy strike that had bounced back onto him, silently wondering, who on earth are you? Lin Jing was astonished by the 30 times critical hit he had just activated. Frowning, he watched as the enforcer grew more distant. He had never triggered a critical hit so strong before. Could it be that the greater the disparity in strength, the easier it is to activate a higher multiplier critical hit? Li Wushuang was overjoyed, laughing as she spoke to him. It's a success. She pinched his cheek, curiously asking, how did you do it? That was a golden core stage cultivator. Lin Jing simply replied, it was just luck. He didn't dare hurt her, so he withdrew his sword in time. That was why he had the chance to exploit the opening. Hearing this, she was filled with delight and commented on the current situation. Finally, we've managed to escape. The one at the primal spirit stage, protected by Long, didn't dare risk provoking the monster territory to come in here. From the distance, the sound of a condor's wings flapping could be heard as it soared across the sky. The two of them exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. Lin Jing realized that from here on, they would have to be extra cautious. Li Wushuang agreed with him, although there are no pursuers, the path ahead is full of demon beasts. Immediately, both of them hurriedly searched for a safe spot, landing swiftly on the ground. Scene changed to the main hall of Qing Yuan sect, where several people were rushing in to report to sect leader Li Changqing. Upon hearing the news, the sect leader was deeply shaken. What did you say? The Qianlong worship has been shot down? How could this happen? He sprang to his feet, urgently asking his subordinates where his daughter, Li Wushuang, was. The others were at a loss for words, explaining, the battlefield was too chaotic at the time. Among the disciples who managed to escape, we haven't found Li Wushuang. Li Changqing immediately shouted in anger and ordered them, go find Li Wushuang right now. She is the eldest daughter of the Li family, the future of the Qing Yuan sect. No matter how many people it takes, you must find her. If she is captured by the dragon sect, kill anyone in your way to rescue her. Seeing Li Changqing so agitated, his junior disciple approached to advise him. Li Changji said, right now, the dragon sect hasn't found Li Wushuang to threaten our sect. This means they haven't captured her yet. Perhaps one of the disciples from our sect has already helped her escape. Upon hearing this, Li Changqing calmed down. He realized Li Changji's words made sense. He then immediately mobilized the elite disciples of the sect to form a rescue team. He was determined to find Li Wushuang, no matter the cost. Li Changji accepted the mission. Big brother, I will definitely find Song Ni. Li Changqing patted his shoulder and instructed, ever since the sect leader ascended, our sect has faced continuous trouble. Now, even our father is injured and must go into seclusion. As for this matter, I can only entrust it to you, Li Changji, to handle. Only then can I be at ease. Li Changji quickly replied, I will go arrange for people right away. With that, Li Changji turned to leave, but a mysterious smile appeared on his lips, as if he was planning something. The scene shifts to a large residential area, enveloped in a lively atmosphere, bustling with people coming and going. In the town, the market is busy, with households and individuals exchanging goods. Throughout the journey into the city, Lin Jing and Li Wushuang remained silent, listening to the lively marketplace chatter, occasionally overhearing the latest news. Lin Jing smiled to himself, thinking, damn it, I spent an entire week in the Qiyan mountain range, having to rely on my hidden violent strikes to avoid countless demon beasts along the way. Now, finally, I've returned to the civilized world. He then turned to Li Wushuang, brushing the dust off her cheek, and gently advised, it's best if we stay cautious. Although this isn't Dragon Sect's territory, there's no telling if the enemy might have spies around. She suggested, let's see if we can buy some detox pills first, then we can gather information about the sect and plan accordingly. After saying this, they walked a little further and stopped at a stall to check out some items. The shopkeeper quickly came out to greet them, but after just a few words, he raised his hand to cover his nose, his eyes full of disdain. Oh my, what's that smell? The two of them looked at each other. Lin Jing didn't notice anything unusual, while Li Wushuang blushed and awkwardly explained, "Maybe it's because we've been in the mountains for so long, we've gotten used to it." The shopkeeper sneered and shooed them away, telling them not to bother him and disrupt his business. Lin Jing did not hesitate either. It seemed that the only option for the two of them was to rent a room at an inn and take a proper bath. After some searching, they finally found a suitable inn. Lin Jing happily looked at the pile of spirit stones he had stolen from the dragon sect disciple. Now, by saving a bit and being frugal, as long as he safely escorted eldest Miss Li Wushuang to the sect, Xing Yuan sect would surely reward him handsomely. By then, he could use the reward money to buy a bunch of elixirs. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, imagining the moment he would break through to the peak of the Tao. Lin Jing couldn't help but wear a smug expression, thinking that with the system on his side, all he had to do was find a quiet place where no one would disturb him, then devote himself to cultivating, and soon he would reach the golden core stage. From there, he would aim for the nascent soul, then advance to the soul transformation stage, step into the void refining stage, and reach the pinnacle of his life, where he would marry a rich and beautiful woman. His life would be like a textbook. He walked up to their room, gently pushing the door open. Ahead of him, he saw Li Wushuang coming out of the bath, her hair still damp as she wiped off the remaining droplets. She exhaled a relaxed breath, and her whole body exuded an enchanting allure. Lin Jing stood frozen, staring at her in a daze. Suddenly, the system activated, and the shockwaves of its effect tripled. When she saw him standing there, dumbfounded, she couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you?" He quickly cleared his throat and pretended to be deep in thought, saying that he was just wondering how the two of them would make their way back to the sect. Deep down, he realized that while he had been fleeing through the mountains earlier, he hadn't noticed how beautiful Li Wushuang looked after she had bathed. Li Wushuang immediately took the opportunity to continue, "You should first think of a way to neutralize her poison. She already has the golden Dan cultivation, as long as she can recover, she won't be helpless when facing danger in the future." Right after that, she took up her sword and gave directions, "Let's go to the treasure pavilion we passed earlier. In such a small place, only they might have the antidote." Lin Jing noticed that her current appearance was too striking and suggested she disguise herself first. Li Wushuang then took a small silk handkerchief, which she had been using to wipe off her sweat, and covered half of her face, looking delicate. "How about this? Is it okay?" Lin Jing instinctively took a few steps back, holding his head in disdain. He thought adding a bit of dust would still be safer. Li Wushuang, with her celestial grace, had just restored her beauty, she wouldn't ruin it again by dirtying herself. She immediately declined. With no other choice, he had to give in to the woman. The two of them then headed back to Mount Qi City and proceeded to the market for cultivators. They returned to the same vendor they had been to earlier. Upon seeing them, the man yelled, "Why are you here again? Didn't I tell you to get lost? Leave." Suddenly, he hesitated for a few seconds, looking at Li Wushuang in front of him, who no longer smelled unpleasant like before. The shopkeeper's expression immediately changed, and he warmly invited them in. "Ha, esteemed guests, please don't mind my previous rudeness. Come, please come inside." Li Wushuang asked him to show her the best antidote available in the shop. The man quickly responded and then asked what specific type of poison they needed to neutralize. Li Wushuang intended to speak plainly, but before she could finish her sentence, Lin Jing suddenly interrupted and spoke on her behalf. "It's just that I was injured by an unnamed demon beast while in the Mount Yun. As for the exact poison, I'm not entirely sure, but you just need to bring out all kinds of detoxification elixirs." A few minutes later, Lin Jing and Li Wushuang stood in deep thought, staring at a pile of elixirs in various colors. She picked up several kinds, and he approached her, asking if any of them would be useful. She pondered and concluded that none of them would work, as these were all basic detoxification pills, completely ineffective against the poison that had afflicted her. Lin Jing then turned to ask the shopkeeper, "Is this all the stock you have?" The shopkeeper casually replied, "After all, the city of Tishan is quite a remote place, and these are the best items I have." Upon hearing this, Lin Jing scanned the table of elixirs for a moment, and soon noticed a detail. If these medicinal herbs were combined with his critical strike system, they might still prove useful. Without further thought, Lin Jing picked out a few necessary items and then tossed them to the shopkeeper for payment. After completing the transaction, the two of them left. The shopkeeper bid them farewell. The two of them walked back onto the main road. Li Wuxuang repeated several times that the elixirs wouldn't be of any use to her, and that even if he bought them, they would be useless. Without hesitation, he responded to her. They might not be useless after all. Then, he gently approached her, removed her face veil, and softly spoke. Don't move just yet. Trust me, let me feed you. Then, he suddenly put an elixir into Li Wuxuang's mouth. She protested and tried to refuse. However, Lin Jing remained resolute and urged her to swallow the pill. Forced to act too hastily, she immediately felt discomfort after swallowing it, coughing violently a few times. Lin Jing supported her shoulder with one hand and gently held her hand with the other to help her regain composure, while she was still feeling very uncomfortable and continuously scolded him. This bastard, do you even listen to me? Let me go. No matter how much she struggled or scolded, he refused to let go and sternly said to her, No, you have to wait until the medicinal effects begin. Soon after, Li Wuxuang felt a sudden surge of energy activating, and the detoxifying effect intensified. After 6 cycles with Lin Jing, she suddenly sensed a change in the aura surrounding her. They both stood there silently for a while, not saying a word, which made her feel somewhat awkward. Suddenly, Li Wuxuang felt her hand growing warm. She quickly raised it and saw that part of her energy was vaguely radiating a bit of spiritual qi. This left her bewildered, as she couldn't understand what was happening. She realized that the poison had been partially neutralized, and at the same time, her cultivation had returned to the qi refining stage. She hastily grabbed the elixir that Lin Jing had been holding since earlier and asked him, How is this possible? This was clearly just the lowest grade detoxification pill. Li Wuxuang tried chewing another pill, but this time there was no special reaction like before. She looked at Lin Jing with suspicion, vaguely speculating, could it be that it only works when you give it to me? Without hesitation, she immediately rushed over and grabbed Lin Jing's shirt, demanding, What exactly did you do earlier? What kind of secret martial art is this? Lin Jing, hearing her question, looked innocently confused, saying he didn't understand what she meant. Of course, Li Wuxuang didn't believe him. She gritted her teeth and decided to boldly take matters into her own hands. She stepped forward, grabbed the hand holding the elixir, and brought it close to her face. Then, she opened her mouth to take the elixir from his hand. Her face flushed red as she swallowed the pill. The stimulating scene, combined with the sudden surge of the activation effect, which had increased eightfold, made Lin Jing's face turn bright red. However, he still chose to yield to her and threw the remaining pills into her mouth. The pills that Lin Jing fed to Li Wuxuang quickly intensified the detoxification effect, boosting the triggering effect of the violent activation by 5 times. She swallowed each pill, gradually absorbing them and adjusting her qi and blood. Feeling a significant recovery in her spiritual power, Li Wuxuang exclaimed in amazement, Lin Jing, give me more elixirs. A moment later, Li Wuxuang hurriedly ran to a corner to vomit after consuming too many elixirs. Moreover, it seemed that no matter how many she ate, she could only recover to the stage of qi refining. In a corner, Lin Jing was focused on reading the elixir theory book. While waiting for Li Wuxuang to fully absorb the elixir, he went over the newly learned theoretical concepts, slowly drawing conclusions. It seemed to be a low-level elixir, although the critical hit activation was effective, the results could only be so much. However, if it were an elixir he had personally crafted, and then used the system's critical hit mechanism to refine a higher-level elixir for Li Wuxuang, the results would likely be far better. After ensuring everything was in order, they continued together to the market. They immediately encountered a crowd gossiping, and Lin Jing quickly realized that this was Qi Shanchang's alchemy furnace. He had heard that this market only had one alchemist, and so it had always been monopolized by him. Li Wuxuan looked at Lin Jing and curiously asked, "You know alchemy too? Did you learn it before?" Lin Jing honestly replied that he understood the basics of alchemy and shouldn't have any problem with it. Hearing this, Li Wuxuan immediately knew he had self-taught, so she reminded him, "Alchemy isn't like playing with mud, it's not as simple as it seems." Lin Jing chuckled happily and said to her, "Just wait and see." Near the alchemy furnace, the alchemist excitedly ordered his servant to open the furnace, as he had successfully refined a batch. He then burst into a loud laugh, appearing quite pleased with himself. His subordinates brought out a tray of elixirs, and he picked one up to examine it, saying, "The quality of these elixirs is excellent." After finishing his words, he ordered his subordinates to bring the trays out for sale. He set the price at 80 spirit stones per piece, and the first ones to buy would get theirs first. Hearing the steep price, the buyers immediately began complaining, as he had suddenly raised the price. The alchemist stroked his goatee and declared in a clear voice, "The quality of these elixirs is top tier. If you want to buy, then buy, if not, then forget it. And if you want a refund, fine, but don't come to me for any more purchases in the future." Since he was the only alchemist in G Mountain City, the people here had no choice but to feel powerless and do nothing. Suddenly, Lin Jing shouted out from the crowd, "Boss, I'm not buying the elixirs, I want to use this alchemy furnace." A moment later, when the alchemist saw him stepping forward, he curiously asked, "Are you an alchemist?" He then became uneasy, fearing that Lin Jing wanted to take away his livelihood. Lin Jing candidly replied, "I'm not an alchemist, I just want to try brewing some elixirs." The alchemist then flashed a sly smile, using the excuse that Lin Jing would disrupt his business to set the price at 500 spirit stones for 1 hour of use. Before Lin Jing could say anything, Li Wuxuan jumped forward and retorted, "What are you playing at? This furnace belongs to Zhong, why should we pay you that much money?" The alchemist, however, was not one to back down. He cleared his throat and shouted, "This is a matter of order. If you want to rent it, rent it. If you can't, then leave." He threatened, warning that if they continued disturbing his business, he would call the law enforcement team. The other merchants couldn't stand his selfishness and greed, so they all protested together. "Why are you acting like this? Since when has this furnace belonged to you? I can clearly see you're just afraid someone else will snatch your business." He looked at the group of people who had clearly formed a faction against him, and, feeling furious, he was left speechless, vowing to double the price next time. A moment later, the magical squad arrived to handle the situation. They marched in a large group toward the alchemy furnace. The captain stepped forward and asked, "Does Lin Jing know how to refine pills?" Lin Jing replied briefly, "I know." Then, the captain turned to the alchemist and ordered him, "Let him use the furnace." The alchemist refused, explaining that this would interfere with his business. He smiled smugly, his mind filled with malicious thoughts. Lin Jing had no trace of pill energy, perhaps he wasn't even a beginner, and he was likely going to need to pay a fee. The captain found the alchemist's argument reasonable, so he turned to Lin Jing for his opinion. He replied, "No problem." With that, Lin Jing walked directly to the furnace, silently hoping the system would help him this time. Lin Jing picked up the alchemy book, placing various ingredients into the furnace while muttering, "I've gathered all the ingredients for the detoxifying pill. Next, it's time to control the spirit fire." Everyone present in the alchemy area watched closely, anticipating the result. The alchemist, seeing Lin Jing moving slowly and even having to refer to the book, scoffed. "Later, I'll make sure you pay for all your losses." The remaining people also began to panic with fear, even wanting to ask him to break the monopoly of that rogue businessman, but the situation seemed to be going downhill. Once the materials had fully absorbed the fire essence, Lin Jing immediately focused his energy into the alchemy furnace. Immediately, the furnace reacted with a catalytic response, and he stared intently at it, feeling the activation of the alchemical technique's explosive power, which was 7 times stronger, filling him with excitement. The subordinate beside him, seeing this, quietly asked, "You seem quite capable as well." He stared at the exquisite elixirs gradually revealing their shapes, shining with a brilliant golden glow. Although a little nervous, he still responded with disdain. "Humph, it's all just pretense. Making an elixir isn't that easy. Wait and see, this will definitely be a failed batch." After a while, the alchemy furnace suddenly began to shake and tremble continuously. Lin Jing wiped the sweat from his brow. The entire process had been consistently triggering explosive reactions, and he was quite sure the final product would be good. He took out several elixirs, gleaming with golden radiance, and presented them to the merchants. They were left speechless in shock. Is this a high-grade detoxification elixir? How could you have created this using just the most basic herbs?" The alchemist and his disciple beside him were equally stunned, their minds in disarray. The alchemist stammered, feeling that this was utterly unreasonable. He walked over to the merchants, pointing and speaking, "You were just lucky." Then, he turned to Lin Jing and said, "If you've finished using the alchemy furnace, return it to me immediately." Before he could finish speaking, the group of merchants scrambled, holding spirit stones and offering prices to Lin Jing in an attempt to buy the elixirs he had crafted. Lin Jing couldn't help but smile at the scene. Aside from the ones reserved for Li Wuxuan, the rest could be sold for profit, and he could then use the money to buy materials for crafting another batch of elixirs. Without hesitation, he eagerly flipped through the pages of his book and spoke. "This time, I have experience in alchemy. Perhaps I can try making a more advanced elixir." Soon after, the alchemy furnace began to shake violently, activating a critical crafting spell at 25 times the normal rate. Lin Jing looked up and muttered to himself, "The multiplier for the critical hit is too high. The results this time should be impressive." A moment later, he brought over a tray filled with gleaming elixirs, and the crowd erupted in excitement. What he had just crafted was a high-grade primordial elixir, a type of elixir that only had a slim chance of success. Seeing the shift in the situation, the alchemist was filled with fury. He resorted to petty tactics and shouted to the merchants, "Anyone who dares to buy Lin Jing's elixirs is going against me. From now on, if you buy his elixirs, the price will increase tenfold." The merchants turned their backs and scoffed. They mocked the alchemist, saying that Lin Jing's alchemy skills were 10 times superior to his. The alchemist, hearing this, became even more enraged, his face contorting in frustration. After a while of business dealings, Lin Jing walked away with a full bag of spirit stones, smiling as he addressed the crowd. "Tomorrow, I'll be making more elixirs. If anyone wants to buy, just line up at the right time tomorrow." As soon as he thought of this, a quiet joy bloomed in his heart. His eyes widened, gleaming with excitement as he realized that he had struck it rich. With the resources he had just gained, it was enough for him to immediately raise his cultivation by several levels. At that moment, a group of young people suddenly surrounded Lin Jing. Before he could even understand what was happening, the alchemist appeared. Gritting his teeth, the man warned, "I don't want to see you here tomorrow." Suddenly, a voice came from behind, "Are you threatening someone in front of me?" Captain Wu walked forward, speaking directly, "The sect leader allowed you to use the alchemy furnace to give you the opportunity to showcase your value. And yet, you really think of yourself as a big shot." Upon hearing the voice, the alchemist immediately turned around and quickly changed his attitude. "It's all a misunderstanding. What I meant was, I will make room for this young master here tomorrow." Captain Wu's expression tightened, and he raised his voice, "If he sees this alchemist bullying others with his power, he'll soon experience the taste of extreme suffering." Freed from the situation, Lin Jing turned to Wu Captain, smiling in gratitude. Wu Captain responded, telling him not to mention it, then asked, "Are you interested in staying at their market to practice alchemy? The treatment can be negotiated." Hearing this, Lin Jing politely replied, "It's not impossible to consider." Captain Wu seemed quite pleased by his answer, telling him he could come find him whenever he liked. After Captain Wu left, Li Wuxuang approached Lin Jing and asked, you're not really planning to stay in this remote place to be an alchemist, are you? Lin Jing immediately waved his hand to explain, I was just being polite. They have already offended a group of people as soon as they arrived here. It's best not to offend another group. Then, without hesitation, he grabbed her delicate wrist and pulled her away, much to her surprise. After a while, the two of them sat cross-legged on the bed in their room to detoxify. Li Wuxuang's body emitted a swirling blue aura. Lin Jing then asked her how effective it was this time. This time, my cultivation has restored to the foundation stage, but it only treated the surface, not the root, Li Wuxuang replied. Lin Jing propped his chin up thoughtfully, looking at the situation. It seemed the poison was indeed powerful. Perhaps only after his alchemy skills breakthrough could he cure her completely. At this point, Lin Jing took out an elixir. He said, during this time, I must quickly think of ways to improve my strength. Seeing Lin Jing's body exude abundant true energy, Li Wuxuang felt this scene was strangely familiar. He was again absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy wildly, and the speed was truly unimaginable. After a moment, Lin Jing opened his eyes. He looked at his own clenched fist and seemed to have broken through to the second layer of the foundation stage. Li Wuxuan was utterly astonished and rushed forward, pinching Lin Jing's cheeks with both hands. How is this possible? Just a few short hours and you've broken through a cultivation stage? Tell me the truth, are you some ancient powerful being reincarnated? Lin Jing, as if playfully hurt, held his face. Li Wuxuan wasn't letting him off the hook, continuing to press, why is it that whether it's cultivating elixirs or anything else, you always do so little, but the results are so huge? Lin Jing was embarrassed, unsure of what to do. He raised his hand to scratch his cheek, trying to cover up by explaining that this was all just a matter of luck. Suddenly, the system notification appeared, triggering a violent counterattack that blocked the enemy's strike by 9 times. His eyes widened in panic, his brows furrowing as he thought, what is going on? While he was still thinking, Li Wuxuang suddenly collapsed into his arms, slowly losing consciousness. Lin Jing quickly raised his hand to cover his nose and mouth, realizing that someone must have drugged them. Panicking, he stood up, still holding his nose and mouth, looking around in every direction. By chance, he noticed white smoke seeping in from outside the door, pouring in non-stop. His eyes widened, and Lin Jing activated the violent counterattack. His senses sharpened 6 times. At that moment, he could clearly see a shadow outside the door. The assassin, dressed in black and hiding his face, was reaching towards the door, smirking with satisfaction. Lin Jing triggered a 3-time speed burst and lunged forward, launching a surprise attack on the assassin's back. Just as he was about to strike a fatal blow, the assassin spun around, using a knife to block the strike. At that moment, the assassin started to feel fear, sweat pouring from his face. His face turned pale as the blade, unforgiving, pierced through his body. Blood splattered everywhere. The assassin cried out in pain, coughing up blood, with no chance of resistance. Without hesitation, Lin Jing withdrew his sword and delivered a merciless kick to the assassin's body. Yeah! Lin Jing kicked the assassin hard to the ground and loudly demanded to know his identity. The assassin covered his wound with his hand, drenched in sweat, and stammered, pleading for mercy. He made an offer to him, if you spare my life and let me go, I will help you find a way out. But if you kill me now, it means you will be fully opposing my superior, to the death. Lin Jing paid no attention to his words. He activated a 7-fold violent impact threat and coldly responded, stop trying to scare me. Tell me everything you know, or I won't hesitate to chop you into 100 pieces right here and now. Seeing that Lin Jing was not intimidated and was even threatening him in return, the assassin was terrified and began begging, promising to reveal everything. I am from the Treasure Pavilion. Our boss has connections with the Wu Ji sect. He had set his eyes on the young girl he wanted. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and red veins appeared, as though something extremely terrifying was suppressing him. He let out a helpless cry, and then veins popped all over his body, causing him to cry tears of pain and scream in agony. When Lin Jing saw the patterns on the assassin's neck, his face tensed. The man had been marked with some kind of forbidden seal. A few seconds later, the assassin collapsed before Lin Jing. Lin Jing stood still in front of his corpse. What had just happened made him tense, his face ashen. This kind of dark, forbidden technique likely still bears the mark of the one who issued the command. I'm afraid they already know he's failed. He originally thought that the next leg of the journey to bring Li Wuxuang back would be a bit smoother, but instead, he encountered more trouble. He felt that the security in this area was terribly poor. He picked up a cloth bag with his hand and activated the double harvest effect. He looked at the bag in his hand, feeling disappointed since he only got double the harvest. Muttering to himself, he jumped up onto the windowsill, holding the unconscious Li Wuxuang in his arms, and jumped out. A cultivator at the 8th layer of the foundation stage had died, and only heaven knew if there were others more powerful coming after them. He silently hoped that if they couldn't deal with him, they wouldn't just call in someone stronger. He rushed through the darkened streets like a gust of wind. After a while, Li Wuxuang slowly opened her eyes, whispering, "What's happening?" Lin Jing, with a serious expression, explained to her that someone was targeting them. He wasn't sure if it was because of her identity as the granddaughter of the elder of the Qingyuan sect, but suddenly another masked assassin appeared and said, "Oh, I didn't expect this young lady to be the granddaughter of the elder of the Qingyuan sect. It seems like my trip here has yielded quite a bit." Seeing him blocking their path, Lin Jing abruptly stopped, realizing that the man before them was a cultivator at the elixir refinement stage. Li Wuxuang immediately recognized from his attire that he was a member of the Wu Ji sect. While Lin Jing was still puzzled as to how she knew him, she looked at him with determined eyes and said, "Set me down first." The Wu Ji sect was an ally of the Dragon sect. This time, the two factions had joined forces with the Heavenly Demon Temple to wage war against the Qingyuan sect. I really didn't expect that in such a remote place, there would be people from their group. The assassin pointed at the two of them, smirking. This time, they have spent quite a bit of effort to track down your whereabouts, but never expected that you would let him find you here. Miss Li Wuxuang, I don't want to waste any more words. Are you going to surrender peacefully, or do you prefer to suffer first before giving up? He knew that she had been poisoned by the Heavenly Demon Temple's deadly venom, and at the moment, she couldn't even unleash a fraction of her power. As for Lin Jing, he had managed to kill the worthless person earlier, which was beyond his expectations. But that was all. Li Wuxuang gazed at Lin Jing with her shimmering eyes. Lin Jing broke into a cold sweat. He only wanted to take her back, make a huge profit, and live a comfortable life in the sect thereafter. But on this road back, he had risked his life countless times, and now he had to fight through dozens of cultivation stages to face an opponent at the stage of elixir refinement. Seeing the two of them remain silent, the assassin continued to manipulate the situation. "Kiddo, you're young, yet you managed to escape the relentless pursuit of the Dragon sect and escort her all the way here, which is already an extraordinary feat. I truly admire capable young people like you, so I'll let you go." Lin Jing stood stunned, his eyes wide in surprise, staring at him. The assassin stretched out his hand, a sinister smile on his face. He knew Lin Jing still had some trump cards or secret techniques, but did he really think that a cultivator at the 2nd layer of the foundation stage like him could defeat someone at the 3rd layer of the golden core stage like himself in a direct confrontation? He saw that Lin Jing didn't say anything, so he added, "You still have a bright future ahead of you, yet now you have to give up your life here. As for Li Wuxuang's safety, you don't need to worry about her, because her value is such that both the Dragon sect and the Wu Ji sect would treat her with respect." At this moment, Wuxuang's eyes looked at Lin Jing in a complex manner. Suddenly, he curled his lips into a smirk, and his gaze, like two bullets, shot towards the assassin. "As long as you hand her over to me, you'll be free to go." "Ah." Upon hearing this, Wuxuang's eyes widened in shock, as if she couldn't believe what she had just heard. The assassin looked up, his face turning sinister as he confirmed the words to Lin Jing. Lin Jing stood still, hesitating, unsure of what to do. They fell into a brief silence. Then, Lin Jing slowly raised his hand toward his sword, his face showing contempt. "But I refused, because one of the things I, Lin Jing, enjoy most is saying no to people who think they are stronger than me. While speaking, he drew his sword, pointing it forward, and raised his hand in front of Wu Shuang, signaling his desire to protect her. It's just a little cultivator at the stage of elixir refinement, nothing I can't handle. The assassin's mouth fell open at Lin Jing's explosion of energy. He drew his dagger and pointed it forward, gritting his teeth as he spat out words full of frustration. Fine, I was planning to play with you a bit longer, but now I've made up my mind. I'll make you suffer through everything before I kill you. At this moment, Li Wuxuang felt tense, silently thinking to herself that the situation was too dangerous. After all, this was a cultivator at the stage of elixir refinement. She turned around and saw Lin Jing smirking coldly. She silently guessed. Could it be that he wants to do the same thing as last time? Lin Jing clenched his sword tightly with both hands, holding it out in front of him, provocatively challenging his opponent. The assassin was once again filled with unease. Could he really have some lethal move up his sleeve? Lin Jing took a deep breath, his eyes wide as though he was about to unleash some ultimate technique. Suddenly, he shouted loudly. Help! Someone's trying to kill and rob people at the market. He also activated a sound amplification effect, raising his voice by a factor of 13. Feeling like a joke, the assassin gritted his teeth in furious frustration. He stomped his foot hard and lunged forward to attack Lin Jing. Wu Shuang's hand reached out, pushing Lin Jing behind her. She stood in front of him, protecting him because she knew for sure the assassin would not harm her. As expected, the assassin stopped, swinging his knife through the air in anger. Hiding behind a woman, you shameless bastard. Just then, the people from the tavern came out and saw the soldiers approaching. Captain Wu clenched his fists in frustration, walking toward Lin Jing. The people on the tavern's rooftop were also murmuring, wondering what was going on. They realized Lin Jing was the one who had been refining pills earlier that morning. Captain Wu walked over to the assassin, holding a weapon in hand. The assassin silently turned to glare at him. This made Captain Wu grit his teeth, startled by the realization that the man before him was a cultivator at the elixir refinement stage. The assassin pulled out a token and said, I am an enforcer from the Wu Ji sect, here specially to capture criminals. Don't think that just because you're a mere guard, you can stand in my way. Even your sect leader would have to step aside. The group of young people were discussing excitedly, because he was from the Wu Ji sect, the legendary killer who could kill without a blink. They advised each other that it would be best not to get involved in this matter. The soldier standing beside them whispered to the captain, asking for permission to withdraw. Li Wuxuang appeared out of nowhere, running with a hurried and anxious manner, saying, Everyone, don't listen to his nonsense. I am the granddaughter of the elder of the Qin Yuan sect, and also the eldest daughter of the Si and Yuan Li family. Today, whoever helps me, the Qin Yuan sect will never forget your kindness. The soldier behind the captain sensed something and quickly whispered to him, saying that this situation seemed troublesome. Not to mention anything else, but if something were to happen to Li Wuxuang in their territory, with so many people here, once the news got out, the Qin Yuan sect would definitely not let them off easily. After hearing the soldier's words, the captain's face darkened, his eyes flashing with anger. This display made Wu Shuang pleased with herself. She secretly smiled and, with a determined look in her eyes, extended her hand toward the crowd, saying confidently, As long as they help me today, after everything is settled, my father will definitely not treat them poorly. Wu Shuang continued, There are so many of them here, how could they not defeat a stage of elixir refinement cultivator? As long as they help me, my father will surely not treat them unfairly. The crowd, after hearing this, looked intrigued and found her argument reasonable. The person standing beside also agreed. Seeing them like this, the stage of elixir refinement furrowed his brow, his face showing clear anger. He held a sharp knife pointed at them and declared in a loud, clear voice. I advise you, losing your chance is something you can wait for, but if you lose your life, it's gone for good. So, anyone who dares to attack me should think carefully. After saying this, he turned to look at Wu Shuang, smirking mockingly. Now, the Dragon Sect, Heaven Cursed Land, and Wu Ji Sect, these three major forces have begun attacking the Qing Yuan Sect. Whether the Qing Yuan sect can survive or not is still uncertain. I suggest you stop speaking so arrogantly. He then turned back to the group, brandishing his knife and shouting loudly. Are they not afraid of offending the other three forces? Hearing his threat, the group grew somewhat fearful, their earlier confidence fading. On this side, the soldiers continued to whisper among themselves, speaking to Captain Wu. Helping either side would offend the other, and besides, the assassin was from the cultivator's stage of elixir refinement. Captain Wu's face grew darker, and finally, he spoke. Then we won't help either side. Though displeased, he raised his hands and shouted loudly to declare that TVN did not wish to be involved in this matter. Wu Shuang, standing nearby, remained completely silent, her expression sinking. The assassin, standing there witnessing this, covered his mouth and laughed. He pointed at Wu Shuang, laughing mockingly. Miss Wu Shuang, do you now understand your situation? I advise you to. Before he could finish, Lin Jing stepped in front of her, leaving Wu Shuang stunned. If that's the case, then let me be your opponent. We'll fight fairly, and if you beat me, you can take your people and leave. The group of people from earlier, seeing this, began to discuss among themselves, thinking that he had lost his mind. How could a cultivator at the second level of the foundation stage possibly defeat a cultivator at the elixir refinement stage? Wu Shuang, worried, leaned in and asked. Is something wrong with your mind? Facing a cultivator at the elixir refinement stage head-on, wouldn't it be better to think of a way to take advantage of her identity? Before she could finish speaking, he turned his head to look at her and smiled, reassuring her. Don't panic, actually, I'm confident I can defeat him. Hearing those words, he sneered in disdain and mocked him, but suddenly his expression became serious. A mere foundation stage cultivator, and you think you're worthy to be my opponent? Who gave you the courage and confidence for that? Lin Jing, not backing down, retorted. Isn't the elixir refinement stage just the foundation stage, step by step? Just because one's cultivation is higher doesn't necessarily mean they are stronger. His arrogance is exactly what will make him fall. Without saying much more, the opponent began to move, stepping back to gain momentum before charging. He flew into the air, his fist clenched, aiming directly at Lin Jing and Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang, surprised by his speed, exclaimed. He's too fast. Lin Jing gritted his teeth and silently prayed to the system, his eyes wide open, and the system responded clearly. At that moment, the figure of the opponent became clear to Lin Jing. Both of them simultaneously aimed their weapons at their opponent, but strangely, they both managed to dodge his attack. This surprised him. If this continued, Lin Jing would definitely strike him. Lin Jing pointed the tip of his sword directly at him, but he managed to fly up in time and dodge. The sword in his hand was surrounded by a flash of green light, activating a burst of speed 6 times faster. Lin Jing relied on the speed he had just activated, gripping the sword with both hands and moving toward him at an astonishing pace. He was secretly surprised, thinking that his speed was even faster than his own. He leaned back to avoid, seeming as though he couldn't hold out much longer. Lin Jing silently pleaded with the system in his mind, while still gripping the sword so tightly that his face changed color. He was bewildered by Lin Jing's strength, telling himself he needed to quickly mobilize his spiritual energy for defense. But it was already too late. Lin Jing activated a power burst 12 times stronger, swinging his sword violently at the assassin. The man fell back, his face full of panic, and a cut appeared on his body from Lin Jing's sword, causing him to bleed. He suddenly gritted his teeth even harder, his face twisted with rage as he yelled. Seeing this, Lin Jing activated a defensive shield 20 times stronger. Dark purple-black rays spread out around him, and the people on the upper floors started to buzz and discuss. The cultivators at the elixir refinement stage knew that as long as the golden core was not broken, it would be equivalent to an immortal body. Below, Lin Jing continued to resist with all his might, and the strength of his opponent grew even greater. The aura expanded further. The man glared at him, saying, "You dare to hurt me? Damn it, I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces." The onlookers below recognized the source of this immense power and realized that this was the Black Demon Sword from the Wuji sect, one of the strongest techniques of the Wuji sect, and this time it was being wielded by a powerhouse at the elixir refinement stage using all his strength. On this side, Lin Jing clenched his teeth and muttered to himself, "It's over, I've angered him, there's no choice but to risk everything now." Lin Jing swiftly stepped back with one foot, using the other as a lever to gain momentum. He whispered to the system in his mind, requesting all of his strength, then activated a 20-fold defense boost, 16-fold speed, and 18-fold power. The men standing on the upper floor were all stunned in unison. The one with brown hair tied up spoke first. "What? He's actually going to face off head-on with the Black Demon Sword?" The one behind him continued, "Isn't this just asking for death?" Another said in unison, "Is he crazy?" Standing before the massive Black Demon Sword aimed directly at him, Lin Jing gathered his spiritual power and charged straight at the sword. The Black Demon Sword immediately entered his line of sight. In the next instant, a deafening explosion rang out, shaking the ground and scattering rocks everywhere. As the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, the cultivators stood firm, loudly proclaiming, "Ha, I didn't expect him to dare face off against my Black Demon Sword head-on. He's really asking for death." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Jing charged toward him, his sword lunging forward as he shouted, "The one who should die is you." Lin Jing's attack was so fast that he had no time to react. The sword pierced through his chest. His core shattered instantly, and he let out an incredulous scream, "No!" The cultivator's body collapsed backward. Lin Jing, now holding a bag of items above his head, activated his power and announced, "Critical hit achieved, 5-fold reward." The gossipers upstairs, who had just witnessed the scene, seemed unable to believe their eyes and exclaimed, He has killed a stage of elixir refinement powerhouse." Another person said, "Am I dreaming or something?" Yet another asked in confusion, "Who exactly is this young man?" While everyone was focused on discussing Lin Jing, suddenly, the body of the cultivator emitted a golden glow. One person who saw it shouted, "It's the soul seal." Immediately, the golden light glowed brightly and shot straight into the sky. Those present, recognizing what it was, shouted loudly. It's a method of communication. After a stage of elixir refinement cultivator dies, as long as the soul seal is activated, Wuji sect will instantly know what happened. Lin Jing, sitting with one leg on the ground, said to Wu Shuang, "We need to leave immediately. If the people from Wuji sect catch up." Wu Shuang, supporting his arm, asked worriedly, "How are you? Did that person hurt you earlier?" He, at that moment, was clutching his chest, feeling like his body was about to split in two. His body was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, and thought to himself, "It's not that my body can't bear the power of the system after the violent impact." While he was deep in thought, a yellow letter flew to Captain Wu. After reading it, he replied, "Understood, I got it." He then shouted loudly to the two of them, "This brother here, and Miss Li, the city lord has invited you." Lin Jing, feeling weak, furrowed his brow upon hearing this and asked, "Does the city lord intend to hand us over to Wuji sect?" Captain Wu smiled and replied, "Please rest assured, the city lord only wishes to speak with you." He gritted his teeth, holding his sword in a defensive stance, blocking Wu Shuang, and said, "Right now, we are forced to leave. I hope you will not hinder us." Captain Wu frowned and advised, "It is already too late for you to leave. The Wuji sect has received word and will be here soon. If you leave the city, you will definitely be hunted down." Inside the city lord's residence, the people of Wuji sect dare not act. If the city lord agrees to help you, you still have a chance of survival. Upon hearing this, Lin Jing fell into deep thought. He had been injured earlier when fighting against the cultivator in the stage of elixir refinement, and now, if they left the city and encountered the experts of the Wuji sect, death seemed inevitable. It might be better to see what the city lord's intentions were. After thinking for a moment, he spoke, "Fine, please lead the way." Elsewhere, there was a loud uproar. Everyone rushed to Qishan City to kill that kiddo and bring Li Wu Shuang back. The killing intent surged from behind the door, and everyone responded in unison, yes, at the city lord's residence. Inside a grand hall, white and majestic, Lin Jing, Wu Shuang, and Captain Wu entered and approached the figure sitting in the middle of the hall. This person was Ji Fengshan. He extended his hand and warmly said, "Welcome, both of you, to my residence." Lin Jing remained alert and directly addressed the main topic: there's no free lunch in this world. If you have something to say, just speak plainly. The old man, upon hearing this, chuckled and replied, "One of you is a genius cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, capable of killing golden core cultivators. The other is the heir of the Qing Yuan sect, wanted by the three major sects for assassination. If I hand you over to the Wu Ji sect, I'm sure I can gain quite a few benefits." Upon hearing this, Lin Jing immediately activated his aura, his presence growing strong as he gritted his teeth and said, "Then we'll see if you have the ability to do so." Captain Wu, standing behind, was also somewhat taken aback, muttering to himself, "What cultivation level does this guy have? He's just at the foundation establishment stage, yet his aura is so strong?" Fengshan, seeing this, laughed and said, "Ha, I was just joking, there's no need to be so tense. The reason I called you here is to make a deal with you." Lin Jing, still not retracting his aura, asked, "What kind of deal?" The old man raised a finger to the sky and explained, "I'm offering you a way to live, a chance to preserve your lives." Lin Jing furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, "Why help me?" The old man pointed at him and replied, "You look very much like my late son." Upon hearing this, Lin Jing fell silent. However, the old man then smiled and said, "Ha, just kidding. If you manage to survive, 3 months from now, I'll need you to help me complete a task at Chishan Chang. The task I want you to do is within your capabilities, and whether you agree or not will depend entirely on you at that time." Lin Jing didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately replied, "All right, I agree." Hearing his response, the old man continued, "You can stay at the city lord's mansion for 3 days. During these 3 days, I will help you fend off the Wu Ji sect, but after that, it's up to you." Lin Jing cupped his hands in thanks and said, "Understood." Then, one by one, they left. Fengshan propped his hand against his cheek, sighing as he said, "In 3 months, the fate of our city, TSN, will be decided. I hope I'm not wrong about you." In a room, Wu Shuang anxiously spoke up, "What should we do now? Although the city lord is protecting us for 3 days, the Wu Ji sect's people will have time to completely encircle us." Lin Jing stood up, hand on his chin, and replied, "I know. That's why we must find a way to survive these 3 days." Roy's face darkened slightly as he held a bag in his hand and said, "I remember when we took down that black-clad man, I got hold of their sect's secret techniques." He raised his thumb and, with a confident smile, added, "Don't forget, I'm a genius." He then began focusing on reading the secret manual, silently thinking to himself, "Just need a little more explosive power, please." Moments later, Lin Jing activated his burst of power, comprehending level 20. Lightning crackled around him as he flipped through page after page. In an instant, he finished reading the manual in just a few seconds and said, "I've got a general understanding now." Hearing this, she asked in surprise, "You've already comprehended the illusion clone technique so quickly? How long did you even look at it?" Then he began to try out the moves in the secret technique book, while saying to her, "There is nothing impossible, just watch my actions." When he pointed and shot spiritual power towards her, suddenly another Lin Jing appeared. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Is this really the phantom clone technique? Moreover, it's at an extremely high level. How did you manage to do this?" But seeing him panting and leaning on his thigh, she immediately grew concerned and approached to ask, "Are you all right?" Lin Jing wiped the sweat dripping down his face and replied, "My spiritual qi is completely drained. Let me rest for a moment. I need to train for the next 3 days to master this technique." Outside the city lord's mansion, the sky was clear, the air fresh, and everything was very peaceful. Elder Lu and the disciples of Wu Ji sect were arranged in neat rows, looking solemn and mighty. Elder Lu stood with his hands clasped behind his back and spoke, "I am Elder Lu from the Wu Ji sect, here to specifically request the city lord's mansion to hand over the person." The large gate immediately opened, and Captain Wu stood in front of it, his voice firm. The Lord has ordered, please allow them to stay here as guests for 3 days. Those unrelated are not to be disturbed, and after 3 days, they are free to leave. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Wuji sect immediately became enraged and questioned, "How dare you? A mere city lord's mansion, and yet you dare act so arrogantly? Do you know what the consequences are for offending the Wuji sect?" Elder Lu sternly shouted, "Shut up, listen to me." All the disciples were startled and frightened. He turned to Wu, the team leader, and said, "All right, tell Jifeng Shan we'll wait for 3 days, and tell him to take care of himself." Wu said nothing more, turning his head and giving the elder a quick glance. The large doors of the city lord's mansion immediately slammed shut. The disciples finally spoke up, "Elder, why should we be afraid of a mere lord?" Hearing this, Elder Lu replied in a low voice, "Jifeng Shan is not as simple as you think." His face turned slightly pale, as if thinking of something terrifying, and he added, "If it weren't for the circumstances, I wouldn't want to provoke Jifeng Shan." At that moment, Lin Jing was sitting cross-legged, focusing intently on his cultivation. Around the door, there were many clones of him and Wu Shuang that he had created. Looking at the results before him, he spoke, "It's completed. Now I'll upgrade my own strength. Without this, I won't be able to control the illusory shadow technique." Looking at the pills in his hand, he added, "The leftover essence boosting pills can be used to raise my cultivation level." Without hesitation, he swallowed all of them. As he did, a powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from his body. Lin Jing activated, triggering a violent surge of energy, with his spiritual qi multiplying by 5 and his absorption rate increasing by 20. At the same time, he thought to himself, such a large amount of spiritual qi cannot be wasted. Wu Shuang stood beside him, observing him for a while before thinking to herself, he's crazily taking pills to boost his cultivation, yet there are no side effects at all. Could it be that he's really some powerful being reincarnated? Upon thinking this, her face instantly turned red, and she placed her hand on her chin, feeling embarrassed as she thought, "Wait, if that's true, then he's always been by my side, willing to escort me back to the sect. Could it be because of what will happen in a moment?" He opened his eyes, looked at the spiritual power flowing within him, and said with satisfaction, "Foundation stage, 3rd layer. No problem with these illusory shadow techniques." Then, Lin Jing turned to Wu Shuang and said, "Prepare a little." With an air of mystery, he added, "Tonight, we'll leave the city lord's mansion." As night fell, the disciples of Wuji's sect still stood tall in front of the main gates. Suddenly, 2 figures swiftly passed through the air, startling one disciple. Immediately, they realized it was Lin Jing and Wu Shuang and shouted, "Catch them!" Elder Lu below also fired spiritual power toward them, shouting, "Humph!" The purple spiritual power shot directly toward them. At the same time, the old man smugly said, "Still trying to distract us." The attack rushed straight toward the 2 of them, and with a huge explosion, they were thrown far apart, causing someone below to shout, "It's the illusory shadow technique." Just as he finished speaking, their bodies slowly turned to dust and smoke. Elder Lu, standing below, frowned and said, "Humph, a small trickster dares to deceive this old man." As soon as the old man finished speaking, the 2 of them suddenly flew out from his left side, startling him. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Humph, let's see how many more illusory shadow techniques you have." Then he yelled, "Ha, attack them with a strike." At that moment, Lin Jing smirked confidently, "Humph, you cast your move, and in your heart, you're wondering how you'll stop me." With that thought, he unleashed a burst of power, activating the illusory shadow technique with a speed multiplied by 15. The 2 people in the air immediately separated. Just as the attack arrived, they managed to dodge in time. Elder Lu seemed to realize something and shouted, "Humph." He then ordered someone else, "Chase them with your real body." Lin Jing began to sweat, thinking to himself, "As I expected, the illusory shadow technique is created from my spiritual qi, and since I control it, I can trigger the illusory shadow technique's burst attack." Wu Shuang, standing beside him, wondered, has the Wuji sect been deceived this easily? It's so simple. She then shook her head in frustration, thinking, but it looks easy. If it were me, not only would I be unable to master the illusory shadow technique in such a short time, but I wouldn't even be able to control the illusory shadows with such precision. Leaving her thoughts behind, she walked up to him and said, "Let's quickly run away from Qi Shan Chang." Lin Jing calmly replied, "No, the illusory shadow technique is no longer under my control. At most, it can only hold them off for half a stick of incense. Once exposed, they will definitely be able to react." She anxiously asked, "Then what should we do?" Lin Jing simply responded, "Go to the treasure pavilion." He explained further, "It's all for them. I want to give them a surprise." At the treasure pavilion, the owner of the pavilion was sitting dejectedly, saying, "I never expected that the young lady's identity would be the granddaughter of the great elder of the Qing Yuan sect. What a pity we couldn't capture them. Otherwise, we'd have made a fortune." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Jing's voice suddenly echoed, "It's not too late now." He sneered and continued, "Or perhaps you should try and see." Immediately, the owner's face turned pale, and he shouted, "Weren't you hiding in the city lord's mansion?" Lin Jing walked closer and said, "Surprised, aren't you?" But as he spoke, he drew his sword and charged straight at him, shouting, "I don't have time to explain to you." Immediately, several subordinates rushed forward, shouting, "Seeking death, kill him." Lin Jing gritted his teeth and said, "TCH." With a flash, he waved his hand in a sweeping motion, instantly eliminating all of them, and then said, "With cultivation like this, you dare to commit murder and steal?" A while later, he placed the items he had gathered into his bag, and his critical hit skill was activated as a result of the harvest. Items and people from the treasure pavilion were scattered all over the ground, while Lin Jing, feeling refreshed, raised her bag high and said, "All right, we've almost taken everything from them." He pulled a pill from his bag and suddenly asked, "Is this the supreme grade poison-resistant pill?" Recognizing it as a valuable item, he happily fed it to Wu Shuang, saying, "Open your mouth." Seeing her swallow it, he quickly asked, "How do you feel?" She immediately released a burst of spiritual power and replied joyfully, "I've basically recovered, though there's still a bit of poison left that hasn't been fully eliminated. The system has also notified me that critical hit has been activated, and the detoxification effect is at 10. He stared at her in shock, not believing his eyes, and said, "You're actually at the third level of the Golden Core realm? How old are you?" Noticing his reaction, she puffed out her chest, crossed her arms, and said proudly, "Of course, I'm the strongest genius of the sect." Then, her face turned red, and she paused for a moment, embarrassed, turning her face away as she said, "Well, except for freaks like you." He didn't pay much attention to her expression and confidently said, "Very good. If you've recovered your cultivation." Then, he unleashed a stream of golden spiritual power toward the ceiling, shouting, "Then I'll proceed with the next step of the plan." At the same time that Lin Jing's clone was being chased by the Wu Ji sect behind, Elder Lu rushed forward, holding a knife in his hand. He then slashed horizontally at Lin Jing's body, but Lin Jing immediately vanished, leaving only a cloud of mist. The old man was furious, veins bulging on his face, shouting, "Damn it, I've been tricked." At the same time, an explosion echoed from a distance. Elder Lu heard the explosion and turned around. Several disciples immediately recognized it and spoke up, "It's in the direction of the treasure pavilion. Which fool dares to act against the treasure pavilion? Are they not afraid of the wrath of our Wu Ji sect?" He gritted his teeth and said, "Not good, those two bastards used a puppet as bait to lure us here. They intend to strike against the treasure pavilion." Without hesitation, the old man flew toward the treasure pavilion, shouting, "Go kill them for me." The remaining disciples quickly followed behind. Inside the treasure pavilion, Lin Jing and Wu Shuang were both anxious. Lin Jing held a talisman in his hand and looked toward the door, saying, "They're here." Immediately, he wrapped his arm around Wu Shuang's shoulder, raised the talisman, and said, "Top-tier concealment talisman activated, 20x concealment." The two of them then became invisible. A moment later, the Wu Ji sect disciples rushed into the treasure pavilion, but since Lin Jing and Wu Shuang were now invisible, they didn't notice anyone inside. As soon as they left, they immediately reported to Elder Lu, "Elder, everyone in the treasure pavilion is dead. We searched the entire city, but couldn't find the target." All the treasures in the pavilion have been completely cleaned out. Upon hearing this, the old man was shocked and shouted loudly, "Damn beasts, those two little beasts must have escaped to the bustling city. Let's go there and demand them back." Then they quickly left. Once they had gone far, Lin Jing finally let go of Wu Shuang. He scratched his head and said, "The treasure pavilion is closer to the outskirts of the city, and now the people from the Wu Ji sect are all being led to the city lord's mansion. This is our chance." As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of excitement surged through his heart, and she blushed, replying, "MHM." Outside the city lord's mansion, Elder Lu yelled loudly, "Ji Fengshan, hand over the person to me." Upon hearing the noise, Captain Wu and two guards opened the door and came out, saying, "The Lord instructed me to bring news to Elder Lu. He has already left." Upon hearing this, the old man was furious and said, "Impossible, we searched the entire city, and the only place left is your city lord's mansion." Seeing that the old man didn't believe him, Captain Wu calmly gestured behind him and said, "If Elder Lu doesn't believe me, he can search freely." Seeing the attitude of Captain Wu, the old man ordered his disciple to enter and check, shouting, "Don't think I won't dare. Go in and search for me." After a while, a disciple came out and reported, "We've searched the entire city lord's mansion, but there's no sign of the target." He was like a madman, pointing towards Captain Wu and saying, "Impossible, absolutely impossible, the city lord's mansion must have hidden someone away." Captain Wu could no longer tolerate the elder's attitude, and immediately, with a darkened face, said, "Elder Su, allowing you to search the city lord's mansion is already a show of respect from the lord to Wu Ji sect, but that doesn't mean the lord is actually afraid of Wu Ji sect." He then turned around and ordered his subordinates to close the door. Seeing this, the elder could only grit his teeth, swallowing his anger. But he couldn't hold it in anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood, falling backwards, saying, "I hate." Seeing Elder Lu collapse, several disciples rushed over to check his condition. At the top of a Fengshan tower, someone thought to themselves, "I never expected he could really survive, and even mock people from Wu Ji sect." Then, the elder gazed at the bright moon in the sky and said, "With his involvement, I'm even more certain about the success of what will happen 3 months from now." In a basement, a loud shout echoed through every corner, "Worthless, all worthless, the duck was in hand and yet it flew away, worthless." The candle hanging on the wall seemed to flicker from the loud shout. From behind a secret door, a voice could be heard, "Luckily, the internal traitors of Qing Yuan sect have taken action, Li Wu Shuang has grown wings, it will be hard for him to escape." 3 days later, in a green forest under the sky, a streak of spiritual power flew by. Lin Jing and Wu Shuang flew swiftly forward. Wu Shuang, trailing behind, asked in confusion, "We've already escaped Qishan Chang, why are you even more on edge now?" He scanned his surroundings cautiously before answering, "Although Qishan Chang is dangerous, there are still places to hide. But now, if we encounter an enemy, we'll have no choice but to fight to the death." The two of them continued flying ahead, not wanting to slow down for a second. Suddenly, a large shadow appeared, causing him to look up in surprise. A flying ship emerged in the sky, making the two of them appear incredibly small. Lin Jing immediately drew his sword, alertly saying, "Could it really be this unlucky? What are the chances?" Wu Shuang, on the other hand, was delighted and exclaimed, "No, that's the flying ship of our Qing Yuan sect. The people from the sect are here to pick us up." He still felt somewhat uncertain and asked, "Really?" A sense of unease stirred in his heart, "Are they really here to pick us up?" Then, the two of them flew up to the ship, where a few people were already waiting. The person in the middle was Mu Chang Chun, a sect elder from Qing Yuan sect. He respectfully said, "Wu Shuang, the sect received word that you were here, so I came to bring you back." Seeing a familiar face, she immediately smiled joyfully and said, "Uncle, I can't believe it's you who came to pick me up." She then turned to introduce him. "This is the most trusted subordinate of our second uncle, also Uncle Mu, one of the stewards of the sect, a cultivator at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage." Lin Jing, still on guard, said, "I have met Steward Mu before." Upon seeing him, the old man simply responded coldly, I see." His expression slightly displeased, he continued, "You have done well in escorting the young lady." After returning to the sect, you will certainly be well rewarded. However, when he turned to Wu Shuang, the old man smiled and said, "Young lady, come aboard the ship and return with me." Chang Chun led both of them into a formal room. Turning to Lin Jing, he said, "Your status doesn't qualify you to enter the upper room, you can only rest in the same room as the other disciples." Wu Shuang, feeling displeased, asked, "Uncle Mu, Lin Jing is the one who saved my life. Why can't he come in?" The old man responded indifferently, "This is the rule, I hope the young lady will understand." She turned to look at him, and he gently replied, "It's fine, I can stay with the other disciples. The poison in your body has just been neutralized, and your health is still very weak. You shouldn't eat anything carelessly." She paused for a moment, reflecting on his words, then nodded and said, "I understand. Then you should rest first. When we reach the sect, I'll come find you." Lin Jing was led into another room with two disciples following behind. Suddenly, he noticed something. At that moment, the two disciples launched a coordinated twin sword attack towards him, but he dodged, triggering a speed burst that increased his velocity by 9 times. He looked at the two in front of him and calmly said, "I truly give up. Simply bringing one person back home, and yet I still end up encountering traitors of the sect." The two disciples, upon hearing this, smiled smugly and said, "What if you know? You're just a worthless foundation stage cultivator at the 3rd level. Killing you is as easy as squashing an ant." Lin Jing remained calm, his voice not even a hint of jest. "Is that so? Let me think. Who could be behind you? A Mu Chang Chun wouldn't have the weight for this. Looks like it's Li Wu Shuang's second uncle." Hearing this, the two disciples immediately lost their composure and charged at him, shouting, "This kid's speed is too fast, let's take him together, and later we'll cut off his tongue." A series of relentless attacks rained down on Lin Jing. As the two prepared to charge directly at him, he simply replied, "All right then." He gathered his internal energy into a stance and said, "Let's send you on your way." In an instant, he unleashed a burst of power, multiplying his strength by 15. He zipped past the two disciples in the blink of an eye, leaving them gasping in shock. "No, it's impossible." The two men immediately collapsed to the ground, meeting their ancestors, triggering a critical hit with a double harvest. Lin Jing turned his back and walked away, saying, "We must deal with the others quickly. I hope Li Wu Shuang can buy us more time." The disciples outside were still innocently chatting. One of them asked, "Why haven't those two returned yet?" Another replied, "Does it really take this long to deal with a worthless foundation stage 3rd layer cultivator?" A disciple with long, moss-colored hair explained, "Maybe they want to play around a bit. After all, those two enjoy torturing others slowly." As soon as he finished speaking, his body stiffened, and something pierced through him. He widened his eyes in shock as he looked behind, seeing Lin Jing with a mocking smile, holding a poison needle in his hand. The other disciples were stunned, stepping back in confusion. One of them asked, "Are you still alive?" The disciple behind answered, "Those two have fallen." Seeing their panic, Lin Jing sneered, tossing the fallen disciple aside, and walked toward the others still alive. He said, "Quite the surprise, isn't it? Soon, you'll be able to join them." He slightly bent forward, his face darkening as he spoke with irritation, "When that happens, you can chat and laugh all you want down there." He slashed downward, and instantly, the others were sent flying, triggering a critical hit with a 15x strength multiplier, followed by another critical hit with a double harvest. After a while of fighting, he spoke up, "The critical hit harvest rate is still a bit low." The bodies of several disciples were scattered on the ground. He didn't care, turned around, and left, saying, "I hope the remaining ones can trigger a higher rate." In Wu Shuang's resting room, Chang Chun was pouring tea and said, "Don't blame Uncle Mu for being stubborn. After all, you are the granddaughter of the great elder, with a noble status. How can you let an ordinary disciple stay in the same room?" She showed a thoughtful expression and replied, "I understand your meaning." Seeing that she was no longer paying attention, Uncle Mu pushed the teacup towards her and said cheerfully, "This is the evil spring of the upper realm, it can help relieve your physical weakness. Drink it quickly." Wu Shuang immediately responded, "Thank you, Uncle Moo." Then, she slowly closed her eyes to savor the tea. At this moment, Chang Chun sneered and said, "No need to thank me, after all, you are an important pawn." She panicked and asked, "What do you mean?" Immediately afterward, she collapsed on the table, struggling to stay awake, and asked, Did you poison me?" At that moment, he revealed his true nature, laughing triumphantly. It's too late to realize now, my good granddaughter, I didn't expect you could escape from the pursuit of the broken dragon sect. You've caused us so much trouble." Wu Shuang's face began to look haggard as she angrily said, "So the spy of the sect is you?" Upon hearing this, the old man shrugged and shook his head, saying, No, I don't have such a grand capacity." Wu Shuang, unable to believe it, widened her eyes and said, "You mean the traitor of the sect is second uncle?" "No, it can't be. He has no reason to betray this sect." Chang Chun turned his back to Wu Shuang, laughing loudly as he said, The deputy sect leader is not wrong. You and your father are both as foolish as each other, but your value for exploitation is indeed great." Without fear, she said, "Don't be smug. Lin Jing will come to rescue me." The old man sneered and said, "Are you talking about that worthless third stage Foundation realm guy escorting you? By now, he's probably a corpse." Ha ha ha. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Jing's voice echoed from outside. "Is that so? Unfortunately, you're going to be disappointed." After saying that, Lin Jing entered, standing tall and without a single injury. The old man was astonished and said, You're still alive. It seems I underestimated you." But then he regained his confidence and said, "But what can a mere third stage Foundation realm do? You're nothing but an ant." Suddenly, Wu Shuang's voice rang out, "What if I'm here too?" Which caused him to widen his eyes in shock. Chang Chun turned around, his face darkened as he said, "Didn't you get poisoned? Could it be that you're pretending?" "Impossible, you clearly drank the revitalizing soup." She walked over to Lin Jing, and the two exchanged knowing looks before she responded to the old man. "I must thank Lin Jing, for he reminded me of the poisoning incident earlier, warning me not to eat or drink recklessly. Therefore, before entering the room, I secretly drank a detoxifying pill, and after finishing the revitalizing soup, I used my spiritual power to expel the poison." It turned out that while the old man was babbling earlier, she had already expelled the poison. She coldly glanced at him and said, "The reason I said all this was just to buy time for Lin Jing." Immediately, a powerful aura erupted around her, and she declared, "Today, I will eliminate the harm for the sect." Seeing that she was unharmed, the old man remained confident, preparing to use his martial arts. You two think you can kill me? I originally showed you some mercy, calling me uncle, and even intended to treat you kindly. Now, it seems, you'll have to experience some suffering." With that, he launched his attack toward her, and at the same time, she also executed her move. The matriarchal seal, a clash of two spiritual forces, instantly collided. However, Chang Chun was stronger in terms of spiritual power, and she was quickly sent flying. Seeing that he was able to overpower Wu Shuang, he smugly said, "Who gave you the confidence, thinking you could defeat me with your delicate skills honed in luxury?" While the old man was not paying attention, Lin Jing quickly closed the distance, charging forward with 7 times the speed. The old man noticed and immediately gritted his teeth, letting out a hiss of frustration. He swiftly turned around to counterattack, shouting, "You don't know the meaning of life and death." The two of them launched their attacks at each other. When their moves collided, Lin Jing activated his burst of power, using the strength of both demon and human, immediately forcing back Chang Chun's strike. As Lin Jing charged forward, the old man managed to tilt his body to the side, but was still grazed on his left arm, leaving him shocked. Furious, he yelled, "Beast!" Then, he charged straight at Lin Jing. A gigantic fist appeared, seemingly capable of crushing Lin Jing instantly. When Chang Chunlu's attack arrived, Lin Jing desperately triggered another burst of speed, amplifying it to 11 times. The old man, by this point, was beginning to feel fatigued. He thought to himself, "This kid, even a golden core second-level cultivator, couldn't avoid my punch." He then shouted loudly, let me see just how much longer you can dodge. At that moment, a massive hand appeared above Lin Jing's head, and in the next instant, it slammed him down to the floor, leaving him no time to react, only able to endure the pain. Lin Jing lay sprawled on the ground, covered in wounds, silently thinking, I'm still not strong enough. Mu Chang-chun is much stronger than the golden core cultivators from the Wu Ji sect. The old man, seeing that he had defeated him, smugly said, and yet, you're still holding on by a thread. Well then, take another strike from me. Just as he was about to deliver his next blow, Wu Shuang suddenly unleashed the mystic heavenly sword formation. From behind, thousands of sword blades shot straight towards him. Chang Chun glanced over and thought to himself, this is martial arts master level. Immediately, he conjured a dazzling golden armor and donned it, shouting, radiant armor. At this point, she was exhausted from the previous strike but still forced herself to keep fighting. She extended both hands forward, gathering spiritual power, and said, go. Despite the thousands of sword blades coming at him, he tried to resist with his armored body. However, in the next moment, his armor cracked open. From his solid shoulders to his firm abdomen, everything shattered, causing him to be thrown backward. His body crashed into a large pillar, cracking it and causing a few stones to fall. Lin Jing, lying on the floor, watched the entire process, her heart filled with astonishment. She thought to herself, is this the power of martial arts master level? It seems that I will have to learn some powerful martial arts in the future, or else I will be at a disadvantage in battle. At this moment, Chang Chun, severely injured but still grinning, laughed out loud. Ha ha! He laughed, saying, this makes both of you who were just relieved now tense and startled. The golden core inside him emitted electric sparks of spiritual power, and he laughed with satisfaction, saying, unfortunately, your mystic heavenly sword formation can't break my golden core. In the end, I am the one who wins. At this moment, Wu Shuang was completely exhausted. She collapsed onto the floor, clutching her chest and coughing for a while before shouting, this guy. She glanced at him and said, Lin Jing, I can only rely on you. Lin Jing, who had just gotten back up, grabbed a few pills in his hand and said, no problem. After saying that, he popped all the pills into his mouth. Immediately, his body was filled with energy again, and he activated his critical hit, Healing Master 13. The critical hit activation restored his spiritual power by 8 times. Now fully re-energized, he waved his hand toward the old man and said, come at me, your opponent is me. Without hesitation, the old man sped toward Lin Jing with lightning speed, catching him off guard. He screamed madly, you naive kid, you think you can defeat me by popping a few pills? As the old man launched his attack, Lin Jing triggered his critical hit with 25 times the speed boost to dodge the strike. The old man continued to shout, this isn't over yet. Lin Jing, refusing to back down, retorted, bring it on. From there, the two of them continued to trade blows with rapid speed. When the old man tried to trap him, Lin Jing managed to dodge just in time. The old man, seemingly losing his mind, yelled, you bastard. If you have the guts, stop dodging. Although Lin Jing was constantly dodging, he still confidently responded, I'm not dodging, I'm leading you around like a dog. At the same time, he thought to himself, as expected. Although the martial arts master level of Li Wuxuan was unable to kill him, it still inflicted significant injuries on him, clearly diminishing his strength. At this point, Chang Chun had lost all patience, pulling out a talisman and shouting loudly, you damn little beast, I will definitely tear you into 1,000 pieces. Azure Abyss Prison. Immediately, the two of them were trapped inside a transparent cube. Wu Shuang, below, anxiously reminded him, Lin Jing, be careful. Azure Abyss Prison will continue to shrink the space, and without a golden core cultivation, it's impossible to break free. The old man above, filled with arrogance, charged straight toward him, saying, now let me see where you can run. Lin Jing turned around, frowning in irritation, and yelled, just what I wanted. In that instant, he swung his sword as the old man flew toward him, silently praying, system, critical hit, give me some support. Whether I live or die depends on you now. Speed, power, damage, activate them all for me. Then, his sword and the old man's fist collided, triggering a 25x power critical hit, a 20x speed critical hit, and a 10x damage critical hit. The next moment, a loud explosion echoed from the cube. The old man gritted his teeth and looked down, immediately screaming in pain as Lin Jing's sword pierced through him. At this moment, the old man was filled with fear and said, "No, please, don't kill me." Lin Jing's mood was very dark at this point, and he irritably said, "Fine, I'll ask you, you answer. If you dare lie, I'll shatter your golden core." The old man immediately broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly said, all right, if I know anything, I will tell you everything, just don't kill me." Lin Jing coldly replied, "Fine, as long as you are honest now, I won't kill you. But if you dare pull any tricks..." Then he threw him against the wall, swiftly passing by the old man. It turned out that he had taken out a bag of items and activated the triple loot reward. Holding the bag in his hand, he asked the old man, "Is there anyone else involved in the ambush against us besides you?" The old man hurriedly answered, "No, such matters cannot be blown out of proportion. Li Changji only sent me." Lin Jing asked again, "How did you contact Li Changji?" The old man quickly replied, "I used a sound transmission charm. Deputy sect leader instructed that once the person is captured, I must contact him immediately." Lin Jing raised his hand to his chin, thought for a moment, and then said, "So that means Li Changji doesn't know the current situation. If that's true, following the proper procedure, maybe we can safely return to the sect." At this point, Wu Shuang also interrupted, asking, "Second uncle, why would I want to betray the sect? He is the person my father and grandfather trusted the most. Why would he do such a thing?" Chang Chun frantically shook his head and said, "I don't know. He only ordered me to capture you and bring you to the Broken Dragon sect. He didn't tell me anything else. Everything I know, I've already told you. Please spare my life." Wu Shuang turned to look at Lin Jing, wanting to ask for his opinion. "What should we do with him?" Lin Jing replied, "Give him the Radiant Spirit Pill. It's a type of poison similar to what Wu Feng was affected by. Once consumed, it will make it impossible for him to manipulate spiritual qi." Chang Chun reached out, intending to take the Radiant Spirit Pill. "Fine, I'll take it." He thought to himself, "You fools, the Radiant Spirit Pill is completely useless to someone at my Golden Core stage." Lin Jing approached him with a somewhat mischievous look on his face. "Let me feed it to you." Chang Chun blushed. "This isn't appropriate. I'm a traditional man." Without saying more, Lin Jing grabbed his face, slapped him a few times, and ordered, "Open your mouth." Startled by the forceful action, Chang Chun couldn't help but cry out. He cursed under his breath, "You damn little bastard. Once I recover my spiritual qi, I'll carve you into 1,000 pieces." But soon after consuming the Radiant Spirit Pill, something changed within him, and then, he snorted, "How could this be?" He yelled at Lin Jing, "What exactly did you make me eat? How can the Radiant Spirit Pill have this kind of effect? You shameless beast." Chang Chun couldn't help but curse him back. Lin Jing's face started to fill with anger as he was harshly scolded by the old man with the many whiskers. Seeing this, Chang Chun hesitated a bit. He stammered, "A." With that, Lin Jing handed him a piece of paper. "Now send a message to Li Changji, telling him that you accidentally killed Li Wu Shuang." The paper in Chang Chun's hand started speaking with Changji's voice. "Mu Chang Chun, are you contacting me now? Is the job done?" Chang Chun quickly replied, "Deputy sect leader, Li Wu Shuang has recovered her cultivation and desperately fought back. I couldn't control the power and ended up killing her." Upon hearing this, Changji's voice grew louder. "What?" He began cursing, "You worthless fool, failing when success was within reach. If it weren't for Li Wu Shuang being held as a hostage, the three sects wouldn't have been able to force my father into handing over the sacred vein. My plan, which was so close to succeeding, might be ruined now." Chang Chun quickly tried to calm Changji down. "It's all my fault, deputy sect leader, please don't be angry." Li Changji's voice softened slightly. "Never mind, after you return to the sect, make sure to keep claiming that Li Wu Shuang was captured by people from Wuji's sect. Even if he's dead, I'll use this to trick Mu Chang Chun into handing over the sacred vein." Understood, Chang Chun replied. He then turned to Lin Jing and said, I've done everything you asked, can you spare my life? Wu Shuang stood up, walked over to him, and said seriously, as long as you return to the sect and honestly accuse Li Changji, I will let father spare your life. Lin Jing smiled and said to Wu Shuang, this time, we can finally return to the sect. He thought to himself, the jade pendant of Li Wu Tian belongs to me, I should retrieve it now. On the other side, Changji cursed in frustration, gritting his teeth, Broken Dragon sect, Wu Ji sect, and even Mu Changchun, they are all a bunch of worthless fools. They can't even capture a little girl poisoned by a simple toxin. Unable to hold back a sigh, he turned and waved, intending to find someone. Now, I can only think of a way to stabilize the situation. The sound of Changji's hurried footsteps echoed, as if he were in a rush. He ran to Chang Ching and spoke with urgency, Big brother, this is bad. Chang Chang looked at his anxious appearance and couldn't help but ask, what's going on? Why are you so flustered? You have no dignity at all. Chang Ji appeared to be in a state of great panic. Big brother, Wu Shuang has been captured by the people of the Wu Ji sect. Chang Ching couldn't believe his ears. He stood up, intending to deny everything. What? No, that can't be. This must be fake news. Chang Ji hurried to explain, this is the information that Mu Changchun just sent back. Moreover, I've already sent someone to confirm it. Wu Shuang is indeed in the hands of the Wu Ji sect. Hearing that his daughter was in danger, Chang Ching lost his composure, his voice trembling. So, what should we do now? Chang Ji suggested, Big brother, how about we use the sacred vein to exchange for Wu Shuang's return? Chang Ching immediately rejected this idea. No, the sacred vein is too important to the sect. Besides, father still needs it to recover from his injuries quickly. Upon hearing this, Chang Ji tried to convince him further. But Wu Shuang is not only your daughter, she is also the future of the sect. If something happens to her, the loss to the sect would be immeasurable. Chang Ching was put in a difficult position and rubbed his forehead. Let's wait for Mu Changchun to return first. I want to ask him personally. If there's no other way, you may go to the Wu Ji sect to negotiate. Chang Ji smiled a sinister smile, having achieved his goal. He replied, yes. That morning, Chang Ji and Chang Ching personally went to meet Mu Changchun. Chang Ji reported the progress to Chang Chang. Mu Changchun has sent word, they are coming soon. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden dragon boat appeared, glowing brightly as it flew through the air and stopped in front of the group. The steps of the ancient ship descended, and Chang Chun's figure slowly stepped down. Seeing this, Chang Ji quickly asked, Mu Changchun, hurry up and tell us in detail how Wu Shuang was captured by Wu Ji sect? When Chang Chun remained silent, he began to shout, are you deaf? Why aren't you speaking? Chang Cheng then spoke up, Mu Changchun, is it true that Wu Shuang was really captured by Wu Ji sect? Chang Chun shook his head, I don't know. Chang Ji, stirred by the answer, snapped, you don't know? Do you even understand what you're saying? At that moment, Wu Shuang and Lin Jing descended from the dragon boat. Wu Shuang spoke sarcastically, second uncle, were you hoping I would be captured? Chang Ji's face turned pale as he saw Wu Shuang return unscathed. No, this can't be. Wasn't she supposed to be killed? He turned to glare at Chang Chun as if he wanted to kill him. Mu Changchun, you have betrayed me. Chang Ching, seeing his daughter, was overjoyed. He exclaimed, Wu Shuang, my child, you're back. Wu Shuang quickly approached her father, embracing him tightly and comforting him, Father, I'm fine. You don't need to worry. Chang Ching patted her, it's good that you're fine, it's good that you're fine. I thought I would never see you again. Wu Shuang then explained to her father, it was thanks to Lin Jing, he blocked the way and protected me. Lin Jing respectfully saluted the sect leader. Chang Cheng frowned as he looked at Lin Jing, evaluating him to be at the third level of foundation stage. He turned to Wu Shuang and said, Wu Shuang, don't speak nonsense. He can't even protect himself, how could he protect you? Wu Shuang firmly replied, Father, I am telling the truth. You should reward Lin Jing. Chang Cheng reluctantly agreed, all right, I understand. Wu Shuang then shifted her gaze to Chang Ji. With a knowing glance, she said to him, I'm still alive, second uncle must be very disappointed, right? He was startled by her words, stammering, what do you mean? Chang Ji forced a smile, awkwardly saying, Wu Shuang, you're safe, second uncle is just relieved. In response, Wu Shuang gave him a disdainful smile. As she turned to face Chang Chun, she suddenly became furious and shouted at him, revealing everything she knew. Chang Chun immediately grew pale with fear. He stammered, de. Chang Chun knelt heavily on the ground, raising his hand in an attempt to explain, regardless of Chang Ji being nearby, sect leader, I was just left with no choice. As he spoke, the old man pointed towards Chang Ji, both of them being village heads. But before Chang Chun could finish his sentence, the old man suddenly screamed in intense pain, his eyes turning bloodshot. Immediately after, Chang Chun collapsed to the ground, clutching his head, still shouting in agony. The others, seeing him writhing in pain on the ground, were utterly confused. What's happening? What's going on? They exclaimed, their faces pale with fear, as though they had been cursed by something. Suddenly, one of them spoke up, I've seen this before. He shouted in terror, this kind of mark, the one who controls it can do anything. As he spoke, he pointed at Chang Chun, who was clutching his head, his eyes bloodshot from the pain. The one controlling life and death is over there. Hearing this, the group panicked. What? Is this possible? By this point, Chang Chun was foaming at the mouth, grinding his teeth against the pain. Eventually, it seemed as though he had run out of strength. His arm fell limp to the ground, and his body slumped over. Seeing this, the group fell into a heavy silence. One of them stepped forward to check on Chang Chun, placing a hand near his nose to feel for breath. Instantly, he turned around, panic evident on his face, and reported to the leader. Lord, he's dead. He's stopped breathing. Lin Jing frowned at the news, casting a glance at Chang Ji, cursing inwardly. Damn it, Chang Ji really does have some tricks up his sleeve. He clenched his fist tightly, staring at Chang Ji with a look of intense anger. On the other side, Chang Ji smiled faintly, thinking to himself, that was close. Thankfully, the master taught me the soul control technique, or this would have been a real problem. Chang Ji quickly adjusted his emotions, and with an awkward expression, he spoke, Big brother, it's all my fault for not reading people well. Mu Chang Chun was controlled by someone and sent me false information. At this point, Wu Shuang's anger erupted. She lunged forward, pointing at Chang Ji's face, clearly, you saw things were about to be exposed and killed to silence the witnesses. Chang Ji smiled gently, trying to explain, Wu Shuang, it's also because I was deceived by Mu Chang Chun that I misunderstood second uncle. Second uncle doesn't blame you, this is a soul control technique. Hearing him try to deny the guilt, Wu Shuang became furious, you yourself were scolded loudly by Chang Ching. Alright, the matter is clear now, he waved his hand, signaling to those nearby, it was all a misunderstanding. Everyone disperse. They all immediately complied, yes. The crowd slowly dispersed, leaving only Chang Ji and Lin Jing standing still, staring at each other. He smiled wickedly and said to Lin Jing, you're very impressive. I will take special care of you. Lin Jing was not one to back down either. He clasped his hands and responded with a stubborn attitude, thank you, Deputy Sect Leader. I will continue to do my best. Inside the study, Chang Ching furrowed his brow and asked Chang Ji, second brother, tell me the truth, do you know anything about Mu Chang Chun being controlled by someone? Chang Ji feigned innocence, elder brother, I truly don't know. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to seek Wu Shuang. This is definitely something planned by someone, trying to sow discord between us brothers. Chang Cheng, feeling a headache coming on, sighed in frustration. The sect was in a precarious situation, but fortunately, Song and I had finally returned. He sighed again, don't blame me for being overly worried. I still need to figure out how to reward Lin Jing. Chang Ji rubbed his chin uneasily and said, although Wu Shuang said that Lin Jing protected him and brought him back safely, I still feel that something about this situation is strange. Chang Qing turned to reply, "That's true." Looking at him, a third-stage foundation disciple, being able to protect Wu Shuang and bring him out of the three-sects territory, it's mostly just luck. Chang Ji understood his meaning and quickly asked, "So what does elder brother think?" Chang Qing revealed his plans. Wu Shuang has lived in the sect since he was young, focusing on cultivation, rarely interacting with outsiders. His heart is still pure. I'm worried that this recent experience might make him grow fond of Lin Jing. He is the future of the Qing Yuan sect, and he cannot be allowed such naive thoughts. We need to prevent this. I must sever these thoughts of his as soon as possible. Chang Ji agreed, "That's true." Wu Shuang has never been one to talk about love, so he must have been tricked by that kiddo. Big brother, we might as well just give him some cultivation resources and be done with it. He suddenly raised his voice as if to emphasize, if he knows his place, that's fine. But if he dares to think differently from Wu Shuang, kick him out of the sect immediately. Chang Qing finally made up his mind. Alright, let's go with that plan. Meanwhile, Lin Jing was resting in his room. He looked at the pills in front of him. The essence-boosting pills from Mu Chang Chun and the Treasure Pavilion were here. Now that he had returned to the sect, he could focus on improving his strength and peace. He swallowed an essence-boosting pill, and immediately, a violent burst of energy surged within him. His cultivation increased 15-fold. Lin Jing quickly focused on cultivating his strength, trying to absorb the energy from the essence-boosting pill. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Lin Jing opened his eyes, 5th level of the foundation stage. He could feel the power surging around his body inside. The system is truly powerful. Ordinary monks would have died from the violent effects of taking so many pills, but I'm perfectly fine. However, his expression soon became worried. Lin Jing silently cursed, "Damn it, all the spoils have almost been used up. I need to figure out a way to get more." With that thought, Lin Jing stepped outside. He ran into a group of people from the Qing Yuan sect, carrying goods and looking less than friendly. The one with purple hair spoke up, "Lin Jing, you escorted us with great effort. This is the sect's reward for you: 10 essence-boosting pills and access to martial arts. You may choose one set of royal martial arts." Lin Jing, after hearing this, furrowed his brows and clasped his hands, replying, "Thank you." He looked at his reward in confusion and thought, Wu Shuang, for better or worse, is one of the heirs of the sect. It's risky bringing her back, so the reward seems a bit much. I thought they would at least grant me an inner sect status, or even a direct disciple position. He comforted himself, but even being chosen for the royal martial arts was a privilege only granted to inner sect disciples. Thus, Lin Jing set off with determination to find another martial art, thinking to himself, I'm cultivating well nowadays, but the martial arts I have are still too few. Every time, I'm only able to go head to head. First, I need to pick a martial art that suits my cultivation, then I can go after that bastardly Wu Tian and take back the jade pendant. At the same time, in another place, Wu Tian sat cross-legged in a chair, his chin resting on his hand as he irritably said, I can't believe that worthless guy we left behind is still alive. I heard he escorted Li Wu Shuang all the way back. The strange younger brother said, there's no way he could have done it. Most likely, he just stumbled through, dodging left and right without being noticed. Wu Tian gritted his teeth and agreed, saying, that's true. I noticed that little sister seemed to lie to hide something, but he spoke with such a sinister tone. I'd love to be pursued by a worthless guy like that. The younger brother then chuckled and replied, brother, don't worry. I'll take care of that worthless guy. Wu Tian crossed his arms and instructed, in the sect, fighting is not allowed. Find a way to force him onto the duel stage, and then cripple him. The younger disciple stood straight and listened carefully before replying, understood. Meanwhile, Lin Jing had arrived at the martial arts pavilion. He cupped his hands and said to Elder Zhu, greetings, senior. I wish to go upstairs and choose a set of royal martial arts. The people present began to whisper among themselves, royal martial arts? Kiddo, who are you? You're not even a direct disciple, don't you know that? I heard it was him, the one who escorted Sister Wu Shuang back to the sect. Escorting, not protecting. Why would a golden core cultivator like Sister Wu Shuang need a foundation stage like him to escort her? It's obvious, he went with her just to take credit. Elder Zhu recalled Changji's instructions: if a person named Lin Jing comes, you must stop him, and may even need to take action to teach him a lesson, to probe the truth of his background. At the time, he had been so worried that he asked Changji, but if we act recklessly, what if? Before he could finish, Changji had cut him off, saying, "Don't worry, this is the sect master's will. Just do your job without concern." Thinking of this, Elder Zhu tightened his lips, his mind made up. He furrowed his brows deeply and firmly stated, "Royal martial arts can only be cultivated by direct disciples. You are not qualified for that." Upon hearing this, Lin Jing hesitated for a moment before presenting the reward token with a conflicted expression. "Senior, the reward from our sect allows us to choose a set of royal martial arts. This is the token." Zhu, the steward, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes closed, and decisively said, "I don't know where you obtained that token, but I do know that only inner disciples are allowed to go upstairs. Furthermore, you are only at the 5th layer of the foundation stage. How dare you think you are worthy of cultivating royal martial arts? Now, get out." The others nearby couldn't help but sneer in agreement. Exactly. What right does he have to receive such a huge benefit? Choosing royal martial arts? Yes, Zhu Steward should throw him out immediately. Unexpectedly, Lin Jing didn't back down. He furrowed his brows and spoke up. This was granted by the sect. What right do you, a mere steward, have to stop me? Zhu, the steward, was enraged upon hearing this. He released his aura, scolding. "Impudent! Who do you think you are?" The crowd around them eagerly anticipated the drama, some even chiming in with mocking words. Serves him right for daring to clash with the steward. Doesn't he know that Zhu, the steward, is at the peak of the foundation stage? His vitality is on par with that of golden core monks. Just releasing a little pressure from his spiritual aura, and this kid won't be able to withstand it. Lin Jing furrowed his brows, gritting his teeth as he endured the pressure from Zhu, then said, "The sect strictly forbids personal disputes. Even stewards are no exception. Do you not fear the sect's punishment for your actions?" But Elder Zhu sneered in disdain. I just accidentally released a bit of spiritual pressure. How can that be called a competition?" At that moment, Lin Jing smiled. He released his spiritual pressure while asking, "Is that so? Then I'm relieved." Immediately, the spiritual pressure burst from Lin Jing was amplified 15 times in front of Elder Zhu. The old man quickly leaped backward, exclaiming, What's going on?" No, a 5th level foundation stage cultivator shouldn't have this kind of pressure. The onlookers widened their eyes in shock. What's happening? Why are my legs trembling? This guy. Who exactly is he? Lin Jing's voice turned cold as he asked, "Can I choose royal martial arts now?" Elder Zhu was so terrified that sweat poured down his face. You! Without saying much more, Lin Jing immediately opened his eyes wide, increasing his spiritual pressure by 30 times. Elder Zhu was struck pale, vomiting a mouthful of blood. He hurriedly said, yes, royal martial arts are all on the 2nd floor. Having gotten what he wanted, Lin Jing retracted his spiritual pressure, leaving those around him stunned. He walked up the stairs in a huff. Humph. Lin Jing took each step forcefully as he ascended to the 2nd floor. He looked at the books in front of him and murmured, Royal Martial Arts, Lesser Heaven Earth Palm, Frozen Heart Technique, Yellow Tear Mountain Crushing Fist. Lin Jing opened each book and skimmed through them, then commented, although these martial arts are not bad in rank, it seems none of them are suitable for me. Suddenly, he noticed something on the bookshelf nearby. Seeing a book lying in the corner, Lin Jing was greatly surprised. The Royal Grade Top Tier Martial Art, Sword Art of the Grand Void. He quickly opened it to take a look. The Sword Art of the Grand Void was not limited to any specific form, all weapons could be transformed into sword techniques, making all kinds of weapons feel like swords, achieving the highest realm of sword art. Lin Jing happily mused, "This doesn't seem like a royal martial art, so why have I never heard of anyone practicing it before?" He turned to a page that contained a method and nearly dropped the book in shock. This martial art is incomplete. But it's fine, if the sword art of the Grand Void is cultivated to its peak, relying on the divine transformation of the sword chi will form on its own. In the end, Lin Jing concluded, it fits my explosive attribute, and its power could be extremely promising. He took the book downstairs to meet Zhu, the steward, and inquired about this martial art edition. The old man, now slightly wary of Lin Jing, was unable to follow the sect's rules for imprinting the cultivation. To avoid wasting time in cultivation, only the martial arts that others had successfully cultivated could be imprinted onto a disciple. Despite his fear, Zhu, with a sneer, dismissed Lin Jing. "This edition of the sword decision is incomplete. Do you really think you're some kind of peerless genius?" Lin Jing reluctantly asked, "So, it's fine if we don't perform imprinted cultivation here, right?" Elder Zhu crossed his arms, clearly irritated. "It's up to you, but it's limited to 1 hour. After that, regardless of whether you've succeeded in your cultivation or not, I will take back this sword decision." Upon hearing this, Lin Jing immediately sat down on the spot, and those around him were astonished. Is he really going to practice martial arts right here? Has he lost his mind? It's not easy to get a royal martial arts manual, and he's picked one that's incomplete. What a waste of an opportunity, better give it to me. But Lin Jing didn't care. He began reading the book, savoring each word. The so-called divine transformations were incredibly varied. There was no need for a sword to wield the sword, as the sword could be manifested through divine will. The sword chi would take shape on its own, leading to an enlightenment of the divine mysteries. As he read on, a strange sense of doubt suddenly arose within him. Why did he have the feeling that the person who left this sword decision had used a brush instead of a sword, writing each move to form this manual? In his mind, every move came to life in clear detail. He was stunned. At that moment, his comprehension surged, multiplying by 30 times. Lin Jing furrowed his brow, his face darkening as he gradually entered a trance-like state. In that mystical space, he encountered a mysterious man. The man wielded a gigantic sword, which was lowered before Lin Jing. He widened his eyes, witnessing it all. In the end, his expression stabilized, and when he returned to reality, it seemed that he had fully comprehended this martial art. At this moment, Zhu, the overseer, also placed his hands on his hips and announced, 1 hour has passed, great genius. Now, hand over that martial arts manual and then get lost. A few people spoke up, discussing among themselves, this guy has been staring at the clock for an entire hour, just staring blankly, afraid of what? He can't understand anything, what a waste, wasting an opportunity. He doesn't know his own limits, who told him to pick the incomplete version? Has anyone ever mastered it before? Suddenly, Lin Jing pressed his 2 fingers together, and immediately, green swords appeared around him. Lin Jing stomped his foot on the floor, and those swords used their power to lift him into the air. Lin Jing coldly glared at Zhu, making him stagger backward onto the floor. In a panic, Zhu shouted, "Here, here!" The people around them spoke in astonishment. "The sword energy is terrifying, he's mastered it." They pointed in disbelief. Wasn't the sword art of the Grand Void incomplete? No one has ever mastered it, how is he doing it? Lin Jing didn't say a word. He waved his hand and retracted the sword art of the Grand Void, then picked up the martial arts manual. Lin Jing walked outside without paying any attention to the gazes of the others. He thought, the sword art of the Grand Void is definitely not ordinary, it's just incomplete, but at the very least, it's a martial arts manual at the local level. In his mind, he silently calculated, wondering if the senior who left it behind had any chance of finding the remaining parts. While he was lost in thought, a furious voice suddenly shouted, "Lin Jing, get out here now!" Outside the martial arts pavilion, Lin Jing was surrounded by the disciples of the Qing Yuan sect. Shu Kuan, Li Wutian's trusted aide, led the group of disciples and smiled as he spoke. "You're Lin Jing, the one who escorted Sister Wu Shuang back to the sect, aren't you?" Faced with the hostility of the group, Lin Jing frowned and retorted. What do you want? At this moment, Zhu Kuan sneered and mocked him. A worthless fifth-layer foundation stage cultivator like you dares to claim that you escorted Sister Wu Shuang back to the sect? It's not the worthlessness that's so appalling, it's the shamelessness that disgusts others. Not wanting to waste any more time with these troublesome people, Lin Jing disdainfully said. Are you done? If you're finished, then get lost. Don't waste my time. Feeling enraged at being dismissed as trash, Zhu Kuan snarled. Humph, do you dare to have a duel with me? Let me see what you're capable of. The disciples behind him immediately cheered in unison. Senior brother Zhu Kuan, show him your might. Teach him a lesson, senior brother. Senior brother Kuan is a 7th-layer foundation stage expert, having entered the foundation stage 2.5 years ago. Dealing with him will be as easy as flipping a hand. But Lin Jing wasn't foolish enough to fall for his provocation. He raised his hand in disagreement. Are you sick? Whether I escorted Li Wu Shuang back or not is a matter for the sect to decide. Do you think you have the right to jump in and shout your mouth off? Seeing Lin Jing's reaction, Zhu Kuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha, as expected of a worthless, shameless fool. You don't even have the courage to fight me. However, Lin Jing merely brushed past him and left behind a mocking remark. I'm not your father, I don't have time to play with you. His sudden, indifferent attitude made Zhu Kuan grit his teeth in anger, fuming as he plotted silently. No, I must force this worthless fool into the duel arena, otherwise, there's no way to defeat him openly. With that thought, Zhu Kuan shot a glance at Lin Jing's retreating figure and called out provocatively. I didn't expect someone as worthless as you to have such luck, abandoned on a deadly battlefield and still managed to survive and return. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Jing froze for a moment, then abruptly spoke, Wait. Seeing Zhu Kuan's smug grin, Lin Jing furrowed his brows and asked. Were you one of Li Wu Tian's men back then? Upon hearing Lin Jing recognize him, Zhu Kuan smiled arrogantly and replied. Remembered, huh? You must be wanting revenge, right? Facing Zhu Kuan's provocation, Lin Jing calmly asked. Where is my jade pendant? Zhu Kuan, seeing Lin Jing's sudden loss of composure, grew even more interested, pretending to stroke his chin and thought. Are you talking about the jade pendant you lost? Ha, it was probably sold off by Wu Tian brother without a second thought. At these words, a murderous glint clearly flashed in Lin Jing's eyes. He gritted his teeth and repeated angrily. Where did he sell it? Zhu Kuan, seeing that Lin Jing had fallen into his trap, was delighted, and issued a challenge. Want to know? Come to the duel arena and face me. If you win, I'll tell you. Seeing him set such a condition, Lin Jing immediately responded with a sinister smile. Fine, I originally didn't want to cause trouble, but you brought this upon yourself. The foolish prey, Zhu Kuan, secretly felt smug inside, unaware that he was about to face danger. Good, the trap is set. After that, he began gesturing with his hands, loudly giving orders to the surrounding disciples. You lot, go and bring more people here. I want to slowly teach this worthless, fame-seeking fool a lesson on behalf of the sect. Once the arrangements were made, Zhu Kuan smiled arrogantly, giving Lin Jing a contemptuous glance and sneering. Don't run away later, little worthless. A while later, the two of them, Zhu Kuan and Lin Jing, arrived at the arena of the Qing Yuan sect. They were surrounded by a crowd of curious disciples. A disciple with gray hair glanced at Lin Jing, then frowned and asked, Lin Jing, I heard that the guy escorting Sister Wu Shuang has returned. The person next to him responded with disdain, I heard that Sister Wu Shuang couldn't stand his fame-seeking tricks, so she came to teach him a lesson. He looked at the two men standing tall, eyeing each other, then hesitantly asked, what if he really has the strength? But that thought was immediately dismissed by the other guy. Just based on him, if Brother Zhu couldn't defeat him within 5 moves, it would be considered an unpredictable performance. At that moment, Zhu Kuan was preparing to step onto the arena when a disciple suddenly approached, whispering the information he had just gathered. Brother Cohen, I overheard something. That kid in the scripture pavilion has managed to cultivate a broken sword decision, and its power is astounding. Should we be a bit more cautious? Upon hearing this, Ju Kuan felt as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt. He furrowed his brow, thinking for a moment, then said, "This worthless kid, when I first dealt with him, he wasn't even at the foundation stage. Now, he's at the 5th level of the foundation stage, and his progress is shockingly fast." He then glanced over at Lin Jing, quietly assessing him. Unless he truly had some kind of fortuitous encounter, Ju Kuan thought. Still, his pride wouldn't allow him to let go of this opportunity. As Ju Kuan resolutely walked forward, he silently told himself, "No, if that's the case, I must eliminate him before he has a chance to grow. Otherwise, sooner or later, he'll become a disaster for me and Brother Wu Tian." When the two had stepped onto the arena, Elder Wu began to introduce the rules of the duel. Once you step onto the arena, you bear the consequences of your actions. But once the opponent concedes, you must not continue to strike. Do you understand? Lin Jing nodded in agreement, understood. But Ju Kuan suddenly spoke up, "Hold on." Before the astonished gaze of Elder Wu, Ju Kuan raised his hand arrogantly and said, "I challenge a fight to the death." The surrounding disciples fell into a state of panic upon hearing his words. They stammered, "A fight to the death, this means there's no way out." One disciple furrowed his brow and added, "But isn't it the sect's rule that?" However, some, who were eager to stir up more chaos, shouted loudly in support, "All right, I want to see rivers of blood." At this moment, on the arena, Elder Wu furrowed his brow and asked for his opinion once again. "Shu Kuan, the sect recently prohibited inner disciples from arbitrarily engaging in." But halfway through his words, he was met with Zhu Kuan's supremely confident gaze, as though he had already guaranteed victory in this battle. After a brief pause for thought, Elder Wu gritted his teeth and realized where this confidence was coming from. He cursed inwardly, "Troublesome, this is Li Wu Tian's decision. There's no other choice, it seems I have no option." Under the pressure of authority, Elder Wu had no choice but to grit his teeth and accept. "Fine, then the fight to the death will begin." Lin Jing stood aside, observing everything, and also noticed the deeper implications behind the glances and gestures of the two. He coldly thought to himself, "These sycophants. Without even asking me, the person involved, whether I agree, they just directly announced the start." Moreover, since the Qing Yuan sect had begun their siege, it had already strictly prohibited any disciples from engaging in fights to the death. Thinking of this, Lin Jing gave a disdainful glance at Zhu Kuan, who was arrogantly showing off in front of him, and quietly sighed. Li Wu Tian and the sect really had some face, yet Zhu Kuan failed to notice the contempt hidden in his eyes. He still seriously assumed a fighting stance and spoke, "If that's the case, then it's just as well. I was originally going to spare your life." Zhu Kuan furrowed his brows as he looked at Lin Jing, who remained calm on the opposite side, and began to channel his spiritual power. He silently calculated, planning to directly unleash his strongest strike to take Lin Jing's life, ensuring he wouldn't have a chance to resist. Then, Zhu Kuan raised his sword high above his head, channeling his spiritual power around it, making it glow with a strange, eerie light. With that, he rushed towards Lin Jing. He thought to himself smugly that this strike of his could even rival that of the Golden Core stage. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Kuan swung the sword down, unleashing a huge surge of spiritual power with it, aiming to strike Lin Jing's head and take his life instantly. In his madness, he muttered in his mind, "No matter how capable you are, don't even think about escaping." Just as the powerful sword strike was about to land on Lin Jing's head, Zhu Kuan's eyes suddenly flashed with a crazed killing intent, and he silently added more force to his strike. However, everything that happened next was far from what Zhu Kuan had expected. The sharp sword in his hand suddenly shattered into pieces, scattering into fragments before his horrified gaze. Taking advantage of the moment when Zhu Kuan was still in a daze, staring at his own sword, Lin Jing quickly dashed in front of him. Coldly clenching his fist, he prepared to throw a punch. Within seconds, Lin Jing struck fiercely at Zhu Kuan's dantian, causing him excruciating pain. Blood poured from his mouth as he let out a terrible scream. Then, with just that single punch from Lin Jing, Zhu Kuan was sent flying through the air like a torn teddy bear. The disciples of Qing Yuan sect who were standing around watched in shock, their eyes wide and mouths agape, unable to speak. It wasn't until a moment later that one of them cried out in fear. I didn't just see that, did I? Zhu. Brother Zhu Kuan was defeated by a single person. After the scream of agony, the disciples of Qing Yuan sect immediately erupted into chaos. They fixated on the scene in the arena and began to murmur among themselves. Brother Zhu Kuan, one of the strongest disciples in the core group, how could he not even put up a fight? That was too fast, faster than when I got married. Under the astonished gazes and whispers of those around him, Lin Jing merely gave Zhu Kuan a calm glance and thought to himself. After all, he's only at the foundation stage. Comparing him to me, who once defeated a golden core stage, he's simply not in the same league. Then, Lin Jing bent down, gently blowing on his fist to cool off the heat still radiating from the punch he had just delivered. After resolving everything, he immediately stepped in front of Zhu Kuan, who was struggling to sit up on the other side of the arena. Just as Zhu Kuan was about to rise, he was forced back to the ground with just one foot pressed down by him. Lin Jing, his voice seething with anger, demanded, "Where is the jade pendant?" Confronted directly with the overwhelming power of Lin Jing, Zhu Kuan, terrified, coughed repeatedly and mumbled in a pleading tone, "Cough, cough, the jade pendant was sold to Wanshan Pavilion, please, don't kill me." But under his fearful and pleading gaze, Lin Jing's face darkened as he lifted his foot. Frowning slightly, he responded coldly, "That won't do. It was you who proposed the life and death duel, how could I back down?" Desperate, Zhu Kuan lay there, staring at his shoes, resigned to the fact that he was about to be crushed underfoot, as Lin Jing's deep, guttural voice echoed as if from the depths of hell, "I will not grant you mercy." Just as Lin Jing was about to end Zhu Kuan's life, a surge of spiritual power suddenly struck, accompanied by a forceful shout, "Stop!" But Lin Jing reacted swiftly, activating his evasive ability at 8 times the normal speed. All that was left was the faint outline of his figure being struck by the power. Wu, the elder, stood in front of Zhu Kuan, who was still lying on the ground in a daze, and spoke sternly, "Enough, you've won." Seeing that he was reversing the rules just to protect the coward, Lin Jing's brow furrowed in fury, and he growled, "Sect rules forbid anyone from intervening in a life and death duel. Are you trying to break the rules?" Confronted with Lin Jing's blazing eyes, Wu, without any shame, twisted the facts, saying, "When sect members fight, one should show mercy and tolerance." Although he said that outwardly, deep down, he was cursing the idiot Zhu Kuan who caused all this trouble. Damn it, if it weren't for Zhu Kuan being Li Wutian's trusted aide, if he died here, it would be hard for me to shirk responsibility. I don't want to get involved in this mess. Lin Jing grew even angrier when he heard these shameless words from him. He raised his voice and asked back, "You said it was a life or death battle. If there's no distinction between life and death, how can it be called a life and death battle?" However, Sect Master Wu frowned and responded loudly with extremely insincere words. "It's just a dispute. The sect has long forbidden conducting life and death battles. If you kill him, it would violate the sect's rules." The disciples surrounding them, upon hearing what he said, began to criticize Lin Jing as well. Although it was called a life and death battle, there was no blood feud between fellow disciples. "That's right, Lin Jing is being too vicious," Long Yi sneered, "he has no sense of decency." Seeing these shameless people turn the blame on him, Lin Jing, in a fit of rage, shouted, Fine, I'll reason with you. If you want to act like thugs with me, I'll thug it out with you." "Then you want to lecture me on reason? No matter what, you're the ones who are right, aren't you? Only he can kill me, but I'm not allowed to retaliate, is that it?" To prevent Lin Jing's words from inciting the idiots around them, Sect Master Wu hastily intervened to mediate. "Anyway, you've won, and you're not injured. I advise you to just let this matter go." The group of disciples acted all righteous, stepping forward to advise. "Right, aren't you fine? Besides, with Zhu Kuan brother's character, he's sure to show mercy, there's no sense of brotherly solidarity at all." The more Lin Jing listened, the angrier he got. He darkened his face and gritted his teeth. If that's the case, and suddenly, thousands of sword chi appeared behind him, radiating blinding white light. Lin Jing shouted in anger. So what if I don't follow? It was only then that Elder Wu realized the situation had spiraled beyond his control. He was startled and yelled out in threat. Lin Jing, what do you want? Don't force me to take action. Don't think that Zhu Kuan is invincible. I am a cultivator of the silver stage of Golden Core. Wu's threats only fueled the fire in Lin Jing's heart, causing his rage to flare even more. He angrily grabbed a sword close to him and roared. Golden Core monks. In the blink of an eye, Lin Jing tightened his grip on the sword in his hand and lunged forward, shouting fiercely. I've killed before. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Jing unleashed a blast of golden spiritual qi, striking forcefully toward Elder Wu, who was standing in front of Zhu Kuan. However, Wu was quick to raise a protective barrier in front of him. Elder Wu growled in fury. Impudent! Who do you think you are? At this moment, Lin Jing was beyond enraged. He sneered mockingly, then sent all the sword chi behind him hurtling toward them. Who am I? I'm your father. He skillfully controlled the sword aura, thrusting it directly at Zhu Kuan, who was desperately hiding beneath the purple barrier, while loudly declaring. Today, even if the Heavenly King himself comes, he won't be able to save him. I told you. Wu, the steward, looked at the thousands of sword auras about to collide with his barrier and coldly snorted with great confidence. Humph, little trickster, do you think I... But before he could finish his sentence, he was struck with fear and shock by the terrifying power of the sword aura. At that moment, Lin Jing had activated his abilities on each stream of sword aura. Activate critical damage multiplier 9, activate critical damage multiplier 6, activate critical damage multiplier 3, activate critical damage multiplier 12, activate critical damage multiplier 7, activate critical damage multiplier 4, activate critical damage multiplier 3. And then, a sword aura with a critical damage multiplier of 12 struck the barrier with great force, causing the crack that had formed earlier to spread even further. In the blink of an eye, the barrier shattered under the immense power of the sword aura, sending Wu, the steward, flying backward from the recoil. He crashed onto the ground of the arena, while the inner disciples around him looked on in stunned disbelief. By the time Wu, the steward, regained his composure from the devastating blow, he muttered in panic. How is this possible? Then, he immediately fainted, as the disciples around him gawked in shock. After witnessing this fierce battle, they began to whisper in a state of panic. Wu the steward has lost too. Wu, the third level of the Golden Core stage? Am I dreaming? I'm starting to believe that he actually escorted Sister Wu Shuang back to the sect. Meanwhile, Lin Jing stood on the arena, immediately clenching his fists and sighing, indeed, for me, every attack can trigger a critical strike. The sword art of the Grand Void is the martial art most suited to me. With a casual move, I can easily defeat a third-level Golden Core expert. As for attack power, I'm not lacking for now. As he muttered to himself, suddenly, a powerful roar echoed from afar, everyone, stop. 5 figures appeared in the sky, descending rapidly. The red-haired leader shouted loudly, no one is allowed to move. When Zhu Kuan saw the 5 figures, he immediately looked up and stared at them, as if he had seen a savior. In an instant, he jumped to his feet, rushing forward while screaming, help, help! He wants to kill me! But before Zhu Kuan could run too far, Lin Jing suddenly closed the distance and swung his sword, causing Zhu Kuan to pale and let out a single cry. Lin Jing furrowed his brows, casting a contemptuous glance at the coward beneath the tip of his sword, and then loudly repeated the words he had said earlier, I've already said I'm sending you on your way, I will never go back on my word. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of the sword cutting through the wind rang out, followed by a spray of hot, red blood rising into the air, marking the moment when Zhu Kuan lost his life. The group of disciples froze for a few seconds as they stared at the horrifying scene before them, then panicked and cried out loudly. He's really gone insane, he really killed them. At that moment, Wu, the enforcer, had just regained consciousness and was dumbfounded at the sight of his fellow disciples being slaughtered. He stammered for a long time before speaking. You. Wu, his face turning pale, pointed at Lin Jing and roared in anger. You dare to kill your fellow disciples in front of the law enforcement? The sect will not forgive you. At that precise moment, the group of 5 jumped down to the spot where Lin Jing was standing. The leader of the group shouted his name. Lin Jing, you're incredibly bold, daring to kill in front of us. Surrounded by such a large group, Lin Jing was not flustered but calmly recited the sect's rules. I killed Zhu Kuan in accordance with the sect's deathmatch rules. As he said this, Lin Jing gave a sharp glance at the people surrounding him and continued. How is this considered slaughtering fellow disciples? The leader of the group frowned after hearing Lin Jing's words, tightening his fists and angrily retorting. The sect has long prohibited deathmatches. You are blatantly disrespecting the sect's rules. Immediately, he felt helpless and began secretly scheming in his heart, thinking of taking Lin Jing back to the law enforcement hall, planning how to kill him. Deputy sect leader would surely reward him greatly. As though hearing something incredibly amusing, Lin Jing chuckled and shook his head, explaining with a smirk, it was Zhu Kuan who requested the match, I was just defending myself. If you want to place blame, go find him. Seeing his calm attitude, the leader ground his teeth in anger. He pointed directly at Lin Jing's face and growled, sharp-tongued, take him down. Just as they were about to rush forward to capture him, Li Wushuang suddenly appeared and shouted, stop. The leader and his henchmen turned pale upon seeing her, stammering, Miss Wushuang. Wushuang landed next to Lin Jing, her face full of anger as she ordered loudly, everyone, step back. Under his astonished gaze, Wushuang, with a dark expression, extended her hand to shield the person behind her and threatened in a low, stern voice, today, let's see who dares to lay a hand on him. The henchmen, seeing the tense situation in front of them, anxiously turned to seek orders from the leader. What should we do? Regaining his composure, the leader's face darkened, and he spoke in a deep voice, reminding Miss Wushuang, Lin Jing has massacred his fellow disciples, his crimes are grievous. The law must be upheld, and we are here under orders to arrest him. Please, do not interfere. But Wushuang was not about to let him turn the tables, her brows furrowed as she mocked, or is this what you call a fair legal system? Then, in front of the pale-faced leader, Wushuang pointed to Wu Jiashi, who was hiding under the arena, and said with a cold tone, if that's the case, then arrest him first. Wushuang glanced at him with contempt before saying, knowing full well that the sect forbids disciples from engaging in life and death duels, yet he allows Zhu Kuan to challenge Lin Jing to a duel. Doesn't this show disrespect for the sect's rules? Faced with her fiery glare, the leader of the group turned pale, avoiding her gaze and stammering a reply, I haven't investigated this thoroughly yet. Because Wushuang appeared, they explained the situation respectfully. It could be that we arrived late and didn't have time to clarify the entire situation. We'll leave now. Seeing them trying to slip away unscathed, Li Wushuang, enraged, growled, leave? Who gave you permission to leave? The case hasn't been investigated yet, and you're casually taking people. You have quite a lot of nerve. She then pointed at the leader, whose face had darkened, and ordered, stay here honestly. After saying that, Wushuang immediately turned to angrily address Lin Jing, who had been quietly observing from the back, causing him to jump. Lin Jing, this person has bad intentions toward you. He's trying to frame you. Go slap him, let him remember this lesson for a long time. Lin Jing was stunned for a moment, then finally understood her intent. He smiled victoriously and replied, all right. Then, under the awkward gaze of the leader and Wushuang's burning, furious eyes, Lin Jing rubbed his hands together and grinned wickedly, well then, I won't be polite. Then, he immediately slapped the leader across the face, causing him to break a tooth and his face suddenly turned purple. As he struck, he joyfully exclaimed, here's a slap for you. It seemed that Lin Jing had used his internal energy in the blow, sending the leader crashing to the ground. He curled up, clutching his face and groaning in agony, while the henchmen stared in shock. The leader, holding his swollen, bruised face, glared at Lin Jing with hatred and shouted, you really dared to strike me? Before he could finish his words, the leader's gaze suddenly met the sharp, cold glint in Lin Jing's eyes, making him jump back in fear, unable to speak. What stood before him was Lin Jing's strange face. He coldly threatened, "I'm not just 8. Guess what will happen to you today if I decide to beat you to half your life?" The leader was so terrified that he jumped to his feet and ran away. Before leaving, he shouted, "Go, let's go." The henchman, who had been stunned by the entire scene, hurriedly responded, "A yes." Lin Jing coldly watched the group of people desperately running away, a mocking smile creeping on his face. A worthless person who bullies the weak like that just ran off. Wu Shuang, hearing him, felt extremely guilty. She bashfully turned her gaze away and stammered, "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. It's all because of me that I caused you so much trouble." Lin Jing saw her taking the responsibility on herself and got flustered, scratching his head to comfort her. "Ah, the cause this time isn't it? Actually, I have some conflict with your brother Tang. At first, he hurt me and sent me to the battlefield of the Broken Dragon sect." Wu Shuang, after hearing him, turned around worriedly to ask Han, "You're so powerful, and you still got targeted by that scum, brother Tang of mine?" Facing her sincere gaze, Lin Jing awkwardly stammered out an explanation. "Well." Under the gaze filled with affection and a hint of bashfulness from Wu Shuang, Lin Jing dumbly laughed a few times. At that moment, Wu Shuang gently spoke. "Shall we go together?" Lin Jing was completely captivated by Wu Shuang's sparkling, love-filled eyes, his face turning bright red as he stood frozen, staring at her. After a few seconds, he snapped out of it and gently replied, "All right." The scene then shifted to a rocky mountain covered by rows of lush trees. The clear sky indicated that it was a beautiful day. In the forest, Lin Jing observed his surroundings while asking a question. "How's the situation with Li Changji? Your father still doesn't believe he's a traitor." Wu Shuang, after hearing his question, let out a troubled sigh. "Yes, in fact, if it weren't for Mu Changchun's explanation, I wouldn't believe second uncle was a traitor either. He's my father's close brother, and his status in the sect is only below my father's. I really don't understand why he would do something like this." Seeing her mood suddenly worsen, Lin Jing frowned and reminded her, "From now on, you must be careful. Even inside the sect, you must always pay attention to your safety. Li Changji knows he has been exposed, and next, he will likely scheme against you." At this point, Wu Shuang suddenly looked up and gazed at him with sparkling eyes. "If that day really comes, will you still protect me like you did before?" Looking at Wu Shuang's shy, beautiful face, Lin Jing blushed and firmly replied, "I will. You are the daughter of the sect leader, the hope of the sect." However, after hearing this, Wu Shuang lowered her eyes in disappointment and softly replied, "Is it just because of that? What if I'm not the daughter of the sect leader, just an ordinary person?" Lin Jing glanced at her and mumbled to himself, "Perhaps it would still be the same." Seeing this, Wu Shuang became agitated and moved closer to him, asking the reason. Lin Jing, blushing deeply, scratched his head a few times, then hesitated before explaining, "Of course, it's because I'm quite passionate." At this moment, Wu Shuang suddenly moved closer, grabbed his shoulder, and shyly asked again, "Oh, is there no other reason?" Dazed by love, his mind went blank. Lin Jing hesitated and said, "Yes, actually, I feel that way about you." At this point, he suddenly stopped, unsure of what else to say. But Wu Shuang gently placed a finger on his lips, then softly reassured him, "That's good." As Lin Jing was stunned by her overly intimate gesture, she flashed him a sweet smile and added, "But for that reason, you'll have to tell me in the future." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Jing swallowed hard, showing just how conflicted he was feeling at that moment. Staring at the cute girl before him, he could no longer control his heart. He blushed and looked at her affectionately before nodding in agreement. At the same time, the intensity of his emotional turmoil increased by 30 times. After saying that, Wu Shuang took a step back and waved her hand to say goodbye. "I have to go back now, or my father will get angry again." As if remembering something, Wu Shuang smiled at Lin Jing and said, "Although I don't know why my father has rewarded you so little, I'll try to get you some more cultivation resources. I hope the next time we meet, you'll be even stronger." Encouraged by the person he loved, Lin Jing felt a surge of confidence, like he was filled with new strength. He confidently responded, "No problem." Then, Wu Shuang mounted her sword and flew up into the sky, her expression serious as she thought, "I must grow stronger." At this moment, both of them, with the same heart, were smiling as they envisioned their future. We have a future together. Wait until Wu Shuang had left, Lin Jing finally let out a sigh of relief. Fu had to make a trip to Wanshan Pavilion first to buy back that jade pendant. The scene shifted to the towering mountains, basking in the blazing sunlight. On a cliff covered with lush moss, Elder 12 stood solemnly, gazing at the majestic view below. He was wearing a pitch-black cloak that concealed his entire face. At that moment, Li Changji suddenly stepped forward, respectfully bowing to him. "My lord." Upon hearing the voice, Elder 12 turned to look at him with eyes burning with fury. He furrowed his brow and sharply questioned. "Li Changji, when will you finally obtain the sacred vein?" Changji turned pale and stammered in response. "Honored lord, because Li Wushuang safely returned, my plan was completely disrupted, so I may need a little more time." But at this point, the elder's patience had run out. He roared in fury. "I've sacrificed my blood essence to help you advance in cultivation, and the combined efforts of the three major sects to declare war on the Qing Yuan sect were all for the purpose of obtaining the sacred vein of the Qing Yuan sect. And now you tell me you need more time? Are you deliberately provoking my patience?" At the same time, Elder 12's anger flared, and his pure black spiritual qi erupted outward, causing Changji to fall to his knees in fear and beg for mercy. "Sir, please grant me a little more time." Faced with the imminent threat of death, his face turned pale as he desperately pleaded with him. "I will definitely be able to fully control the sacred vein." Elder 12 paused for a moment after hearing this, then set a deadline. "I will give you at most half a year. If you still fail, I will take both your life and your son's." Seeing that Elder 12 had waved him off, Changji quickly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, sir." Without waiting for him to finish, Elder 12 turned and rushed off. It was only when Elder 12 had gone far that Changji revealed his true expression. His face was ashen, and he gritted his teeth, swearing silently. "Once I obtain the sacred vein and my cultivation breaks through, the first person I will kill is you." A little while later, Li Changji returned to the forest outside the sect. As he tried to adjust his emotions, a disciple suddenly rushed over, shouting loudly. "Deputy sect leader, Wu Tian has flown into a rage and injured several people. You must go and check on him immediately." Meanwhile, inside a large room, the furious roar of Li Wutian could be heard. "Worthless, all worthless." He angrily kicked a disciple away and screamed frantically. "Even a 5th-level foundation stage cultivator can't handle it. Damn it, all of you deserve to die." However, that kick still couldn't quell the anger burning inside him. Wu Tian's face darkened as he grabbed the collar of the disciple and snarled, "Are you mocking me in your heart?" The disciple, seeing Wu Tian lose control, turned pale and stammered, No, I would never." But those words did nothing to calm Wu Tian's fury. He was beyond enraged, roaring, "Is that all? You dare not, but in your heart, you're ridiculing me. You can't even handle a worthless person, can you?" Feeling the grip around his neck tighten, the disciple panicked, his face turning even paler. He desperately tried to appease him, No, that's not it." Before he could finish speaking, Wu Tian squeezed harder, lifting him off the ground. The disciple's face turned purple, and he screamed, "Yes, damn it, that worthless Lin Jing deserves to die, you all deserve to die." As Wu Tian's grip tightened further, the unfortunate disciple lost consciousness entirely. His eyes rolled back, and foam started to spill from his mouth. At that moment, Zhang Zheng suddenly kicked the door open and rushed in, stopping Wu Tian, who had completely lost his mind, from continuing. Hearing his father's voice, Li Wutian immediately threw the nearly lifeless disciple aside, furiously turning to say, "Father, hurry, find a way to kill that Lin Jing." Li Changji, seeing his son lose all sense over a mere person, scolded angrily, "You let a small fry like Lin Jing disturb your peace of mind? How could you ever become a master?" After being scolded by his father, Wu Tian was filled with intense anger. He gritted his teeth and retorted, that worthless person, yet he's capable of defeating a third-tier golden core cultivator. He must have stumbled upon some sort of lucky chance, something that helped him. If he continues to grow, sooner or later, he will become a disaster. Changji waited for him to vent before slowly speaking. Well, now you're scared? I've warned you long ago to focus on your cultivation. Only by becoming stronger yourself can you have nothing to fear. Wu Tian, after hearing his father's words, clenched his teeth and fell into deep thought. Seeing his son lost in contemplation, Changji sighed deeply and nodded in agreement. But your analysis is not wrong. Lin Jing must be eliminated early, otherwise, he will become troublesome. Wu Tian, hearing that his father shared his thoughts, straightened his back and cautiously asked, but now he's able to defeat a third-tier golden core elder, and I am still just a golden core cultivator myself. Before Wu Tian could finish his sentence, Changji interrupted him. You still have your father's support. With that, Changji furrowed his brows, stroked his chin, and fell into deep thought, considering how to completely eradicate Lin Jing. After a long while of planning, Changji turned to look at the unfortunate disciple who had been sent to gather information and gave an order. Go find out for me. What's Lin Jing up to now? Not long after, the disciple who had been sent to gather intelligence returned and respectfully reported. Reporting to the vice sect master, someone saw Lin Jing leave the sect. It seems he is heading towards the Wanshan Pavilion. Wu Tian was struck by the words like a bolt of lightning, and he exclaimed loudly, Wanshan Pavilion, the jade pendant, it must be the jade pendant. After he confirmed what he wanted, he turned to discuss with the man. He had eliminated Zhu Kuan in order to gather information about the location of his ancestral jade pendant, which had originally been sold by a petty thief to the Wanshan Pavilion. Changji nodded in agreement, showing a satisfied expression. He spoke in a low voice, calculating that the jade pendant was extremely important to him, otherwise, he wouldn't be so eager to buy it back from Wanshan Pavilion. Just as well, if he were like Li Wu Shuang, who always stayed within the sect, I would have no way of capturing him. Saying that, he immediately summoned a token before him, preparing to contact someone. From within the token, a deep voice suddenly sounded, Li Changji, it's rare to hear from you. What's the matter? Changji paused for a moment and then responded thoughtfully, there's someone named Lin Jing, he will be coming to Wanshan Pavilion. Help me eliminate him, but in a discreet manner. On the other side, after a brief moment of consideration, the voice replied enthusiastically, agreed. What's the price? Changji furrowed his brows and said, 50,000 spirit stones. Wait a moment, I'll send you Lin Jing's appearance using a transmission talisman. Having found a good opportunity, the token began to glow, and a voice of excitement followed. Alright, at this time, in the Jun Tian market, people are bustling about, and the brightly colored stalls are being set up under the blazing sun. After a long journey, Lin Jing finally landed his sword on an empty plot of land next to the market. He quickly took off again, flying through the bustling crowd on the street, heading straight for his destination. Looking at the scene before him, Lin Jing couldn't help but exclaim, the Jun Tian market truly deserves to be the largest immortal cultivation market near the Qing Yuan sect. Comparing it to the Taoyuan market back then, it was just a place not even a chicken would bother with. At this moment, Lin Jing was standing in front of the grand gates of the Wanshan Pavilion, a towering building with extremely luxurious architecture. Lin Jing excitedly said, this is it, Wanshan Pavilion, one of the largest merchants in the immortal world. While he was admiring the building, the manager Wang suddenly walked over and exclaimed, oh, welcome, welcome. The person who had just arrived was Wang, the manager of the Wanshan Pavilion. He greeted warmly, what can I do for you, young sir? However, in his heart, he secretly looked down on Lin Jing. Looking at his appearance, this must be him. The one Li Changji spent 50,000 spirit stones to have me deal with? He seems so ordinary, nothing special. Lin Jing observed him for a moment before replying in a deep voice, I have a jade pendant that was sold to Wanshan Pavilion by someone else. I wish to buy it back now. Although Wang already knew, he still pretended to be naive and asked, may I ask the name of the jade pendant, and what is its grade? Upon hearing this, Lin Jing felt a headache coming on. He hesitated before answering, I'm not sure about the specifics. I only remember the pendant being about an inch long, with intricate inscriptions on it. After hearing this, he let out a soft exclamation. Ah, well, let's go take a look. Seeing that everything was going smoothly, Lin Jing happily responded, sorry to trouble you. Half an hour later, the fund manager, Wang, slowly walked out and announced to Lin Jing, who had been waiting for him all this time. The jade pendant you mentioned has indeed been sold to Wanshan Pavilion. At this point, he suddenly put on a sorrowful expression and said, however, if you want to buy it back, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. Seeing Wang's strange attitude, Lin Jing furrowed his brows and asked in confusion, why? Upon hearing his question, Wang gave a strange smile and explained, this jade pendant was taken into our treasury by Wanshan Pavilion, and it will no longer be sold to outsiders. After saying this, he secretly added, I even went to check it myself, thinking it was some kind of valuable item. Wang, recalling the jade pendant he had found, sneered in his mind. The result was that it was a piece of junk no one on the street would even buy. But if he didn't say it this way, how could he lead him into the trap? Faced with his awkward expression, Lin Jing respectfully clasped his hands and asked, please, Mr. Wang, think of a way. That jade pendant is very important to me. Wang looked around, then sighed in distress, sigh, there's nothing I can do. Rules are rules. Unless. Seeing that he had stopped mid-sentence, Lin Jing furrowed his brow and asked, unless what? I still hope Mr. Wang will speak plainly. Seeing the trap had been set, Wang finally stated his condition, according to the rules of Wanshan Pavilion, if you can pass through purgatory, you will be qualified to take something from the treasury. After Lin Jing heard what he said, he frowned and muttered, can you explain the three-layered hell training in detail? Wang, the treasurer, mysteriously explained to him, the three-layered hell training is a formation that only our Wanshan Pavilion has. It was originally a mechanism for Wanshan Pavilion to recruit talented individuals. It consists of 3 levels, and each trial is a random change without any rules. Only a firm can allow one to pass. His cryptic words made Lin Jing stroke his chin in contemplation. Frowning, he asked, is the three-layered hell training dangerous? As if hearing a rather amusing question, Wang the treasurer laughed loudly and replied, if it were extremely dangerous, who would dare to try it? It's just a small challenge. Although the person across from him was still wearing a warm smile, Lin Jing's expression darkened even further. He frowned and thought to himself, feeling that something about the treasurer seemed off, but the jade pendant was something he had to obtain. Seeing that Lin Jing was still lost in thought without giving an answer, Wang the treasurer sighed and teased, if that jade pendant isn't so important to you, I wouldn't recommend you attempt the three-layered hell training. After all, the scene is public, and losing would really be embarrassing. Though he outwardly pretended to understand Lin Jing's feelings, internally, he was sneering and calculating. If you don't take the bait, then even if you don't attempt the three-layered hell training, I will arrange for someone else to deal with you. Today, the 50,000 spirit stones are as good as mine. Lin Jing was deep in thought, and upon hearing this, he quickly asked, wait, did you say this trial is public? The head steward, Wang, gave a subtle smile and looked at him before answering, yes. Then, under Wang's expectant gaze, Lin Jing confidently pointed to himself and said, all right, I'll participate. I still hope the steward will make arrangements. I want to take on the 3 trials of the Inferno. As soon as he finished speaking, a bell suddenly rang, echoing throughout the market. People walking along the street heard it and immediately began murmuring and turning their heads to discuss. This bell signaled that someone intended to challenge the 3 trials of the Inferno at Wanshan Pavilion. The scene now shifted to an underground arena shaped like a bowl of water, where 5 people stood. The cheers and chatter of the crowd still filled the air. Ha, looks like we have some entertainment next, hurry, 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 let's go see. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang and Lin Jing slowly stepped onto the clear water. Wang, beaming with excitement, addressed the audience, ladies and gentlemen, today this young man intends to attempt the 3 trials of the Inferno. Whether he succeeds or not, we hope you will bear witness. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to jeer loudly at Lin Jing. A mere foundation stage cultivator, who's this reckless brat? Doesn't he know that without a golden core, he might not even survive the 3 trials of the inferno? The mocking and taunting words echoed in Lin Jing's ears. Why should he care? Isn't it more entertaining to watch? But he simply stood there calmly, nonchalantly scratching his ear, indifferent to their ridicule. While he was observing his surroundings in a daze, Wang suddenly walked over and said, then he smiled slyly and bowed to you, still hoping you will be cautious. The 3 trials of the inferno have many random traps, so it's still somewhat dangerous. Lin Jing also lowered his head and bowed respectfully to him, and coldly replied, got it, let's begin. The treasurer Wang, irritated, glanced at Lin Jing arrogantly standing behind him and muttered, humph, knows no better. Then, he suddenly pulled out a strange purple control panel and pressed a few buttons on it. Immediately, a formation activated around Lin Jing, with him at the center. A thick white mist suddenly enveloped his entire body from within the formation. At this moment, a small screen appeared in the air, displaying Lin Jing's face. The people around him burst into laughter, mocking him, such guts. Wow, the newcomer is crossing the threshold. Treasurer Wang, standing to the side, was also observing Lin Jing through the small screen. He gritted his teeth and thought, humph, let me give you an appetizer first. With that, Treasurer Wang adjusted something on the control panel in his hand. Inside the mist, Lin Jing looked around in astonishment at the scene before him. As he saw the fog surrounding him from all sides, he whispered in awe, the mist is so thick, what is this? While he was thinking, the fog before him suddenly started to change. The strange movement immediately made Lin Jing frown in vigilance. Suddenly, a beautiful girl with an alluring figure and snow-white hair appeared before him. The crowd watching also exclaimed, why did a seductive girl suddenly appear? Is this part of the challenge? A person with knowledge in the crowd immediately recognized, damn it, it's the Phantom Enchantress demon, and she's here at this level. The other 2 people, upon hearing this, couldn't help but comment, does this kid think he's lucky or unlucky? Heh, soon he's going to be embarrassed. Meanwhile, Lin Jing, who was the subject of their discussion, was currently being entangled by the Phantom Enchantress demon and awkwardly exclaimed, wow, don't come any closer. Seeing the intense scene, even someone on the outside couldn't help but blush and sigh, TSK, don't say anything, even I'm a little tempted to fall into that. The person sitting next to him angrily cursed, foolish, even though she's the Phantom Enchantress demon, she'll still drain all your spiritual energy. At that moment, inside the illusion, the Phantom Enchantress demon, with her seductive figure, tightly wrapped around Lin Jing and whispered, honey, do you think I'm beautiful? Lin Jing's face turned crimson from her words near his ear, and he cursed inwardly. Damn it, is this the way to test a leader? Which leader can withstand this kind of test? No, my jade pendant. No sooner had he thought this, his continuous combat abilities surged. These included a 20-point increase in charm resistance and a 25-point increase in charm resistance. The Phantom Enchantress demon, pushed away by him, gritted her teeth in frustration, TSK, no reaction at all. Not willing to give up, she posed in countless seductive ways before him, with the Phantom Enchantress demon smugly pondering, how about this? Or do you prefer it this way? But contrary to her expectations, Lin Jing merely stood at the side, clapping for her outstanding performance. He even innocently asked, what are you doing? The person involved, not being captivated like the onlookers, punched back, spread her legs, and scolded him for not knowing how to enjoy himself. How disgusting, in public, such behavior is simply immoral. If you have the guts, come to me. It's a pity that I'm already old, otherwise, I would have surely entered the tiger's den and gone through the 3 hellish trials. Since Lin Jing was not charmed by her, the Phantom Enchantress demon leaned against him and spoke in a coquettish, soft tone. Oh dear, I'm a little tired from running, my head hurts. Could you help massage it for me? Faced with such a beauty practically delivered to him on a silver platter, Tong Jing had no choice but to let her lean against him, smiling gently as he responded. Sure. He then raised his hand, preparing to touch the Phantom Enchantress demon. Meanwhile, the onlookers, seeing this scene, couldn't help but cry out in disappointment. How disgusting, I just want to replace that young man. The frame shifted back to the seductive figure of the phantom enchantress demon. Another person, upon hearing this, angrily cursed. Are you stupid? Once you take the initiative, you'll fall for the enchanting demon's trick. As for the phantom enchantress demon, seeing that Lin Jing was not affected by her charms, she revealed her true face. She licked her sharp tongue across her lips and sighed. It was impressive that someone so young could endure for so long. At that moment, Lin Jing triggered a violent burst of power, multiplying his strength by 20. Without saying a word, he immediately swung his fist and struck hard at the phantom enchantress demon's stomach, leaving her stunned. Not only the phantom enchantress demon but also the crowd standing outside was left wide-eyed in astonishment. Wow, he's making a move. At this moment, Lin Jing had just finished dealing with the phantom enchantress demon and coldly thought to himself, the tiny enchanting demon is nothing special, just a little prettier than some of the beauties I encountered in my past life. Then, countless images of beautiful girls dancing on the internet immediately flashed through Lin Jing's mind. After witnessing this, the treasury manager, Wang, gritted his teeth in anger and cursed inwardly, "Damn it, I originally planned to let him be drained of his spiritual energy by the enchanting demon and then send someone to give him face, but now he's brought this upon himself." After a long while, struggling to adjust his emotions, Wang finally spoke again. "Consider yourself lucky just now, but the second challenge won't be as easy." Saying this, he pulled out the control panel and made a few adjustments, murmuring as he did so, difficulty doubled. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Jing, inside the illusion, immediately triggered a critical hit and dodged 5 times faster. Just as he was caught off guard, a sword suddenly swiped across his neck. Lin Jing frowned and glanced over at the man dressed in black, his face covered, who had just struck him. The man was now standing silently to the side. The people outside frowned and exclaimed. This is an assassin martial cultivator. These types are born killers, extremely skilled at hiding their presence, and their speed is incredibly fast. One man, pale-faced, spoke up. I remember the last time a golden core cultivator was killed by an assassin martial cultivator. Someone beside him glanced around and commented. This kid's luck is really terrible. First the enchanting demon, now this. Inside the illusion, the martial cultivator image took advantage of Lin Jing's momentary distraction, rapidly leaping behind him with incredible speed, preparing to deliver a deadly strike. How can I make him follow through as expected? Lin Jing subtly directed his movements, effortlessly evading the sudden attack. Wang, the treasurer, saw Lin Jing avoid the strike and sneered. Although the strength of the martial cultivator image is similar to that of the trial participants, with Wu Shuang's speed alone, it's enough to be fatal. Let's see how long you can keep dodging. Having avoided the slash, Lin Jing immediately retreated, frowning as he murmured, this guy's movements are too fast. At that moment, the martial cultivator image suddenly transformed from a single figure into dozens, surrounding Lin Jing and catching him completely off guard. Lin Jing furrowed his brows, observing the figures closing in on him, then shouted with suspicion. Outside the illusion, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Ah, the martial cultivator image's ultimate skill, the illusionary dungeon quick kill formation, is broken now. Not even a strongman can avoid this move. This kid's done for. A golden core stage cultivator who was once overconfident and participated in the trial ended up defeated by this very move. Back inside the illusion, the martial cultivator image remained silent, directing the other figures to charge at Lin Jing, attacking with various weapons. Nevertheless, Lin Jing stood calmly, welcoming the entire barrage of flying daggers and weapons speeding towards him. Then, he suddenly raised his hand to activate his martial arts technique. From the palm of Lin Jing's hand, a dazzling golden formation appeared. Immediately after, the hard-hidden weapons that were flying towards him were shattered by the golden currents. Not stopping there, these currents surged past the hidden weapons and lunged towards the necks of all the martial cultivator shadows in the vicinity. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, immediately turned pale and shouted, "What technique is this? The big move of the martial cultivator shadows has been broken. How? How is this possible?" What kind of martial art did that young man just use? Even Wang, the steward, was no less panicked than they were. His eyes were bloodshot with rage, and his hands began to adjust the control panel. Damn, they're all dead. Damn it, you forced me to do this. As soon as he finished speaking, the martial cultivator's shadows in front of Lin Jing suddenly dove into the ground and disappeared. But at that moment, several black figures quickly darted onto the arena. Within a few seconds, one of the fake martial shadows rushed in close to Lin Jing. In anger, he swung his sword down with a powerful strike aimed at Lin Jing's head, but the young man swiftly dodged the deadly blow. Not stopping there, seeing that his sneak attack failed, the shadow immediately shot out numerous sharp throwing darts towards Lin Jing. However, Lin Jing quickly summoned a protective barrier to block all the incoming hidden weapons. Seeing Lin Jing struggling, Wang, the steward, smiled smugly. To force me to increase the formation's intensity to its maximum level. You're somewhat capable. But that's all. At this moment, inside the illusion, Lin Jing gritted his teeth, summoning his sword aura battle formation. The streams of sword aura immediately shot forward at his command. Within a few seconds, these streams of sword aura pierced through the shadowy figures on the ground, causing them to emit eerie sounds, but they failed to strike the original target. The onlookers outside, witnessing this, began to murmur in concern. It's over. The young man can't even find the position of his opponent, and can only passively defend. But passive defense will inevitably reveal weaknesses in the end. After a prolonged struggle, Lin Jing wiped the sweat from his face, frowning as he sighed. This guy is extremely fast and uses sneaky tactics like a ground rat. I need to find his real body, or else I'll eventually be played to death. Then, Lin Jing gathered all his remaining strength to focus on locating the true martial cultivator's shadow. He frowned and muttered. True body, where are you? At that moment, a flash of light flickered in his eyes, triggering a surge of intense focus, increasing his perceptiveness 12-fold. His sharp eyes constantly scanned the shadowy figures leaping around him, trying to distract his attention. After just a few seconds of searching, Lin Jing furrowed his brows and exclaimed, "Found it." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword auras behind him immediately entered battle mode. Then, under his control, countless sword auras shot forward, striking with a powerful slash at the true martial cultivator's shadow, catching him off guard. His warm, red blood fell in droplets down to the ground beneath where Lin Jing stood, like a rainstorm. The people outside who witnessed this scene were utterly stunned. He's killed a martial cultivator, but that was a martial cultivator who could kill a golden core cultivator. On the other side, a man with green hair widened his eyes and shouted, "How strong is this young man, really?" The man sitting next to him stroked his beard and loudly praised, boundless potential, boundless potential." Once all the trials were dealt with, the dense mist dispersed, revealing Lin Jing. When the treasurer Wang saw that he was still unharmed, he gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it! Didn't Li Changji tell me he was just an ordinary disciple of the Qin Yuan sect? Is this the strength an ordinary disciple should have? He refused to admit defeat, lowering his head and grinding his teeth viciously, thinking to himself, "No, it's come to this. If I don't kill him here, there's no way out of this anymore." After thinking for a moment, he looked at the control panel in his hand and muttered, "It can only be done this way." Lin Jing hesitated as his foot, wrapped in red chains, began to move. The imposing figure of Death's Undertaker, with its powerful body, approached him, its legs and arms bound by chains, making Lin Jing cautious. And then, there was the enemy he had never faced before. The onlookers were stunned, murmuring, "What is going on?" The other person sensed it. In the third layer of the inferno, I've never seen anything like this before. The pressure rising from this situation is so intense that even those who can't enter can still feel it. The other two were also stunned, as if a great nirvana was about to awaken. Some felt that the kiddo was unlucky, his fate was truly bad. Elsewhere, Su Wuming was lying asleep on Hong Shou's lap when he suddenly opened his eyes and said, "What?" Then, he jumped up from Hong Shou's lap, leaving her somewhat bewildered. He sat up, stroked his chin and thought, and said, "Why has Death's Undertaker been released?" This is the most dangerous trial of the three-layered hell. The gates have never been opened before. He then stood up excitedly, laughing. On the contrary, I want to see who has the audacity to do this. Wu Ming and Hong Xiu walked to the gate, where two palace maids were standing. Let's go, let's see what's going on. Death's undertaker bared its sharp teeth, and dark, ominous energy radiated from it, as if it were filled with demonic power. Lin Jing was overwhelmed by this energy, his body weakening and trembling. The system announced an impending critical strike, with an enemy pressure multiplier of 30, pressure. He frowned and thought, could it be that in front of me stands a powerful demon cultivator, someone watching in shock, with a demonic mask and tattoos? Could it truly be the legendary Death's Undertaker, a demon cultivator? My God, didn't he offend Wanshan Pavilion 30 years ago, only to be hunted down and killed by two primordial elite cultivators? Another person gradually realized, and muttered, he really is dead. It seems Wanshan Pavilion turned him into a puppet, and threw him into the three-layered hell. The person beside him exclaimed, no wonder it's called the three-layered hell, they even hit a demonic cultivator like this. Wanshan Pavilion is truly terrifying. The chain was moving, and the patient threw the chain in his hand with great force. The chain quickly flew towards Lin Jing. The system displayed impact critical hit, speeds 8. He knew in his heart that he couldn't let the chain wrap around him. The system then notified impact critical hit, defense 21. He immediately turned around to brace himself, feeling the immense force, which was also infused with demonic energy. Although he managed to dodge, he was still struck by the chain and exclaimed, ugh. With his quick reflexes, Lin Jing planted his hand on the ground to maintain his balance. He couldn't help but exclaim, so powerful, even stronger than something like Mu Chang Chun. A bystander commented, Death's Undertaker, when alive, was a primordial elite cultivator. Even though it has turned into a form that can no longer use its cultivation techniques, the body still retains the strength of a top-tier golden core cultivator. The person beside him expressed concern, this young man is only at the 5th level of the foundation stage, it's practically impossible for him to resist. A guy anxiously watched Wang, the financial manager, who was intently observing the battle, and speculated, 3 consecutive random attempts at such dangerous moves. Did this kid offend Wanshan Pavilion? The man chuckled sinisterly, thinking to himself, so, you forced me to use Death's Undertaker, kid. With your strength at the 5th level of foundation stage, dying at the hands of this one, you can at least be proud of that. A fast-moving figure darted through the air. In the blink of an eye, the patient had quickly jumped high. Seeing this, Lin Jing realized the situation was unfavorable. Being in the air put him at a disadvantage. It was high above, swinging chains down toward him, surrounded by powerful chains that made him feel at a disadvantage. It was very difficult to dodge. Suddenly, he caught sight of it from above, diving straight toward him. Lin Jing was cornered, so he conjured golden swords and said, there's no other way, I have to risk it. He used the Tai Hu sword technique, Li Keing, directing the sword at it, causing hundreds of other swords to follow suit. The 8MNHNHN raised their hands forward, using forbidden techniques. Lin Jing was struck by the attack, immediately coughing up blood. A loud noise rang out simultaneously. After that sound, the scene showed the 8MNHNHN had been defeated, lying on the ground with the noise of people around. The bullet person actually fought evenly with this kiddo, pretty impressive. Wu Ming, seeing this scene, was very surprised. He exclaimed, so strong, who is this person? He then turned to Hong Xiu, giving her an order, find out why this teenager is charging into the 3rd-level prison. She lowered her head and replied, yes, young master. He stood in silence, watching her leave. Returning to the battle, the MNHNHN had risen. It glared at Lin Jing and howled before quickly charging toward him. Lin Jing, excited, laughed, all right, satisfying, come on, continue. He then used the divine sword technique, where the sword energy formed on its own, manifesting into countless swords attacking it. The swords rained down on it, forcing it to run while raising its hands to shield its face. The system announced, critical hit attack triggered 17 times, critical hit attack triggered X 9 times, critical hit attack triggered X 14 times. In the blink of an eye, it had charged straight to the front of him. He raised his sword to defend and said, "So fast." Lin Jing swung his sword down with all his might at the opponent's arm, but for some reason, after the strike, nothing happened to it. On the contrary, the sword couldn't even be pulled out. He was taken aback, caught off guard. With the sword stuck, it used its other hand to attack him. He yelled loudly, "Seems like I can only face it head-on with a punch." Lin Jing's leg began to rise, and they both collided. He raised his other hand, unleashing a powerful strike. He placed 2 fingers on its shoulder. The system announced, "Critical hit triggered, attack 39." But he himself was struck by it as well. The system announced, "Critical hit triggered, defense 35." Then, the opponent was blasted backward, its legs gave way, and it collapsed to the ground, bleeding profusely. It lay motionless on the ground. The spectators watching the fight were all dumbfounded. He won. He won. The arena erupted with noise. He had faced the opponent head-on and still emerged victorious. A foundation stage defeated a peak golden core. Lin Jing stood up, stunned by the uproar. What? What is this? It's incomprehensible, completely incomprehensible. Wu Ming, who had been observing from afar, was excited. A true talent, this kid. Which sect does he belong to? I, the young master, must bring him under my wing. At this moment, Hong Xiu also appeared and reported, "Young master, I have found out. That young man is a disciple of the Qing Yuan sect. He came here this time to buy back the jade pendant, but for some reason, I don't know why Manager Wang got involved in this matter." He held the jade pendant in his hand and smiled faintly. "So that's it. It seems that fate has already destined our paths to cross." After seeing Lin Jing win the battle, Manager Wang was furious. Damn it, he actually let him break through 3 rounds. Manager Wang gritted his teeth, sweat dripping down his face as he stood behind Lin Jing, creating a shield around himself. He thought, no, a person with such extraordinary talent cannot be allowed to live. If I wait for him to grow, I'll definitely die. His hand began to conjure flames as his mind raced. So what if he's a heaven-sent genius? But without any background, if he dies here, no one will investigate me. Suddenly, a spirit stone flew toward him, passing through the attack and shattering his shield. This caused Manager Wang to injure his leg, and he rolled on the ground in pain, screaming. The attack that struck him caught Lin Jing's attention. It was an extraordinary spirit stone. Everyone there was shocked. Damn it, who's playing this big? Using an extraordinary spirit stone as an attack, this one is worth at least 100,000 regular spirit stones. A person was flying towards the head of the treasury, and upon seeing this, the latter turned pale with fear. The person in question was Su Wuming, and immediately, he knelt and called out to the young master. The crowd standing on the field was abuzz with discussion. Master Wang addressed him as young master. Could he be the young master of Wan Xian Pavilion? I heard that the young master of Wan Xian Pavilion likes to show off, and his use of top-grade spirit stones to strike someone does seem to fit the bill. He snapped his fingers sharply and said, Wan Xian Pavilion does not see things clearly. Master Wang is using his public office for private gain. Today, I may have made a mistake, and I apologize if I have embarrassed anyone. He then signaled to Hongsho Fap Fukli, and she scattered a large number of spirit stones. The stones rained down like hail, and some people cursed. God damn it, don't steal my spirit stones. Everyone present scrambled to pick up the spirit stones, thinking that with a little money, they could do whatever they wanted. Don't force me to call you my godfather. If you're so capable, why don't you use the spirit stones to kill me instead? Watching the crowd frenzy over the stones, Wu Ming smiled with satisfaction. He tossed a bottle of medicine to Lin Jing and said, Recover from your injuries first. Wan Xian Pavilion will give you an explanation. He hesitated as he looked at the bottle of medicine, but upon inspection, he confirmed. Don't worry, it's not poisonous. If I truly wanted to eliminate you, there are 100 ways to ensure you don't leave Wan Xian Pavilion. Hearing this, Lin Jing still hesitated as he looked at the bottle, but in the end, he decided to drink it, thinking that treating his injuries was the priority. He sat down to heal, and the energy from the system displayed a critical hit trigger, healings 20. Wu Ming turned around to look at the kneeling steward, briefly explaining to the young master, then after a moment of thought, said, "If you speak carelessly, I will make sure you die a very miserable death." The steward hesitated and said, "Young master?" He was trembling in fear as he explained, "Young master, I was only following the rules, allowing him to enter the battle." Upon hearing this, the young master countered, "Oh, is that so? Does one need to go through the 3 realms of hell just to purchase a common jade pendant? I've never heard of such a rule before." The steward, realizing he couldn't refute, bowed deeply and repeatedly begged for mercy. "Young master, I was wrong, please spare me this time." Wu Ming waved his hand decisively, responding, "I have given you a chance before, and you did not appreciate it." He ordered the interrogation to begin, and the 2 subordinates immediately appeared and dragged the steward away. But the steward kept shouting, "No, I've risked my life for Wan Xian Pavilion. You can't do this to me. I want to see the Grand Eastern Clan, I want to see the Grand Eastern Clan." Lin Jing's complexion had improved greatly by now. Wu Ming saw that he was recovering, checking his condition. Although he had given him the best healing medicine, it was impressive that such a quick recovery was possible in such a short amount of time. This person was indeed no ordinary individual. Suddenly, he extended his hand and asked, "I've gone through the 3 realms of hell. Can this jade pendant be sold?" Wu Ming tossed the jade pendant to him and replied, "No problem." He reached out to catch it, but as soon as his fingers touched the jade, he felt as if he was slowly falling into an endless abyss. What is this? Some kind of illusion? He appeared in a desolate place, surrounded by weapons and dry bones, the sky glowing a deep red like blood. He looked around curiously, finding countless corpses, most of them seeming to be those of top-tier experts. What happened here? Suddenly, something appeared before Lin Jing, leaving him stunned. A pair of terrifying eyes appeared in the sky. The clouds and even the moon there were stained a gloomy red. It spoke. "I've found you." He was startled, his eyes snapping open, gasping in fear along with a torrent of thoughts. Where was that just now? What secret does this jade pendant conceal? Why did such an anomaly occur this time when I touched it? He wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked toward Wu Ming, thinking about the jade pendant. He decided to look into it when he got back, but for now, he needed to figure out this man's intentions first. He spoke, his voice carrying interest. "Do you want to talk?" Lin Jing hesitated, scratching his head in refusal. "I still have." Before he could finish, Wu Ming made a suggestion, 1 hour, 10,000 spirit stones. At this, Lin Jing immediately agreed, perhaps thinking to himself that this man had the chance to kill him, but instead, he might as well earn a little spirit stone to spend. The backyard of Wan Xian Pavilion was very quiet. Wu Ming brought a cup of tea to his lips and enjoyed it. After finishing, he asked, "I must ask first, is that jade pendant really yours?" Lin Jing replied, "It's a family heirloom, but it was taken from me some time ago." The 2 of them sat facing each other, and Wu Ming began to explain. Manager Wang revealed that the jade pendant belonged to Li Wu Tian of the Qing Yuan sect, who sold it to our Wan Xian Pavilion. He continued, "We once met Li Wu Tian, a fairly ordinary genius disciple. He probably doesn't have the ability to snatch the jade pendant from your hands." He recounted, "Rivers have bends, people have times. I at that time truly wasn't a match for Li Wu Tian." Suddenly, Wu Ming pointed at him and straightforwardly recruited, "Alright, everyone has their own secrets, and I won't press further. Let's get to the point. I see great potential in you and want to invite you to become an honorary disciple of my Wan Xian Pavilion." Lin Jing, sensing something unusual, asked in doubt, "An honorary disciple of Wan Xian Pavilion requires at least a 7th layer golden core cultivation. Why do you value someone like me?" Wu Ming, feeling a bit weary, stretched and casually sighed, "When you have money, you get reckless." You don't understand the hardship of having money. Every day when I open my eyes, there are spirit stones piled up like mountains. This kind of pressure is truly hard on me. Lin Jing silently looked at Wu Ming, showing confusion. He waved his hand and laughed. Forget it, you wouldn't understand. Being an honorary disciple of Wan Xian Pavilion doesn't necessarily require a golden core cultivator of the 7th layer or above. Some cultivators with great potential are also within our scope, so think it over. He asked, what's so good about being an honorary disciple? Wu Ming raised his hand and began listing to persuade Lin Jing. First, you'll receive 10,000 spirit stones every month. Additionally, honorary disciples get a 30% discount on anything purchased at Wan Xian Pavilion. Finally, honorary disciples have absolute freedom. As long as you're willing to lend a hand when Wan Xian Pavilion faces a life and death crisis, that's enough. He propped his hands up and laughed cheerfully. Of course, with the strength of Wan Xian Pavilion, no one in Beiji can threaten us. Looking at Wu Ming, who was casually interlocking his fingers, waiting for an answer in his mind, he thought, I want to keep getting stronger, and I need a lot of personal origin for that. If Wan Xian Pavilion helps, obtaining personal origin will be much easier. This is something I can do. He then accepted the offer. Alright, I agree with you. He joyfully said, smart, to show my sincerity, I will give you a small gift first. Afterward, a maid brought over a wooden box and placed it on the table where the two of them were sitting. Lin Jing opened the box, and inside was a grand-looking red sword. Wu Ming explained, this sword is called the Heavenly Abyss, one that our Wan Xian Pavilion acquired by accident, and its material is unknown. Although it is currently just an ordinary spiritual sword, but... He hesitated, in the future, you may experience its true power. He was surprised when he felt, what's going on? Why do I have this inexplicable, familiar feeling toward this sword, as if I've had it before? Then, he reached out and touched the sword. The moment he held it in his hand, the sword suddenly moved. Seeing this, Wu Ming seemed to realize something and smiled. As expected. He eagerly added, this sword has been at Wan Xian Pavilion for years, and we still haven't found a suitable master for it. It seems this sword is destined for you. Take it. Lin Jing immediately responded, thank you. Then, he asked, it's a small matter, if there's anything else troubling you, feel free to tell me. As long as it can be solved with spirit stones, it's not a problem. On the outside, smiling and talking, but in his heart, Lin Jing did not like Wu Ming at all, that detestable rich man. Although he really wanted to ask him for the 1.8 million spirit stones, he still had not clarified his intentions. It was best not to owe this person any favors. After that, he took out a pouch and placed it on the table. Can you help me exchange all of these spirit stones for essence-enhancing pills? He immediately replied, no problem, how many essence-enhancing pills do you need? I'll give them to you. But if you want to use the essence-enhancing pills to increase your cultivation, while convenient, it also has significant side effects. He quickly responded, it's fine, I have my own arrangements. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming agreed, alright, then I'll prepare a room for you to cultivate and keep the essence-enhancing pills elsewhere. Li Wu Tian burst through the door and reported to Li Changji, Father, the Treasurer Wine's investigation failed again. He has fallen short. He knew about it in advance and replied, I heard about the situation, and Lin Jing actually managed to break through the triple prison formation. This is unacceptable. The potential of this kid is really too frightening. Li Wu Shuang wasn't even as exaggerated as this. I haven't seen such a freak in the immortal world for many years. Then he gritted his teeth, we must eliminate him quickly. Wu Tian suggested an idea, but even his father, a golden core-level cultivator, could not kill him. This time, perhaps it would require a personal intervention. Changji angrily cursed at him, idiot. If I could personally intervene, I would have gone straight to capture Li Wu Shuang by now. What are you dithering here for? Then he stroked his beard and explained, Li Changqing, although he still doesn't believe that I would betray the sect, he's not without some precautions against me. It's easy for me to act now and crush him, but the risk of exposure is too great. Behind him, in a fit of anger, Wu Tian struggled to control his shout. Then what should we do? That kiddo must die, he has to die, right? Seeing this, the man calmly reached into his robe. TCH, why are you shouting? Changji took out a talisman and set it alight, and immediately, a dark figure appeared. The figure spoke, Li Changji, didn't I tell you not to bother me unless it's something important? He replied sternly, this matter is crucial, help me kill someone. The dark figure glanced at Wu Tian and his son, sneering. Ha ha ha, rare, isn't it? Haven't you always looked down on the rats hiding in the shadows like those of Wu Ji's sect? Why come to us for help? Changji grinned, his smile full of malice. This time, the one to be killed is the person who was protecting Li Wu Shuang on his way back to the sect. I suspect he obtained some kind of opportunity while fleeing. Now, that worthless cultivator is rapidly growing stronger. If we don't kill him, it will be detrimental to our plans in the future. He grew increasingly arrogant, trying to provoke the dark figure. Moreover, I've heard he's killed quite a few of your people. Doesn't Wu Ji's sect want to take revenge? The dark figure fell silent. Then, it spoke up to accept the proposal, but this time, it would redirect his whereabouts here. He said smugly, he's at the Wanxian Pavilion in Juntian District, and will definitely return to his sect afterward. You can ambush him on the way. Also, remember, even though that kid is only at the foundation stage, I suspect he's practicing some dark cultivation technique, and his strength might be able to rival a golden core cultivator. In the training room of Wanxian Pavilion, Lin Jing sat cross-legged, meditating seriously. In front of him was a plate of essence-enhancing pills. He eagerly reached out and took one, feeling satisfied with the quality. Next came the moment to unlock the fun time. He quickly put it in his mouth, swallowed it, then closed his eyes and resumed his meditation. His body began to emanate energy. The system also notified, burst trigger absorptions 20. Lin Jing opened his eyes, conjuring strength in his hands. 6th level of the foundation stage, the effect wasn't bad. Then, he continued to devour the remaining essence-enhancing pills, causing his strength to rise steadily. Burst trigger absorption 16, burst trigger absorption 2, burst trigger absorption 17. 10 hours later, in Lin Jing's training room, he focused on meditating with the energy sources that had gathered around him. Lin Jing opened his eyes, grinning, and stood up in excitement. His cultivation had finally reached the 7th level of the foundation stage. Stepping out of the room, he saw Wu Ming sprawled lazily on a chair, casually eating an apple. Lin Jing asked, "Are you done with your business?" "Wait, you're done already?" Wu Ming jumped up, stunned. Other cultivators who absorbed so many essence-enhancing pills would at least need half a month. And you finished it in just 10 hours. Lin Jing waved his hand humbly. It might be that I absorb things a little faster, but in your heart, you know well that having a system makes all the difference. Wu Ming raised his hand in a gesture of praise. That's fast. I'm willing to call you the fastest man in the world. While Wu Ming was happily complimenting him, Lin Jing's face darkened. Why do I feel like your words are insulting me? Wu Ming laughed joyfully. Haha, no. He quickly recounted the events that had happened. Before sending Steward Wang on his way, I had you interrogated a bit. The person who had him kill you was Li Changji. Kiddo, you really are something. You managed to make 3 important figures from the Qing Yuan sect take you seriously. In the future, you'll definitely have the foundation to brag. After hearing this, Lin Jing wasn't surprised and said, I knew it was him. I suspected that Li Changji must have found out about Steward Wang's failure. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Now he's probably gauged my strength. I'm afraid that this time it won't just be golden core cultivators, but possibly even nascent soul ones trying to stop me. Although I have the system's burst power, it's not guaranteed. But suddenly, Lin Jing's eyes lit up as he looked at Wu Ming and asked, Brother Su, could you help me out a little? Wu Ming, sensing something off, broke out in a cold sweat and said, Hey, if you need something, just say it. Don't be so coy. Speak up. Lin Jing grinned and said, I'm afraid of the dark. Could you take me back to the sect? Upon hearing this, Wu Ming immediately replied loudly, Do you think I'm an idiot? A person who can slay golden cores like you is afraid of the dark? Lin Jing sneered, pretending to give up. Fine, I am simply amazed by Brother Su's vast financial power. I wanted to take Brother Su with me so that the senior disciples of the Qing Yuan sect could witness it firsthand. If you don't agree, then forget it, I'll take my leave here. Sure enough, it had an effect. Su Wuming seemed to be moved, and he stopped Lin Jing. Wait, I'll take you back. Of course, it's not to show off my wealth, I simply feel the deep brotherly affection between us. He put on an air of righteousness. And then, what was bound to happen, happened. Lin Jing and Su Wuming sat together in a carriage, gliding under the starry sky. The young master still couldn't resist boasting about his powerful warhorse. Brother, what do you think of my fire dragon horse? Isn't it impressive? From Lin Jing's expression, it was clear that he was too bored to even respond. Lin Jing thought to himself, I'm at a loss for words with this talkative young master. Su Wuming had more money than sense, using a magical beast to pull his carriage. He didn't forget to show off the fire dragon horse's capabilities either. This carriage was even equipped with a defensive formation strong enough to withstand attacks from all directions. As soon as it was triggered, a protective shield formed around the carriage. Something had collided with it, and immediately the shield was activated. Lin Jing furrowed his brow, alert, and interrupted the chatty young master. Brother, we're being ambushed. Hearing this, Su Wuming immediately stood up and shouted loudly. Who's the blind fool attacking us? As soon as he finished speaking, a man dressed like a ninja, with a black scarf covering his mouth, appeared. It's me, he said in a pompous tone. The Wu Ji sect is on the move. If you know what's good for you, get out of here. Don't say I didn't give you a chance to live. Lin Jing looked at the man hovering in front of him, startled. Nascent soul. If he were to return to the sect alone and encounter this person, it might really be impossible to avoid a fierce battle. Su Wuming stared blankly at the masked man who was spinning around before him. Ha! Su Wuming's face darkened with anger, his cold and mocking aura radiating. The Wu Ji sect, a mere rat in the sewer, can swagger around like this. This guy looks insufferable. You, give the order to your men, charge at him. Hong Shou obeys, yes. Meanwhile, Lin Jing, standing beside them, couldn't stand the combination of arrogance and stubbornness from the man. So violent, huh? Fire Dragon Horse rushed straight toward the masked man, its speed matching that of the motorcyclists in Vietnam who race on gasoline-powered warhorses. Upon seeing this, the masked man smirked smugly. At the same time, he began to launch his attack. There's a path to heaven that you won't take, but the gates of hell? You charge straight in. Before the attack could even land on him, it was effortlessly blocked by the dragon horse. Undeterred, he continued to strike again, clearly seeking death. Seeing that the man seemed stubborn, Lin Jing was about to draw his sword to engage, but Su Wuming stopped him in time. No need for you to take action. LM, leave this little trash to me, Wu Ming said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately cast his spell. A series of sharp, fiery spears charged toward the Wu Ji sect member. He stood in place, channeling his energy, a smirk on his face. Do you want to see a bit of Su Wuming's power, huh? At first, he was aggressive, but when he saw all the weapons Su Wuming launched, he was stunned. Each one was a top-tier golden core weapon? How could this be? Before he could even recover, the blades were already close to his life. In the moments before his death, all he could do was scream helplessly. Wait a moment. But in the end, he couldn't dodge, incinerated to ashes in the blazing flames. After dealing with him, Su Wuming raised his hand, a smug grin on his face as he admired his achievement. Trash. This young master seems very strong, though a bit too talkative and likes to show off his wealth. Lin Jing, sitting nearby, was already impressed. He gave a thumbs up, thinking that if he had money like that, Li Changjihu and Hong wouldn't even stand a chance. Soon after, they finally arrived at the Qing Yuan sect. This was the outer sect mountain, right? That's right. The fire dragon horse slowly touched down. Lin Jing, having reached his goal, quickly clasped his hands in thanks. Thank you, Brother Su, for the escort. We'll meet again someday. Su Wuming felt that something was off and quickly stopped him. Hey, wait a second. Didn't you say you'd bring me along so I could expand my horizons as a disciple of your Kainoyan sect? Lin Jing began to wash his hands, pretending to be innocent and saying, oh. He scratched his head and smiled, realizing he had forgotten to tell Brother Su. If you want to join, just directly hand over your visiting card to the sect, and someone will come to welcome you. I don't have the right to bring you into the sect. Realizing he had been used, Su Wuming said, so, you're using me as free bodyguard, huh? Not wanting young Master Su to get angry, Lin Jing quickly grabbed his shoes and ran off. Brother, sorry, I have things to do. I'll keep in touch later. With the speed of lightning, Lin Jing vanished into the sky, leaving no trace, and only Su Wuming stood there, gazing upwards in a daze. After a moment, Su Wuming smiled faintly, and then burst out laughing. Interesting, the young master is starting to like him more and more. Hong Xiu, standing beside him, reminded, young master, why are you being so lenient with him? If it were anyone else, they'd have been buried long ago. Is it because of that jade pendant? Su Wuming turned and replied, that's right, it's because of that jade pendant. Hong Xiu continued, but you've seen it yourself, it's just an ordinary jade pendant. It doesn't even rank in quality, there's nothing special about it. After hearing her words, Su Wuming laughed at Hong Xiu's confusion. You don't understand. 20 years ago, when our Wanshan Pavilion was first established, we accidentally acquired a treasure that could remove the hidden dangers from the body caused by the devil's poison. This news spread out due to the trade associations competing against us at the time, and as a result, many demonic cultivators besieged our Wanshan Pavilion. Back then, our T family was on the brink of despair. But a man carrying the heavenly abyss sword appeared out of nowhere. With just a few strokes, he killed the strongest demon cultivators and saved our Wanshan Pavilion. And what he carried on his waist was this jade pendant. Upon hearing this, Hong Xiu became very curious and asked, what happened next? Su Wuming replied, afterwards, he took the protective artifact and disappeared without a trace. Half a month later, only the heavenly abyss sword flew back and fell into our Wanshan Pavilion. It was a red sword that flew down and stabbed straight into the ground before the astonished gazes of those present. Hong Xiu, upon hearing this, began to understand a bit more. She said, Lin Jing is the descendant of that person, no wonder the young master is so tolerant towards him. But why doesn't the young master directly tell him? At this point, he stood with his arms crossed and replied with a faint smile, the time has not yet come, you will understand in the future. From today onwards, help me keep a close watch on Lin Jing's movements. I want to be a little closer to him. Hong Xiu complied, yes, young master. Then, what about the spirit stones? Will they still be resolved? As soon as she finished speaking, she felt Su Wuming grab the bun of her hair. No need for unnecessary words. He continued, you've come this far, and you still haven't resolved the spirit stones? How can that be worthy of my status? As soon as he finished speaking, a multitude of spirit stones fell onto Qing Yuan sect, each one shining brightly, creating an incredibly beautiful sight. The people there cheered in excitement, shouting, someone is resolving the spirit stones at the sect gate. We've struck it rich. Could this be the moment our offerings to the sect spirits have been answered? The ancestors are sending blessings, may they grant us more. Amidst the joy and cheers of the people around, in stark contrast, Lin Jing stood in a corner, deep in thought. He had tested and probed over and over, even intentionally deceiving him. Yet, Su Wuming was exceedingly lenient with him. What was it that he ultimately wanted to gain from him? Lin Jing crossed his arms, lowered his head in silence, and then looked up again. From now on, it would be best to maintain some distance from him. Right now, the most important thing was to spend time stabilizing his cultivation. With that thought, he waved his hand, dismissing these useless thoughts. At that moment, he had already decided where to go next, heading straight for Mountain City. One foot stepped out of the room, and Lin Jing was engulfed in a blazing aura. His whole being radiated with vigor. After more than 2 months, he had finally stabilized his cultivation completely. His strength was now only slightly below the 8th level of the foundation stage. His willpower had reached its peak, and his expression clearly displayed his determination. Lin Jing headed directly toward the vast grassland, surrounded by countless trees. He looked out and spoke to himself, "The time has come, it's time to go to Qishan for the appointment." Lin Jing swiftly drew his sword, holding it in his hand. Then, he leaped onto the blade and soared high into the sky. He couldn't help but feel curious about what task the city lord would assign to him. At this moment, Li Changji and Li Wutian were standing before a cave, discussing something with each other. Inside the cave lay a great opportunity. His father had relied on the items within this cave to reach his current strength. However, to enter the cave, one would have to endure a pain that ordinary people could hardly bear. "Have you thought it through?" Li Wutian, with a determined and resolute gaze, said, "I've thought it through. No matter the cost, I must personally kill Lin Jing. If I don't, he will forever be a hindrance on my path to cultivation." Li Changji agreed, "Father believes in you. I know you can do it." Immediately, the gate to the cave opened. Li Changji pointed toward the entrance and called to Li Wutian, "Go ahead." Li Wutian, channeling all his willpower, stepped boldly toward the gate with deep determination. "I will definitely break through." "Father, wait for me." After the gate closed, only Li Changji remained. He couldn't help but feel uneasy, so he had to comfort himself. "My child, once you come out again, that will be the moment to eliminate Lin Jing. Father will be waiting for you." With that, Li Changji extended his hand, and in an instant, the cave disappeared, replaced by a vast expanse of land, surrounded by the rolling hills of Hequien, shrouded in clouds. On the other side, Lin Jing was hovering in the air, looking down at the city, feeling something strange that piqued his curiosity. "Why is it so lively?" Seeing many people arriving at the city, he asked, "What's going on?" "It seems like quite a few people from Qishan are coming." After Lin Jing landed, the captain of the city guard came out to greet him. "Mr. Lin, when you arrived on your flying sword, the city already knew. We've been waiting for your orders to welcome you." Seeing this, Lin Jing politely clasped his hands in response, "Thank you." Inside, Ji Fengshan was sitting on a chair, saying, "I've been waiting for a long time." At that moment, Lin Jing entered with a confident stride. Upon seeing him, Ji Fengshan stood up happily, warmly welcoming him, shaking his hand with a bright smile. "You've come as promised?" "True to your word, I didn't misjudge you." In contrast to Ji Fengshan's cheerful demeanor, Lin Jing crossed his arms and sternly said, "Don't be too happy just yet. If you're asking me to do something very dangerous, I will refuse." Ji Fengshan quickly responded, "Of course, that is your right." Lin Jing continued, "Can you tell me what this is all about?" At that, Ji Fengshan spoke continuously, "I hope you can help me retrieve a coffin from the secret realm of fierce killings that will soon open." Upon hearing this, Lin Jing was somewhat confused. He rubbed his chin and asked, "What exactly is the secret realm of fierce killings?" Ji Fengshan quickly explained, "It's normal if you don't know. The secret realm of fierce killings is a unique secret realm located within the Qiyun mountain range, which opens once every 3 years, according to the records. Cultivators below the nascent soul stage can enter. It is filled with rare talents, precious treasures, and invaluable cultivation techniques." Ji Fengshan's gaze lowered slightly as he continued, "It will open again 3 days from now." After hearing Ji Fengshan's explanation, Lin Jing was somewhat surprised and thought to himself, "No wonder so many people are coming to a small place like Qishan. Moreover, only elite cultivators and below can enter, so it shouldn't be too dangerous for me." But he quickly asked him, what is the origin of this secret realm? If it's not the first time it's appeared, why hasn't it been fully explored until now? Ji Fengshan's expression carried a hint of melancholy as he spoke. On another note, Uncle Chi has some depth when it comes to this secret realm. While the two were in the middle of their conversation, suddenly two figures appeared at the door, interrupting them. Uncle Chi, we heard you were looking for an assistant. We, on the other hand, would like to broaden our knowledge. The two figures entering were none other than Hu Lei and Hu Ting. Upon noticing Lin Jing's presence, Hu Lei immediately spoke up. So, you are the new assistant of Uncle Chi? Outside, the leaves fluttered in the wind. Returning to the inside of the mansion, Ji Fengshan introduced the two newcomers to Lin Jing. Let me introduce you. These two are from a renowned family of cultivators, the Hu family, and they are talented young members. Hu Lei, Hu Ting. This time, as we enter the secret realm, they will be your teammates. Then, he turned and introduced Lin Jing to the two. This is Lin Jing, a disciple of Qing Yuan sect. Upon hearing this, Hu Lei quickly scoffed at Lin Jing. What's so great about Qing Yuan sect? I heard you guys are about to be beaten to your doorstep. Besides, a measly 7th-tier foundation stage cultivator isn't exactly someone worthy to enter the secret realm of fierce killings with us. Hu Ting followed up. Uncle Chi, are you intentionally trying to slow us down by bringing this guy along? Ji Fengshan defended Lin Jing. Don't underestimate Lin Jing. He has once directly slain a golden core expert. Hu Lei sneered in disdain. Golden core can vary in strength. Just because someone enters the golden core stage doesn't mean they're a true powerhouse. Uncle Chi, both of us don't want to team up with trash. After hearing the contemptuous words of the two brothers, they calmly responded, so, what do you want? Hu Lei raised his voice, a smug smile clearly visible on his face. Very simple, if you can withstand 3 moves from both of us, I will reluctantly let you follow us as a menial laborer. You can also get a share of the leftovers from this haul. If you can't handle it, then get lost. After hearing his boast, Lin Jing felt disheartened and spoke up, no need. Hu Ting sneered proudly, at least you're sensible. Then get lost. However, in response to the polite words of those around him, Lin Jing spoke again, no, when I say no need, I mean. Lin Jing flashed a smug smile and waved his hand provocatively at the two brothers. How about you try to withstand 3 moves from me? If you can, I'll let you stay on as menial laborers. Upon hearing Lin Jing's somewhat arrogant declaration, Hu Lei and Hu Ting seemed skeptical, and they simultaneously launched an attack on him. Without a hint of shame in their boastful words, they rushed forward, fists clenched, aiming to teach Lin Jing a lesson. Hu Lei shouted loudly, let me show you how to speak to a powerhouse from now on. On this side, Hu Ting also shouted loudly, today, I'm going to give you, a trash who doesn't know his own limits, a lesson. Lin Jing, with ease, blocked both Hu Lei's and Hu Ting's punches. In an instant, with a burst of explosive force, his power multiplied by 18. In just one move, he easily pushed both of them back, leaving them astonished. Standing before Lin Jing's fierce counterattack, the Thunder brothers were left stunned. Damn it, how is this possible? If the move is not allowed, the two immediately drew their swords and went all out. They both rushed forward, completely losing control over their language. You brought this upon yourself, Ji Fengshan warned when he saw this. Lin Jing was cautious, recognizing the low-grade golden core magical item from the Hu family, Moonslash. He smirked. A low-grade golden core magical item, huh? Without hesitation, he immediately drew the fiery red sword from his side, eager to test the power of the Heavenly Abyss sword. The sword duel began quickly. The sound of the 3 swords clashing echoed throughout the room. Lin Jing's the Heavenly Abyss sword easily blocked the swordplay of Hu Lei and Hu Ting, causing the blades of the two to show signs of cracking. Impossible! Sensing the immense power emanating from Lin Jing's sword, Hu Lei gritted his teeth in fury, feeling somewhat unwilling to accept this. How can a foundation stage magical item injure our golden core weapons? Triggered by a violent attack, the weapon's power multiplied 12-fold. Lin Jing's expression was full of pride as he effortlessly blocked the attacks of the two with the Heavenly Abyss sword. In the spacious room, enough for the three to fight, the power of the Heavenly Abyss sword in Lin Jing's hands sent the two flying far away. "This little brat is annoying," Lin Jing sneered after knocking the two brothers, Hu Lei and Hu Ting, back. "You can't even block 2 moves of mine. How embarrassing. I don't take a handicap." The two struggled to get up, shouting, "You! I want you dead." At that moment, Ji Fengshan released a powerful aura, cutting through their bickering. "Enough!" His expression turned stern as he glanced at the two of them, coldly saying, "You two provoked Lin Jing in front of me, and now, when it's 2 against 1, you still can't win. Do you feel ashamed? Although the Hu family has old ties with us, that is no excuse for your insolence. Get out." After taking the scolding, Hu Lei, frightened by Ji Fengshan's powerful words, dared not utter a single word. Left with no other choice, the two of them could only leave in frustration. Before they departed, Hu Lei turned back, glaring at Lin Jing, and threatening, "This isn't over." The majestic scene of the towering mountain amidst the clouds, with an ancient temple faintly visible at its peak, created a mysterious and sacred atmosphere. At the foot of the mountain was a winding path leading up to the summit. Lin Jing turned to Ji Fengshan and asked, "The secret realm is truly magnificent. How many people are participating in this competition?" Upon hearing this, Ji Fengshan smiled and said, "This is probably your first time joining, isn't it?" The 4 of them stood on the nose of the airborne yacht, admiring the scenery. Ji Fengshan continued, "The secret realm of fierce killings blooms only once every 100 years. It's a rare opportunity. Recently, loose cultivators want to take a gamble, and many disciples from the major sects have also arrived." Lin Jing, standing next to him, casually remarked, "Oh, then I will definitely meet quite a few enemies." Ji Fengshan's expression turned serious as he continued, "Since I am leading, the sects wishing to participate have already made arrangements. Fighting is prohibited outside the secret realm." He then placed his hand on Lin Jing's shoulder and admonished, "But once we enter the secret realm, there will be no such restrictions. Everyone must be cautious and make it out alive." "I understand," Lin Jing replied softly after hearing this. Once the yacht docked, Hu Lei and Hu Ting stepped off first, while Ji Fengshan and Lin Jing remained on the boat. Around them, people on the shore were discussing. "The people from Qishan Chang have arrived. Ji Fengshan is considered the host, so why can't he come?" As they saw the people on the boat step down one by one, they continued their conversation. "Hey, aren't those 2 the Thunder brothers from the Hu family?" Upon seeing Lin Jing, they showed disdain. "Why is there even a little bit of a strange aura about him? If he's mixed up in this, then we'll have to see if he can make it out alive." Hu Lei, wanting to maintain some face, glanced at Lin Jing walking behind him and sneered. "Standing with trash. A foundation stage like you is truly shameful." After hearing this, Lin Jing frowned, silently criticizing, "I can't even beat him, so how can he say such a thing?" Then, without holding back, he said directly, "Then you can get lost." Hu Lei was enraged, about to draw his sword and shout loudly. However, Hu Ting, who was behind, was calmer and grabbed his hand, saying, "Don't be rash. He wants to make us a laughingstock in front of the great sects." Hu Ting's face was cold, and he leaned in close to Hu Lei, whispering, "Endure. We'll show him who's boss once we enter the secret realm." Hu Lei calmed down after hearing this and immediately agreed. "All right, I'll listen to you." At this moment, someone pointed their finger at the sky and shouted, "Look, the people from the Wuji sect are here." Suddenly, 5 dark figures appeared in the sky, flying toward them. Someone from below yelled, "Wow, they're as eerie as ever." Another person spoke up to remind them, "Keep your voice down, don't let them find you. They'll come for you silently without a sound." A third person added, "The killing intent, the spiritual energy." Someone else, visibly annoyed, snapped, "Stop talking, shut up already." The few small dark figures, when gathered together, formed a formation that made everyone wary. One person couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of a great sect. The formation is massive. The dark figures dissipated, and the participants appeared. Each of them exuded an air of majesty and confidence, sparking a new round of discussion among the crowd. Oh my god, it's Lu Chang-kong. He's the candidate for the next elder position, right? I heard Lu Chang-kong has already reached the 7th level of Golden Core, but these whispers didn't seem to concern him. His eyes scanned around, as if paying attention to something. It turned out the person standing in front of him was Lin Jing, and the chatter continued. Moreover, he cultivated the strongest assassination technique of the Wu Ji sect. It was said that not long ago, he killed a 9th level Golden Core cultivator. It seemed that Wu Ji sect was about to gain another peerless assassin. Lu Chang-kong spoke up, asking, "Are you Lin Jing, the one who killed countless members of the Wu Ji sect?" Without hesitation, Lin Jing pointed to himself and answered firmly, "Yes, it was your grandfather here." Hearing these words, Lu Chang-kong's face turned ashen with murderous intent, and the scar on his face made him appear even more terrifying. "I never expected you to dare show up here. Think carefully about your final words before you enter the secret realm, for that will be the day you die." Lin Jing took this as a compliment, smirking, "That should be something you say. Wu Ji sect, TSK, a bunch of rats. Every time, you make killing you so enjoyable. I hope you're no exception." Those around them were taken aback by the scene. This kid couldn't be more arrogant. Perhaps he knew his death was imminent, so he was trying to put up a tough front, right? He's done for, even Ji Fengshan won't be able to protect him. At that moment, a green dragon suddenly appeared in the sky, flying towards them. On its back were 5 people in red robes, accompanied by an announcement. "The Broken Dragon sect has arrived." In the blink of an eye, the green dragon landed. The people on the ground couldn't help but exclaim, "I've never seen a spiritual beast before." The figures descended from the dragon's back, walking with a regal air toward the front. The loudspeakers seemed to be announcing that it was Chen Tianlong. Another person asked curiously, "Chen Tianlong, who is he?" Someone else explained, "Idiot, haven't you heard of him? He's one of the new generation of prodigies, like Lu Chang-kong. It's said he's already been chosen as the heir to the Broken Dragon sect." Ignoring the comments, Chen Tianlong approached Lu Chang-kong to greet him. "Oh, I didn't expect Wu Ji sect would also be participating in this secret realm." Lu Chang-kong calmly replied, "I'm just here to kill someone casually." After listening, Chen Tianlong looked at Lin Jing standing in front of him, frowned, and said, "Wait, I know you." He was astonished as he remembered, "Ziyu of the Qing Yuan sect, I heard it was you who helped Li Wuxuang escape from the encirclement of the Broken Dragon sect's evil forces." Lin Jing crossed his arms and mocked, "Oh, you know me, but unfortunately, I don't know you, an insignificant junior." Chen Tianlong raised his hand, showing his hatred along with a grim expression, and said menacingly, "You ruined the good plans of my Broken Dragon sect, and I will not let this debt go. Once we are in the secret realm, I will slowly torture you to death." The people around them felt that the kid was in big trouble. Lin Jing hadn't even provoked the Broken Dragon sect yet, but now he was teasing 2 sects and still dared to enter the secret realm of fierce killings. Clearly, he was seeking death. "Bullock, I'm impressed." The next words made Chen Tianlong and Lu Chang-kong wary, and they turned to look. "I didn't expect both of you to be here. Well, once this is over, would you mind leaving this kid's body to me so I can refine it into a golem?" At this moment, another person appeared. This person was standing in the air, arms crossed. Someone shouted loudly, "Wu Di of the Heavenly Demon Temple." The people below were stunned as they looked at the newcomer, sweating profusely. Golden Core, Level 8, practicing the strongest celestial protective arts of the Heavenly Demon Temple, he was also the strongest of the younger generation in the Heavenly Demon Temple. My god, how come these geniuses are here for this secret realm too? As Wu Di landed, the cries of amazement did not cease. "I suddenly don't feel like entering the secret realm anymore." Someone responded, "What do you think you are? There are people who haven't even entered the secret realm and are already destined to die." After landing on the ground, Wu Di stood in the middle, with Lu Changkong and Chen Tianlong on either side. The three of them stood facing Lin Jing, their expressions not very friendly. Seeing this, he sighed, Wu Ji sect, broken dragon sect, heavenly demon temple, what a coincidence. Lin Jing smiled and said, I didn't expect that the enemies of Qing Yuan sect are all here. At that moment, Wu Di stepped forward, cracking his knuckles as he said, if you and we have a grudge, I think it's better if we just deal with you now. Chen Tianlong laughed in agreement, sure, I have no objections. Lu Changkong also agreed, raising his hand to create a black flame and saying, agreed. After all, it's just a matter of solving it with a few moves. No need to drag it out in the secret realm. The people around them were terrified and began to scatter in panic. It's over, it's over. They're about to make a move. I told you, this kid is definitely going to die. Don't get involved, stay away. Facing the three experts in front of him, Lin Jing felt a bit uneasy. 2 at the 7th level of Golden Core, 1 at the 8th. This was somewhat troublesome, but not impossible to handle. At that moment, Ji Fengshan, who was standing right behind him, darkened his face and released an incredibly powerful aura. His gaze turned fierce as he asked, what's going on? Do you guys want to make a move right in front of me? After being suppressed, the three of them turned pale with fear. Wu Di spoke up to defuse the situation, Lord Qi, there's no need for this. It isn't worth offending all three of our sects just for a mere kiddo. Chen Tianlong, unwilling to back down, shouted loudly, you think just because you're a nascent soul you can protect him? Today, all three of our sects have nascent soul elders backing us up. Are you planning to take on all 3 sects for a mere foundation stage kid? Suddenly, a voice interrupted, 3 great sects, you say? Then show me who among you speaks so arrogantly. The words immediately drew Ji Fengshan's attention. At the most critical moment, Su Wuming and Hong Xiu unexpectedly intervened. His presence was striking, and his voice dripped with contempt, a trash sect that only knows assassination, a worthless sect that relies on a few sea serpents, and a petty sect that plays with poisons and corpses. And yet, you dare call yourselves the 3 great sects? Aren't you afraid of making others laugh their teeth out? Su Wuming smiled with disdain, directing a scornful glance at the 3. Chen Tianlong, enraged, growled, where did this mad dog come from? Hong Xiu, standing next to Su Wuming, spoke up, my young master is Su Wuming, the young head of Wanshan Pavilion. What are you? At this point, the people gathered around began to murmur. So, it was the young master of Wanshan Pavilion. No wonder he didn't take the 3 great sects seriously. Wanshan Pavilion was the largest commercial guild in all of Beiji, and many sects had to purchase their cultivation resources from them. It was no surprise that they were so full of themselves, and Chen Tianlong didn't know how to respond. Chen Tianlong gritted his teeth and said, even if you are the young master of Wanshan Pavilion, you cannot insult the 3 great sects and discard me without reason. Su Wuming coldly replied, you open your mouth to demand the death of my brothers, and yet when I insult you, what's the problem? He pointed directly at the 3 of them and mocked, the 3 sects of yours are nothing but farts in my eyes. Hearing this, Chen Tianlong became furious and declared, Su Wuming, once we enter the secret realm, anything could happen. Whether we survive or not is another issue. At that moment, Su Wuming, unafraid, calmly asked, are you threatening me? Then, he ordered Hong Xiu, who was standing beside him, to relay to the family, from now on, people from the Broken Dragon sect will pay double when purchasing items from Wanshan Pavilion. Chen Tianlong, upon hearing this, was so enraged that he trembled. He gritted his teeth and glared, saying, you. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, stunning everyone. After regaining their composure, everyone rushed in. The secret realm had opened, and they charged forward. Countless treasures of heaven and earth await me. Can I go up one more level? This time, it's all about relying on this. Chen Tianlong did not rush in. He arrogantly declared, don't think that because someone is backing you, you can act arrogantly. Once we enter the secret realm, that will be the day you die. Lin Jing, feeling somewhat troubled, spoke up, are you done talking? After saying that, he quickly set off. I'll personally see you all off. Before entering the secret realm, Chen Tianlong couldn't resist looking back, saying, alright, I hope by then, you can still talk tough. After they left, Su Wuming turned to Lin Jing and said, brother, I think I should advise you not to go, but I know you won't listen. How about I go in with you instead? Ji Fengshan, standing behind Lin Jing, sighed and said, as for the matter I asked of you, just do your best. Lin Jing replied, understood. Hong Xiu also came over to remind Su Wuming, young master, I cannot follow you into the secret realm. Please be careful once you enter. He smiled and said, don't worry, don't worry. Then, Su Wuming and Lin Jing quickly leapt up and both entered the secret realm. It was a place where countless green rays intertwined with a starry sky above. Once they stepped inside, countless streams of spiritual energy surrounded them. The further they went in, the more it felt as though they were lost in an infinite, boundless universe with no end. There were others around them, each heading in different directions. The two of them continued to move deeper into the secret realm, passing by orbs that resembled miniature universes. The scenery here was truly surreal. Su Wuming turned to Lin Jing and advised, I heard that after entering the secret realm, everyone will be separated. Brother, remember to find me. Where the spirit stones are the most, that's where I will be. After saying this, he smiled comfortably. As they walked a little further, it seemed that Lin Jing had spotted something. His face couldn't hide his surprise. The universe had disappeared, replaced by a magnificent scene before him. Lin Jing then summoned his sword to move, quickly descending towards a towering mountain ahead of him. Lin Jing finally landed safely at some place. He then turned his gaze towards the streaks of light descending from the vast sky inside. Indeed, everything is scattered. This secret realm really resembles a dead zone, a place devoid of life. It's quite strange. Suddenly, an arrow flew from a distance. Sensing the danger, Lin Jing activated his heightened alertness, increasing his reflexes 5 times, and dodged the unexpected ambush. The arrow, which was meant to assassinate him, flew straight into the tree trunk in front of him. It could be said that the spiritual energy of the arrow was quite strong, as it caused the tree trunk to break in half. A man walked forward, offering a compliment. Your reaction speed is impressive, no wonder you're bold enough to kill people from Wu. At the sight of the stranger, Lin Jing immediately spoke up. I don't think I know you. The man laughed and replied. I've always wanted to join the Wu Ji sect, but unfortunately there was never an opportune moment. Now, I'll use your head as my formal introduction. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his bow and aimed it directly at Lin Jing, preparing to shoot. It seemed he was an expert archer, as his posture was different from others. Lin Jing, seeing this, quickly dodged. His speed was unmatched, regarded as the best. Before the man could react, Lin Jing swung his sword, leapt into the air, and said, If you're the one who sought me out, then I won't show mercy. Seeing his opponent draw a sword, the man, of course, was not afraid and responded. Do you think that, as an archer, I would fear close combat? Lin Jing didn't say anything further. He swung his sword down, forcing the man to raise his bow to block. At this moment, a series of notifications sounded. Critical hit trigger, speed increased 6 times. Critical hit trigger, strength increased 14 times. Although he appeared to be trembling with fear at Lin Jing's rapidly increasing strength, his mouth kept running, proving that the saying mouth is faster than the brain was true. Let me tell you, my greatest strength is. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Jing struck him with a blow, sending him falling backwards. The bow snapped in half as he did. After knocking the man down, Lin Jing slowly approached. Now he was like a lamb awaiting its death. Realizing things had gone too far, the old man desperately pleaded in fear, Wait, I was wrong, it was just a joke. Ignoring the man's pleas, Lin Jing raised his sword and without hesitation, sent him off to meet his ancestors with a loud noise. After dealing with this man, Lin Jing proceeded to collect the items on his body. Suddenly, a notification sounded again. Critical hit trigger, 3 times the loot gained. Holding the items, Lin Jing muttered in slight frustration, why does the critical hit always trigger so low when looting corpses? Suddenly, his sword-wielding arm began to shake violently. Lin Jing was shocked and said, it actually moved on its own. Damn it, what is going on? His sword arm moved on its own, slashing straight into the broken bow of the man, leaving him confused and asking again. Immediately, a strange red vortex began to form around the bow. Looking down in suspicion, Lin Jing asked, the Heavenly Abyss sword, has it absorbed this weapon? Lin Jing stared at the sword in his hand for a moment, then, bewildered, said, is this the strange thing Su Wuming mentioned? A spiritual sword that can evolve? He actually gave it to me like this. The sword was shaking more and more intensely. It was trying to pull him along, making Lin Jing curious, is this the Heavenly Abyss sword trying to guide me? Could there be something attracting it? He immediately mounted the sword and flew through the air, thinking to himself as he moved. The sword's power is weakening, it seems to be right ahead. I wonder what could be attracting the Heavenly Abyss sword. After flying for a while, a waterfall appeared right in front of him. Below, two people were standing on a large rock, and between them was a small flower growing on the stone. Upon seeing this, Lin Jing thought to himself, there's someone. I see a bare-chested man with a fierce expression. I can't tell which sex golden core stage this weapon comes from. Then he turned and looked at the other person. This person had an enigmatic demeanor, holding a staff with a skull hanging above it. Surrounding him was a strange, purple aura that looked incredibly mystical. He doesn't seem human. He looks more like a death god or a sorcerer, and the quality of his staff isn't bad. Looks like he's found a treasure. At that moment, a sapling grew up, surrounded by sparkling dots of light. The other man looked up and, seeing Lin Jing, angrily said, another one daring to sneak a look at my Sichuan fruit. Let me tell you, the one who gets here first, this fruit is mine. If you know what's good for you, get out of here now. Lin Jing, caught off guard by the man's outburst, was left speechless and could only grunt in response. The mysterious figure on the other side began to speak. Here, in this secret realm, as long as your strength is insufficient, your life is not your own. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to Lin Jing with the intention of making a deal. Kiddo, let's kill him together, and then we can share the Zichun fruit. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Lin Jing immediately understood everything. He thought to himself, so that's how it is. The Heavenly Abyss sword was being drawn to the magical artifacts of these two individuals, all of which were golden core grade, no less than the bow from earlier. The mysterious man, seeing Lin Jing pointing his sword at him, was infuriated and shouted, Kiddo, what do you mean by pointing your sword at me? Do you want to die? Upon hearing this, Lin Jing quickly waved his hand and said, No, don't misunderstand, I'm just here to rob the treasure, not take your life. Then he smiled and said, can you two hand over your weapons? The shirtless man frowned and shouted in response, a foundation stage brat, you're bold indeed. Then let's join forces to take care of this kid who doesn't know his place, so that we don't end up fighting each other and letting someone else benefit. They quickly reached an agreement, and the shirtless man immediately attacked Lin Jing. He released razor-sharp blades of energy, surrounded by fiery red currents of air. Alright, we'll kill this kid first, then we'll deal with you. The mysterious figure also prepared to strike, adopting a stance that looked quite imposing. Lin Jing, instead of being frightened, calmly said, Alright, if you want to give it to me, then I'll accept it. The formidable aura they had moments ago quickly faded. In just a few short seconds, the face of the bare-chested man distorted as he collapsed to the ground, his body lying there, red. The mysterious man was no exception, as Lin Jing drove his head into the earth. The bare-chested man, with a bruised face, weakly spoke, It's my fault for being blind. After dealing with the two oddballs, Lin Jing extended his hand and spoke, swallowing 3 golden core-level magic tools in succession without any noticeable effect. Indeed, it was an abyss with no bottom. Lin Jing approached and picked the XCHVN fruit. As soon as he put it into his mouth, a notification triggered a critical hit, enhancing his muscles and bones by 12 times. He nodded in approval, saying, "Not bad, not bad, this fruit can strengthen my muscles and bones a bit more." After activating the critical hit, the effect is even more astounding. The heavenly abyss sword in his hand vibrated once more. Lin Jing, stunned, exclaimed, "Still coming." He hurriedly finished the XCHVN fruit, then continued on. While riding on his sword, Lin Jing thought to himself, "It seems like this trip into the secret realm will allow for plenty of hunting." Below, there was someone running and shouting, "I'd rather die than hand it over to you." A strange stream of green air appeared behind him, accompanied by a voice that sounded like someone speaking. "What's yours? Is it really yours? Is there anything in this secret realm that we cannot steal?" He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "Damn it, no time to avoid." The stream of air continued to chase after him. "If you know what's good for you, just hand it over. We won't lay a finger on you." The man's face turned pale with fear, his limbs trembling as he said, "Want to kill me and still pretend to be righteous?" One of them, arrogant, spoke up. "I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the heartless flower to me." The man remained resolute. "No, I need to bring it back to save someone. I absolutely can't give it to you." A bald-headed man chimed in. "Then don't blame us." The man gritted his teeth and muttered, "It's almost time." Immediately, a stream of golden air appeared around his wrist. It was likely emanating from the gem on his hand. The others, without hesitation, charged at him, but were blocked. Seeing this, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Not bad, your magical artifact isn't too shabby." The man grew slightly anxious, thinking to himself, "Damn, I won't be able to hold out much longer." One of them suddenly flashed a cunning smile, then swung his hammer towards him with a smug expression, speaking arrogantly, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Let's see if you can withstand this strike." The man exerted all his strength to resist, thinking to himself, "I can't hold on much longer, I might die here." But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't withstand that powerful strike. With just a swing, the man was sent flying several meters. The one holding the hammer laughed mockingly and said, "You won't drink the new wine, but want to drink the penalty wine? If you had handed over the heartless flower earlier, you might have kept your life. Now, with my hammer in hand, I'll tighten the grip on your path to safety." At that moment, Lin Jing arrived. Seeing this, the hammer wielder shouted, "Who are you?" Lin Jing placed one hand behind his back, holding his sword in the other, and calmly landed on the ground without saying a word. The hammer wielder sneered and continued, "Another one crawling out of some corner, with such a low level wanting to meddle?" Lin Jing ignored his taunts and pondered quietly. "Another robbery and murder? This secret realm is like PUBG, who knows how many will survive in the end?" After thinking for a moment, he coughed lightly, then continued with his usual script, speaking to the three thugs, "Robbery, but I still hope you'll leave the magic weapons behind. I can avoid injuring you." The three of them were a bit taken aback upon hearing this. "Huh? You want to rob us?" Lin Jing had already sensed that someone was lying in ambush, so he decided to reveal his cards. "Come out, stop hiding, you Wu Ji sect rats." As soon as he finished speaking, they appeared immediately. After recognizing who they were, Lin Jing spoke with a stern tone, "Oh, people from the Wu Ji sect. It seems everyone is here except Lu Chen Kong. They truly are the kind who won't shed a tear until they see the coffin," boasting loudly together, "Kiddo, didn't expect you to discover us, but your luck really is terrible. Take his head, and join up with Brother Lu." Lin Jing found it laughable, sarcastically mocking them without a hint of hesitation. "You people from the Wu Ji sect, after I've killed so many of your members, you should at least know my strength by now. You really think a few golden core cultivators like you can deal with me?" The leader, still undeterred, stubbornly continued to act arrogantly, replying to him, "It might be hard to deal with ordinary golden core cultivators, but unfortunately for you, you ran into us." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his voice, commanding the entire team, "Attack!" They all simultaneously assumed battle stances, chanting spells, and invoking secret techniques, summoning a dark fog that spread and surrounded Lin Jing from all sides. This is one of the strongest secret techniques of our Wu Ji sect. Any light around here will be stripped away. Of course, their words were true. Lin Jing quickly realized that something was wrong. The area around him began to turn pitch black. All he could hear were the voices of the Wu Ji sect echoing towards him. You won't be able to see anything. Out of instinct, Lin Jing swung his sword and shouted in anger. There! They laughed mockingly at his clumsy attempts to fight back, arrogantly taunting. It's not just the light, here, even all sounds, and even sense, are distorted. Every one of your senses will be rendered useless. Moreover, don't even think about escaping this darkness. We will stick to you until you die. Suddenly, from within the darkness, the Wu Ji sect began to launch their ambush attacks on Lin Jing. Though the strike was deadly, thanks to his explosive trigger and the 7 layers of spiritual power defense, he managed to successfully block it. They're even more delighted to torment him. Not bad at all at holding up, huh? The heart, throat, spine, lungs, carotid artery, and kidneys. All of these parts of the human body are vital spots. How many more of these can your spiritual power withstand? The situation was slightly unfavorable, forcing Lin Jing to remain calm and consider his options. The Wu Ji sect had been around for many years, clearly possessing some real skills. Even though he could rely on his explosive system to wear down their spiritual power until it was exhausted, in this current situation, it might not necessarily be the fastest way to turn the tide. Suddenly, an idea came to him that could change the situation. Lin Jing closed his eyes and focused with all his might. Now that I can't rely on my senses, sure enough, when he shut his eyes, he could clearly sense the exact positions of the Wu Ji sect members. They had no idea that their doom was imminent, so they continued to arrogantly humiliate Lin Jing. Has this guy really given up struggling? Fine, we were planning to torture him anyway, so let's just finish him off and send him on his way. That's all Lin Jing had been waiting for. He opened his eyes wide and caught him in the act. Seeing this, the assassin was so shocked he almost lost his words. Can he see me? The momentum of the battle shifted. Lin Jing, domineering as ever, immediately responded, "Your murderous intent is too obvious." Without hesitation, he swung his sword in a decisive blow, cleaving the man in two. The man could only utter a few muffled words before dying on the spot. How could this be? The remaining members of the Wu Ji sect were also stunned, no longer daring to act recklessly. How is this possible? No one had ever been able to break this secret technique before, so there was no way they could escape. Lin Jing coldly summoned his divine swords. Don't think you can get away. He let out a blood-curdling cry and commanded the divine swords to attack the Wu Ji sect members. Grand Void Sword Technique, each of them took a fatal strike, unable to resist. After defeating them all, Lin Jing confidently remarked, "So, a rat in a drain will forever be a rat. Once it sees the light, it's nothing at all." Humiliated, the survivors struggled to their feet, still trying to act tough. Don't be so smug, Lin Jing. Lu Changkong is not like us, he will definitely kill you. It was laughable, Lin Jing sneered derisively. Lu Changkong had gifted each of them a sword to greet them, piercing directly through their chests as he coldly declared, "If he doesn't come to find me, I'll eventually go to find him." The Wu Ji sect members could only scream before they departed from this world. From what they just said, Lin Jing began to have doubts. But I had thought that Lu Changkong would be eager to find me. However, now it seems that killing me is just a convenient task for him. Could it be that he has another mission? He approached the corpses of the group and silently harvested the critical strike. After collecting the loot, he pursed his lips in strong disapproval. There was nothing interesting about it. These people were utterly worthless, and the critical strike rate was pitifully low. His gaze shifted to their weapons, and his mood lifted slightly. These swords were passable. Suddenly, he realized that his own sword had finally made some progress. It was like finally being full and ready to evolve. Lin Jing's sword emitted a brilliant light as if confirming the completion of its evolution process. Holding it in his hand for appraisal, his spirits lifted. Although there were no outward changes, it had truly transformed into a magic weapon of the highest tier. However, seeing it constantly vibrating, he sighed and scolded. "You're too greedy, just evolved and you want to eat more?" Emptying all his baggage, Lin Jing desperately tried to salvage something for it to consume. "I'll check if there are any leftover magic weapons from these people." Suddenly, he discovered something rather interesting. He picked up a treasure and inspected it for a while. This was a yin-yang talisman locator. It seemed to be divided into a yang and an yin side. After infusing it with spiritual energy, its function was similar to a walkie-talkie. In this secret realm, the Wu Ji sect could still communicate with each other, and only. It was as though Lin Jing had accidentally stumbled upon a secret technique, and an idea for a trap instantly formed in his mind. Lu Chang Kong, he quickly activated the yin-yang talisman locator, making it work immediately. Given this situation, the voice of the person just now might have sounded like this. Lin Jing used a fake voice to actively contact Chang Kong. "Brother Lu, where are you right now?" He immediately responded without any suspicion. "What's up? I just found the trace of the target. Where are you guys?" Lin Jing quickly played along convincingly. "Brother Lu, here's the thing. We just ran into a scoundrel from the Qing Yuan sect. It took some effort, but we fulfilled our mission and managed to take him down in the end." After hearing this, he was thrilled and suggested they meet up. "Ah, good. If there's nothing more important, I'm almost done here." Having successfully located the target using the yin-yang talisman, Lin Jing eagerly replied, "Alright, then follow the directions of the yin-yang talisman and proceed to capture Chang Kong immediately." Excited, he mounted his sword and flew off, cutting through the wind. Lu Chang Kong then sent him off. On Chang Kong's side, after finishing the communication, he put the yin-yang talisman locator into his bag. He landed and coldly spoke. "Come out. I've already seen you." The girl hiding behind the tree was startled and jumped back in panic to avoid a strike from Chang Kong. "Why do you keep following me?" He casually answered her question. "Miss Su Wei, why are you avoiding me like this?" "I purposely came to the Steelblood secret realm to be your companion." Su Wei was displeased and firmly declared, "I have no intention of being friends with you." Yet, Chang Kong, with his shameless persistence, kept throwing all sorts of tricks to win her over. "But I want this, I fell in love with you at first sight. Please, Miss Su, don't refuse me." She felt goosebumps all over and firmly rejected him. "No, don't. Don't think I don't know. You just want my body." Su Wei stammered, threatening Chang Kong. "Anyway, let me tell you. I'm quite powerful, don't push me." He sneered in delight, picking apart her words. "Your strength doesn't even reach the golden core stage, and yet you want to threaten me. I don't know what news you've heard that made you risk your life to enter this secret realm, but you won't escape from my grasp this time." Su Wei snapped, her voice filled with anger. "Chang Kong, you!" She disregarded everything and attacked him, yelling insults at him. With just one light move, Chang Kong sent Su Wei flying. He stood proudly, mocking her. "Such an attack is nothing to me, not even as annoying as a mosquito bite." Suddenly, a powerful strike came out of nowhere, aimed directly at him. Struggling to adjust his breath, he spat blood from the pain. Chang Kong went berserk, shouting, Who dares to sneak attack me?" It turned out to be Lin Jing, who had arrived earlier and was the one who executed the attack. "Your grandfather is here." Stepping forward to protect Su Wei, Lin Jing declared fiercely, his voice cold, "I'm here to take your life today." His presence made it even clearer that the Wu Ji sect under Chang Kong had all been dispatched. You're not." Without letting him finish his sentence, Lin Jing swiftly moved to approach him, and in one quick strike, he sent him into a state of panic, unable to react in time. It was too fast. Fortunately, the heavens favored him. for his skills were not to be underestimated, allowing him to narrowly dodge the lethal blow. Chang Kong, frustrated, retaliated with a punch aimed directly at Lin Jing. The two fists collided head-on with incredible force, their impact causing Lin Jing's critical hit rate to surge 25 times. This equal exchange of power left Chang Kong utterly stunned. This person was clearly only at the foundation stage. How could his strength and spiritual power be so overwhelming? Seeing that Chang Kong remained unfazed, Lin Jing quietly assessed in his heart, a critical hit multiplier of 25 times, and I can only manage an equal exchange with Lu Changkong. No wonder this guy is called the young genius of the Wu Ji sect. Chang Kong unsheathed his sword with a sneer and spoke, "It seems those four trash were killed by you. I underestimated you. But you, of all people, are bold enough to come for me." He charged forward, attacking Lin Jing head-on. "Then you've truly miscalculated," Lin Jing replied, his sword glowing brilliantly with spiritual power. Lin Jing resolutely confronted Chang Kong with his ultimate move, the Grand Void Sword technique. Thousands of swords, summoned by his will, shot out in unison, attacking Chang Kong. The collision caused the surrounding area to tremble with a series of explosive sounds. Su Wei, alarmed, shouted a warning to Lin Jing, "Be careful." It turned out that the sect leader had somehow managed to approach him without Lin Jing realizing. Sensing the imminent danger, Lin Jing decisively swung his sword, sending the leader flying with a 20 times enhanced critical strike. But originally, Chang Kong had used the clone technique, so Lin Jing couldn't strike the real body of his opponent. "With just you, it's impossible to hurt me." Once again, he sensed the murderous intent from him. This move was already too familiar. Lin Jing boldly surged forward, preparing to strike. His attack was indeed all-encompassing and lethal. Chang Kong's clones exploded one by one, leaving only the real body to be found. Suddenly, he saw Chang Kong make a strange hand gesture. Lin Jing's mind raced as he immediately realized something was wrong. With swift reflexes, he raised his sword to block the incoming attack. The system announced a critical hit trigger with a 30x speed boost. Following the sword's return to Chang Kong's hand, Lin Jing determinedly considered his magic weapon's automatic targeting of the enemy. With that, the sword in his hand was thrown at high speed, successfully suppressing Chang Kong's weapon. His sword began to forcibly seize the deadly dagger, showing no mercy. Powerless in the face of this, Chang Kong turned pale and questioned Lin Jing, "What kind of evil energy are you using to devour my Chang Kong dagger?" Without answering him, Lin Jing decisively charged forward and launched a direct attack. "After you die, I'll come to your grave and tell you." Thinking he had struck him, Lin Jing was surprised when Chang Kong suddenly used a technique to vanish. The black shadow from his body began to scatter in all directions. They moved like countless wriggling tentacles, then simultaneously lunged forward, entangling Lin Jing's entire body. The treacherous voice of Chang Kong echoed, "I never expected that you could force me to use the shadow kill art." He revealed his true form and arrogantly intimidated Lin Jing. "No wonder so many have died at your hands, but unfortunately, your life ends here." With a domineering aura, Lin Jing confidently countered, "Is that so? I don't see it." It turned out that Su Wei had seized the opportunity while Chang Kong was distracted and silently launched an attack. Chang Kong, the sole terror monarch, dodged and angrily threatened her, "You wretched fool, you'll soon learn the cost of defying me." Seeing the situation becoming critical, Lin Jing quickly urged his sword, "Once you've had your fill, let's get to the main business." The sword responded to the command, swiftly cutting through all the shadow kill arts that were binding Lin Jing. It sliced through them effortlessly, without any difficulty, and then flew back to him, obediently awaiting the next command. Chang Kong was stunned, unable to believe his own eyes. "How could this be? Your sword. It can cut through my shadows?" Lin Jing, with a mighty presence, drew his sword and decisively replied, "Nothing is impossible. I've seen through all your moves." With the mighty Grand Void Sword technique, Lam Fong, he launched his signature move, determined to settle the score with Chang Kong. Countless swords surged toward him, and Chang Kong realized, "This is over." In a panic, he turned to flee, stammering and shouting, "This is bad. Naturally, he couldn't avoid the sharp pain of the blow, but with quick thinking, Chang Kong swiftly slipped into the ground and managed to escape. Lin Jing let out a quiet sigh as he watched Chang Kong flee. These sect prodigies truly couldn't be taken lightly. They always had countless ways to protect themselves. Still, escape isn't something that lasts forever. To be sure, he brought out the Yin talisman for another check. But its silence made Lin Jing realize that it wasn't reacting slowly. Perhaps even the talisman's connection had been disrupted? He turned to Han Sui, who remained on alert, and asked gently, "Are you all right?" Suddenly, the sword in his hand trembled, its tip pointing towards Sui's claws. Lin Jing tapped it a few times to calm it down, murmuring with a wry smile, "Always thinking about eating. Don't you know that could get you in trouble?" Worried she might misunderstand, he gave an awkward smile and quickly explained, "It's nothing, really. My sword tends to act up sometimes. I think it's just showing its gratitude for being saved earlier." Sui, steady and determined, spoke clearly, "Thank you for helping me just now. Lu Chang Kong. Once I find what I'm searching for, there will be a time to settle things." Noticing the seriousness in her expression, Lin Jing responded with a light tone, "If you're at odds with Lu Chang Kong, then I suppose that makes us allies, at least for now. So this time, I'll let you go. We'll part ways here." Hearing this, she was instantly taken aback, waving her hand in the air, Thief, you're actually a bandit?" Lin Jing bluntly asked Sui, "Is that so strange? Isn't it true that in this secret realm, everywhere you go you'll see killings and robberies happening? But what about you? With just the strength of a foundation stage, you still dared to enter this secret realm? You're only asking for others to look down on you." Sui immediately defended herself, "Aren't you also just at the foundation stage? At least I'm only one step away from the golden core, but you're even weaker than me and still dare to talk about my cultivation." At this point, she suddenly realized something wasn't right. "Wait, you're only at the 8th level of the foundation stage, so how did you just defeat that guy?" Sui was even more puzzled and determined to get to the bottom of this. "Lu Chang Kong, that bastard, is known as supreme below nascent soul. Above nascent soul, it's 1 for 1. Where did you come from, you freakish monster?" Lin Jing, in a fit of rage, flicked Sui's forehead with a sharp snap, then scolded her in a deep voice. "You're the freakin' monster." The flick caused Sui's hood to fall off, revealing something growing on her head. The shape was unmistakable. It was the ear of a beast. Lin Jing was completely startled, her mind thrown into chaos. Cat ears. Realizing that her true identity had been exposed, Sui could only blush and try to clarify. "What cat ears?" "It's the noble bloodline of the spirit lynx." Perhaps because she was so cute, Lin Jing decided to let it go. "Sorry, it's just that I've never seen a person with cat ears before, so I was a bit surprised. Please don't mind." With this misunderstanding, the system immediately displayed a message about triggering a 10-fold shock attack. Trying to act mature, Sui replied, Forget it, I forgive you, after all, it was unintentional." In her heart, the thought of following Lin Jing had already emerged. This guy was at the foundation stage, and could even push Lu Chang Kong back? If she could cooperate with him and add her secret techniques, who knew what could be achieved? She quickly proposed to Lin Jing. "I say, if Lu Chang Kong and I aren't enemies, why don't we try working together?" Sui was fine, but only Lin Jing seemed a little concerned about her. He feared it might not work and said, "I have quite a few enemies." However, Sui didn't seem to care at all. She confidently tried to persuade him. "You've already provoked the Wu Ji sect, what enemies are you afraid of now? Could you possibly provoke a few more great sects?" She was brimming with confidence, using her own abilities to reassure him. "Moreover, I don't need you to protect me all the time. I have ways to protect myself. Besides, I'm also skilled in healing techniques. If you get injured, I might even have to ask me to save your life." Looking at the desolate landscape, Lin Jing felt uneasy. He didn't want to leave this little cat alone. If they met Lu Changkong again, it would probably be very dangerous. In the short term, wouldn't he keep running into other people too? In the end, he still agreed to Su Wei's proposal. Alright, if you want to go together, that's fine. At this moment, inside a cave in the Steelblood secret realm, Changkong was lying still, tending to his wounds while waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Had those two shown up yet? As soon as he finished speaking, Changkong heard two people appear. He frowned and muttered in a low voice. They're here. I thought they were strangers, but turns out it's Wu Di and Tianlong. Wu Di crossed his arms and raised his chin, asking Changkong. Not hesitating to use secret communication techniques, what's this about? How did the chase go earlier? He forgot everything. Changkong, how about we team up and deal with Lin Jing together? Wu Di laughed loudly, contemptuously mocking Changkong. Are you kidding? Is that all? A mere foundation stage trash needs the three of us to team up? Lu Changkong, has your brain gone rotten? After his major defeat, Changkong desperately tried to persuade Wu Di and Tianlong. I'm not joking with you. That kid is really strange, I can't kill him alone. If it's you two facing him alone, you'll surely fail as well. Changkong's warning made the two hesitate. Wu Di skeptically asked. Is Lin Jing really that hard to deal with? Tianlong also seemed half convinced, isn't he just at the foundation stage? Changkong urgently summarized the situation. According to reports from the Wuji sect, this guy's strength is growing rapidly. I didn't take it seriously at first, but after the confrontation, I realized he's really unusual. His cultivation isn't just at the foundation stage. Wu Di and Tianlong exchanged a subtle glance when he wasn't paying attention. Besides, he had repeatedly sabotaged the good plans of the three major sects, and he definitely needed to be dealt with. Tianlong cunningly responded, alright, to be sure, let's strike together and take him down. I have no objections, but not right now. Wu Di quickly withdrew, we're not like you, we still have the sect's mission to fulfill. Changkong, feeling extremely uncomfortable, questioned sharply, that rumor? You two came because of that? Wu Di confidently laid it out, in any case, the scope of the secret realm will gradually shrink, and by then, that kid will definitely show up. If we act together, Changkong, the three of us can join forces, and there will be no one in the secret realm who can stand against us. Hearing Changkong's name, he immediately stopped fuming and agreed, alright. Meanwhile, in a dark hidden chamber, Ji Fengshan was feeling dejected, sitting alone. On the bed lay a young boy, motionless, encased in a block of ice. Ji Fengshan lovingly stroked the ice, murmuring softly, my child, your father is here to keep you company again. The old man sighed in frustration and continued, don't worry, you will wake up soon. Fighting back tears, Ji Fengshan firmly promised his son, when that time comes, I will no longer force you to cultivate. You can do whatever you want, and I will agree to anything you ask. Ji Fengshan then stepped up to a faintly glowing round mirror. With a pleading gaze, the old man begged, old ancestor, having obtained the immortality ideology, my son, he really can wake up, right? The mirror began to shift and rotate, and then a mysterious figure appeared through it, speaking in a deep, muffled voice, it is possible. Uncertain of the truth, Ji Fengshan was overjoyed and obediently followed the person's words. I understand, please rest assured. He decisively turned and walked away. In his entire life, he had never been so determined. I will follow what you said, and soon, my son will be resurrected. Ji Fengshan's longing became extreme and overwhelming. No matter who brings out the immortality ideology, no matter what the cost, I will obtain it. Meanwhile, in the secret realm, Su Wei and Lin Jing had officially teamed up. He eagerly ran from place to place to gather spirit herbs, damn it, the profound ice herb, and it even has dragon serpent root. His eyes sparkled like headlights, constantly exclaiming, this is the bloodfire fruit. Su Wei just sneered, utterly unimpressed, and sarcastically muttered, how foolish. These low-level natural treasures aren't even worth my time. Lin Jing picked up a large bag and retorted firmly, even a sparrow, though small, is still meat. From her tone, it was clear that there were many more valuable items in the Steel Blood secret realm. Su Wei confidently responded, "Of course." She even kindly informed him, "I've made a detailed guide. The best treasures in the Steel Blood secret realm are hidden by barriers and formations. They only appear at certain times." Skeptical but curious, Lin Jing tilted his head and asked, "So how do we find such good things, and how long do we have to wait for specific results?" Su Wei quickly used her light body technique to clear a path. "I'll go check it out." With her agile, cat-like body, she leaped effortlessly up a high mountain. After observing for a while, she excitedly reported to Lin Jing, Oh, the cultivators in the northeast are in big trouble." Su Wei pointed in the distance, eagerly calling out to Lin Jing below, "Look, it's starting." Curious, he jumped up to the spot where she was standing to confirm it himself. Lin Jing, a bit surprised, asked Su Wei for the second time, "What's starting?" "The formation?" Indeed, from afar, he saw a wave of energy forces rushing toward them. The familiarity of it made him murmur, "This is." Su Wei eagerly explained to Lin Jing that every certain period of time, the energy aura surrounding the secret realm would gradually shrink its range. Anyone inside would be poisoned, and using spiritual power for protection would be useless. They could only avoid it. The mechanism was the same every time, which made Lin Jing exclaim in disbelief, "Isn't this like the shrinking zone in Battle Royale games? It's starting to feel like PUBG." Other elder cultivators were also hurriedly retreating. "The energy wave is coming, hurry up. We can't stay here, we need to get to a safe zone quickly." As they rushed to escape, they fell right into a magical trap. "What's going on?" After falling into the trap, a group of 3 rogue individuals appeared and immediately surrounded them. It was a blocking formation, and there was an ambush. One of them fiercely drew his sword, his voice dripping with menace, "Hand it all over." Just a few minutes later, the robbers were completely shaken, with the fake cultivators knocking them down. Once again, a few beggars, who found no treasures. At that moment, one of the subordinates anxiously spoke to the leader, "Boss, the reinforcements will arrive soon, we should retreat." He growled sharply at his subordinates, "What's the rush? Wait a little longer here, and it will increase our chances of fortune." The lookout, peering through the binoculars, quickly reported to the leader, "2 more people coming, they're very fast, they'll be here in about 3 minutes." The leader brushed his hands with glee, eagerly setting up the defense. It seemed that someone was finally coming who looked the part. He quickly tidied up and continued to remind, "We move step by step, make it strong, make it grand, and create something magnificent." Of course, the 2 people racing toward them were Lin Jing and Su Wei. Holding on tightly to him without letting go, Su Wei marveled, "Your speed is incredible." They cast the blocking formation to stop them and surrounded both of them. The leader raised his sword and commanded Lin Jing, "Hand it over." Lin Jing's expression remained unchanged. A few minutes later, the robbery was under his control. His sword was bombarded with blows from the weapons. Calmly, he rummaged through their belongings, muttering, "I didn't expect someone to block the way. Looking at these people, they must have tricked quite a few others." The system displayed a notification, triggering critical harvest, quadruple rewards. Witnessing him skillfully take down the other 3, Su Wei thought to herself, "Where did this monster come from? Each of those guys was a strong man at the golden core level or above, and yet he wiped them out in just a few moves. If he can defeat Lu Changkong, it's clear that it wasn't just luck." After a moment of reflection, she spoke up to warn him, "The closer we get to the center, the more people there will be, and the higher the chance of conflict, especially for us." Without a second thought, Lin Jing confidently replied, "I understand. We'll be running and killing at the same time. What you're worried about is only one thing, our cultivation is low, and anyone who sees us will probably want to take a bite." Su Wei avoided his probing gaze and tried to answer nonchalantly, "I have my own trump card, but seeing as I'm with you, it seems there's no need to use it for now." Lin Jing sheathed his sword and decisively instructed Su Wei, "Let's go. If I run into any enemies, you should quickly escape on your own." Indeed, in the safe zone, there were already countless fake cultivators present. Everyone was laughing and chatting, subtly probing each other. How's the harvest, bro? The strongmen from the sects are coming soon. A few of them are gathering mainly to form factions and target weaker ones. Kiddo, looks like your bag's pretty full? Everyone was on high alert, not daring to slack off for even a moment. Lin Jing and Su Wei had also arrived at this place, which was undoubtedly the center of the entire secret realm. The entrance to the barrier would soon open here. As soon as they landed, their presence immediately drew the attention of all the fake cultivators. They sneered and said to each other, I didn't expect that even 2 foundation stage cultivators could make it here. Without showing any respect, they began scheming with lowly intentions. Lin Jing said, I think we should just kill them first. If we can't get the treasure, we certainly can't leave empty-handed. Unfazed by anyone, Lin Jing drew his sword and challenged them, well, let's see what you can do. Suddenly, a sword came flying at him from behind. Lin Jing calmly avoided the strike in the blink of an eye, thinking to himself, a sneak attack. The fake cultivators, having tasted defeat, angrily shouted and hollered. One of them yelled, I was robbed first, damn it! Who dared to take my wealth? Who attacked? Step forward! Hu Lei and Hu Ting quickly appeared, grumbling angrily, humph, we can't let this kiddo live. Hu Lei coldly retracted his long sword with a commanding shout. Hey! His sword immediately flew back to its master, directly facing off against the fake cultivators. Hu Ting coldly repeated the question, what's the matter? He growled threateningly, one of our brothers made the move, do you have a problem with that? Realizing they were up against something serious, the cultivators quickly began to retreat. One of the fake cultivators said, it's a member of the Hu family, we can't mess with him, can't mess with him. Hu Ting sneered, his lip curling in contempt as he spoke, humph, Lin Jing, he's angry and threatening you by name. We've finally found you. He had already been warned by him, so Su Wei wasn't too surprised, is it another one of your enemies? Lin Jing shrugged and replied succinctly, I suppose so, just 2 guys coming to offer their heads. His confident tone made Hu Lei, the fiery-blooded member of the Hu family, lose his temper, you've really gone too far. Let me tell you, we've already gained opportunities in the secret realm, and things are different now. Hu Lei, neck craned, yelled at Lin Jing, moreover, do you think that was really our true power before? With Ji Fengshan protecting you outside, I don't think now. Before he could finish, his aura exploded, and he hurled his sword straight at Lin Jing, who can protect you now? Without hesitation, Lin Jing directly faced him, his spirit rising as he shouted, don't know fear, huh? Then let me send you on your way. Hu Ting, supporting his elder brother, took out a massive mace and joined in, kiddo, you're really arrogant. The man eagerly struck with a fatal blow to take Lin Jing down this time, taste the magic weapon golden core I found in this secret realm and see how I crush you into pulp. The flashy moves were beneath Lin Jing's contempt, and with a single swing of his sword, he knocked back Hu Ting's huge mace. The man exclaimed, what? Hu Ting, holding the gigantic hammer, made Lin Jing comment, it's huge. Lin Jing raised his fist and said, one punch to log you out. With a single strike, he triggered a 5-fold critical hit, sending Hu Ting flying far away. Lin Jing raised his fist and said, the difficulty of dealing with this is far inferior to Lu Changkong, yet that doesn't mean I'll say you're just a bunch of cannon fodder. Hu Ting groaned in pain, spitting out blood. Seeing this, Hu Lei angrily shouted, big brother. He stormed towards Lin Jing, saying, I want to kill you. Seeing Hu Lei charge at him, Lin Jing activated his strength, triggering an explosive force 20 times more powerful, sending Hu Lei flying. Hu Lei's legs buckled beneath him as he collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. Pointing at Lin Jing, he said, Hu family, I will never forgive you. Hu Lei's eyes were bloodshot, and then he collapsed, dead. Seeing this, Lin Jing remarked, still running your mouth when you're already dead. He walked over, kicked Hu Lei, grabbed the bag from his body, and said, now. Suddenly, a group of people approached Lin Jing. Holding the bag in his hand, he challenged them, is there anyone else who wants to take a shot at me? The group turned pale and replied, too strong. He's clearly at the foundation stage, how can he be this strong? Even someone at the 9th level of the golden core stage can't kill more than a dozen golden cores with one strike. This guy is clearly pretending to be weak to lure others into underestimating him. Lin Jing smiled faintly, feeling pleased inside, thinking, as expected, most people bully the weak and fear the strong. As long as you show your fangs, no rational person would risk their life to test you. Suddenly, 2 or 3 people appeared behind Lin Jing. They were Lu Changkong, Chen Tianlong, and Wu Di. Liu Tiaring called out to Lin Jing, and Wu Di said, "He's really here." Chen Tianlong said, all right, this time you're definitely dead." The people around laughed at Lin Jing. "Ha, didn't expect this guy to be like that. Provoking the 3 great Mongs, he really deserves to die. Now we'll get to see a good show, let's see how arrogant he can be this time." Lu Changkong spoke, "Humph, everywhere you go, you're just a dog with no sense of shame. Lin Jing, if you don't die, then it's truly against the will of heaven." Lin Jing drew out his long sword and asked, "Are you qualified to talk after I've beaten you half to death? In the end, it's just a rat in the gutter who dares to act so arrogantly when someone holds its waist." Upon hearing this, the 3 great Mongs were enraged. Chen Tianlong said, "This arrogant kid doesn't know the difference between heaven and earth." Lu Changkong ordered, "Stop wasting words, let's just kill him." Lin Jing thought to himself, this situation is a bit troublesome. If I had known, I would have come later. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look, over there." A huge pit suddenly appeared in the middle, which puzzled everyone around. What's coming out from under the ground? What's going on? Curious, some of them went down into the pit and found a staircase leading down and a gate. One of them said, "This is the secret realm, we have a great opportunity now." Su Wei, standing next to Lin Jing, said excitedly, "The barrier has opened." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Jing grabbed Su Wei's hand and ran. He shouted, "Let's go." As he pulled Su Wei, Lin Jing was deep in thought, wondering that if Su Wei's cultivation was poor and the terrain inside was more complex, it would be the perfect opportunity for him to take advantage of the chaos and defeat the 3 of them. Seeing Lin Jing pulling Su Wei's hand, Chen Tianlong ordered to chase after them. While running, Chen Tianlong said, "The Su sect instructed that we must retrieve the treasure inside." Upon hearing this, Wu Di replied, "According to the records, the time for the underground tomb to appear is limited, so we must find it quickly. As for Lin Jing, kill as many as you can." After that, everyone rushed inside together. Su Wei and Lin Jing entered first. Su Wei asked, "Which way should we go?" Lin Jing gripped Su Wei's hand tightly and said, "We're escaping from the pursuit behind us, and the layout of the tomb changes every time. I need time to think." The 2 of them hid behind a wall. Lin Jing ordered, "Shu, don't speak." Suddenly, he took out a talisman. Su Wei observed inwardly, silently cursing, relying on this worthless talisman? Chen Tianlong entered and said, "When the aura disappears, it seems like he's using some kind of high-level spell or artifact." Lu Changkong asked, "So what should we do now? Are we just going to let him go?" Wu Di responded, "If you want to find that kiddo, go ahead. I still have a mission to complete." Su Wei thought, could it be that I didn't notice? Did I make a mistake earlier? Lin Jing said, "It seems the Broken Dragon sect and the Heavenly Demon Temple are both here to find something. Could it be that they are after the coffin as well?" Su Wei's face was filled with panic. She asked, "Do you know immortality ideology?" Lin Jing asked, "I agreed with the others to bring the coffin back, did you come because of that too?" Su Wei responded, "Well then, let's rely on our skills." She then muttered to herself, "Damn it, the people from the 3 great sects are already troublesome enough, and now there's this guy. To be honest, I can't defeat anyone." In her mind, she wondered why so many people were after that coffin, always feeling like something wasn't quite right. Lin Jing stood up happily and placed his hand on Su Wei's head. He said, "Let's go, before we find what we're looking for, we're still allies. When the time comes, we'll rely on our abilities. I'm only helping because someone asked me. If it gets too dangerous, I won't take the risk." Sue, trembling, stammered, "Fine then, follow me to this place." Meanwhile, the three men on the other side were in chaos, fighting each other. Taking advantage of the situation, Lin Jing pulled Suwei's hand and led her away. Suddenly, a strange man appeared, blocking their path. He said they couldn't go this way, and if they wanted to pass, Lin Jing, in anger, shoved the man aside. He said, "Don't waste my time." He then drew his sword, channeling the strength within. He thought to himself, compared to the coffin whose location was unknown, it was better to focus on increasing his own strength for now. After a moment, Lin Jing said to Sue, "The situation has changed. Let's clear the battlefield first to reduce the number of competitors. If we can find those three people, even better." Sue, trembling, replied, "What? Are you addicted to fighting now?" Before she could finish, Lin Jing had already pulled her hand and dragged her along. He and she flew up to the sky together. Lin Jing said, "No fighting allowed, hand over your weapons." With one move, he defeated the men and sent them to the ground. Terrified, they said, "Who is this guy?" Lin Jing arrogantly smiled, "In a world where people live in peace and do not take up arms, do you still think you can find treasures here? If you do, it belongs to me." After being tortured by Lin Jing, the men who had overestimated their abilities sighed, "Heavens, is there no one who can handle this kid? Why hasn't someone from the three major sects brought this bastard to justice?" Lin Jing held a bundle in his hand and said, "Indeed, a horse won't get fat if it doesn't eat grass, and a person won't get rich without corruption." He heard sounds of fighting nearby and saw a young man surrounded by vicious thugs. They were threatening him with swords, saying, "Kill him, and the Thinglan TRC will be ours." "Let's see how long you can hold on, just a golden core third-tier kid daring to come here to die." As soon as they finished speaking, Lin Jing appeared and swung his sword to defeat them. He asked the young man, "Thinglan TRC, it seems to be a high-grade material for refining the top-level core formation pill." "I want it." Lin Jing excitedly said to the young man, "We meet again." Grateful for Lin Jing saving his life, the young man happily handed him his sword. "Big brother, I understand. The magic weapon you took is mine, and I found it in the secret realm." Lin Jing, surprised by this, said, "This time, what I want is the Thinglan TRC." The young man's expression stiffened upon hearing this. He asked, "Has your principal changed this time?" Lin Jing replied, "Mainly, it's because my Tian Yuan sword is full now. You and I have no grudges, no enmity, and no ill intentions toward each other. As for me, this Shanlan bamboo is something I want to use, not to mention, I am someone who follows principles like this." He raised his sword, pointing it directly at the men who had bullied the young man earlier. Lin Jing said, "You all hand over your weapons, and consider this compensation for him." The men trembled as they responded, "So this is also called following principles? Are we really just unlucky?" Lin Jing turned his back and spoke to the young man, "Consider these as compensation for you." The young man happily replied, "Big brother, you're really a person of principles." At this moment, Sue also appeared. She said, "The fluctuation of spiritual power is too strong, it must be the immortality ideology appearing." Lin Jing ordered, "Let's go, we need to get there quickly." He warned the young man, "The front will be very dangerous. If I were you, I would stay away." As soon as he finished speaking, the young man ran off. He said to Lin Jing, "Big brother, you don't need to tell me. I'll go ahead and leave now." The men who had had their weapons taken earlier were now lamenting, "What are we supposed to do now? We don't have our weapons anymore. Let's go quickly. The secret realm this time has even more monsters than before, we can't afford to die before we even get any benefits." As footsteps echoed away, Sue and Lin Jing were entering a strange place. Sue, excited, pointed and said, "It really is the immortality ideology, just like in the legends." Lin Jing furrowed his brows, deep in thought. The layout of this place was clearly the tomb of a strongman, but why was it so famous? Lin Jing asked Sue, "How is this coffin supposed to be used?" Sue replied, "Don't you know? I heard this thing is meant for those who are dying, using their flesh and bones to grant immortality to others. Sue quickly ran in and said, "We should leave now, or someone might steal it." Suddenly, Lin Jing grabbed her hand and said, "I advise you to wait a moment. The first person who touches it will definitely be blown to death." At that moment, other greedy individuals also entered the tomb. They laughed loudly, saying, "Haha, this treasure is mine." Unexpectedly, strange souls appeared, threatening these people. At this point, Wu Di slowly appeared and said, "This peerless treasure, how can a bunch of trash like you mess with it?" The others, oblivious to their own limitations, continued to smile and taunt, "Wu Di from the Heavenly Demon Temple, we know you're strong, but you're just one person." "That's right, there are so many of us. Why would we be afraid of you?" They shouted with enthusiasm, "Everyone, attack! Kill him first!" As soon as they finished speaking, Chen Tianlong appeared. With just a slight display of his strength, the others were sent flying far away. Their faces turned pale as they fearfully said, "Run, quickly!" Wu Di threw out strange objects, saying, "It's too late to run now." These objects were terrifying, sticking to the clothes of the others, causing them to collapse before being drained of their souls. One person tried to escape, but it was too late, as he was also controlled by the soul and killed on the spot. When Su Wei saw this scene, she was extremely frightened. She said, "So powerful. Just now, all those cultivators were at the Golden Core 6th stage level, yet they were all wiped out." Wu Di, furious, pointed at the corpses lying on the ground and said, "Humph, a bunch of trash who don't know their own limits." Wu Di then said to Chen Tianlong, "We both came here for the coffin, but if we fight, both sides will definitely get injured. In that case, the one benefiting from it would be the outsider, which wouldn't be ideal." Upon hearing this, Chen Tianlong asked in return, "So, what do you suggest?" Wu Di replied, "If both of us are acting on orders from our sex, why don't we take the immortality ideology outside and wait for the elders of our sex to make a decision?" Hearing this good suggestion, Chen Tianlong responded, "Great, I agree." Lin Jing, who had been listening attentively, spoke up, "Initially, I wanted to wait for the two of you to fight first, and I would just sit back and reap the benefits. But now..." Lin Jing thought to himself, if the immortality ideology truly works like this, both for personal and professional reasons, I have to think of a way to spoil these two's plans. He then spoke to Su Wei, "From now on, you should take care of yourself. I have to find a way to take a risk." Upon hearing this, Su Wei turned pale and shouted, "You want to challenge both of them? You'd better leave." Lin Jing rushed forward, saying, "I'll try to eliminate one of them first." Seeing Lin Jing appear, Chen Tianlong asked, "Is it that kid?" Wu Di, however, was pleased and said, "I had planned to wait until we got the immortality ideology out and then handle things, but I didn't expect this little pest to come looking for trouble." After that, the man ordered the goblins, "Chop him into 100 pieces, use this body to practice the defective ghost technique, it will definitely be very effective." Lin Jing, undeterred, charged forward, his sword swinging wildly as he attacked them relentlessly. Lin Jing, with concern in his heart, thought, in this continuous assault, how can these strange creatures endure like this? What kind of bizarre thing is this? Wu Di, the man, was also afraid inside. All of my Feng Niu's subordinates had cultivation before death. How could they not withstand a few moves from this brat? Angrily, he made a decision, if that's the case, then make it explode. Su Wei stood to the side, covering her nose with a cloth. She said, fearfully, "This is bad." Then, Lin Jing slowly flew up. He put a pill into his mouth and said, "So they can self-destruct. That brat from the Heavenly Demon Temple really is devious." Seeing Lin Jing drop his guard, Chen Tianlong suddenly lunged forward, throwing a punch and shouting loudly, "Die! Lin Jing, you can't dodge this attack." Lin Jing thrust his sword into Chen Tianlong's body, causing him to exclaim in surprise, "How can you?" Lin Jing wiped the sweat from his face, thinking to himself, "Damn it, it took a 30 times stronger burst just to kill this guy?" At this moment, the souls continued to attack, flying straight at Lin Jing, but with just one move, he chopped them all down, causing Wu Di to grow increasingly worried. As for Chen Tianlong, with blood pouring from his mouth, he thought inwardly, Lu Changkong was right. Although this brat is at the foundation establishment stage, his strength is incredibly formidable, almost like he has mastered an anti-heavenly demonic art. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, I originally thought that with Wu Di joining forces with me, we could easily defeat him. It seems we underestimated him. Lin Jing gritted his teeth, deep in thought. In the end, even with the powerful strikes of these two top-tier young geniuses from the two sects, they could only manage to injure him. Chen Tianlong gave Wu Di an order. Wu Di could no longer hold back his moves. This person absolutely could not be spared. He spat out a strange red impurity and said, Lin Jing, I will show you the martial arts of the Heavenly Demon Temple. The souls from the impurity Wu Di spat out surrounded Lin Jing. Wu Di taunted, you will soon become their food. Chen Tianlong stood by, summoning a large serpent. He said, if that's the case, I won't hold back anymore. A source of red light surrounded everything. Sui, standing aside, noticed something and said, the blood soul formation of the Heavenly Demon Temple and the tyrant dragon palm of the Broken Dragon sect? Be careful, the blood soul formation drains one's blood essence, and the tyrant dragon palm is incredibly powerful. It seems Lin Jing is in a difficult situation now. Lin Jing closed his eyes and said, damn demons. Then, he drew his long sword and commanded, get away from me. Suddenly, he realized something apparently, the demons were regenerating. Lin Jing sighed, seems like this is a bit more troublesome than I thought. At that moment, Chen Tianlong also added another strike. He said, then this palm will be the one to annihilate you. Lin Jing gritted his teeth, addicted to the Grand Void Sword Technique's 8 desolations. His strength had successfully blocked the attacks from Wu Di and Chen Tianlong, but it didn't seem to have any effect on them, which made Lin Jing anxious. He suspected it was the unyielding Shadow Soul, as they kept charging at him relentlessly. Wu Di, seeing Lin Jing's situation, laughed loudly and said, it's just blood mist, and you can't defeat the spirit thread. It can't be severed, yet it keeps infiltrating your bloodstream. Lin Jing asked, what if your formation is broken? Wu Di, still full of arrogance, replied, are you dreaming? My formation uses countless spectral demons to condense, endlessly producing more. It's impossible to break. Lin Jing retorted, there's always an exception. If that's the case. Seeing Lin Jing so resolute, Wu Di felt a twinge of fear, thinking to himself, what is his cultivation level, really? Suddenly, Chen Tianlong charged toward Wu Di, standing behind him and saying, stop him. Chen Tianlong answered, I know without you saying. Chen Tianlong exerted his strength and charged directly at him, shouting, Lin Jing, come on. Lin Jing's face turned ashen with rage. He shouted, good, this sword is prepared for you. He swung his sword and continued, even just a few illusions of these filthy insects dare to die. Seeing this, Chen Tianlong asked in confusion, how could it be my formation? Then, he was struck by Lin Jing's power, causing him immense pain. Suddenly, a beam of golden light appeared, and Wu Di was puzzled, asking, what is this? Terrified, he trembled and ordered, all of you, attack. Lin Jing looked at Wu Di and said, now it's your turn. He stomped his foot, causing everything around him to shake, then soared into the air, dodging all of Wu Di's attacks. Wu Di was struck back, blood spilling from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Sui shouted excitedly, he won, he won. Sui asked in confusion, how could he possibly defeat the other two? She looked around with a sly expression and said, since there's no problem, I'll take advantage of this opportunity. Suddenly, she ran toward the tomb, thinking to herself, don't blame me, I'm not like those rebellious ones among you. Unexpectedly, she stopped in her tracks and stood still. She said, what's this aura? Sui stepped closer, puzzled, what's going on? Didn't it end already? Lin Jing also realized that these two hadn't actually died. Chen Tianlong spoke up, so, you've managed to pull me out to see who dares to touch the dignity of the Heavenly Demon Temple. Chen Tianlong turned to Wu Di, Wu Shan, why is this guy here? Could it be that your grandson is also being pressured by someone else? Wu Di replied, Chen Great Sage, looks like there's another genius, forcing us into a desperate situation like this. Lin Jing's face turned pale as he said, this fluctuation of spiritual power is even greater than that of a ninth-layer golden core, it can only be nascent soul. Su Wei also said, it really is a nascent soul old monster, it's a technique used by nascent soul cultivators. Leaving behind the bodies of juniors, when these juniors are in danger, it triggers, and this soul manifestation is equivalent to a third of a nascent soul cultivator's power. Chen Tianlong asked Lin Jing, kiddo, did you make a move? Lin Jing's face turned pale as he replied, if I really called the old monster here, what would it have to do with me? Chen Tianlong smiled broadly and said, well, it's been a long time since someone has spoken like that in front of me. I'll break you into pieces and see if you still dare to act tough. Wu Di also spoke, whether it's just me alone, or together with the juniors of Chen Great Sage, eliminating a talent like you, it's quite a pity. As soon as he finished speaking, a large hand appeared. Lin Jing raised his sword high and said, Grand Void Sword Technique, break the army. The other side, finding it somewhat interesting, shattered the power Lin Jing had just released, then grabbed him with the hand, flicking him away with a snap, sending him flying far. Lin Jing said, no wonder it's the primal spirit stage, 40 times the power and still couldn't withstand a single strike. Chen Tianlong said, oh, you're still not dead. No wonder you forced my juniors into a dead end. Wu Di said, Chen Great Sage, it's been many years, and you're still the same. Wu Di formed a giant skeletal hand and spoke, it's fine. If one strike won't do, I'll add another. Lin Jing, panicked, grimaced and said, no, the power of those two old men is immense. He then used his spiritual sword to fly up, simultaneously creating multiple sword blades that charged toward the giant skeletal hand, shouting, I don't believe it. However, immediately, all the sword blades shattered upon contact with the skeletal hand, and as a result, he was sent flying again. He gritted his teeth and let out a cry of pain. At the same time, Su Wei, who had been watching the scene, spoke up, that bastard, even daring to wield a sword against a strongman of the nascent soul realm. How bold! Is he regretting it? She crossed her arms and spoke gloomily, even I can't help you, I can only secretly help you leave with the immortality ideology. Don't blame me. But as she was about to leave, the jade pendant on Lin Jing's waist suddenly began to glow. The strangely shaped jade pendant emitted a light with an ethereal, distant aura. Su Weiha gasped in astonishment and asked, that jade pendant, how did he get it? No sooner had she spoken than a loud explosion rang out. Through the dust, Lin Jing picked up the jade pendant and said, the gap between the foundation stage and the nascent soul is vast. After the attack, I was still able to stand up. I can only rely on the system's critical strike to open a bloody path for escape. Wu Di, seeing that he was unharmed, asked in shock, he's still alive? Immediately, he extended his bony hand, releasing a stream of red spiritual power, and said, let me see what else you can do. Tianlong, seeing this, excitedly said, let me enjoy torturing you slowly, like a game. He then launched a dark dragon-headed attack toward him. At that moment, both attacks flew toward Lin Jing simultaneously. Lin Jing immediately activated a 45x defense critical strike. Gritting his teeth, he said, system, don't let the chain fall. In the next instant, the two streams of spiritual power slammed into his shield, forcing him to activate a 45x counter critical strike. But the two of them were too powerful for him to hold out for long, and his body began to tremble. Tianlong, at this point, gleefully said, indeed, a genius of unparalleled talent. You were able to withstand both of our attacks, but how long can you last? Lin Jing, struggling to resist, gritted his teeth and said, even after more than 45 critical strikes, this still isn't enough? Am I really going to die here today? As he was focusing ahead, a figure suddenly appeared from behind, making him blanch. Chang Kong appeared, holding a spear, aiming to strike at Lin Jing, and said, Lin Jing, I've finally waited for this opportunity, time to die. Lin Jing's life was hanging by a thread, and he gritted his teeth, thinking, it's over. But at the moment of life and death, Su Weian appeared, striking Chang Kong away and shouting, if you want to kill him, you'll have to step over me first. Her appearance shocked Lin Jing, who exclaimed, Su Wei. Chang Kong immediately flew into a rage, grinding his teeth as he said, "Humph, then let me deal with you first and then kill Lin Jing." In an instant, Su Wei's body was bound by his spiritual power. He smugly said, "Wait until I bring you back to the sect. Once I extract your bloodline, I'll make you wish you were dead." Su Wei, now enraged, snarled, "Don't even dream about it." As soon as she finished speaking, she broke free from the binding Chang Kong had placed on her. Chang Kong, wide-eyed, stared in shock and said, "Ancestral rebellion technique, you can actually use that move?" Wu Di, witnessing this, spoke up, "No wonder the Wu Ji sect wanted to capture you. You carry the bloodline of the embracing cat. If merged with Lu Chang Kong, the power of the fragmented shadow corpse would be greatly enhanced." Su Wei smirked, gathering her spiritual power and forming a sphere, saying, "Now it's my turn." She then launched the attack towards Chang Kong. Chang Kong attempted to dodge, but for some reason, he couldn't avoid it. He thought, "She can track me, and even if I try to escape, it's meaningless." In the next moment, he was struck in the back and let out a cry, "Pfft." When he fell, he still tried to use his technique to strike towards me. Shadow assassination technique, the black lines shot forward like arrows toward my feet. She calmly lifted her foot and said, "Low talent." Then her foot touched the ground, releasing a circle of spiritual power that gradually spread over a large area, knocking away Chang Kong's attack. Su Wei's attack reached Chang Kong, causing him to fall to the ground and cry out in pain. He still tried to get up and said, "You." While continuing to attack Lin Jing, Wu Di turned to Tianlong and said, "Chen Great Sage, it looks like the kid from Wu Ji sect can't hold on any longer. If that kid dies here, it'll be hard to explain to Wu Ji sect when we get out." Tianlong laughed with a murderous smile and replied, "Anyway, we've had enough fun. Let's kill that kid first and then go meet the Nakomata bloodline." The two continued to assault Lin Jing's defense. After a brief struggle, his protective layer immediately shattered. Seeing the situation before him, he gritted his teeth and thought, "It's over." In that life or death moment, Su Wei flew over, hugged him, and pushed him to the side, shouting, "Get out of the way." Just as the two jumped aside, a loud explosion rang out, sending both of them crashing to the ground. Tianlong was left speechless in shock. "This is Wu Di," he continued. "The Nakomata divine abilities talent can appear in a flash over a short distance. Hurry and chase, don't let it slip away." After walking for a while, Lin Jing supported Su Wei, gasping as he said, "Phew, we finally created some distance." Suddenly, he noticed the wound on her shoulder, and with concern, he asked, "Ha, you're hurt?" At this moment, Su Wei was exhausted, panting heavily, trying to speak to him, "Run quickly, forget about me." Upon hearing this, Lin Jing instantly activated his burst speed, triggering a speed boost of 17, and shouted, "Don't even think about it." As he flew, he glanced behind to assess the situation and saw the two pursuing him, closing in fast. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "If only I could." Suddenly, he remembered the inheritance of the secret technique, recalling this sword move. With the will to protect, he swung the sword. This sword is called. As if drawn from experience, he held the sword, closed his eyes to feel it. Then, a surge of spiritual power swirled around him, wrapping around the sword. Lin Jing raised the sword and shouted loudly, "Grand Void Sword Technique, Moon's Outlaw." The sky, once filled with clouds, was suddenly torn apart by a massive rift, thunder cracking, shaking the heavens. Wu Di looked at the scene before him, unable to form words. "This." Tianlong, equally shocked, said, "A sword intent of this level. How could a kiddo do this?" In an instant, a golden light burst forth, forcing the two to shield their eyes and exclaim, "Ouch." Gradually, only a haze of smoke remained, slowly dissipating, while Lin Jing and Su Wei had vanished without a trace. Wu Di hesitated, then turned and said, "Chen Great Sage." Tianlong seemed to understand, replying, "I already knew this kiddo has limitless potential. If he matures, he will definitely be a great enemy to your sect. We can't let him live." Saying this, he turned and commanded, "The kiddo from Wu Ji sect, guarding the immortality ideology, must be killed today." In the next moment, the two flew off, leaving Chang Kong still standing there, bewildered. On this side, Lin Jing was extremely anxious, sweat beginning to drip down his face. He spoke up. "Hey, wake up, don't sleep." Su Wei's face was tired, trying to lean against Lin Jing. "Carrying me will only tire you to death." Lin Jing, seemingly unable to bear it any longer, shouted loudly. "You help me block the fatal attacks, and I leave you behind? That's worse than a beast." Seeing she was about to collapse, he activated a speed boost of 40, speaking in worry. Hurry a bit more." Seeing his concern for her, Su Wei felt touched, tears welling up in her eyes, silently thinking. Just like my father said, the people from the family who possess the jade pendant protect our family as they did in the past. The two of them kept running, and soon reached a gigantic door. Lin Jing saw that beyond the door were filled with eggs, and he froze, speechless. Immediately, he took out a vial of medicine, poured some into his hand, and spoke to Su Wei. "System, this is a matter of life and death, help out a bit." He supported Su Wei's unconscious body and activated an X-32 poison detoxification burst, gently reassuring her. "You'll be fine." After administering the medicine to Su Wei, Lin Jing carried her on his back, trying to push through the egg gas. He calculated. With the egg gas concentration at 32 times normal, it should be enough, charge. At the same time, the two old men also caught up. They stopped, looking at him in disbelief. "Did you charge in?" Wu Di looked inside and said. "The egg gas in the secret realm is extremely poisonous, only someone at the nascent soul cultivation level can withstand it. If he charges in, he will definitely die." Tianlong analyzed the situation and said, "But that kid is very strange. With his cultivation at the foundation stage, he could actually fight us. I fear he has some special methods up his sleeve." Having said that, the two of them decided to continue into the forest. They increased their speed and gave chase. Tianlong did not give up, saying, "Chase him down. A living person must be seen, a dead one must be found." Lin Jing, meanwhile, was still desperately trying to escape. Then, he sensed something and turned around. His murderous intent was still directed at him. "Damn it, these two old dogs from the nascent soul stage," he muttered. With that, he took out a stealth talisman and activated his hidden bursts 24. The two of them stopped at a dense forest. Tianlong spoke, "Why has he disappeared? His aura was clearly here just a moment ago." Wu Di responded, "I'm not sure. Could he have gone in another direction?" Tianlong immediately countered, "Impossible. I've always locked onto his aura." Lin Jing was hiding behind a tree not far away. He held his breath in an attempt to remain concealed, thinking to himself, "This stealth talisman is only a low-level charm. I wonder if it can fool nascent soul cultivators." Although they had lost track of Lin Jing, Wu Di still had another method. He said, "It's fine. He can't have gone far. I can force him to reveal himself." Lin Jing, crouching behind the tree, gritted his teeth when he saw Wu Di using his tracking technique. Damn it! With no other choice, he had to fly up and continue running at speeds 19. When Wu Di saw his silhouette, he gleefully shouted, "There!" Holding Su Wei in his arms, Lin Jing wondered, "What should I do now?" At this point, Su Wei regained some of her awareness and spoke, "Put me down. You have a better chance of escaping alone." He saw her acting recklessly and immediately shouted, "Shut up." Back in the forest, at that moment, Wu Ming was lying on a sunbathing chair, quietly thinking to himself, "Life is so lonely. The natural treasure they're risking their lives to fight for is so easy for me to find, it's really boring." While sipping his tea, he thought of Lin Jing and wondered how she was doing. That kid, I hope she doesn't get lost in the secret realm. Just as he paused his thoughts, he saw a figure flying across the sky, and thought to himself, Immediately, he jumped up, rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was seeing things. It was Lin Jing. Seeing her flying toward him, Wu Ming quickly waved and shouted, "Hey, over here." Lin Jing, seeing a familiar face, was also a bit happy and said, "It's you. Like meeting a savior." she quickly landed and urgently said, "Help me save someone first." When Wu Ming saw the girl in Lin Jing's arms, he immediately recognized her and said, "Those cat ears, she's from the Su family of Mount Buddha." Lin Jing didn't care about Wu Ming's attitude and quickly said, "Don't waste time talking. Do you have any healing medicine? The higher the grade, the better." Wu Ming immediately took out a pill wrapped in cloth and introduced, "This is a revitalizing pill. Just one breath and it can bring her back." Lin Jing took the pill, fed it to Su Wei, and simultaneously activated a critical hit, healings 30. After taking the pill, Su Wei's complexion gradually improved. A little while later, Wu Di and Tian Long also caught up, shouting loudly, "Stop right there." Lin Jing heard the sound and immediately turned around to look, then said, "Damn it, how can these two old dogs chase so fast?" Wu Ming, who was standing beside him, asked, "Is someone after you?" Lin Jing frowned and replied, "This time it's a bit troublesome, two cultivators at the primal spirit stage." After saying that, he immediately picked up Su Wei and continued running, not forgetting to remind Wu Ming, "You better run too, I need to keep moving." Wu Ming, seeing him about to leave, spoke up, "Wait." He grabbed Lin Jing's arm and, with a worried look, asked, "The secret realm is so vast, and you're being blocked from sensing your aura. How long do you think you can last?" Lin Jing, after hearing this, helplessly replied, "I can run as long as I can. If you give me time to break through to the golden core, I could definitely kill these two old dogs." Wu Ming didn't let him go and asked further, "How long do you need to break through?" Lin Jing frowned and answered, "At least a day." Wu Ming's expression darkened at that moment. Then, Wu Ming suddenly spoke, "A day, huh? I'll buy you 1 day." Lin Jing, startled, turned around and hesitated, saying, "Those are two nascent soul cultivators." Wu Ming turned around, uninterested, and waved his hand, saying, "Hurry up and take her away, don't waste time." Wu Ming's actions deeply moved Lin Jing, comforting him in this dire moment. "Thank you." As Lin Jing was about to leave, Wu Ming added, "Stop with the sentimental stuff. The next time we meet, just treat me the same as before, as if I'm still the same Dong Feng." Then, Wu Ming began to use his cultivation technique, saying, "Two nascent soul cultivators." Luckily, they probably entered through the projection of their split body technique. Otherwise, it would be a bit too much pressure. Immediately, the red stones began to glow and formed a circle. As he chanted the incantation, he added, "This path is blocked, get out of the way for my young master." A moment later, Tian Long walked up and shouted, "Who are you? How dare you stand in my way?" Wu Ming calmly replied, "I am the vice master of Wanshan Pavilion, Su Wu Ming." Tian Long immediately frowned. Wanshan Pavilion. When Wu Di heard the name, he quickly stepped forward and spoke to him, "The vice master of Wanshan Pavilion, his father is in some trouble." Upon hearing this, Tian Long said, "But that kid's potential is huge, we must eliminate him quickly, or it will cause immeasurable trouble later." Seeing the situation in front of him, Wu Di grimaced and said, "Then we should try to persuade Su Wu Ming first. If he gives way, that would be best. If not..." Wu Di sneered and said, "If he dies in the secret realm, no one will ever know we made a move." Tian Long nodded in agreement and said, "All right, let's go with that." After their discussion, the two immediately approached. Tian Long spoke up, "Vice Master of the Su family, this matter has nothing to do with you, don't interfere with us." Wu Di, standing behind, also chimed in, "Surely you don't want to fall out with both of our great sects over one person, do you?" Wu Ming looked at the two opponents, still smiling, and extended his hand warmly, saying, "Apologies, but Lin Jing is my best brother. I must do something to help him. How about I give you both 200,000 spirit stones each and we call this off? Harmony brings wealth." Wu Di, losing his patience, released a murderous aura and growled, "Su Wu Ming, I advise you not to provoke our patience." Wu Ming was not afraid, on the contrary, he provoked, "What if I just want to provoke you?" Wu Di couldn't argue, so he immediately took action, saying, "Then I'll send you on your way." As Wu Di's move closed in on Wu Ming, a protective barrier appeared around him. He confidently waved his finger and said, "You think this level of attack can kill me?" Are you underestimating the treasures in the Wanshan Pavilion? They seem to have noticed the ring on his arm and remarked. No wonder you're so arrogant, it turns out you have a nascent soul magic weapon to protect you. Tianlong, standing behind, could no longer hold back and spoke up, Old Chen, let's act together and finish this quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Wu Ming, shouting loudly, break for me. Wu Di was not slow either, summoning a demon from his spiritual power. The two moves flew straight at Wu Ming and Tianlong, with Wu Di smugly saying, let's see how you block this. Wu Ming remained calm, even expressing regret, pulling a talisman from his chest and saying, although I carry many treasures, using them to deal with this is just a waste. He then held the talisman out in front of him and declared loudly, barrier, tricked you. Just as the two were about to make contact, Wu Ming disappeared. He then reappeared on a rock outcrop. Tianlong, astonished, exclaimed, instant talismanic teleportation, you actually have this top-grade talisman, it's unbelievable. The two of them gritted their teeth, and Wu Di added, we can't drag this on any longer. No matter how many nascent soul magic weapons he has, the two of us can join forces and destroy him. Wu Ming at this moment took out another treasure, and said leisurely, do you really want to make a move? Then I can only accompany you. He then placed his hand on the round table and said, mountains and rivers, Tianlong, and Wu Di were immediately trapped in a space. Both of them were stunned. Tianlong spoke up, not good, that's the mountains and rivers disc. I didn't expect his father would give him this. Once trapped by the mountains and rivers disc, they will fall into a special realm. Immediately, he punched the barrier, causing it to crack, and shouted, break it. Wu Ming, standing outside, sneered and set up an array, saying, the fun begins now. As the two of them were trying to find a way to escape, fireballs suddenly flew toward them. The two immediately raised their shields to block the fireballs. Wu Ming, seeing this, felt a bit annoyed and continued to strike. As soon as DCHSN finished speaking, a large stone appeared in the space. The two of them once again tried to block the attack. Tianlong calmly said, just reduce it, break it for me. Then Wu Ming unleashed the Xianha move. Immediately, a tidal wave surged toward them. Tianmnh still spoke confidently, a trivial trick, watch me destroy you. Outside, Wu Ming joyfully shouted, now's the time. He yelled, mind guard. Immediately, the two of them froze, trembling. Once Wu Ming was done, he let out a sigh of relief, phew. He silently thought, luckily, I used the heart-devouring formation to draw their spiritual world into an illusion. As long as I have enough spirit stones, I can keep them here for a day. Switching scenes to Lin Jing, he leaned Su Wei against a tree and said, you should rest and heal properly. She had just woken up and immediately responded to him, nascent soul cultivators are hunting us down, we can't escape. He regained his confidence and replied, not necessarily. As long as I can advance to the golden core stage, the situation can still be turned around. Su Wei was both astonished and worried for his safety, and said, you don't understand the terrifying power of nascent soul cultivators. They're fundamentally not something a golden core cultivator can resist, let alone someone who's just recently broken through to golden core. Lin Jing ignored her words and sat down cross-legged beside her, trying to reassure her, don't worry, I'll get you out of the secret realm safely. Then he activated his burst technique, absorbing X40 as he simultaneously cultivated, thinking to himself. After several battles, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Foundation establishment stage. He had originally planned to refine a breakthrough pill to advance to the golden core stage, but with no pill furnace in sight, he could only forcibly absorb these natural treasures. 2 hours later, his body was enveloped in a layer of golden spiritual energy. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, sensing the core in his body. He thought to himself, to break through to the golden core stage, I must not allow my spiritual power to become suppressed, ultimately forming the golden core. And now, this is the most dangerous moment, if I don't control my spiritual power properly, I will perish. Then, the golden inner core gradually emerged, slowly taking a distorted circular shape, before activating the golden core formation burst at Sten. He had successfully condensed his inner core. Su Wei exclaimed in surprise, "It's already formed into a golden core. No wonder you're a descendant of that family, you're truly a peerless genius." Lin Jing was sitting cross-legged. He thought that with the help of the golden core condensation system, things were progressing much faster, but it was still just an ordinary golden core, far from reaching the standard he desired. Next, he had to circulate little Zhu Tian, which would make the golden core a bit stronger. The spiritual power from the natural treasure was still abundant, enough for him to circulate Zhu Tian. Golden rays were emanating from Lin Jing, connecting with each other like a wheel of light, activating the force. With a sudden burst of energy, little Zhu Tian circulated 20 times faster, and a golden planet spun, radiating immense power. The first little Zhu Tian completed its cycle and continued. Hongxiu felt worried, thinking the strength of these two old men had somewhat surpassed his expectations. The protective formation might not be able to hold them for much longer. Tianlong and Wu Di were trapped inside the blue cube of the system. Suddenly, the seal was broken, and their faces twisted with anger. "Your play should have ended by now." The cube shattered. "Ha!" This left Hongxiu greatly flustered. Suddenly, he was knocked backward, unable to withstand the force for long. Struggling to stand up, Hongxiu cursed through gritted teeth, "Damn it, these two are truly fierce." Tianlong, with a solemn expression, said, "The mountains and rivers disk is indeed extremely powerful. Even we cannot fight against it. It's a pity, though, that you are only at the 9th level of the golden core. You can't fully activate the power of the mountains and rivers disk. Now that your magic weapon is destroyed, I wonder what means you have left to resist us." Hongxiu leaned against the tree, stood up, and said, "Ahem, a magic weapon is merely a tool to enhance one's power. The most important thing is still to be strong enough oneself." Wu Di sneered, "Oh, with your golden core stage, how strong could you possibly be?" Hongxiu extended his hand forward, "You'll see for yourselves right away." Then, he unleashed his power, causing his clothes to tear apart, revealing his muscular physique. This sight made Tianlong and Wu Di pale. Wu Di said, "Damn, his spiritual power fluctuations have reached the primal spirit stage, even comparable to the two of us. What kind of spell is he using?" Tianlong also said, "It must be some sort of spell that allows him to break through cultivation limits in a short time. But there must be a great price to pay." Hongxiu sneered, then flew behind them, intending to launch a sneak attack. "I'll have some fun with you." Just as he was about to strike, Wu Di began summoning a purple monster to fight. He laughed, "You really underestimate me." Hongxiu punched down, and the ground immediately cracked. Both of them jumped backward. Tianlong planted his feet, raised his fist, and was also ready to fight. He shouted, "You're strong, I'll test you." He and Hongxiu clashed fists, both equally powerful. But Hongxiu seemed stronger, pushing Tianlong back. Rather than being afraid, Tianlong was thrilled, exclaiming, "Not bad, you've got some serious strength." Tianlong and Wu Di both shouted. In another place, Lin Jing was still meditating to regain his strength. Su Wei stood beside him, silently thinking, he actually reached 35 little Zhu Tian. The limit for an ordinary cultivator is only 6 little Zhu Tian, and even a genius cultivator only reaches 28. Su Wei was worried. 35 little Zhu Tian? No one in Beiji has ever achieved that. Lin Jing was sweating, thinking, if I had one more little Zhu Tian, I could reach the 36th stage of complete perfection, but my spiritual power is already insufficient. I'm so close now, I can't give up before reaching 36 perfect Zhu Tian. I must risk it. Suddenly, Su Wei shouted, "Stop! Clearly, your spiritual power is insufficient. Forcing your way to 36 Zhu Tian will kill you." Lin Jing, completely focused, gathered his strength to the point where sweat poured from him like a shower. With a strained expression, he gritted his teeth and thought, I can't stop now. I have to push through. The system operates on this principle. I'll activate the burst and restore my spiritual power 50 times over. As time passed, Lin Jing's strength grew stronger, activating the burst and making the little Zhu Tian circulate 30 times faster. Suddenly, everything fell into silence. The golden sphere on Lin Jing's chest gradually shrank. The 36 little Zhu Tian were fully activated. How did he manage this? Su Wei opened her eyes wide in shock and called out, "What's happening to you now?" Lin Jing turned and patted Su Wei on the head, saying, "Don't worry, I'm fine. It's time to go kill those two old fools." Lin Jing turned with a battle-ready expression on his face. Meanwhile, on Hong Xiu's side, the fight was raging fiercely. Hong Xiu was being attacked by two opponents, one of whom was already at a disadvantage, and he had been forced to retreat. Tianlong and Wu Di, seeing that Hong Xiu was struggling, sneered mockingly, "Looks like your forbidden technique has worn off. The golden core is still just a golden core, it can never defeat the nascent soul." Hong Xiu, undaunted, wiped his mouth and retorted provocatively, "Young master, I've already held you off for so long, haven't I?" However, in his heart, he thought, "Brother, hurry up, I can't hold on much longer." Tianlong, irritated, launched another attack. "You've delayed us for long enough," he shouted, sending a purple monster hurtling towards Hong Xiu. "You deserve to die." At this moment, Hong Xiu was exhausted but still trying to fight. He muttered, "There's no choice, the life-saving charm I've prepared. Looks like it's time to use it." Suddenly, Lin Jing appeared, carrying Su Wei and flying towards them, blocking Tianlong's path, which shocked Hong Xiu. Lin Jing raised his hand and countered Tianlong's attack. When Lin Jing finally arrived, Hong Xiu let out a sigh of relief, fear visible on his face. "You sit down there, you finally made it, I almost died." Hong Xiu angrily lamented, one arm holding his sister, the other smashing through the nascent soul cultivator's attack. "Maybe in this entire world, you're the coolest one." Lin Jing left Su Wei with Hong Xiu and instructed, "Look after her, I'll go kill those two old fools first." Hong Xiu froze for a moment, then said, Hey, do you think I'm your servant? First, I help you block the enemies, then I take care of your little sister." A moment later, she turned to Su Wei cheerfully, saying, "Here, it's all top-tier medicine, don't be shy, drink up." At this point, Lin Jing was standing in front of Tianlong. He smiled and said, "Kiddo, you've broken through to Golden Core." Lin Jing pointed at them and replied, "That's right, so the ones who are going to die today are you two old fools." Wu Di retorted, "Old apothecary, do you think breaking through to Golden Core makes you invincible?" Then, the two of them unleashed their strength, attacking Lin Jing. Lin Jing didn't need to do anything, just activating a defense boost 40 times stronger was enough to block their attacks. He then calmly responded, his mouth curling into a smug smile. This left Tianlong and Wu Di both shocked and frustrated. Damn, what's up with this kid? He just broke through to Golden Core, how is his defense so strong? At this point, Lin Jing finally made his move. He drew his sword and said, "Now it's my turn." Then Lin Jing created a tornado that swept up all the earth and rocks. Tianlong, now genuinely frightened, shouted, "His speed is too fast, be careful." Before he could react, Lin Jing was already behind Wu Di. Lin Jing's fighting spirit surged as he struck back, saying, "If you like playing with corpses, I'll make you one." He swung a heavy blow at Wu Di's back, sending him sprawling to the ground. Losing his balance, Wu Di landed on his back, and just looking at it was enough to make anyone wince in pain. Seeing his good comrade in trouble, Tianlong grew furious and unleashed a wild barrage of punches, arrogantly declaring, "Watch me destroy you." Countless punches flew furiously toward Lin Jing. Yet, he only needed one hand to effortlessly block Tianlong's attacks. Lin Jing smiled, exuding overwhelming confidence as he said, "Still the same thing, nothing more." Tianlong was taken aback as his ultimate move was easily repelled, leaving him in a state of mental shock. No, this can't be. The power I just unleashed, even a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't have been able to block it so easily. Eager to end the fight, Lin Jing decisively unleashed his next killing move, "Then I can only say you're too weak." Tianlong, his blood boiling, a murderous intent blazing in his eyes, was determined to summon the divine wolf and settle the score with Lin Jing. "Dare to underestimate me?" But unfortunately for him, Lin Jing was quicker, striking first with a decisive blow. Tianlong's ultimate move hadn't even taken shape before it was pierced through, and he was struck squarely in the chest by Lin Jing's attack. Tianlong was in so much pain that he coughed up blood, and suddenly, a gigantic true body appeared from behind him. It turned out that Wu Di, realizing he couldn't defeat him, had resorted to joining forces with Tianlong. Chen, great sage, this kid's potential is too immense. Even if his soul is shattered, we must kill him. Naturally, unable to swallow his anger, Tianlong nodded in agreement. All right. The colossal true bodies of the two of them simultaneously exuded an overwhelming aura. Wu Ming, watching from the sidelines, was struck with shock. It's over, these two old men are now desperate. Su Wei was so panicked that she stuttered. What should we do now? Only Lin Jing remained calm, unleashing his spiritual power and resolutely declaring, "Humph. No matter what tricks they use, I have my sword to suppress them." At that moment, Chang Kong, tasked with guarding the immortality ideology, proudly thought to himself, the two seniors must have already killed Lin Jing. Once they bring that troublesome Su Wei back, I will definitely trample her. Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong. The temple of eternal life behind him emitted dark crimson waves of blood energy. It suddenly began to bleed, then lifted on its own, causing him to be completely stunned. What's going on? Countless blood tentacles shot out from the temple of eternal life, tightly binding Chang Kong. What's in this coffin? He was so bound that he could not move, only able to scream helplessly. What is happening? It carried nothing else but continued to bind Lu Chang Kong into a cocoon. Why? Once everything was finished, it automatically retreated into the temple of eternal life, closed the coffin lid, and flew straight out the door. The cultivators were completely stunned when they realized that the temple of eternal life was present here. Look, isn't that the coffin that the three great sects possess? Hey, wasn't Lu Chang Kong supposed to be guarding it? How did it fly out by itself? As they watched it slowly descend to the ground, they eagerly began to argue, could it be that the treasure has gained sentience and can choose its own master? If that's the case, then we all have a chance. Quick, look, it stopped, it must be choosing its master. My mother always said I was lucky. The owner of this coffin must be me. I have the potential of a great emperor, and this coffin will be mine. Suddenly, the temple of eternal life erupted, releasing a dark crimson egg-like aura that spread everywhere. The entire group of cultivators was thrown into a state of shock and panic, retreating in fear. What is going on? Why do I have a bad feeling about this? This doesn't seem right at all. Similar to the situation in the field, countless tentacles emerged from the object, flashing brilliantly, and grabbed the cultivators below, causing them to frantically whisper to each other. The situation is bad, run. The temple of eternal life consumed everything, absorbing everything until only white bones were left behind. It closed the coffin lid and shot off into the distance. Meanwhile, Lin Jing was facing off directly with the two true bodies of Wu Di and Tianlong. Lin Jing stood in a defensive posture, sneering derisively. If your true bodies were here, they would be somewhat troublesome, but these two soul statues are nothing. Watch me cut you down. He didn't hesitate, charging forward without a second thought, activating a critical hit that reached up to 40. With a single swing of his sword, he shattered the soul statues of Wu Di and Tianlong. They screamed in agony, while Lin Jing landed safely, his overwhelming aura anchoring him to the ground. Tianlong, stunned, exclaimed, "How is this possible? A person who has just formed a golden core can destroy our soul statues?" Wu Di was the one who discovered the temple of eternal life first. What's going on? Why is the temple of eternal life coming to us on its own? Isn't it Lu Chang Kong? Before he could finish his sentence, the object raised a tentacle and seized him tightly. What is this? Tianlong regained his senses and screamed in panic. This is bad, it's sucking up our soul statues. Quickly, cut off the connection with this body. But it was already too late, the temple of eternal life had devoured both of them. Lin Jing witnessed the entire scene, stunned and unable to comprehend what had just happened. What kind of situation is this? The Temple of Eternal Life. Does it have consciousness? After absorbing them, Wu Di and Tianlong simultaneously erupted with a violent surge of spiritual energy, forming a towering pillar that shot up to the sky. This was entirely different from the legends, and an ominous feeling began to take hold. Wu Ming urgently warned Lin Jing. This kind of power, it's karmic fire, the fire of karmic retribution. Stay away from it, it's the nemesis of all cultivators. Hastily gathering with him and Su Wei, Lin Jing boldly speculated that the Temple of Eternal Life definitely had some hidden issue. It seems like it's trying to attack the sky. Could it be trying to shatter the secret realm? Wu Ming panicked and asked him back, shatter the secret realm? Is that even possible? What kind of strong man would be capable of such a feat? Lin Jing's prediction turned out to be correct. The Temple of Eternal Life erupted with an enormous force, breaking apart the protective barrier that formed the secret realm. Fragments of it began to fall in all directions. Lin Jing gasped, frozen in place, the steel-blood secret realm is shattered. Suddenly, Ji Fengshan felt a wave of nausea rising in his chest. What was this feeling? The figure of the elder, who was referred to as the ancestor in the mirror, quickly spoke up. It's the karmic demon. The karmic demon has shattered the steel-blood secret realm. Upon arriving at Fengshan, he was taken aback by the news. Karmic demon, how could something like this appear in the secret realm? The patriarch's voice grew solemn as he urged Emperor Fengshan, this is not the time to argue about such matters. Right now, I exist in the form of a soul and cannot leave on my own. You must take me to the steel-blood secret realm, and you must stop the demon. If you fail, Mount Zhu will be in danger, and don't even mention the resurrection of your son. Holding the jade gourd in his hand, the elder decisively responded, all right. He then stored the patriarch's soul inside the gourd and swiftly soared out, shouting a single word, go. At this moment, the Temple of Eternal Life had shattered the barrier in the sky. As it surged explosively, the cultivators were utterly stunned. The steel-blood secret realm has cracked open. This fire, my god, where did this karmic fire come from? What on earth is happening? Lin Jing, carrying Su Wei, led Wu Ming as they moved at lightning speed, finally reaching the outside. However, some others were not so fortunate, with the air filled with wails of agony. The secret realm has been destroyed. Hurry, get out, be careful of the fire. The two elders were still relentless, refusing to let him go. Lin Jing, you destroyed our soul statues, killed our disciples. Today, you will not escape. Even if Tianwang himself comes, you will still die. Lin Jing was unfazed, his voice sharp as he confronted them. In the end, it will be your soul statues and disciples that are devoured, not mine. But it's fine if you want to die, come and get it. The sect master of the Broken Dragon sect, Mu Tian, shouted angrily, you think defeating a soul statue with 1/3 of our power means you can defeat our true form? Today, I must. Suddenly, from the sky, the Temple of Eternal Life emitted a blazing red karmic fire, causing him to stop mid-sentence. That demon had already come out. All the cultivators were trembling in fear before the demonic power of the Temple of Eternal Life. Was this really the Temple of Eternal Life from the rumors? How did it end up like this? A senior figure flew over from afar and urgently asked Lin Jing, hey, kiddo, what exactly happened over there after you ran out? What's going on inside? Yes, where are the other disciples of our sect? At this moment, Ji Fengshan also arrived. He was surprised and asked himself, indeed, karmic fire is spreading, but why is it coming from the Temple of Eternal Life? Looking down, he quickly noticed Lin Jing, Wu Ming, and Su Wei. It was Emperor Fengshan who descended right beside Lin Jing, hurriedly asking, brother, are you all right? What exactly happened? Lin Jing shrugged and recounted to him what he had witnessed, uncertain. The Temple of Eternal Life had suddenly erupted in karmic fire, and many people had been swallowed by it. He also took the opportunity to ask Ji Fengshan the question he had long wondered about, where did the news that the Temple of Eternal Life could grant immortality actually come from in the first place? Su Wei shared the same confusion as Lin Jing. That's right, wasn't it said that the Temple of Eternal Life could resurrect the dead? This situation doesn't seem to match that at all. Ji Fengshan could only stammer a few disjointed words. This matter? Suddenly, the gourd in his hand shot up into the air, causing him to exclaim, Ancestor, the part of the ancestor's soul residing in there is recklessly rushing toward the Temple of Eternal Life. The Temple of Eternal Life has been overtaken by demons. I must go and eliminate the karmic fire, or the Temple of Eternal Life will inevitably be destroyed, and your son will have no hope of resurrection. Uncertain of the truth, he rushed straight toward the Temple of Eternal Life, which was floating in the sky. Lin Jing muttered to himself, repeating the words he had just heard. Resurrect the son, the ancestor eliminates the karmic fire. Lin Jing bluntly turned to Ji Fengshan and asked, Who told you that the coffin could resurrect your son? Is this so-called ancestor really the one? Ji Fengshan honestly explained to Lin Jing, that is a remnant soul of our Ji family ancestor. He knows the Steel Blood secret realm very well, as he was the first cultivator group to enter and search it all those years ago. Just hearing this, Lin Jing felt a major foreboding. He quickly performed a technique to chase after the remnant soul of that ancestor. It's over! Ji Fengshan exclaimed in shock as he saw Lin Jing desperately trying to stop the ancestor's soul. When Lin Jing saw the remnant soul of the ancestor approaching the Temple of Eternal Life, it automatically opened, and a thin, wrinkled arm reached out from within. Everyone who witnessed this scene was utterly stunned. What is that? There's actually someone in the Temple of Eternal Life. The remnant soul within Ji Fengshan's cinnabar finally entered the body inside the Temple of Eternal Life. A true patriarch reincarnated, causing the onlookers to gasp in shock. Damn it, what on earth is happening? Emperor Fengshan quickly realized the identity of the newly revived being. It was the missing body of the fifth ancestor. His soul had shattered the cinnabar and merged into his own body. The aura surrounding him erupted violently. The fifth ancestor laughed wickedly, exultant, and said, I have finally succeeded. His dark aura sent ripples through the cultivation world. It's the Ji family patriarch. No, it's the karmic demon. The Ji family patriarch has been possessed by the demon. They turned and berated Ji Fengshan. Ji Fengshan, what's going on? You owe us an explanation. Of course, Ji Fengshan was also a victim of the fifth ancestor's scheme. Helpless, he shouted, Patriarch, why? Why is this happening? The fifth ancestor, in a fit of rage, revealed the truth to Ji Fengshan. I've spent centuries planning this. To become a demon is the only way for me to achieve true immortality. Ji Fengshan, stunned, asked him, The Temple of Eternal Life, have you been deceiving me all along? The fifth ancestor spoke coldly, sealing his words with a chilling declaration, Yes, the Temple of Eternal Life was nothing but a rumor I fabricated. To be precise, immortality is simply a vessel I placed my demonic body into. In this world, apart from becoming a demon, there is no other path to immortality. Lin Jing was stunned as she questioned him. So the Steel Blood secret realm was also your arrangement? The fifth ancestor laughed arrogantly and shamelessly confirmed. That's right, I spent considerable effort to create this coffin and placed it in the secret realm. The most outstanding geniuses of your sex, the bloodshed caused by your mutual killings, are the best nutrients to nourish the body of the karmic demon. Ji Fengshan seemed to have lost all hope. Tears streamed down his face, his sorrow evident. If everything is a lie, then what about my son? What should I do with my son? The cultivation world was once again shaken as the truth was exposed by the fifth ancestor himself. Damn it, everyone had been deceived by him. The Steel Blood secret realm itself was a trap set for sacrifice, and everyone now united with a common purpose to bring him down. This ancestor of the Ji family had resorted to any means to become a demon, and everyone joined forces to kill him. In the face of their all-out attack, he merely sneered and said, Fools, if I weren't sure of my victory, would I dare appear before you? His body erupted with an enormous karmic flame, easily sending all the cultivators flying. Not only that, he also devoured them with his karmic fire. Once he had dealt with them, he gathered the remaining traces of their energy into his hands. After wiping out an entire group of people, Fifth Ancestor still continued to scream madly. "It's still not enough, I need more nourishment." He laughed loudly while unleashing his aura, determined to capture all the cultivators here. They were in a panic, urgently discussing how to escape. Run fast, his cultivation is on par with a nascent soul at the 9th level, and with the help of karmic fire, he's not someone we can deal with. The sect master of the Broken Dragon sect and the elder of the Qing Yuan sect were so panicked they froze in place. This was truly terrifying. The best plan is to flee. The old man turned around and gave Lin Jing one last threat. "Lin Jing, I'll spare you today, but you can't escape." The sect master of the Broken Dragon sect hurriedly retreated, hoping to return to his sect. The other cultivators in the Steelblood secret realm fled in all directions, none daring to turn back or watch the situation unfold. Only Lin Jing and his group remained. Su Wei whispered to him that everyone had already run away. Wu Ming, also in a hurry, urged Lin Jing, "Brother, we should leave too. This guy seems really terrifying, we need to prioritize our lives." But Lin Jing still couldn't shake the worry for the ordinary people in this place. "But what about the civilians in Jishan City? That monster can't capture cultivators, so it might start attacking ordinary people." Wu Ming scratched his head in frustration, desperately trying to convince him, "Oh no, just protect your life first. If necessary, we can retreat and call for reinforcements. With so many elders from the sect around, someone will deal with him." Lin Jing turned his head to glance behind him. Right beneath was the common people of Jishan City. His compassion led him to make a brave decision. "No, I won't leave. I want to try and see if I can stop that monster." Although the result was not surprising, it still scared Wu Ming. He was resolute in urging Lin Jing to leave. "You're crazy." The nascent soul saw that he could only run away. "Although you defeated those two, at that time they only had 1/3 of their full strength." Lin Jing sincerely expressed his thoughts. "I'm not being reckless, I value my life." He firmly continued, addressing Wu Ming, but even with his concern for his life, there was still a limit. "My life ideal has always been one: whatever I want to do, I must do it, no matter what." These words seemed to awaken some steadfast part of Wu Ming, making him feel a sense of clarity. With his hand already on the sword, Lin Jing decisively added, "Yes, of course, I could run, and then come up with excuses like my strength is still insufficient. After all, if the sky falls, there are always experts to hold it up. I can't just abandon those mortals and make excuses for myself," he firmly declared. But with unparalleled might, Lin Jing steadfastly proclaimed to Wu Ming and Su Wei, "Those are just excuses. Doing nothing, even running away without trying, and then watching that person blood sacrifice an entire city. I can't do it." Before charging in, he carefully instructed Wu Ming. "Help me protect Su Wei, I want to stay and fight with him." Wu Ming was left speechless, only able to stutter a few words. "You truly were moved by Lin Jing's words." "Sigh, I guess it's my bad luck, becoming friends with someone like you." "I will never leave," Wu Ming declared resolutely. "Today, I'll risk my life with you." Su Wei was equally determined, joining forces with the two of them. "I won't leave either." With her final statement, the trio Lin Jing, Wu Ming, and Su Wei decisively chose to fight to the death against the Nam Hung Patriarch. "I believe in you. We will definitely defeat that monster." He quickly noticed the three of them. The Nam Hung Patriarch, with a fury in his eyes, roared. "So, there are still some who haven't run away." A surge of violent energy mixed with karmic fire erupted from him as he frantically shouted. "Then let me enjoy the battle with all of you first." The powerful aura of Ji Fengshan appeared, breaking through to help Lin Jing's group. He officially declared war on the Nam Hung Patriarch. "The Ji Fengshan Patriarch here seeks your guidance," Lin Jing said. Seeing his own descendant openly opposing him, the Nam Hung Patriarch angrily cursed. "Ji Fengshan, you dare to rebel against me? You have a lot of guts. Without hesitation, Ji Fengshan responded firmly. If you've turned into a demon, then you are naturally the enemy of mankind. I am the city lord of Z Mountain, and it is my duty to protect the safety of the people in this city. I will fight you to the death. The battle grew fiercer, with the Nam Hung patriarch unleashing an enormous amount of killing intent, gleefully declaring, "Good, very good. Originally, I was going to spare you out of respect for your bloodline, but now I will swallow the rebellious descendant that is you first, then I will wipe out all of Jishan City." Ji Fengshan bravely cleared the bloody path, instructing Lin Jing's group. "I will do my best to hold him off. You all find a chance to leave." The old man charged straight ahead, engaging in close combat with the fifth ancestor. His eyes blazed with the will of loyalty. This was as far as he could go. The sword in Ji Fengshan's hand gleamed with spiritual power as he unleashed a mighty strike. Although there was a difference in strength, Ji Fengshan's resolve remained unyielding. Although the ancestor was an incompetent junior, he was still an 8th-layer nascent soul cultivator. Relying on demonic flames to kill me was not enough. The fifth ancestor, emerging from the sea of karmic flames, hissed sharply. "Ji Fengshan, you are audacious." With just one hand, he blocked Lin Jing's attack. The bloodlust in his eyes surged wildly. "A mere golden core junior dares to strike at me? Very well, very good." He waved his hand, sending the karmic flames back at Lin Jing. Lin Jing had to activate his speed at 25 times to barely escape the onslaught of the flames. As he dodged the attack, he anxiously pondered his next move. The karmic flames truly countered spiritual chi. How could he break through his opponent's defense? Suddenly, the sword in his hand trembled. He looked at it and boldly thought to himself, "What's going on with you? Are you trying to tell me something?" Lin Jing's heart was resolute. He decided that this time, he would place his trust in his sword. Fine. As expected, the moment Lin Jing's sword made contact with the karmic fire, it immediately absorbed all of it. The Nam clan's patriarch couldn't help but be astonished by the scene. What kind of magic weapon is this? It can actually devour my karmic fire. He became even more excited, determined to eliminate Lin Jing at all costs. Fine, let's see if you can withstand this. The karmic fire in his hands quickly took shape, forming a massive, deep red hand, and it slammed directly toward Lin Jing. Yet, Lin Jing only needed a single slash to break it apart effortlessly. The Nam clan patriarch roared in fury. "Damn it, what are you relying on? Kiddo, both you and your magic weapon will become my nourishment." Lin Jing remained unfazed, boldly declaring, "Since ascending to the golden core, I haven't fought with all my strength. Today, I'll use you to test my limits." The Nam clan patriarch's eyes burned with anger, veins popping in his forehead, feeling utterly humiliated by being looked down upon by a junior like Lin Jing. "Don't be so arrogant." Enraged, he revealed his true form and launched himself at Lin Jing. Die! The sword in Lin Jing's hand blazed with a dazzling light. With a powerful roar, Lin Jing unleashed his full strength and prepared to face the oncoming attack. Grand Void Sword Technique. With that shout, he successfully created a spiritual chi vortex, confronting the Nam clan patriarch's karmic fire head-on. Lin Jing then activated a critical strike, dealing 60 damage, slicing through it cleanly. Immediately after, he activated his defensive critical strike at 47 to protect himself. With the Grand Void Sword technique and his system, it was a balanced fight. That's so powerful. Fifth Ancestor laughed heartily, his voice full of praise as he grinned. "To think you could block one of my strikes, it proves you have the strength to face a nascent soul cultivator. A talent like that, I do enjoy the most." He then leaned forward, delivering his final, cruel words. "It's a pity, though, that you're ultimately just a golden core genius with boundless potential. Fighting me without fleeing is your biggest mistake. I will cripple you and then slowly enjoy your blood and flesh." At the most critical moment, fortunately, Ji Fengshan arrived to assist, setting up a ceiling formation. The formation he created successfully trapped fifth ancestor, but that alone wasn't enough to bring him down. Using the Ji family's secret sealing technique, huh? How laughable, fifth ancestor jeered. Despite everything, Ji Fengshan gritted his teeth and desperately maintained the formation, saying to Lin Jing, "I've trapped him. You need to destroy his karmic fire." There was no time to waste. Lin Jing charged forward, determined to finally eliminate fifth ancestor's troublesome karmic fire once and for all. Understood. Fifth ancestor reached out, attempting to grasp Lin Jing's sword with his hand, trying to devour it with his karmic fire. "Damn it, watch as I crush your magic weapon," he sneered. But clearly, Lin Jing's willpower was stronger. His spiritual energy flared up again, cleansing the karmic fire entirely. Fifth ancestor howled in disbelief. "Impossible, this can't be happening." Ji Fengshan poured every last bit of his strength into maintaining the sealing formation. "Without the help of your karmic fire, today, I will definitely seal you." Thanks to Lin Jing's efforts to hold him back, Ji Fengshan's formation was completed. He roared in fury, shouting, "Damn it, I will make you all suffer 1,000 deaths." The Temple of Eternal Life followed the command of Xiao Zhao, rushing in to break Ji Fengshan's barrier. The old man was heavily wounded, coughing up blood in pain. The fifth ancestor, in a frenzy, commanded the Temple of Eternal Life, "Kill them all. I must kill them all." The Temple of Eternal Life opened the coffin lid, intending to suck Ji Fengshan into it and devour him. Lin Jing arrived too late, crying out in panic, "This is bad." Blocking his way to rescue Ji Fengshan, the fifth ancestor snapped harshly, "You die for me." Lin Jing had no choice but to activate his 45x defensive boost, barely withstanding the direct blow from the fifth ancestor. Wu Ming quickly launched a talisman, sending it flying towards Ji Fengshan. After it successfully stuck to the old man's back, Wu Ming performed a teleportation spell, sending him to safety. Luckily, I still had a teleportation talisman on hand. The battle between the fifth ancestor and Lin Jing raged on. The fifth ancestor said, "The karmic fire is ineffective against you, so I'll personally turn you into mud." In the face of his murderous intent, Lin Jing hastily set up a barrier, continuously activating his defensive boosts, desperately trying to withstand the onslaught of attacks that came like a storm. He gritted his teeth, muttering to himself, "No, I can't just passively take these hits, or I'll be dead before long." The fifth ancestor easily blocked one of Lin Jing's strikes with his own, then arrogantly commented, "But you can only devour karmic fire. In the end, it's just an ordinary golden core weapon," Lin Jing resolutely declared. "Is that so? Can this golden core artifact cut him down?" The sword of thunder seemed to resonate with his will, crackling with fierce bolts of lightning. With that, he charged forward and thrust it into the fifth ancestor. The blow caused the old man great pain, and he screamed, "You damn brat!" But immediately after, he counterattacked with a strike. "Die, now!" Seizing the opportunity created by Lin Jing's temporary disadvantage, the fifth ancestor unleashed a flurry of powerful punches. After a quick dodge, the fifth ancestor closed in from behind and coldly shouted, "Die for me!" Caught off guard, Lin Jing took the full force of the deadly blow. Wu Ming and Su Wei rushed forward in a desperate attempt to help, but with a single move, the fifth ancestor knocked both of them flying. "Bastards, get out of my way!" Lin Jing staggered to his feet, whispering to himself, "Is this the end?" His hand gripped the sword, tightening it 1,000-fold as he resolutely rejected the overwhelming odds. "No." Lin Jing rose, and suddenly, he added, "Absolutely not." The fifth ancestor, shocked by Lin Jing's unwavering determination, decided to deliver a final blow. "Still not willing to die? Then I'll use all my strength." Lin Jing resolved to face the fifth ancestor head-on. The old man roared with frenzied bloodlust, vowing to crush him completely. At that moment, Ji Fengshan charged forward and blocked the fatal strike meant for Lin Jing. The latter stood in stunned silence, unable to do anything but exclaim, "You!" Ji Fengshan smiled contentedly and spoke sincerely to him. "Lin Jing, there's a saying, I truly did not deceive you. You and my son. You are indeed quite alike. Using the last bit of his remaining strength, the old man grabbed fifth ancestor's arm. Sensing something was wrong, he struggled, trying to break free. Ji Fengshan, you still. Ji Fengshan remained steadfast, chanting the incantation to activate the final formation. Suddenly, two skeletal hands appeared in the sky, preparing to grab both Ji Fengshan and fifth ancestor. Ji Fengshan held tightly onto the old man's arm. Furious, the old man shouted, Ji Fengshan, do you want to die together? Have you lost your mind? Then, he raised his fist, aiming to strike. Since Ji Fengshan was holding him tight, he couldn't dodge the attack. A bruise appeared on his cheek, but the old man still maintained his stern expression. After taking the punch, Ji Fengshan turned and smiled. Ancestor, demons rise for the Ji family and fall for the Ji family. Junior Ji Fengshan, I bid you farewell on your journey. Hearing this, the old man grew even angrier, raising his hand to strike again, replying coldly, Dream on. The skeletal hand, which had been motionless just now, suddenly closed and crushed both of them from the inside. Lin Jing, who was now covered in wounds, had been watching the battle and was full of doubts. Is it over? Suddenly, above Lin Jing's head, a coffin appeared out of nowhere and slammed into the skeletal hand, startling him. After striking the giant hand, the coffin began to absorb all the demonic energy around. Suddenly, a massive fire erupted, causing the three below to instinctively cover their faces. He's escaped. In the dense smoke, the old man slowly stood up with a smug smile. One hand gripped the other tightly, his eyes glaring with murderous intent as he said, Ji Fengshan, do you think sacrificing your life can seal me? You're too naive, this is the body of the demon of eternal karma. His eyes turned red, like a bloodthirsty monster, and his face was twisted in a triumphant grin. No one can escape. As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged at the three like a beast that had just found its prey, shouting, Die! At the critical moment, Lin Jing swiftly positioned himself in front of the other two, raising his sword while shouting, Everyone, run! After speaking, both of them charged forward for a direct confrontation. The old man was faster and knocked the sword from Lin Jing's hand. Lin Jing, upon seeing this, was so terrified that his face turned pale, exclaiming, What? But the old man's hand had already grabbed his throat, silencing him. The demonic energy in his hand surged, and with a mocking laugh, he said, Become my nourishment. Su Wei and Su Wuming, both wearing anxious expressions, shouted in unison, Lin Jing, let him go. Upon hearing this, the old man smiled even more triumphantly. The demonic energy spread rapidly. While one hand squeezed Lin Jing's throat, the other enveloped the two in demonic energy as he said, Don't rush, I'll devour him first and then enjoy the two of you. Lin Jing was surrounded by the old man's demonic energy, and all he could see was one eye as the old man tightened his grip, preventing him from crying out. It seemed like the battle was coming to an end, but suddenly, a jade pendant appeared on Lin Jing's chest, dispelling the demonic aura and sending the old man flying far away. The elder, seeing this, was shocked and exclaimed, What is this thing? The jade pendant then surged forward, causing the elder to panic and retreat. The demonic energy slowly dissipated, and the elder screamed in fear, No, how could you have this? I refuse to accept this. The jade pendant unexpectedly began to accumulate the energy it had absorbed, and then it shot out a burst of green energy, making the elder panic as though he were about to be executed. The green energy immediately pierced through his body, leaving him no chance to dodge. Lin Jing slowly opened his eyes, the pain from earlier having knocked him out. He looked ahead, silently thinking, Is it here again? Behind him, a giant eye with a terrifying red iris appeared. Lin Jing turned around, and the giant eye grew larger, its veins becoming more pronounced. Lin Jing stared at the eye, his own eyes gradually widening. Fresh blood slowly trickled from the corners of his eyes. His face grew pale, lifeless, as if he had been hypnotized. He continued to stare at it, as if he had recognized something familiar and murmured, This is a circle formed by a gathering of white mist. At that moment, Su Wei broke free and shook him awake. Lin Jing, Lin Jing. Wake up. He jolted awake, his eyes still bleeding. After waking up, he began to look up. Ah, Lin Jing saw in the sky that Su Wuming was fighting the fifth ancestor. The jade pendant beside him continuously emitted energy, binding the old man. Su Wuming looked down and saw that Lin Jing had regained consciousness, and immediately shouted, "Lin Jing, hurry up." Lin Jing came to his senses and tightly gripped his sword, his face serious as he responded, "No, whatever happened earlier, we must seize this moment." Lin Jing quickly rushed forward, shouting with determination, "He's trapped by the jade pendant, there's only one strike left." With all his remaining strength, Lin Jing leaped up and swung his sword at the old man. The jade pendant had hindered the old man's movements, so he couldn't dodge. Lin Jing's face was filled with rage as he poured all his strength into the sword and unleashed a blow. Grand Void Sword Technique, Moonlight reaches the sky. A beam of light appeared in the sky, gradually growing larger, like the sun descending upon the world. The light pierced through the mountains below, and suddenly it expanded, exploding with a loud sound in the sky. 3 days later, a tomb was constructed, and all three of them stood in front of it. Lin Jing, standing in the middle, spoke, "The tomb of the city lord, the scenery here isn't bad, is it? You can even see Jishan City." The faces of all three were filled with sorrow over his passing. Lin Jing continued, "I will bury you and your daughter here, hoping that you can rest in peace." Once the task was completed, all three left the place, the sunlight streaming down through the forest. Su Wuming stretched his body lazily, sighed, and said, "The secret path really is emotionally stirring. I almost lost my life here." Su Wuming then turned to Lin Jing and reminded him, "We have to go home and visit my father. Goodbye for now. Take care of yourself as well. There might still be someone waiting for you in the Qin Yuan sect, right?" Lin Jing, puzzled, asked, "Waiting for me? Are you implying something?" Before Lin Jing could finish his sentence, Su Wuming leaped onto the carriage and raised his hand to cut him off. "Brother, we'll meet again if fate allows." Su Wei, standing behind, also bid farewell. "I have to hurry back to my family as well. The immortality coffin was just a flare, I need to report this." Lin Jing smiled and replied, "All right. By the way, if you're free, feel free to visit my family sometime. My ancestor likely has a lot to discuss with you." Lin Jing cheerfully responded, "Sure." Su Wei also lowered her head and gave a respectful farewell, saying, "Take care." With that, she mounted the clouds and flew off, leaving Lin Jing behind, his expression serious as he watched her go. After bidding farewell to the two, Lin Jing turned towards the mountain, clasped his hand solemnly, and said, "The life-saving grace cannot be repaid. From now on, if Jishan City is in trouble, I will do my best to help. I take my leave here." He turned to leave, muttering to himself, "It's time to return to the Qin Yuan sect." Meanwhile, Li Changji was approaching a cave at the foot of the mountain, saying, "The time is getting significant." He immediately released a beam of golden energy into the cave and continued, "My child must have grown strong by now. Come out here." A shadow suddenly appeared from within, gradually stepping out with an air that seemed both gloomy and dark. Li Wutian's face began to emerge clearly, and his eyes turned red, looking incredibly terrifying. Upon seeing Li Wutian like this, the man became flustered. "My son." Li Wutian's expression didn't change in the slightest. He spoke. "Lin Jing, where is he?" The man's face was filled with worry, but he still answered, "It seems like he's gone to the Steelblood secret realm. But according to the latest news, that place." Li Wutian's face grew even more ominous, his smile twisted like that of a madman, and he spoke. "It's fine. As long as I have a rough location, I'll be able to find him." His expression became increasingly cold, with killing intent clearly visible in his eyes. "But right now, I'm so hungry, I need blood and flesh to nourish myself." His words sent a chill down the listener's spine. Li Changji's face also showed fear. If you're hungry, go find something to eat, but remember to be careful. Don't let your uncle or some of the elders find out. He didn't pay attention to his father's advice, immediately leaping high into the air. His face became more and more beastly. So what if they find out? Wouldn't they just be the nutrients I need? Li Changji looked up, helplessly watching his son's shadow fade into the distance, muttering to himself. Does becoming a demon really affect one's mind so much? I can only hope that once my son has eaten his fill, he might recover. Lin Jing was flying in the sky on his sword, heading back to the Qing Yuan sect. His face remained focused as he looked ahead, still holding his sword in hand. He flew towards it, only to be stopped by a surge of red demonic energy. This was Lin Jing, wielding his sword while maintaining a defensive stance, his blade slicing through the air, causing the demonic energy around him to dissipate. Lin Jing suddenly halted after the sword swing, and before him appeared a figure, a man whose hands radiated wisps of demonic energy swirling aimlessly. The man spoke, Lin Jing, I've finally found you. Lin Jing glanced at him, furrowing his brows, narrowing his eyes as recognition flickered, and he exclaimed, You're Li Wutian. What's happening to you? The man seemed to have found his prey, and with each word, the demonic energy around him surged more violently. What's happening? It's all thanks to you, didn't you know? Every day, I've been thinking about how to kill you. Every second you live makes it hard for me to eat or sleep. With a smug expression, Lin Jing retorted, Fine then, let's settle our score today. Just as Lin Jing finished his words, Li Wutian lunged at him like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey. A golden aura suddenly surrounded Lin Jing, sending him flying back with a loud shout, Get lost! Li Wutian licked his lips, somewhat surprised but mostly amused. Golden Core, you've reached Golden Core. His face showed satisfaction, nodding in approval as he added, Well, your blood must be delicious. The demonic energy surrounding Li Wutian continued to intensify, and Lin Jing's face darkened with anger. He raised his hand and began chanting a spell, and soon, swords appeared around him, suspended in the air. This man before him now was neither human nor demon, resembling more of a bloodthirsty beast. Lin Jing had just raised his hand when the swords immediately flew forward, attacking Li Wutian. Seeing this, Li Wutian raised his own hand, and a bright red shield appeared, enveloping him and neutralizing the sword's assault. Don't think I'm still the same Li Wutian as before. He chanted, turning his blood into a surging wave, standing in the midst of blood rings, arms spread wide, grinning in satisfaction. This level of attack is nothing to me. Lin Jing, with his sword, immediately slashed down at the sea of blood. The blood scattered around him, and his face darkened as he asked in anger. The stench of blood is overwhelming. What have you done, you beast? The sea of blood kept growing, surging toward him, threatening to drown him. Seeing this, Lin Jing quickly created a silver circle to protect himself. A notification echoed, activating a critical strike, and his defense was multiplied by 30 times. Activating critical strike, defense increased by 30 times. Lin Jing continuously dodged the attacks, while Li Wutian laughed with satisfaction, continuing. I've only killed a few commoners, don't worry. Once I kill you, my sea of blood will become much stronger. Hearing this, Lin Jing's fury erupted, and he shouted. Li Wutian, you. The notification rang again, activating a critical strike, with a 27 times increase. Lin Jing suddenly turned around. Beneath his feet, the sea of blood spread out, seeming to encircle him. Li Wutian's body seemed to have merged with the rancid sea of blood. Lin Jing thought to himself, this blood sea is a bit strange. It's impossible to tell where Li Wutian's real body is. Wait a minute. Could it be? Li Wutian seized the opportunity and struck swiftly, launching an attack on him. Lin Jing swung his sword, slashing through his opponent's figure while saying, Gotcha! But unfortunately, it was merely an illusion, not his true form. The sea of blood had now risen to Lin Jing's waist. He desperately searched for his real body and wondered. Didn't I hit? A carefree laugh echoed through the air. In this sea of blood, I control the existence of everything. You can't harm me. The only outcome for you is to be drained of your blood." Upon hearing this, Lin Jing smiled and immediately understood. So that's it. In that case. He swiftly raised his sword and began performing the Grand Void Sword technique for defense. Lin Jing struck fiercely, splitting the sea of blood in two. Continuous notifications rang out. Critical hit activated, damage multiplied by 14, critical hit activated, damage multiplied by 26. With a single swing, he sent Li Wutian flying out of the sea of blood. After being struck, Li Wutian spat out purple blood, his face filled with astonishment as he said, "Lin Jing, what do you rely on? What gave you the ability to attack like that?" Lin Jing didn't give him a chance to recover and swiftly swung his sword again. "This is something for you to think about. When you're dying." The sword light Lin Jing unleashed immediately cut through his legs, causing Li Wutian's face to change drastically. His hands began to emit more and more demonic energy. His body continuously absorbed the surrounding demonic aura, and the sea of blood around him began to warp. His head suddenly sprouted horns, appearing extremely bizarre. He had likely evolved into a new form, one that may even possess power greater than before. Witnessing this evolution, Lin Jing showed signs of doubt. This was Li Wutian, who now resembled a demon more than ever before. With his red skin, sharp teeth, and the constant demonic aura emanating from his breath, he had transformed into a sinister being. A large horn had sprouted from his head, and there was an eye in the center of his chest. Upon seeing this, Lin Jing thought, as expected, it's just like the cursed demon form of the ancestor of the D family, though not as powerful. What is this called again? Blood demon? Li Wutian has truly become a demon. Damn it, could Li Changji be in front of him as well? Li Wutian spread his arms wide, showcasing his strength, and shouted loudly, "Lin Jing, do you know how much suffering I've endured? How many tortures I've endured in that dark, endless place? How many times I've come close to death here? But I survived, because I wanted to crush you with my own hands." Lin Jing responded seriously, "If you become a demon, then this is no longer a personal grudge." Li Wutian charged at him, attacking as he yelled, "This is personal revenge. I will turn you into my nourishment." Lin Jing looked at Wutian, enveloped by the fiery red aura, and said, "Li Wutian, if this were before, it would have been a bit troublesome to deal with you. But now, don't even mention the fact that I'm at the golden core stage, even your value now." Lin Jing smiled, "All you'll do is provide my sword with a good meal." Then he raised his sword and swiftly sliced through Wu Tian's body. Immediately, he was struck by Lin Jing's sword, falling to the ground and letting out a painful scream. "Ah!" Wu Tian cried out in pain, "What kind of evil energy is this? This can't be happening, how could it possibly absorb my blood?" Lin Jing charged forward with his sword, shouting fiercely, "It's time for you to take your leave." Then, he activated the X-45 damage burst, using his Grand Void Sword technique to strike Wu Tian again. Wu Tian was blasted back by the attack, exploding into a shower of sparks. He was slashed by Lin Jing's sword and fell to the ground in a horribly tragic state. Lin Jing landed on the ground, his sword pointed toward the sky. In stark contrast, Wu Tian trembled in fear, screaming, "No, you can't kill me. If I die, my father will definitely find out, and he won't let your family off the hook." Lin Jing glared at him and said, "Don't worry, I'll reunite your father with you in hell soon enough and finish him off too." Meanwhile, Li Changji's jade green token began to crack, causing his face to darken. His eyes widened in shock as he angrily yelled, "Tian Air, how could this happen?" Holding the broken token, Li Changji continued to shout, "Who did this?" As he saw the cracks on the jade token, the image of his son's death appeared in his mind. Lin Jing glared at him and said, "Don't worry, I'll reunite your father with you in hell soon enough." Changji's angry face glared at the token, saying, "Is it Lin Jing? The root cause of everything is him." He crushed the token, shattering it into pieces. His eyes turned bloodshot as he yelled, "Damn it, hateful bastard. In his fury, Changji threw the jade green token onto the ground, where it shattered. His anger still unrelieved, he shouted, "Ah, Lin Jing!" Changji walked up to the door and continued shouting, "I must kill you." He stepped outside, and after walking halfway, he suddenly froze. Something was wrong. The angry Changji clutched his head, grinding his teeth as he muttered, "Is it possible? That mixed blood has already reached the golden core. Could I, Li Changqing, have underestimated myself?" If he had looked up to the sky, he would have continued, "So that's how it is." Then he flew into the air, still shouting with fury, "Tian air, wait for me. I will avenge you." Scene changed to the blue sky. On the top of a tall hill stood Li Changji's figure. He waved his hand, using a small amount of his power, and a stone wall immediately parted. Changji stepped inside, thinking to himself, "This must be the place." Changji called out, "Lord?" He clasped his hands respectfully, looking down at the blood-red lake, and said, "Li Changji requests an audience." Elder 12, surrounded by red mist rising from the lake, replied, "Your child just left not long ago. What is it that you seek?" His face darkened to a purplish black as he shouted, "Lord, I wish to become a demon." The man replied, "Oh, I've advised you to become a demon several times before, but you always refused. So now, have you finally come to your senses?" Changji clenched his eyes shut and screamed, "My son is dead, I have nothing left to hold me back. I want to kill that bastard, to kill everyone associated with him." Elder 12 squinted in surprise and asked, "Your son is dead? Damn it, that useless piece of trash just left not long ago. What about you? You haven't been exposed, have you? Do you know how this will affect my plan?" Changji, as if losing control, screamed even louder, "I will destroy the entire Qingyuan sect, and when the time comes, won't the spiritual vein belong to you?" Elder 12 looked at Changji's face and said, "Humph, are you relying solely on yourself? Even if you succeed, it won't be enough. However, if you have reached such enlightenment, I will call on others from the sect to cooperate with you." He flew out of the fiery red pond and said, "Go down, you'll experience unimaginable changes." Changji lifted his foot and jumped in, silently thinking, "Son, I'm coming to join you." Then he gradually sank deeper into the crimson depths of the pond. At that moment, Lin Jing had returned to his sect. Everyone was surprised and whispered among themselves, "Isn't that Lin Jing? He's been gone for so long, I thought something had happened to him." Another person spoke up, "Damn it, this kid, where's his aura?" Lin Jing looked around and thought, "There's nothing here either." He stood on the sword and flew off. The people in the sect whispered, "Why did he leave? Showed off for a bit and then ran off?" He activated a powerful strike, and the X-45 sensory device flew in the air, scanning the surroundings. Lin Jing thought, "Why is there no blood demon aura? Where is that Li Changji?" Then, he landed on the ground. Two people from the sect spoke up, "What do you intend to do?" "This is the place of the second elder. No one can come near unless given permission." Lin Jing released a wave of green energy and activated a powerful strike. With a pressure of Zate, he asked, "Where is Li Changji?" The first person trembled and said, "Is it the golden core stage?" The other person also shook and replied, "Not long ago, the second elder left." Lin Jing thought to himself, "Is he planning to run?" "No, his son was just killed by me. I don't believe he'd just quietly run away like this. I still need to figure something out." Wu Shuan landed from somewhere and said, "Lin Jing, where the hell did you run off to earlier?" Lin Jing grinned and replied, Sorry. I was in such a rush that I didn't have time to let you know." "Really sorry." Wu Shuan responded, "Forget it, I forgive you." "But, wait, you've entered the golden core stage already? How can that be? That's so fast." Lin Jing smiled with her eyes squinted, and as soon as she stepped outside, she ran into De Ji Yuan. She responded, "Why do I feel like your golden core aura is incredibly strong? It's even stronger than mine by a long shot. How many little Chu Tian can you circulate since you formed your golden core? He continued to smile and said, only 36, that's all. She was surprised, 36? In the sect, there are figures of a couple happily chatting. Wu Shuang continued, I've never heard of anyone who could circulate a perfect little Chu Tian after forming a golden core. Lin Jing replied, it's just luck. You came at the right time, I have something I need to discuss with you. On my way back, I ran into Li Wu Tian. After Lin Jing recounted everything, Wu Shuang asked in surprise, Li Wu Tian has become a blood demon sovereign? No wonder the common people around our gate have been disappearing recently. My father even sent someone to investigate, but they found nothing. Lin Jing clenched her fist and said, the key is Li Changji. If Li Wu Tian has turned into a demon, it's certain that his father must be involved. That guy has always had intentions to collude with outsiders to take over the entire sect. Wu Shuang placed her hand on her forehead, feeling helpless, and said, this is bad, it's too serious. I need to go back and report to my father. If he doesn't believe me, I can only hope he realizes the truth himself. She looked at Lin Jing and added, oh, and also, Li Changji is definitely filled with hatred for you now. You absolutely must not go out alone. Wu Shuang sighed and asked him, actually, these words are not really something I need to remind you of, are they? She smiled at him and continued, the first time we met, you hadn't even reached foundation establishment, yet now you're already at golden core perfection. I can barely keep up with you anymore. Lin Jing chuckled and replied, isn't that a good thing? The stronger I am, the more I can protect myself and those around me, right? Wu Shuang asked him again, so, does that mean you want to protect me too? He activated his burst skill, heart movements 30, blushing in embarrassment as he said, oh of course, that includes you too. Hearing his words, she blushed and covered her mouth, laughing. Ha ha. That's the happiest thing I've heard all day. Lin Jing continued to blush and activated his burst skill, heart movements 30. Wu Shuang, her face turning red, placed her finger on Lin Jing's forehead. Alright, stop staring at me like that. I have to go warn father now. Of course, what you did with Li Wu Tian will be kept secret for now, and you better not run off and cause any trouble. He looked at her and said, alright. After Wu Shuang left, Lin Jing took out the jade pendant, a greenish piece carved with a dragon, and thought to himself, facing the Ji family patriarch this time, aside from the heavenly Yuan sword, luckily, I have this family heirloom jade pendant. It's the nemesis of evil and demonic forces. I wonder if there are any hidden secrets within it. This time, I must be a bit more careful. I need to bring my consciousness into the jade pendant and see how it goes. After that, he used his divine power to make the jade pendant emit a green aura that enveloped his entire body. When he opened his eyes, Lin Jing found himself inside the fragment of the consciousness space. He thought to himself, the giant eye is gone, so it seems like this time, it's probably safe. He looked around at the blood-red surroundings, wondering, is this really a fragment of the consciousness space? Is there not a single clue here? Lin Jing stared at the chaotic mass of green, which resembled bubbles, and wondered, what is this? He reached out to touch the green thing. Suddenly, the scenery changed to a mountain, startling him, and he shouted, where is this place? Everything shattered, and he fell into the void. Opening his eyes again, he was in a panic. At this moment, Lin Jing held his head in frustration, thinking, what the hell is this thing? The mystery of the jade pendant was growing larger, and what was that black mountain about? Lin Jing hugged his shoulders and walked out the door, deciding to leave. What he really wanted to worry about now was that Li Changji guy. First, he would make a trip to Wanshan Pavilion to buy some cultivation materials for level up, and at the same time, he could gather any clues about what's going on. In the sect's main hall, Li Changqing angrily scolded his daughter, Song Ni, how could you slander your second uncle like that? Demons and evil beings are something everyone wants to eliminate. Second uncle, how could you be involved with demons? And even let your own son fall into the demonic path? What is his intention? Song Ni said, Father, I feel like there's nothing in this world that is absolute. If there are rumors, you should quietly investigate them yourself. Her words only made Chang Ching angrier, and he shouted, "Investigate what? Am I supposed to investigate my own blood brother? That Lin Jing person, he just casually says something, and you start suspecting your second uncle? Do you still have any respect for the elders of this family?" Wu Shuang, not backing down, shouted back, "If I didn't respect the elders, I would have gone straight to second uncle to confront him. From the very beginning, he sent someone to kill me." Chang Qing yelled at her, "Shut up, the plot to kill you was El Chang Chun's decision. At that time, your second uncle had no idea about it. Are you blaming him now?" Her second uncle's words, and now her father believed them. "So what about me? You don't believe my words either? You say there are no elders in my eyes, then do you still have a daughter in your heart?" Chang Cheng, losing patience, scolded, "Li Wuxuan, enough. From now on, you are not allowed to have any contact with that Lin Jing person. Do you hear me?" She replied, "I've said everything I need to say. As for not contacting Lin Jing, that's my personal choice. You can't control that." With that, Wu Shuang turned and walked away, ignoring her father. Behind her, Li Changqing screamed, "Rebellion! My God! This is truly a rebellion!" After she left, he became furious, his face swollen with veins, silently thinking to himself, "I must not let Song Ni have any more contact with that Lin Jing. She cannot ruin her future just because of an ordinary disciple." The scene then shifted to Wanshan Pavilion, where the elder happily greeted him and said, "Young Master Lin, please come in." Although the young master has already returned to the main headquarters, he had instructed us earlier to treat you with the highest respect if you ever came again. Lin Jing replied, "I truly do not wish to conceal anything from you. The reason I am here this time is to ask for your help with something." The elder joyfully stroked his beard. "Please, speak. Whatever we can help with, Wanshan Pavilion will certainly do our best. And even if we cannot help directly, we will think of another way to assist you." Hearing this, Lin Jing spoke. "I want to find a place, but I do not know its name. I only have vague details about it." The elder furrowed his brows. "When I was younger, I traveled in trade with Wanshan Pavilion from Nantian to Beihai, visiting many places. Perhaps you could share with me what you know, and I will see if I can recall something?" Lin Jing said. "It is a massive mountain range, entirely made of pure black volcanic rock. Not even a blade of grass can grow there, and the entire mountain range is desolate. That's all I know." After hearing this, the elder closed his eyes in deep thought, then said, "A vast mountain range, entirely black, you say? There really aren't many places like that." The elder seemed to have thought of something, his eyes suddenly widening. "I know now." He looked at Lin Jing and continued, "The place you are looking for might be the Blackstone Mountain Range in Beiji, which is located near Charm Map Mountain. That area is full of wild beasts and has a harsh environment. When I was younger, I led the caravan through there several times. It's indeed a desolate place, so I have some impression of it." Lin Jing pondered for a moment and asked him, "Charm Map Mountain? I remember that the Suwei family comes from Futu Mountain, isn't it quite a coincidence?" He clasped his hands together. "Thank you for your guidance, senior." The elder waved his hand. "No need to thank me, no need to thank me. Young Master Lin, do you have any other instructions?" Lin Jing replied, "I also want to buy some medicinal herbs to upgrade my cultivation." The elder smiled. "Then, you should first go to the cultivation room, and the herbs will be delivered immediately. The young master has already instructed, Wanshan Pavilion will not charge you a single coin for any cultivation supplies within the cultivation room." Lin Jing sat in the middle of the room. He picked up a pill placed before him and said, "Lately, if I'm not fighting, I'm on my way to fight. Just broke through to the Golden Core and now I have to face a big battle. I also need to find opportunities to consolidate my cultivation." Lin Jing closed his eyes to cultivate, with the energy of his cultivation radiating around him. After a while, he opened his eyes and realized he needed more. Saying this, Lin Jing went over to where a maid was holding a tray of pills. "Excuse me, the pills are still not enough. Please bring me some more." Then he went to this person and said, "It's still not enough," then went to another person, extended his hand, and said, "Give me a little more." The elder looked at the people lined up holding elixirs for him. The old man spat blood and said, "With so many elixirs, I'm afraid even a strong man of the nascent soul stage would explode from the overload. What if young Master Lin can't withstand it and something happens?" He looked at the deficit numbers, crying as he spoke, too. This month's balance is in the red again. A few days later, while cultivating with his blade, Lin Jing suddenly opened his eyes wide, his body absorbing the cultivation energy and glowing. He thought to himself, reaching golden core requires so much spiritual chi at each level. These past days, I've swallowed countless spirit pills and medicinal wine just to reach the third level of golden core. Never mind, Li Changji won't just wait patiently for me to break through to nascent soul. To be safe, I should leave the sect first. With that, he leapt off the bed. Lin Jing left the spirit stone pouch on the bed. He stepped out of the bedroom, thinking, although it's my brother's property, I can't let him suffer a loss. The spirit stones in this pouch should be enough to cover the cost of those elixirs. Returning to the place, Li Changji had sunk to the bottom of the lake. Elder 12 said, "That's right, you've succeeded far more than your useless son. Go ahead, I've arranged everything, do whatever you want to do." At this moment, Changji had fallen into madness, his eyes bloodshot with hatred for the one who killed his son. He shouted loudly, "Lin Jing, and that Qing Yuan sect too. I want to take back everything you owe me. Blood debts must be repaid with blood." The Elder 12 laughed, "Huh, the Qing Yuan sect, huh? How will you all deal with someone like Li Zhangji, a ferocious beast? I'm really looking forward to it." At that moment, at the Qing Yuan sect, in the martial arts training ground, Chang Ji had arrived. The sect's disciples were still engrossed in their training, not noticing him, and continued to chat happily. Junior brother's martial arts have improved quite a lot. You, old Wu, senior brother, keep it up. What's that thing? The pressure is so overwhelming. Two disciples saw Changji standing on the roof and said, "Hey, isn't that the vice sect master?" The other replied, "Why does the vice sect master look like a completely different person now?" The others trembled and responded, "Why does this aura feel so terrifying?" One person answered nonsensically, "That's because the vice sect master's cultivation is too powerful. This is just his spiritual pressure, and it's enough to crush us." With his red eyes and veins bulging on his face, Changji said, "Well, what a coincidence that all of you are here. Since I can't become the sect master, then you'll all become my food." Saying that, he waved his hand, unleashing his power. All the sect disciples screamed in fear, "Vice sect master, what are you doing? The barrier has been set up. Why did you put up this barrier here?" He drained all the blood from the sect's members. One disciple, who hadn't had his blood drained yet, screamed, "Vice sect master, what's happening to you?" A person fell down and said, "Something is sucking the blood out of me." "Humph." Another person also fell down and said, "What kind of dark magic is this?" Other disciples of the sect flew over and shouted, "Stop it, Li Changji, what are you doing?" Changji raised his hand and grabbed the neck of one disciple, saying, "This is perfect, just right. The low-ranking ones aren't enough to satisfy me." The disciple trembled and said, "What? What are you talking about?" With a swift motion, he struck, and the disciple disintegrated. "Exactly, the power of a deacon is truly not comparable to those low-ranking disciples," Changji said. The remaining disciples turned pale with fear. One of them screamed, "Wait, Vice Sect Master, we've all followed you." The other two trembled, adding, "That's right, we've always been loyal to you. If there's anything, can we talk about it first?" Changji smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Is that so? Well then, that's great. First, contribute some of your strength to me." The disciples, terrified, cried out, "Save us! The Vice Sect Master has gone mad, I'm not ready to die yet." Suddenly, Chang Ching flew over from afar, shouting loudly, "Second brother, stop! Are you crazy? These are all disciples of our Qing Yuan sect." He reached out, panicking, and shouted, "What's this? A barrier." Chang Ji laughed, "So you've finally arrived? My dear older brother, I've been waiting for you for a long time. It's time we put an end to all of this, don't you think?" Chang Cheng shouted angrily, "Second brother, what do you want to do? The state you're in now isn't like you at all." Chang Ji lost control and shouted loudly, "I am no longer a human. Since Tian Er died, all I have wanted is revenge, only revenge." Chang Cheng was surprised. "Tian Er is dead? Who killed him? What exactly happened?" Chang Ji became even angrier and yelled, "Of course it was that beast Lin Jing, and your daughter as well. Li Wuxuang again, why? Why wouldn't she surrender and let the three major sects capture her? If she had been captured, I could have become sect master. Then I could have killed that mixed blood Lin Jing when he returned to the sect, and my son wouldn't have had to appear, and he wouldn't have had to personally kill that mixed blood. And then, my son would not have died." His words left Chang Ching stunned. "Li Changji, was the pursuit of Wu Shuang all part of the plan you set up?" Wu Shuang suddenly appeared and said, "I told you, father, he has completely lost his mind." At this moment, Chang Ji completely lost control and shouted, "Li Wuxuan, just when I was about to go look for you, you came right to my door. And where is that little thief Lin Jing now?" After finishing his words, he waved his hand toward Wu Shuang. Chang Ching immediately rushed forward, using his sword to block the spell aimed at his daughter. He said, "Wu Shuang, be careful. His aura is off, he's definitely practiced forbidden techniques. You are no match for him." Then, he confronted Chang Ji, "Why? The sect is where you grew up, you were like a brother to me, we were blood related. Why are you doing this?" Chang Ji let out a cold smile. "You lack the qualities to be sect master. That title should have been mine. But none of that matters anymore. Soon, everything will come to an end." With that, he raised his hand, releasing a surge of crimson energy. He added, "The entire Qing Yuan sect will accompany my son on his final journey." At once, the red energy gathered into a massive hand that shot toward the sect leader. Drawing his sword, the leader charged forward and shouted, "As long as I still stand, don't even think of laying a finger on my daughter." Behind him, Wu Shuang cried out in panic. Chang Ching stepped forward, striking with her sword, but Chang Ji blocked it with ease. He chuckled, "How was that your strongest move? What a disappointment." He waved his hand, and with a swift motion, Chang Ching's sword was broken in half, sending her flying backward. Chang Ji looked at her and said, "Do you still see me as the same Li Changji from before? Li Chang Ching, to me, you've never been anything more than an AVE idealist." Below, Wu Shuang gripped her sword tightly and launched it forward. "Mystic Heaven Sword Formation!" she cried. The flying swords rushed toward Chang Ji but were halted by his protective barrier. He narrowed his eyes. "You really think a trick like that can stop me?" Then he looked at her again, voice quiet but firm. "That young man, Lin Jing, he seems to care about you a great deal. In that case, let's see how he handles true loss." With that, he summoned more crimson energy, each wave stronger than the last. Chang Ching anxiously shouted, "Everyone, listen to my orders. Li Changji has turned into a demon. Follow me, we must charge and kill him." Suddenly, a disciple shouted, "Do you want us to fight the vice sect master?" The other disciples turned and fled, shouting, "Forget it, let's run. This isn't a battle for ordinary disciples like us to get involved in." Another disciple spoke up. "Hurry and go call the elders and the deacons here, this is not something we should handle." On the other side, Chang Ji laughed gleefully. "Ha, is this the Tian Yuan sect you're leading, Li Chang Chang?" He shot a burst of red energy towards Chang Cheng and shouted, "How could a worthless piece of trash like you sit in the position of sect master for so many years?" Chang Cheng clasped his hands together, channeling his energy, and said, Don't even think about it. Take this. He then released a sword formed from green energy. Changji grabbed the green sword with both hands, and immediately, the sword shattered. Changqing was struck by the backlash and coughed up blood, while Changji continued to use his power. A useless person will always be useless. Even if you use all your strength, you can't hurt me at all. He then shot a series of energy blasts that looked like throwing darts toward Wu Shuang, saying, "Watch closely, let me show you how your daughter is going to be killed." Wu Shuang had to continuously dodge the blasts, growing frustrated. How infuriating. Suddenly, she lost her footing, her face filled with panic. This is bad. Just as the darts were about to strike her, a stream of green air formed a large hand to shield her. Liamowen spoke from above, "Second brother, it's not too late to stop now." Changqing looked up in astonishment. "Father, what about Changji, whose face is swollen with veins, clenching his fists and turning his head?" "Stop. Are you relying on a few words of deception from that old man? Besides, everything has already happened, and you still want me to turn back? Do you really think that's possible?" Imowen said, "Li Changji, I may not have been able to properly educate my son, but I certainly didn't expect to raise a wicked and cruel scoundrel like you. If you refuse to stop, then today I will cleanse the family." He then performed a technique that generated a protective shield, cursing, "This old man, you must be seriously injured and still not fully recovered, right? How desperately you want me to die in your place." Imowen took out his magical artifact, the silver flower mirror, and angrily shouted, "You impudent fool, even though I am pretending, I still have enough strength left to teach a rebellious son like you a lesson." The magical artifact emitted a stream of energy towards him. Changji held firm, saying, "Humph, don't think that you can kill me with that silver flower mirror. I'm not what I used to be." Imowen continued to hold the mirror, releasing another wave of energy, and said, "Ha!" Changji was struck, his clothes in tatters, falling to the ground. Imowen looked at him and said, "Li Changji, having committed such a heinous act, from today onwards, you will be imprisoned and will never again see the light of day." Changji suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha ha!" Imowen continued holding the silver flower mirror, channeling his magical power through the artifact into Changji, saying, "You are a rebellious son, Changji, and now you have become even more corrupted." He shouted, "This move won't work on me." He used his hand to block the powerful green energy. Changji flung rocks, which shattered and scattered in all directions. The disciples around them shouted loudly, "It's bad." Changji used his magical power to form a circle, sending Imowen's energy back towards the sect's disciples. Everyone began fleeing in panic, yelling, "Ah, quick, everyone run, hurry." Imowen was enraged, thinking, how could this be happening? Changji looked at his father and laughed loudly, "Ha, old man, this is your retribution. If I can't inherit the Qing Yuan sect, then I will destroy it." Surrounding him was a fierce red aura. Changji relentlessly attacked. Imowen swung his artifact, creating a shield to protect Changcheng and Wu Shuang. He said, "Everyone be careful." But outside the shield, a disciple with a pale face trembled and said, "Great elder, please save me." Suddenly, that disciple was hit by one of Changji's moves, falling to the ground and screaming, "Ah!" The remaining sect disciples were still running away, all of them shouting, "Great elder, save me. Please, I don't want to die. Run quickly, hurry up and hide." One of the disciples among them shouted, "Li Changji, you animal!" Imowen furrowed his brows, angered. "Ugh, damn it, why does this bloodlust suppress my spiritual power?" Suddenly, a spark fell from the sky and struck Changji, catching him off guard. It turned out the spark was released by Lin Jing. He stood arrogantly in mid-air, holding his sword, and thought to himself, "Looks like I'm late. As expected, this old bastard has fallen to the dark side as well. I have to destroy him as quickly as possible." Wu Shuang, standing below, looked up with joy. "Lin Jing?" Suddenly, she screamed in fear. "Watch out, Lin Jing, be careful." Li Changji was charging toward Lin Jing, shouting furiously. Lin Jing, you bastard, return my son's life. Lin Jing also charged forward with his sword, shouting. You're really coming, huh? I'll send you to reunite with your son, you bastard. Both of them released bursts of energy, and sure enough, with the aura of a male lead, Lin Jing sent Changji flying far away. Chang Qing, standing below, looked in astonishment as his second brother was knocked back. Li Changji, how could he have fallen into a disadvantage? Mo1 was also surprised. A golden core cultivator? How could he be suppressed by Lin Jing? Meanwhile, Chang Ji, in a fit of rage, screamed. Lin Jing, I will kill you. The disciples of the sect who had been killed below began to fade away. Chang Ji, at this very moment, had absorbed the spiritual qi from the other disciples even more powerfully. Lin Jing thought to himself that, just like Li Wutian, he could enhance himself by taking the lives of others. He could not afford to give him a chance to rest, only by attacking relentlessly could he hope to defeat him. Then he activated the Grand Void Sword technique, and the Lam Fong shot straight towards him. Chang Ji was struck by the technique, shocked and terrified. He quickly generated a shield, trying to defend himself, his mind racing. This is bad, how can this bastard break through my defense? Lin Jing continued to unleash his techniques, causing Chang Ji to grow pale with fear. He began to turn and flee, thinking to himself, the people from the other three sects should be arriving soon, I need to suck up more blood first. Suddenly, Chang Ji's eyes widened. When did Lin Jing get behind him? Lin Jing wielded his sword and struck with a critical blow, his speed multiplied by 30, slashing through Chang Ji and sending him flying. Lin Jing then said, don't even think about escaping. He screamed, I hate you, I hate you. Lin Jing struck again, saying, you can hate all you want. At that moment, Chang Ji exploded, sparks flying everywhere, some even landing on Lin Jing's clothes. Wu Shuang flew over, joyfully saying, Lin Jing, you've killed him, this matter is as good as settled. Lin Jing remained cautious, replying, I don't think it's going to be that simple. Wu Shuang asked in surprise, what? The guardian dragon suddenly appeared, flying alongside many ships from other sects, which astonished Mo1. Are those dragon boats from the Broken Dragon sect, Wu Ji sect, and the Heavenly Demon Temple? Where did all these warships come from? Lin Jing looked at them, grinding his teeth as he thought, as expected, someone is behind Li Changji. Moreover, that person has the authority to command, even the Broken Dragon sect, Wu Ji sect, and the Heavenly Demon Temple. It seems that Li Changji's role is merely a part of a larger plan to overthrow the Qing Yuan sect. Chang Qing glanced around anxiously and muttered, damn it, why does it have to happen now? Lin Jing turned to the two elders, clapped his hands respectfully, and said, Great Elder, Grand Master, the enemy is at our doorstep. We should activate the sect's defensive formation and prepare all the disciples for battle. He added, no, the current situation doesn't allow us to strike first. Let me negotiate with them. Perhaps they're just trying to intimidate us. Li Changqing paused for a moment before continuing, if they truly intend to fight, then the Qing Yuan sect will be doomed, caught in their net. Hearing her father say this, Wu Shuang hurriedly intervened, Father, those bastards are already at our doorstep. How can you still want to negotiate with them? Li Changqing still maintained his stance, shouting loudly, what do you know? The enemy is attacking the Qing Yuan sect's grand formation, there must have been countless casualties, and they are also aware of the need for peace. Before he could finish speaking, countless cannons fired into the city. Li Changqing was startled, what? I can't believe my eyes. How could this happen? Why hasn't the grand formation been activated? The students rushed over in panic, gasping for breath as they spoke. Sect Master, when the Vice Sect Master caused chaos earlier, a group of cultivators suddenly appeared and broke the core of the grand formation. At this moment, Li Changqing had no idea what to do except to call for his father. What? What should we do now? Father. Li Mo1 coughed into his hand, producing a few hoarse sounds. The battle just now had injured him, and with the situation now at this point, what else could be done? It was time to prepare for the worst. He coughed up a small amount of blood into his palm but continued speaking. The Qingyuan sect cannot fall into their hands. Even if I have to risk my old life, I will not let that happen. He clenched his fist, determination in his eyes. Lin Jing, who had been standing by, spoke up at this point. Great Elder, can you hold back that dragon against the Great Elder of the Breaking Dragon sect? Before Lin Jing could grow concerned, Liu Wen calmly replied. Though I haven't fully recovered, it's just a dragon and an elder. It won't be a major issue. But before he could finish, Li Changqing interrupted. What use is that? The sect master of the three sects is bound to arrive as well. Without a powerful formation, how can we hold our ground? At that moment, in the sky, a flying ship was struck by a surge of energy. With a thunderous blast, it shattered, throwing the disciples into disarray. Just one strike destroyed the flying dragon ship? That must be the work of a nascent soul cultivator. The Qingyuan sect clearly has a formidable expert here. The sect master of the three sects must be gathering as well. That's Lin Jingyim. Zhang Lin shouted. Xianzi looked up at Lin Jing, who hovered in the sky. So this is the prodigy from Qingyuan sect? The one who defeated the core disciples of your sect and shattered the spirit statues? Second brother Lu's expression darkened. A prodigy? He must have used some unorthodox method. Otherwise, how could someone still in the Golden Core stage wield such power? If he reaches nascent soul, how will we stop him? That elder from Qingyuan sect, leave him to the Grand Elder of Broken Dragon sect. You and I will handle Lin Jing. We cannot allow his strength to continue growing unchecked. Today, we put an end to future danger. Upon finishing his words, the figures of the two old men, one red and one purple, soared into the air. Well, the kiddo's speed is incredible. First, we'll use the wind stabilization orb to limit its movement range. Lin Jing looked up at the two old men hovering above him and sarcastically said. They've arrived, and this time there are two old dogs. Suddenly, Lin Jing was startled and turned around. Zhang Lin hurled the wind stabilization orb toward Lin Jing, shouting loudly. Lin Jing, today I will kill you, to offer a sacrifice to the spirit of my disciple in the heavens. Lin Jing immediately activated his X-27 speed burst mode to dodge. The wind stabilization orb struck the air, causing a massive explosion. It immediately created a spatial vacuum, sucking everything nearby into it. Although Lin Jing had managed to dodge in time, he noticed that his speed had been significantly slowed down. At this moment, the spirit avatars of the two old men seized the opportunity to attack, laughing triumphantly. Ha, the wind stabilization orb is the anti-wind artifact, you can't escape now. Let's see where you'll run to. Lin Jing realized the danger was closing in, sweat dotting his face. In his mind, he thought, this is bad, my speed is being restricted. I can't dodge anymore. At this point, Lin Jing could only retreat and activated his X-47 defensive burst to create a shield, but it only lasted for a few seconds. Once the defense was broken, the two old men continued to charge forward. I see you won't be able to last much longer, old man. Lin Jing was pushed back by the counterattack, struggling to maintain his balance. In his heart, he thought, the soul avatars these two are using are much stronger than when they were in the secret realm. Furthermore, my speed has been greatly reduced. Passive defense will inevitably be defeated sooner or later. I must take the initiative and attack, find the flaw, and try using the illusionary clone technique. Without hesitation, Lin Jing activated the burst attack with 22 clones. Countless figures of him appeared scattered across the sky. At this moment, the two old men were astonished and swore, damn, isn't this the illusionary clone technique from the Wuji sect? The more clones there are, the worse their quality, and the easier it is to see through them. For a strong man at the nascent soul stage, they're nearly useless. But why do every single one of this brat's clones look so real? The masked figure from the heavenly demon temple, observing the battle, commented, don't panic. The clones are just illusions, they pose no threat. Second brother Lu commanded the Soul Avatar to attack Lin Jing's clones. After killing a few of them, Chang Lin added, "These are all fake. Quickly, find his real body." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Jing's true body was already behind him, instantly activating the hidden burst attacks 39. By the time the old man realized, Lin Jing had already raised his sword above his head. What was he surprised about? However, he had managed to dodge Lin Jing's downward strike. But he was wrong. Lin Jing's target was the Ding Feng Pearl. One swing shattered the Ding Feng Pearl, and the spatial rift it created disappeared as a result. It was at this moment that Zhang Lin realized his mistake. He was grinding his teeth in frustration. This guy actually rushed in to destroy the Ding Feng Pearl. After destroying the Ding Feng Pearl, Lin Jing confidently waved his hand in provocation. "Now, shall we continue playing with the heavens?" At this point, Lin Jing proceeded straight toward his next target, the spaceship where the disciples of the two old men were. Second brother Lu Hua panicked and shouted, "Damn it, stop him quickly!" Ah! The disciples, hearing the order, rushed to assist the sect master in killing that kid. He was alone, after all. Lin Jing looked at the disciples in front of him and felt obstructed. "Don't get in my way." With that, he immediately swung his sword, cutting down one after another as he moved forward. After dealing with the little pests, Lin Jing charged straight toward the two old seniors to settle the score. The two old men were stunned, their faces drained of color. "Damn it, this guy wants to wipe out all the disciples of our sect, we can't let him have his way." But with a sword in his hand, Lin Jing feared no one. The heroic figure surged forward, each strike claiming a life, swiftly dispatching the small fry who stood in his way. "You are not worthy of life." One by one, the disciples fell like wheat before the sickle. They panicked and began shouting to retreat. "Don't come over here. Quickly, use the formation to block him, hurry up." Without hesitation, Lin Jing wiped out the remaining ones, the air filled with their final desperate cries. The ship of the Broken Dragon sect began firing cannons. Lin Jing calmly dodged all the incoming shots, and with a heroic leap, he smashed into the ship. The people on the ship panicked and shouted to each other. "The ship captain is under attack. Everyone, flee." Just as planned, Mo1 confronted the guardian dragon of the Broken Dragon sect's elder head-on. "Kiddo, well done. Watch as I capture you." He activated the magic mirror, directing it to the place where the elder was hiding. The elder hastily bent down to dodge, barely escaping with his life. The booming sounds from above caused the elder to realize something with shock. "The ship's been destroyed, hasn't it?" He felt a mix of disbelief and doubt, lost in thought. What are Wu Xian and the others doing? How could three nascent souls be restrained by just one person? And indeed, they were being restrained. The two elders were flustered, angrily cursing up a storm. "You damn bastard!" Both of them joined forces to control their main bodies and gang up on Lin Jing. "Die for me!" He immediately activated a speed boost of 45 times, successfully dodging the attack. However, the masked figure from the Heavenly Demon Temple had already blocked his escape route. He arrogantly spoke. "Stop here." Faced with his strike, Lin Jing urgently activated a defensive critical hit of 23 times to create a protective barrier. But this was just his desperate attempt, as he couldn't shake the dread in his heart. This was bad. Seeing Lin Jing in a passive position, the two elders teamed up to add a few more strikes. "Kiddo, get ready to die." In a hurry, he activated a defensive critical hit of 47 times, but he still couldn't withstand the full onslaught. Lin Jing landed with an immense force, using a pill to temporarily recover, and activating a healing critical hit of 34 times, yet he was still struggling, thinking to himself. 1 against 3, the pressure was indeed overwhelming. Like leeches, the two elders were determined to take his life. A series of deafening explosions erupted in succession. Amidst the dust and smoke, Lin Jing could be seen faintly. He turned his gaze to the defensive towers and anxiously murmured to himself. Has the great formation not been repaired yet? The core gem atop the tower suddenly lit up, accompanied by the joyous cheers of the disciples of Qing Yuan sect. The defensive formation had been fixed. The trio of masked figures from the heavenly demon temple and the two old elders were all startled, their minds unprepared for this development. This was bad, the sect's grand defensive formation had been repaired. Damn it, hadn't Li Changji said he would completely destroy the formation? Where is that guy now? The formation at the center of the square suddenly surged with spiritual energy, spreading in all directions. Wu Shuang gasped softly with joy and whispered to herself. At last, the grand formation has been reactivated. She quickly steadied herself and gave a firm command. Activate the heavenly stronghold 7 traps formation. Now it's our turn to strike back. Instantly, the defensive towers flared with light, beams shooting skyward. A radiant barrier spread outward, enclosing the Qing Yuan sect and leaving everyone in awe. This was a transformed formation, and all the disciples of Qing Yuan sect were overjoyed. The battlefield is sealed. The enemy ship has no escape route now. The master of the Broken Dragon sect issued an urgent order. Hurry, we must retreat. They're about to push back. But even his strongest strike had no effect on the newly formed barrier. What's happening? Why isn't it working? Only then did realization dawn on him. We've walked right into the grand formation of Qing Yuan sect. Once activated, it's incredibly difficult to break through. The elder with the pointed beard turned angrily toward Lin Jing, blaming him bitterly. This delay. It was all because of him. Sensing the gravity of the situation, one elder of the Broken Dragon sect mounted his Dulong Hushan and rushed to the ship's command deck. He spoke quickly to the other elders. We need a plan to break the formation. Prepare to withdraw. Li Changji has fallen, and the situation is beyond recovery. We can't be held responsible for this outcome. But Li Mo1 wasn't about to let them go so easily. With unwavering resolve, he unleashed his full strength to block their retreat, tearing through their defenses and overwhelming their forces. Now you want to retreat? It's far too late for that. The Guardian Towers simultaneously turned toward Mo1, focusing all their power on his demon-slaying mirror. First, I'll destroy your flying dragon, and then I will settle the score with you two old fools. Li Mo1 roared valiantly, his voice like thunder. Totally lethal. The master of the Broken Dragon sect panicked and shouted a warning. Great Elder, move quickly. Mo1's powerful strike pierced through the Guardian Dragon with a lethal blow. My Guardian Dragon. The Elder of the Broken Dragon sect cursed madly. Li Mo1, how dare you? Wu Shuang, courageous as ever, led the disciples of the Qing Yuan sect to rush forward, offering support to Li Mo1. Quickly, go assist the Great Elder and the others. The master of the Broken Dragon sect was enraged, urgently seeking a way to deal with the situation. Damn it, Great Elder, I'll lead it away to block the energy wave. Retrieving the Guardian Dragon, he continued. You all go and break the Great Formation and escape outside. The Elder received the order and immediately took action. Understood, you hold on. The Elder with the goatee and the masked figure from the Heavenly Demon Temple also agreed to work together with him. With the strength of the two of us, today we will break this formation. The three of them threw all their power into their great attacks, aiming directly at the energy shield, trying to break through. The ship leaders also charged forward, gathering momentum, hoping to break through the encirclement. A mysterious circle appeared in the sky, and a voice echoed, shaking the heavens. Damn it, again. It was the master of the Broken Dragon sect. He stretched his hands out before him, straining as he shouted loudly. We must reinforce each other. As long as we break this great formation, we can retreat. We'll settle this with them later. Lin Jing stormed forward, causing the old man to panic and shout loudly. What did you say? The old man continued yelling. Don't let him through. Ignoring his words, Lin Jing waved his hand and, charging forward, shouted. Grand Void Sword Technique, Lan Feng. Everyone present was struck by the force, flying in all directions. The bearded man wearing a hat shouted. Stop it, you beast. The masked man next to him also added. Let me deal with him. Lin Jing, feeling smug, watched him rush towards him and laughed loudly. Deal with me? Do you even have a horn? Then, both of them quickly collided, engaging in a tense fight. Liam Owen below coughed, and an old man raised his hand high, preparing to cast something, shouting. His body is severely injured now, so controlling the silver flower mirror is only barely possible. It's at its limit now. This is the moment we can break through the grand formation. M. Owen continued. I will never let you all escape so easily. At that, the flying ships hovering in the sky were controlled, unable to move. The people standing nearby were stunned and spoke. It's the sacred vein. Liam Owen has used the sacred vein. His son, seeing this, asked in confusion. Father, what are you trying to do? M. Owen looked up at the sky, where Lin Jing was struggling in the battle, and shouted loudly. Kid over there, come here quickly. Lin Jing immediately obeyed, flying down and standing next to him, replying. What do you want to do? Upon hearing his question, M. Owen quickly said. I'm almost out of energy, so I want to use my spiritual power to reinforce you, so you can unleash your attack. After speaking, he immediately extended his hand toward him to perform the spell. Are you ready? Once he received the power, his eyes immediately lit up, and his spiritual energy surged higher and higher. The old man on this side, seeing this, anxiously shouted, Danger, danger! Quickly, stop him! It was too late. Lin Jing had already gathered enough strength. With a swing of his sword, he shouted, Grand Void Sword Technique Lan Zia Chang. The move quickly reached the enemy, causing them to panic and cry out, Hurry, defend against this attack, risk everything with the Qin Yuan sect. They all joined forces and raised their hands to block Lin Jing's move, but things were not so simple. The sword from his technique pierced through the protective barrier surrounding them. Seeing this, the broken dragon sect leader screamed in despair, It's no use, we can't block it. He looked at the old man and shouted, You three, keep bombarding the formation, I'll figure out a way to fight back. The old man turned to the disciples and yelled, As disciples of the sect, I've protected you for so long, it's time for you to repay the favor. The disciples, trembling, nervously asked, What do you want to do? Before they could let him answer, they quickly turned and tried to flee. Great Elder, no, I'm your direct descendant. No, you can't use us as shields. Not allowing them to escape, the old man swiftly captured them, tied them together, and pulled them back to his side. Then, he threw them into the air, using them as a shield to absorb all of Lin Jing's attacks. At the same time, the people on this side had already broken through the barrier, shattering it into pieces. He joyfully shouted, Great Elder, the barrier has been broken. Upon hearing this, the Great Elder quickly ran over to offer his praise, Well done. Attack with all your might. As long as we don't die, the sect won't be destroyed. Suddenly, something struck him in the chest, and he let out a painful scream. When did Lin Jing appear behind him, arrogantly saying, You all celebrated too early. He drew his sword, and it was at that moment that the elder collapsed to the ground. The old man standing in front of him screamed, Beast! The man with the pigtail, who stood behind, restrained the elder, saying, Right now, he has the power of the sacred vein within his body. We must leave this place for now. Once we recover our strength, we will surely be able to slaughter the Qin Yuan sect. After hearing this, the elder and his companions left. Lin Jing, I will definitely tear you into 1,000 pieces. Standing below, Lin Jing looked at them smugly and responded, Humph, trying to escape? Lin Jing flew up and surrounded them, saying, Now, can you guess which of my attacks is real? The consequences of guessing wrong could be quite severe. The elder looked around, seeing only Lin Jing, and nervously wondered which one was real, shouting, What? The next moment, they were all struck by the palm strike, none of them escaping. The people below who had witnessed the whole scene marveled, did we win? Did they really manage to defeat the combined forces of the three great sects? Another person spoke up, the three great sects launched their full forces, and now their entire army has been wiped out. Seeing the fall of the three great sects, these people cheered with joy, shouting, from now on, our Qingyuan sect will rise. Lin Jing smiled contentedly, slowly falling down. Li Wushuang, seeing him fall, immediately rushed over cautiously. Lin Jing was cradled in her arms. As soon as she caught him, she asked, "Are you okay?" Using spiritual power forcefully like that, if it were someone else, they would have already suffered a body explosion. Lin Jing held something in his hand, and the businesswoman 45 said, "I have a feeling that this isn't over yet. I must recover quickly." Wu Shuang looked around and replied, "Do you mean that there are still enemies hiding?" He looked at her and quickly responded, "How did Li Changji come into contact with the demons? How could he make the three sects cooperate with him? There must be someone pulling the strings behind this." The scene shifts to a nearby mountain, where Elder 12 is standing on the peak, looking down. Such a useless bunch of pawns, he thought. Three sects fighting each other, one by one being killed off, it's nothing but a pile of garbage. Saying that, he jumped down, leaving. Now that things have come to this point, I can only take matters into my own hands. The man ruthlessly descended, driving everyone away. Mo turned around, surprised, and shouted, "Who are you?" The man laughed loudly, saying, "Hand over the sacred vein, and I will spare your lives." Mo turned around and used his staff to strike at him, saying, "Arrogant." The man raised his shield for protection, then mocked, "Light of the grain ceremony, such weak light, and you dare compete with the light of the sun and moon?" Then, he used dark magic to strike Mo1. Mo1 was hit, coughed up blood, and painfully said, "What?" Mo1 slumped down, holding his stomach on the ground, struggling to speak. Who are you?" The man let out a chuckle upon hearing the question and said, "Ha, at this point, there's no need for you to know too much." Mo1 understood clearly that this man had no good intentions, so he immediately activated the heavenly Qian sword formation. Elder 12, upon seeing this, gave a faint smirk, his expression filled with disdain. "You're merely a shadow of what you once were. Had this been years ago, perhaps you could have made things more difficult. But now, you're simply not worth the concern." A stream of dark energy began to gather in his palm, swiftly forming into a whip of force imbued with ominous power, lashing out to assert his dominance. "Come forward." Mo suddenly realized the energy's nature. It was the fate of divine fire. "You're from the Xinyan sect. I had hoped to reason with you first. As a major sect, using force to take the Qingyuan sect's bloodline, doesn't that go against the principles upheld by the Beiji enforcers?" His words, however, did little to sway the other. If the man had any hesitation, he wouldn't have acted to begin with. The elder had no intention of revealing anything. Those sent before had failed, so he had decided to act personally. "No need to worry. Once I secure the sacred vein, everything will be handled cleanly. The enforcers won't be aware of a thing." Such arrogance stirred anger in Mo1. He shouted, "Don't be so sure of yourself." But Elder 12 had already anticipated this and confidently faced the challenge. "This is something you cannot decide." In that moment, he manipulated the cord to tighten around his body, causing him excruciating pain as he screamed out, "Ah!" Chang Qing and the disciple immediately rushed towards him. "Father! Great Elder!" However, due to their limited abilities, they were instantly sent flying backwards by a single strike. "Get lost!" Wu Shuang was equally concerned, wanting to rush to his aid immediately. "Grandfather, wait!" But Lin Jing quickly pulled him back. "Don't go to your death, wait for me a moment." Activating the critical strike, Healings 31. Even though he was tightly bound by the cord, Mo1 remained unyielding, determined not to surrender, and resolutely said, You should give up." The sacred vein is the foundation of my Qing Yuan sect. Even if I die, I will never hand it over to you. Elder 12 seemed to have a firm grip on him and showed an arrogant demeanor. I know you used a formation to conceal your sacred vein, but now you're forcibly controlling the sect's formation. Your body, already severely injured and not fully healed, is on the verge of collapse. Your family? As he spoke, he infused demonic energy into Mo Wen's body, knowing that it would be impossible for him to stop the soul extraction. The demonic energy slowly seeped into Mo Wen's body. The clash of two different energies made him unable to stop coughing up blood, causing the sacred vein to be expelled. Having achieved his goal, the man couldn't help but laugh aloud. I found it. Everything seemed too easy for him, there was no need to waste any effort. At that moment, Lin Jing took the opportunity to charge forward with his sword. Just as he did, he immediately used his clone technique as soon as he saw Elder 12 shift his attack towards him. He soared high above, looking down with a smug tone, "Kiddo, you're too naive." Only then did he realize that he had just been speaking to the air. Oh, no real body, where did you hide? He had no idea that Lin Jing had already positioned himself right behind him, swiftly delivering a slash that severed the connection between Mo1 and him. Take my slash. Then, with quick hands, he pushed the old man toward Chang Cheng. Go treat your injuries first. That sneaky move by Lin Jing made the man furrow his brow in displeasure. Again with this trick? Using illusions to confuse my attention, then using a concealment talisman to hide your true energy. I'm just curious. With so many clones, how do you make all these illusions look so real? Of course, Lin Jing wouldn't teach him the answer. You think I'm going to answer that? Seeing him use clones again, the man flew into a rage. Do you really think I'm that stupid? Using the same trick twice? Soulfire Heavenly Dance was no less impressive than his opponents, and Lin Jing unleashed his powerful strike in return. In an instant, he was face to face with the man. Seeing him so close, Elder 12 switched to Soulfire Fierce Flame. Let's see where you can run now. Lin Jing used his sword as a shield for defense, then, after a moment, delivered a decisive slash downward. Break for me. It was only after the strike that he realized the strength of this guy was greater than the three old nascent soul dogs, though still not up to the level of the Zhai family patriarch. Was he hiding something else? Should I test him again? After some thought, he decided to use the Grand Void Sword technique, Lan Foam. Meanwhile, Elder 12 remained committed to Soul Fire Fierce Flame. The man used his momentum, attempting to close the gap and accelerate toward him. Both sides exchanged powerful blows in a fierce battle. At the moment the man thought he had caught Lin Jing with his claws, it slipped away just in time. Mo1, having regained his strength, sat below watching their fight, surprised by Lin Jing's abilities. With a golden core cultivation, he was managing to contend with a nascent soul powerhouse like this. It was truly remarkable. He quickly turned to Chang Cheng, asking, how could such a talented young man be discovered only now? And then you tell me something even more shocking, that he and Wu Shuang have feelings for each other. Hearing this, the old man couldn't help but sigh, such a pity. This level of talent could easily rival the core disciples of top-tier sects, but as for Wu Shuang, it's simply a case of fate and chance. Returning to the course of the battle, Elder 12 was now officially driven mad by the guy. Kiddo, you've pushed me to this point. This time, he decided to launch a pair of magic chains simultaneously. To counter this, Lin Jing also called upon the Grand Void Sword technique, loudly commanding his troops to break through. Mo1 merely wanted to warn him, cautioning him that the soul fire might directly burn his soul. Those words made Lin Jing furrow his brow in worry. It was too late to remind him now. The side effects quickly manifested, causing him to clutch his head in pain. Wu Shuang, seeing this from the outside, wanted to rush to Lin Jing's aid but was directly stopped by Chang Cheng. Don't go there. With your cultivation level, if you get hit by the soul fire, you'll only die. At this moment, Elder 12 believed that victory was already in his grasp. He laughed loudly and said, Kiddo, it's time for me to send you on your way. What he didn't expect, however, was that the entire scene had been a play orchestrated by Lin Jing to lure him in. You finally arrived? Before Elder 12 could comprehend what was happening, a precise strike was delivered, causing blood to pour from his abdomen. Damn it, you dared to trick me? Having been tricked like this, he swore he would kill Lin Jing. The disciples of Qing Yuan sect, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but murmur amongst themselves. Karmic flame demon, again with the demons? Haven't the demons been eradicated long ago? Why do they keep appearing like this? People from Xinyan sect have fallen to the demonic path? What exactly is going on here? To deal with him, Elder 12 had to resort to the method of demonization. Kiddo, this is your own doing. I could have given you a quick and painless death, but now that little bit of kindness has completely disappeared. I'll make sure you die in a way that's beyond painful. Facing him, Lin Jing remained remarkably calm. Have you fallen into demonization? Well, that's impressive. If you're truly demonized, I don't even need to fight you. At this moment, Elder 12 launched a frenzied attack on Lin Jing. Is that all you can do, just talk big? With one punch, Lin Jing was forced to spit blood on the spot. Seeing him injured so badly, Elder 12 appeared satisfied, laughing loudly as he said, "Did you think I didn't know about the peculiarity of that sword of yours? Without it, let's see how long you can hold out." Elder 12 immediately increased his power, launching a series of attacks that came from all directions, targeting Lin Jing. At this point, Lin Jing suddenly couldn't see where Elder 12 was anymore. His voice merged seamlessly with every trail of spiritual energy, flawless and natural, as if created by destiny itself. Seeing Elder 12's spiritual energy surrounding him, Lin Jing realized that this guy was even more ruthless than himself. He couldn't afford to remain passive any longer, or he would be beaten to death. As Lin Jing dodged the blows, he seriously analyzed the power of his opponent. This bastard actually combined his divine fate with demonic flames? Illusory and real, true and false, what a mess. Elder 12 himself also understood one thing clearly: the magic weapon in the hands of this little rascal was extremely peculiar, and it absolutely could not be allowed to devour his demonic flame, otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with this little thief. After careful consideration, Lin Jing decided to apply the NF seal to his sword, taking one last gamble. Once prepared, he once again used his clone technique to rush toward the opponent. At this point, Elder 12 was still confident that his cultivation was the greatest flaw of the little thief. As long as he could control that strange magic weapon, this little rascal would certainly die. He sneered when he saw Lin Jing use that same move again, as though mocking him for repeating the same thing over and over. He proclaimed loudly, "Your clone is weak enough to be destroyed in a single strike." In dealing with Lin Jing's clone, he decided to use his divine sense to probe. Even if there was an invisibility charm, it would surely be detected. Elder 12's gaze suddenly wavered as he noticed a shadow flicker before him. This made him smile arrogantly, thinking he had finally found him. The thread of spiritual energy from Elder 12 struck Lin Jing's sword directly, wrapping tightly around it. This was exactly what Elder 12 had intended. He then manipulated the sword to slip from Lin Jing's grasp. "Without your sword, let's see what you have left to resist my demonic flames." Not only had his sword been taken, but Elder 12 also bound him with the thread of energy. Damn it! A dark aura immediately gathered in the palm of Elder 12's hand. "Come to me." The dark energy then morphed into a massive hand. "You want to escape? I'll send you on your way now." Wu Shuang, upon seeing this, turned pale with worry for him. Lin Jing, unexpectedly, was still behind when a stream of red blood suddenly sprayed from somewhere. It turned out that Elder 12 had been pierced through the body by Lin Jing's sword. What? Only at this moment did he realize, dumbfounded, this is the sealing talisman. You used a sealing talisman to attach it to the sword? The truth became clear just now, using an illusion as bait, and in an instant, the situation changed. Now, it's you who should be the one laughing. War does not shy away from deception, illusion, and reality, truth and falsehood. This is what I just learned from your teachings. Below, his fingers quietly gathered spiritual energy. From there, the energy flowed to the sword, increasing the pressure on the man. You're a shameless, despicable scoundrel. Instead of standing there cursing, it would be better for him to figure out how to save himself. What exactly is this sword? Why is it suppressing the demonic energy within me like this? On the opposite side, Lin Jing loudly declared, "You're going to die here, you demonic fool. I'll exterminate your family." The demonic energy around him was slowly dissipating under the pressure of Lin Jing's sword. Damn it, you dare to acknowledge that you can't escape? He immediately attempted to use the self-destructive method, trying to take Lin Jing down with him. Even if I die, I'll make sure you go with me. Mo Wen quickly realized his intentions and hurriedly warned him, "Hurry, get out of here. He's planning to die with you." Wu Shuang seemed ready to rush in and save him upon seeing this, Lin Jing, but was quickly held back by Chang Cheng. "Wu Shuang, it's too dangerous. You can't go." Over there, Elder 12 had already reached Lin Jing. "Damn it, come die with me." At that moment of danger, the jade pendant suddenly released a powerful force of Tao. The instant Lin Jing noticed this, he seized the rare opportunity. Once again, the jade pendant emitted a force. How could it possibly withstand his power? Taking advantage of this, Lin Jing once more invoked the Grand Void Sword technique, the Crescent Moon Slash, creating a massive sword-shaped force from above, plunging downwards. This strike was precise, hitting Elder 12 directly, leaving him no way to retreat and causing his immediate death on the spot. It was finally over. Lin Jing looked at the object in his hand, curiosity rising within him. This jade pendant saved my life again. What exactly is it? As he was lost in thought, Wu Shuang suddenly rushed over and embraced him. "Lin Jing," she said, "I've had tears in the corner of my eyes for who knows how long, worrying about you. Are you all right? Just now, I thought." Lin Jing gave her a gentle look and softly replied, "I'm fine." Suddenly, from Elder 12's body, a powerful surge of energy shot up unexpectedly, causing both of their brows to furrow in unison. What now? Is it not over yet? That energy coalesced into a gigantic, vicious eye, glaring at them with intense hatred, as it spat out, "So you Qing Yuan sect dared to kill an elder of our Xinyan sect?" Bloodshot veins appeared in its eyes with every word spoken. "Very well, just wait there." After it left, the temporarily peaceful space returned. Mo Wen turned to Chang Cheng and asked earnestly, "How are the disciples in the sect?" He was informed that a few had secretly fled, fearing the Xinyan sect. Upon hearing this, though slightly disappointed, he couldn't bring himself to blame them. The Xinyan sect in Beiji was a top-tier sect. If they wanted to run, let them go. What troubled him was that while ordinary disciples could escape this disaster, Xian Noyan could not. As the great elder of the sect, he had to fight to the end. Chang Cheng also expressed his unwavering determination. "I am fully committed to you, Father. I will fight alongside you to the death." With these words, his tone suddenly grew heavier, as the question of what to do about Wu Shuang lingered. His father responded, "Regarding this matter, I have contacted Saint's phone, asking them to take Wu Shuang with them." Chang Cheng appeared somewhat concerned by this idea. Is the Xinyan sect on the same level as the Shang Nu Feng sect? Considering Wu Shuang's current talent, they might not make an exception, especially given that we've offended the woman from the Xinyan sect. There's no need for you to worry too much about this. It's fine, you go call Wu Shuang here, and I will enhance his talent. Upon hearing this, Chang Cheng's expression turned anxious. "Father, are you planning to use the sacred vein to perform the first purification on Wu Shuang?" Li Mo sighed deeply, his voice low as he muttered, "It's time." Li Chang Cheng also respectfully bowed to him. "Then I shall take my leave," he said, and with that, he turned and walked out of the hall. Mo remained deep in thought, watching his figure disappear. It wasn't until the man had gone far that Mo furrowed his brow, contemplating. Now was the time to reveal some secrets to Wu Shuang, if not, there might not be another chance in the future. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Jing and Li Wushuang were slowly strolling side by side through the lush green forest. As they walked, Wu Shuang suddenly called his name. Lin Jing. At the look of confusion in his eyes, Wu Shuang stepped forward and asked anxiously, "Aren't you going to run?" "I trust in your strength, you will definitely escape from the pursuit of the Xinyan sect." Upon hearing these words, Lin Jing furrowed his brow, gazing at the beautiful girl before him, then asked, "Aren't you coming with me?" His question left Wu Shuang biting her lip, unsure of how to respond. After thinking carefully, she placed her hand over her chest and solemnly declared, "My grandfather and father are not leaving. I also grew up in the Qing Yuan sect. Even if I die, I will die in the Qing Yuan sect." Her heartfelt words made Lin Jing stand frozen for a few seconds. He pursed his lips and sighed, then seriously slapped his shoulder and said, "I'm not leaving either. I promised to protect you." Seeing that he had decided to stay, Wu Shuang anxiously said, "But if you escape now, you will have a better chance of evading the people from the Xinyan sect. That way, your chances of survival would be much higher." But Lin Jing merely glanced at her before repeating, "If we go together, if we stay together." He looked at the beautiful face before him and said, "I will fight alongside you against the Xinyan sect, if we truly cannot prevail. Even if you hate me for a lifetime, I will still take you with me." His gentle assurance moved Wu Shuang so much that her face turned bright red as she stammered, "You." Then, Lin Jing suddenly bent down and hugged her tightly, whispering, "If time could be stopped right now, how wonderful it would be. No need for separation, no need for parting, just staying here peacefully, like this." While the young couple was lovingly embracing each other, a sudden clearing of the throat echoed, causing the two to immediately pull away, their faces flushed. Chang Cheng looked at them and spoke, "Wu Shuang, your father calls you back." Wu Shuang, standing to the side, awkwardly covered her face and replied, "I know." Then, under Lin Jing's lingering gaze, Wu Shuang flew toward the sect on her sword, while Chang Cheng's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at him. At that moment, Lin Jing unexpectedly activated his berserk state, a sevenfold increase in power due to his awkwardness. Facing the deadly gaze from Chang Cheng, Lin Jing's face went pale, thinking, "Damn it, can even feelings trigger a berserk state?" After a long while, Chang Cheng let out a breath and said, "I know you have feelings for Wu Shuang, but there are things you don't understand. Wu Shuang's future is brighter than all of ours. You are outstanding, but you are still not worthy of her." Lin Jing furrowed his brows and retorted when criticized by him, "I say, I've killed a peak nascent soul strongman. Isn't that enough to prove my worth? Li Wu Shuang has great potential, but she's not as strong as you are making her out to be." Seeing his daughter being criticized, Chang Cheng was so angry that he was speechless. "What do you know? If it weren't for the Xinyan sect targeting our sacred vein and using so many underhanded tactics, we would have hidden Wu Shuang until we were fully prepared to reveal her." After saying that, Chang Cheng turned and walked away, leaving only his words behind. "That's all, I have no explanations for you, and there's no need to say anything more. But you and Wu Shuang really don't get along. Even if you don't believe it now, in the future, you'll realize I was right." Lin Jing frowned as he watched the man leave so quickly, muttering, "This is really confusing." However, the words he had spoken struck Lin Jing deeply, causing him to furrow his brow and fall into deep thought. The truth was, his strength was indeed insufficient, especially when facing the Xinyan sect, who could come knocking at any moment. While lost in thought, he suddenly remembered something, and his eyes brightened. That's right, the three major sects had suffered casualties and losses. This was the perfect opportunity for him to take advantage of the situation and ask for some favors. He would definitely gain a lot from this. With this thought in mind, Lin Jing immediately summoned his flying sword and soared into the sky. At this moment, the only thought in his mind was, "If I don't seize this opportunity now, when will I ever get another chance?" As he thought, he activated his burst skill, increasing his speed by 50 times. A flash of light streaked across the sky, heading in the direction he had chosen. Not long after, with a few quick maneuvers, he entered the hall. She respectfully bowed and said, "Grandfather, I'm here." Seeing his beloved granddaughter before him, Owen smiled joyfully, his eyes crinkling, and said, "Come sit down, dear, grandfather has something to tell you." Once she had settled into her seat, he slowly began, "Wu Shuang, do you feel that your cultivation is progressing too slowly?" Touched by the right chord, Wu Shuang replied, "Yes, grandfather. Especially after reaching the golden core stage, my cultivation has slowed down significantly." Upon hearing her admit it, Owen glanced at a nearby flower pot, then spoke slowly, "That's normal, because you're still missing one crucial step, the marrow cleansing." "What is marrow cleansing force, grandfather?" "After you were born, I had a master test your innate talent." Furrowing his brow, he explained, "You actually possess an exceptionally rare talent, but due to the limited resources of our Qing Yuan sect, your potential has been wasted. Over these years, I have refrained from opening the sacred veins for the disciples of the sect, to accumulate power within the sacred veins, so that you could undergo the first cleansing ritual." Wu Shuang was stunned by his words and asked in confusion, "Grandfather, what kind of talent do I actually have?" Owen wanted to answer but shook his head, signaling his uncertainty. "When you were born, I was guided by that master and found out, but beyond that, I don't know." Unable to get a clear answer, Wu Shuang continued, "So, after I undergo the cleansing, will I become stronger?" Seeing her serious expression, Owen smiled gently and replied, "Of course, after the cleansing, your physical strength will be 10 times stronger than it is now." Wu Shuang furrowed her brows in thought for a moment, then exclaimed, "That's great. In that case, grandfather, please help me do this right away. If I become stronger, I'll be able to catch up with you." The scene then shifted outside the sect, to the lush forest at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, Mo1 and Wu Shuang stood before a dark abyss. Mo1 activated the formation in front of them and called out, "Open." As soon as he finished speaking, the small formation soared upwards, revealing a dark cave. Without hesitation, both Mo1 and Wu Shuang gathered their energy and leaped into the cave. While Wu Shuang excitedly admired the sparkling cave before her, Mo1 slowly began to explain, "This is the foundation of our Qing Yuan sect. Although the sacred vein was depleted in the previous battle, it is still abundant." At this point, Mo1 suddenly became serious and said, "Next, grandfather will guide the strength of the sacred vein to perform the bone and marrow cleansing for you. This process will be a bit painful, so you must endure it." A moment later, Wu Shuang was sitting in a meditative posture, ready for the cleansing. "I'm ready," she said. Seeing that she was prepared, Mo1 furrowed his brows, raised his hand, and began to circulate his energy. He spoke softly to reassure her, "All right, Wu Shuang, stay strong." As soon as he finished speaking, numerous faint golden lights appeared, floating in midair. The lights quickly flew toward her, surrounding Wu Shuang, who was sitting with her eyes closed in meditation, while Mo1 stood by, observing the situation and ensuring her safety. On the other side, a group of disciples standing guard at the door were chatting excitedly. "Our dragon boat has been gone for so long, yet it still hasn't returned?" The one with orange hair furrowed his brow and asked. "Could something have gone wrong during the attack on the Qing Yuan sect?" The other one responded, also frowning in disbelief. "Impossible. Master and the Great Elder have both gone, along with the allies from the Heavenly Demon Temple and Wu Ji sect. How could anything have happened?" As they were talking, the orange-haired disciple's gaze suddenly collided with a fireball flying rapidly toward them. His eyes widened as he shouted, "Someone is coming! They're moving so fast, it looks like it's the messenger the sect leader sent, right?" But when Lin Jing appeared before them, they panicked and shouted, That's Lin Jing!" Though the disciples were worried, they quickly circulated their energy to activate the formation. Could it be that the elders and strongmen from the other sects have all failed? This is absolutely unreasonable. Never mind, just activate the main protective formation now. While they were arguing loudly, Lin Jing had already arrived and shattered the barrier. One of them shouted in panic, "No, there's no time." Lin Jing swiftly landed in front of them, causing the disciples to fall to the ground in terror. Ah! After a few seconds of stunned silence, the disciples quickly regrouped,
cautiously observing Lin Jing.
The orange-haired disciple shouted threateningly.
"Stop right there! Who dares to break in?"
Lin Jing glanced at the group in front of him, silently assessing them. Sure enough, the forces sent by Tin Nu to attack the Qing Yuan sect had been completely wiped out. He snorted coldly and then declared loudly, "Listen carefully, all of you. Your master of the Broken Dragon sect, the Great Elders, and the other experts have all been eliminated.
Only you remain.
Now, tell me the location of the sect's treasury, and I might spare your lives."
One disciple, hearing this, hastily retorted, "That's nonsense.
The Great Elder is a powerful nascent soul cultivator at the 9th level, how could he have died?" Another disciple chimed in, "This guy must be trying to sneak an attack on us. Let's all rush him and kill him together." Seeing that they weren't afraid at all, Lin Jing could only sigh, "Humph, I already gave you a chance." With that, Lin Jing drew his sword and swung it fiercely at the disciples of the Broken Dragon sect. Moments later, a group of disciples had already collapsed under the sharp blade of Lin Jing's sword.
The disciple with orange hair, though badly injured, gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn, this is bad.
If only we'd asked the ancestor to leave behind a powerful nascent soul expert." Though he muttered under his breath, his words still reached Lin Jing's ears. Furious, Lin Jing pointed at him and declared, "Even if you die, your sect will never find the location of the treasury.
You won't be able to find it."
After hearing his words, Lin Jing stroked his chin thoughtfully and mused, "Oh, from what you said, it seems that your Broken Dragon sect's treasury is definitely not just some simple room or cave, right?"
As if realizing something, a strange glint suddenly appeared in his eyes.
Lin Jing furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "The treasury might even be near this very spot." Then, Lin Jing immediately tiptoed and soared into the distance. As he flew, he muttered, "This place is a bit odd." After a while, Lin Jing landed in front of a gigantic tree that stood alone in the sky. He stroked his chin while observing the tree, then said, "So that's it. The entrance to the treasury is actually placed beneath the Grand Plaza.
Outsiders would never think of this. Interesting, isn't it?"
With that, Lin Jing raised his hand and touched the tree's trunk. In an instant, a formation appeared before his eyes. The disciples of the Broken Dragon sect, seeing this, panicked and said, "He's touched the formation, what do we do now?" Another disciple replied, trembling, "Don't panic. Only the Master and the Great Elder know how to break this formation. No matter how high his cultivation is, it will be useless. He can only trigger the trap." But contrary to their expectations, a 7-colored light suddenly flashed on Lin Jing's forehead. He gazed at it for a moment, then smiled and said, "The Tai E8 trigrams formation, huh? Ordinary cultivators would indeed be helpless against it, but for me, I can see the entire formation in an instant. My speed is so fast that only after images remain." It turned out that he had activated a critical strike, with his mental calculations sped up 46 times. In just a few seconds, the formation was completely dismantled. As soon as the formation was deactivated, a spatial door immediately appeared from within the tree's hollow. One of the Broken Dragon sect disciples, seeing this, turned pale and screamed, "How could this be possible?" Ignoring the noise around him, Lin Jing quickly stepped through the newly opened spatial gate. After a moment, he covered his mouth and let out a soft, almost playful laugh. Gazing at the pile of rare treasures before him, he smiled with satisfaction. "I knew the Broken Dragon sect wouldn't be lacking, but I didn't expect them to be this well off. Hopefully, the other 2 sects will be just as rewarding." After gathering all the belongings of the Broken Dragon sect, Lin Jing continued his journey, heading directly toward the Wu Ji sect. The disciples there were visibly shocked upon seeing him and raised their voices in alarm. A brief skirmish followed. Once those blocking his way were no longer a threat, Lin Jing spoke calmly, "I'm only here for your treasury.
I have no intention of harming anyone.
If you value your safety, step aside, I won't make things difficult." However, the disciples refused to back down. They unsheathed their weapons and shouted, "There are so many of us. Why should we be afraid? Let's go together, he can't stop us all."
Exactly. He's just at the golden core stage. Left with no alternative, Lin Jing raised his hand and gathered his energy.
His voice remained steady. I gave fair warning, yet you insist on facing me.
With that, a powerful surge of aura burst forth, his defenses rising significantly. The pressure from the release sent the opposing disciples flying back.
As the air settled, Lin Jing clenched his fist, as if holding onto something unseen. Suddenly, a burst of light shot out from the palm of his hand, blasting away the remaining disciples. After witnessing the terrifying power of Lin Jing, the disciples widened their eyes and shouted loudly.
How can he be this strong?
Even the nascent soul strongmen of our sect can't defeat us so easily.
Damn it, what kind of monster is he? Oh my god, is Wu Ji sect really going to be destroyed?
Seeing them fall off their horses, Lin Jing felt extremely confident and thought.
Sure enough, these people are better at direct combat than the Broken Dragon sect. Once these assassins face a direct confrontation, they stand no chance. With that thought, he walked up to one of them and asked. You must be someone with a high rank, right? I'll ask you again, I want to make a fortune, not kill people.
Just tell me where the treasure vault is, and I'll let you all go. The leader, who was asked, turned pale and yelled loudly.
Don't you dare!
But before he could finish his words, Lin Jing, with a dark expression, pressed closer to him.
He coldly threatened. Oh? Tell me, how many spirit stones do you make, playing with your life like this? He smiled and coaxed. Being an assassin, isn't it all for money? Wu Ji sect is doomed.
The disciple, spun around by Lin Jing's flowery words, stammered and asked.
Will you really let us go?
Lin Jing nodded reassuringly.
Don't worry, I'm not a demon. What I say, I'll do.
The disciple gritted his teeth, thought for a moment, and then made a decision.
All right, let me take you there.
He said that and immediately walked ahead to lead Lin Jing into the treasury of the Wu Ji sect. 2 hours later, the disciple, tears streaming down his face, looked at the retreating figure of the man and exclaimed in anger. Even the spirit stones decorating the walls of the treasury have been mined clean.
Beast, truly a beast.
Meanwhile, Lin Jing, still being cursed, was cheerfully pondering.
Great, now only the heavenly demon temple was left. Hopefully, they hadn't run yet.
After a while of sword riding, Lin Jing finally arrived in front of the heavenly demon temple of Huangwu. The disciples of the heavenly demon temple seemed to have been tipped off in advance.
As soon as they saw him, they shouted. He's here, that bastard is here.
Lin Jing frowned as he looked at the group standing together and wondered.
These guys aren't even bothering to hide? What do they think they're doing?
While he was lost in thought, an old man with a beard made of 7 braids suddenly jumped out and loudly declared. Leave now, and we'll consider our grudge settled.
Otherwise, you will die right here.
But under the confused gaze of the old man, Lin Jing slowly walked forward. Seeing this, the old man's face turned pale as he stepped back, but still shouted a challenge.
Make your move.
As if on command, the moment the old man yelled, the surrounding disciples immediately drew their swords and killed 3 of the captured men, calling for their sect's ancestor to come to their aid. As soon as the words were spoken, a violet flame suddenly erupted right behind them. In the blink of an eye, violet rays shot out from within the bodies of the disciples who had just been slain.
The ancestor, who had just appeared, immediately sucked in all the remaining yang energy from the bodies of the unfortunate disciples.
With his large physique and strange face, he stared intently at the small Lin Jing and warned in a harsh tone, "Invader, the heavenly demon temple will destroy you." With that, he let out a roar and charged towards Lin Jing. Just as his large hand was about to grab him, Lin Jing deftly dodged. He furrowed his brows and muttered, "Nascent soul level, looks like this is the temple's guardian evil spirit." The disciples of the heavenly demon temple, standing aside and observing, smiled smugly. It was just the soul fragment of the ancestor, yet it could rival a nascent soul cultivator at the 3rd stage. To think that a mere golden core fool would dare to follow in its wake, this was truly courting death. However, contrary to their expectations, Lin Jing scowled, raised his sword above his head, and declared loudly, "What a pity, for me today." Then, before the guardian evil spirit could react, Lin Jing effortlessly sliced horizontally through his body. But that was not enough. After dealing with the guardian evil spirit, Lin Jing coldly turned around and asked the others, "Is that all? I thought you'd be stronger." The disciples of the heavenly demon temple were stunned. To see their ancestor, a nascent soul being, vanquished with a single strike was nothing short of terrifying. How could this be? He was a nascent soul cultivator. And in just one move, their ancestor had vanished? The old man with the braided beard realized the situation had spiraled out of control and panicked, begging for mercy. "Wait, we surrender, everything from the heavenly demon temple belongs to you, just don't kill us." As Lin Jing stepped in front of him, the old man immediately dropped to his knees and pleaded, "Please, show mercy and spare us." But Lin Jing merely cast a cold glance at him before soaring into the air. As he stabilized his sword aura, he spoke, "It's too late. A group of filth like you have disturbed even the souls of the departed." Then, Lin Jing swung his sword down forcefully. He roared in anger, "Today, I will completely annihilate you, a bunch of evil beings." Countless sword auras plunged into the ground like a rainstorm, causing the disciples of the heavenly demon temple to panic and flee. Their eyes widened as they screamed, "Run!" But not a single one of them could escape the sharp blade. After a massacre, the ground beneath Lin Jing was littered with the corpses of the heavenly demon temple disciples. At that moment, Lin Jing's attention was suddenly diverted by something else. He furrowed his brow and murmured, "Huh?" Then, Lin Jing descended beside a deep pit that had just been uncovered after the intense battle. He frowned and muttered, "It should be here." A long while later, after looting the entire treasury of the heavenly demon temple, Lin Jing jumped out. He was furious, his face turning purple, and sneered, "A bunch of trash, even the treasures are nothing but junk. So disgusting. I can't find anything good." Irritated, Lin Jing flew his sword back toward the sect, sighing as he flew. "Well, at least there's something gained, and time's almost up. I'll return to the sect first." Having said that, he immediately gathered his strength and flew swiftly toward the sect. The scene shifted once again to the majestic exterior of the main hall of Qin Yuan sect. At this moment, Wu Shuang was completely focused on her cultivation. She furrowed her brows and let out a soft groan as strange waves of energy emanated from her body. While circulating her cultivation, Wu Shuang's soul was suddenly and violently torn from her body, leaving her stunned and causing her to gasp. "Ha!" When she regained her senses, Wu Shuang realized she was in a place entirely submerged in water. She frowned and glanced around. As she was still confused, Wu Shuang's gaze instantly collided with the figure of someone who looked exactly like herself on the opposite side. She frowned and asked, "Who are you?" The other Wu Shuang smiled smugly and replied, "I am you." At these words, Wu Shuang's eyes widened in shock as she refuted, No, what are you really?" The person claiming to be Wu Shuang extended her hands and spoke words meant to confuse. "I am you, you are me. We were originally one." However, these words did not sway Wu Shuang. She frowned, avoiding the other's hands and warning, "Don't come near me." Seeing that her words had no effect, the false Wu Shuang grinned viciously and said, "Seems like your power isn't enough yet." With that, she suddenly turned and began to walk away, not forgetting to leave a final message. "Strive to become stronger. Our other selves, we will meet again." Right after that, Wu Shuang, who was sitting in meditation, suddenly opened her eyes wide. She stared, thinking to herself, "What's going on? Was that just my inner demon?" As she was thinking about the final glance she had seen, Wu Shuang suddenly realized that her body felt strange. She lowered her head and looked at the pink membrane surrounding her, wondering, have I reached the 8th level of the golden core? But as she turned around, Wu Shuang's eyes landed on Mo1, who was falling backward. She anxiously shouted, "Grandfather!" Wu Shuang quickly rushed to support him, repeatedly asking in panic, "Grandfather, are you all right?" Facing the concerned, identical expression of his granddaughter, Mo smiled gently in response, despite the beads of sweat covering his face.
I'm fine.
This body is already exhausted, but it can hold on for a while longer.
Wu Shuang, from now on, you'll have to rely on yourself.
Seeing Mo's fatigued appearance, Wu Shuang's heart ached, and she cried out, "Grandfather, don't worry, I will protect Qingyuan sect well." As soon as she finished speaking, Mo suddenly laughed at the serious expression on his granddaughter's face. He gently rubbed Wu Shuang's head, who was crying uncontrollably, and then spoke, "Silly girl, what's important is not Qingyuan sect, but you." While the two of them were talking, suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the cave, shouting, "People from Qingyuan sect, come out and accept your punishment." Wu Shuang froze in panic, and despite feeling exhausted, she forced herself to stand firm.
The people from Xinyan sect have arrived.
Wait until the two of them stepped outside. Li Changqing was already waiting. He nervously reported, "Father, the people from the Xinyan sect have surrounded our entire sect. They are not many, but there are a large number of them who have reached the golden core level. You are the leader, but your cultivation is completely beyond my comprehension." Looking at the gigantic ship hovering in the air, surrounded by the disciples of the Xinyan sect, the disciples of the Qingyuan sect panicked and shouted loudly, "What should we do?
We are surrounded."
Mo raised his eyes to survey the situation, then frowned, agreeing with Changqing. He thought to himself, indeed, his cultivation is somewhat perplexing. As if thinking of something, Mo's face suddenly turned pale.
He anxiously speculated, could this nether pressure be the miraculous transformation of the divine?
While he was lost in thought, Meng Hai suddenly spoke up, introducing himself, "I am Elder 10 of the Xinyan sect, Meng Hai."
"Qingyuan sect, do you admit to blocking and killing Elder 12 of the Xinyan sect?" Wu Shuang, upon hearing his baseless accusations, was so enraged that he shouted, "Block and kill?
Clearly, your elder from the Xinyan sect violated our sacred vein, colluded with other sects to surround and attack us.
Moreover, he has turned to the demonic path.
Anyone who encounters someone like him should be eradicated." Having his false mask exposed by a child, Meng Hai's face darkened, and in a fit of rage, he roared,
"Impudent!"
Then, in a furious rage, he charged straight down to the ground, his immense power shattering the entire stone layer beneath him, while the surrounding disciples with black-clad thighs were also sent flying by his attack.
Mo also had to force himself to resist the immense pressure that the old man exerted.
He angrily scolded, "Damn it, the power is truly terrifying." Meng Hai glanced around before loudly declaring, "The Qingyuan sect kills people and destroys sects, and now they even dare to distort right and wrong, making their crimes even greater."
Seeing how shameless the old man was, Mo growled in frustration, "Do you not fear the Holy Master's pursuit for your actions?"
Meng Hai burst into a cruel laugh. "The Holy Master is always at the sanctuary, busy with 100 different affairs.
Do you think the Holy Master would care about small sects like ants, like you? If you have the guts, go ahead and report it."
At this point, he arrogantly threw out a provocative remark, "Besides, your Qingyuan sect dared to assassinate someone from our sect. It's only natural for me to lead people to seek revenge."
Mo's face darkened as he looked at Meng Hai's attitude, and his earlier suspicions became even more certain. It seems that the violation of the renal pulse wasn't the personal action of Elder 12. The Xinyan sect has likely completely fallen into demonic ways. How could this happen? A top-tier sect in Beiji has fallen into the demonic path. What on earth has happened in Beiji?
Despite these thoughts, Mo still had to respectfully speak, "I am aware that the Qingyuan sect no longer has the strength to resist you, but may I request Elder 10 to show some face for our sect?"
Meng Hai, seeing him speak up, laughed mockingly, "What face do you think you have to make demands of me?"
Seeing that the old man was rich in salt but unwilling to eat, Mo frowned and tore through the fake facade. "I know that your Xinyan sect wants the sacred vein of the Qingyuan sect, but now that I've set up the formation, once I die, the sacred vein will destroy itself." Having spoken, he fell silent, mentally counting the beads in his heart. The Xinyan sect still didn't know that I had used the sacred vein to purify Wu Shuang. I can only deceive them for a little while longer. Meng Hai, angered by Mo's words, growled, his face dark with fury.
Do you dare threaten me? Facing the old man's overwhelming rage, Mo1 only smiled faintly and replied,
I don't dare, I just want to secure a chance for the disciples of my sect to survive.
Hearing this, Meng Hai stroked his chin thoughtfully. Does this man want to buy time?
But if I manage to get the sacred vein back, it would still be a significant achievement.
They're just ants. What kind of storm could they cause? What will he do if I agree?
With that thought, Meng Hai flashed a smug smile and asked,
Fine, then. Tell me, how do you want to die? Mo1 furrowed his brows and responded,
I know Chang Ching and I will definitely die, but please, Elder Ten, spare the innocent disciples. They have no part in this. As long as the disciples of my sect can safely leave, I will personally offer the sacred vein to you. After hearing this assurance from Mo1, Meng Hai smiled proudly and nodded in agreement with his words.
Very well.
However, even though he had spoken those words, the old man set a different condition. But if you wish to leave, you must first defeat one of my disciples whose cultivation is on par with yours.
Mo1 frowned in annoyance as he heard the old man speak.
However, before he could say anything further, Chang Ching interrupted.
Father, let's do it this way. It will help buy us some time until the people from the Saintus sect arrive.
Seeing there was no way out, Mo1 could only sigh deeply and agree with his child's suggestion. He then turned to address the disciples behind him.
The opportunity has been given to you all. Fight until the end.
The young man, his face tense with worry, asked his companion beside him.
Do you think we can defeat them?
The person behind him frowned and walked up, placing a hand on his shoulder.
Let me handle it.
After all, we're all going to die sooner or later.
We might as well take a chance. Meng Hai showed some disdain. Oh, a second-tier golden core. Among us, who will step up?
A pair of feet lifted high behind him. Another young man standing in front challenged.
Elder, I'll take this challenge. He smiled arrogantly. My cultivation is at the first level of golden core. If I can't defeat you with a single move, then I'll admit defeat.
The young man in white with short hair angrily rushed forward, shouting.
Arrogant! The man in green sneered.
He laughed maliciously as a green flame erupted around him. The people in white struggled against his green flames.
What kind of demonic flame is this? One person, unable to avoid it, was burned alive, screaming in agony.
The fire spread, causing everyone to panic, while the one responsible for it stood laughing maniacally.
Anyone else?
No one dared to respond.
The remaining disciples hesitated, eyeing the flames warily. How can it be that he's clearly at the first level of golden core, but can use just one move? Why can't senior brother Lu's protective spiritual energy stop that fire? No, I don't want to die.
Why did our sect offend Xingyan sect? The small footsteps of someone approached. Li Wuxuang stepped forward, her face stern, saying, Let me handle it. Li Changqing grasped her arm, stopping her. Wuxuang, no, everything your grandfather and I have done is for you.
How can you let someone else sacrifice just for your fleeting life?
This Li Wuxuang absolutely will not accept it. Li Wuxuang continued walking, while Li Changqing looked somewhat conflicted.
Father, aren't you going to stop her? If something happens to Wuxuang, then everything we've done until now, what meaning would it have?
Li Mo1 raised his head to look at the sky.
It's fine, let Song Ni go, she will be fine.
Meng Hai furrowed his brows, puzzled. The shadow of Li Wuxuang appeared in his eyes as he assessed her golden core, 8th stage.
For an ignorant sect like yours, someone of her age can be considered a genius. He instructed his subordinate to take her down.
The one who had just burned a few people, now pleased and arrogant, taunted, What a waste for such a breathtaking beauty to be burned to ashes.
How about becoming my servant? I could consider sparing your life.
Li Wuxuang ignored the insults and struck directly.
Prepare to die. The man smirked, blocking the strike.
Interesting, he said, slamming both hands down onto the ground. Li Wuxuang raised her hand, initiating the mystic heaven sword formation. The golden light from her cultivation swirled outward as she shouted loudly, "Go!" The golden light converged, forming a large golden lotus. The Buddha Lotus Wrath. A figure of a woman stood high above, looking down at the battle, her demeanor tough and fearless, unshaken by the strength of the enemy. Her cultivation at this age wasn't bad either. But Fengxing remained expressionless. If that was all there was to it, then it wouldn't be enough for the sect master to have entrusted me with bringing this person back, right? Li Wuxuang shouted sharply. Ah! Golden lights flew towards the enemy, causing him to panic. Her spiritual power suddenly surged. Li Wuxuang pointed straight ahead. A pillar of light formed across and struck firmly into the ground. The enemy's face darkened. Is my fire being suppressed? She raised her sword solemnly towards the enemy. It's over. The enemy, terrified, begged for help. No, no. This strike will kill me. Elder, save me. Meng Hai, standing from a distance, sneered coldly and raised his hand to intervene. The disciples in white robes of the sect were furious. How dare you meddle in the battle between disciples? Shameless. Is this all the strength of the Xinyan sect? Bullying the weak, how despicable. Li Changcheng frowned. Elder Tan, it's going too far if you interfere like this. Meng Hai's face darkened. Consider this battle as a loss for our Xinyan sect. If you're not going to leave, then get lost, you disgraceful one. The man had just escaped death. Yes, yes. Fengxing grinned mischievously, easily breaking through the fire god technique of the Xinyan sect. Moreover, her moves at this point were truly impressive. Indeed, the sect master had a sharp eye. A man jumped up. Now it's my turn. Can the beauty still fight after being injured? Everyone was furious. Shameless, truly shameless. Knowing full well that Wu Shuang's sister is heavily injured, and yet still wants to fight in turns. Do the people of the Xinyan sect have no shame at all? Meng Hai's face darkened, and he shouted angrily. Shut up about the life and death of these idiots. You are in my hands, and I've given you a chance to survive. I've shown great mercy. If any of you dare speak nonsense again, I'll massacre you all immediately. Everyone exchanged hesitant glances, and Li Changqing looked at the completed battle. Wu Shuang, you've won, don't fight anymore. Li Wuxuang didn't retreat, but instead moved forward. If I win again, can you help another disciple of the Qin Yuan sect survive? The people of the Xinyan sect laughed. No problem. She didn't change her expression. Please guide me. Lin Jing jumped down from above. Li Wuxuang, stop fighting. Let me deal with this trash. Thankfully, I made it in time. Li Wuxuang saw Lin Jing smile. Lin Jing. He looked at her. It's fine, I'm here now. Lin Jing looked at the people of the Xinyan sect. Next, I will deal with you on behalf of Li Wuxuang. The people of the Xinyan sect laughed arrogantly. Where did this fool come from? Cultivation isn't high, but his mouth sure is big. Lin Jing placed his hands on the ground. Whether my mouth is big or not, you'll find out soon enough. He remained emotionless. To deal with trash like you, I won't even bother. Sword, if you can block one of my punches, then I'll admit defeat. The people of the Xinyan sect burst out laughing. Is this kid crazy? Now he's talking nonsense. Both ignorant and arrogant, how pathetic. Senior brother, use your soul fire to burn him to ashes and let's see if only his mouth is left. He scowled and sneered, your arrogance disgusts me, so right now I'm going to give you a miserable death. He raised his hand to attack, you can die now. The powerful green flame surged forward. Lin Jing let out a breath, charging toward his opponent's flame with bare hands.
The freckled man laughed loudly. You dare to block my soul fire? Truly, you are a fool.
Lin Jing clenched his fist and snorted coldly, delivering a heavy punch directly into the flame, triggering a violent surge of spiritual power.
The people from the Qing Yuan sect cheered. He blocked it, he actually blocked it. That flame was stopped, impressive.
Lin Jing's punch surged forward with great force, and the people from the Xinyan sect failed to dodge in time. The blow landed, and the man screamed out as he was instantly sent flying far away. Lin Jing glanced at the man who had been knocked back, his voice cold. Next.
The people from Xinyan sect were in fear and confusion. What's going on? Senior brother Lu is the top disciple of the outer sect. How could he be so easily defeated by a mere insect like this? He must have used some secret technique to enhance his strength. That's right, it must be that.
Meng Hai cursed angrily, you useless fool.
Song Chung Shu, go kill him. You know what to do from behind. He leaped down with style, and Song Ching Shu stood facing Lin Jing. Seems like you're not so bad after all, but that's where it ends.
Lin Jing teased, it only takes one punch to deal with them, but I'll need two to deal with you. Song Ching Shu blushed with rage, his face flushed with arrogance, as he drew out his blazing black sword. My soul flame sword has not tasted blood in a long time, so today I shall use you to feed it. He charged forward directly.
Go die.
The red sword gleamed in his face. Lin Jing remained calm. First punch, destroy your soul flame sword. With one punch, the sword shattered into pieces, and Song Ching Shu was sent flying far away.
Song Cheng Shu, unwilling to accept defeat, sat up. It's fine, I can still do this.
Lin Jing didn't let him finish speaking and immediately appeared in front of him.
Second punch, cripple you. He staggered to his feet and looked at the fist. What did you say?
Song Ching Shu furrowed his brows.
Don't even think about watching me turn you into dust.
Lin Jing charged forward and punched into his red flame. His powerful fist instantly broke through Song Ching Shu's defense. Meng Hai opened his mouth in defiance, his purple flame threatening to spread toward Lin Jing.
Are you looking at me again?
But nothing could stop Lin Jing from punching Song Ching Shu in the stomach.
The flame blocked Lin Jing momentarily, but the man was still thrown far away.
The flame caught onto Lin Jing's body, causing him to puff and blow.
Meng Hai gritted his teeth. What is this? He didn't even try to dodge?
Lin Jing was unharmed, smirking provocatively.
So what? When I kill a little dog, does a dog like you sit still?
Meng Hai, enraged, clenched his fists and shouted. You beast, are you tired of living? Disciple of the Xinhua sect, follow my command and immediately destroy the Qing Yuan sect for me. The two elders were furious.
Damn it, you said it would be a fair duel, and yet you break your word?
What a shameless bastard.
Meng Hai grinned wickedly. Humph, what right do a bunch of fools like you have to make demands of me? I was just in the mood to toy with you all a little. Now, it's time to send you on your way.
The figure of Feng Xing flew down from the sky.
Wait.
Feng Xing looked at both sides with a serious expression. Seeing her, Liam Owen smiled with a sense of reassurance. Lin Jing, now fully confident, also felt at ease upon seeing the mysterious girl with unknown cultivation. Meng Hai glared at Feng Xing and questioned her, telling her not to interfere. But she ignored his words and walked straight toward Wu Shuang, telling her to extend her hand.
Seeing his granddaughter still hesitating, Liam Owen stepped forward to reassure her.
Don't be afraid, just trust her. Wu Shuang extended her hand, and Feng Xing immediately felt the powerful source of spiritual energy, which greatly pleased her. She then made an offer for Wu Shuang to become the disciple of Saintess Feng. However, Wu Shuang did not accept immediately and was instead quite surprised. Taking advantage of this moment, Meng Hai stepped forward to block Feng Xing's path, interrupting her.
Feng Xing, enraged, uttered a threat. Realizing his disadvantage, the old man relented and ceased his interference.
After clearing the obstacle,
Fengxing turned to Wu Shuang, arrogantly insisting on taking her away. But Li Wu Shuang stubbornly refused, wanting to stay at the Qing Yuan sect to live and die together. Her father and grandfather saw this and immediately became angry, stepping in to advise her, but Li Wu Shuang still showed determination to stay in the sect where she had grown up. Fengxing marched over, asking her what it would take for her to come with him. Wu Shuang immediately made her demand, wanting Fengxing to save everyone in Qing Yuan sect. However, as soon as the words left her mouth, Fengxing's face darkened. "I truly like you, but it seems you have overestimated your worth, haven't you?" Li Wu Shuang stood firm, facing Fengxing, and said resolutely, "If I am not worth that much, then please, leave this place." Upon hearing this, Fengxing sighed, then turned to Meng Hai and said, "Elder Meng, would you be willing to spare Qing Yuan sect?" The old man seemed displeased and threatened her, saying, "Fengxing, don't think you can push your luck." Seeing his reluctance, she narrowed her eyes and made a condition. 10 essence refining pills, and in addition, grant me one opportunity to enter the forbidden area to cultivate saintisphone. Upon hearing this, the old man was taken aback by her terms and thought to himself, 10 essence refining pills is already a great offer, and to have access to the forbidden area for cultivation as well? This would allow me to break through to a higher realm. While thinking this, he still had to appear as though he had value. Her conditions were tempting, but still not enough. After all, Qing Yuan sect had killed disciples from our Xinyan sect. If I don't kill the culprit, I fear I won't be able to hold my head up. Seeing through the old man's demands, she looked at him with a determined gaze. "The condition I've set for you is the final limit." Li Chongqing, standing next to Wu Shuang, spoke up. "Elder Ten, we are willing to hand over the one who killed your disciple, and Qing Yuan sect will offer half of the cultivation resources as compensation." At that moment, in the Qing Yuan sect square, the houses and temples stood solemnly under the morning sun. Suddenly, Li Mo1 and Wu Shuang both shouted loudly, "Chang Chang, are you crazy? Father, this is repaying kindness with hatred." Hearing their words, he only turned his head to glance at them and said, "I'm only doing this to protect the sect." He then turned towards Lin Jing, pointed directly at him, and accused him of being the one who killed his sect's elder. "All my disciples from Qing Yuan sect can testify to this, isn't that right?" The disciples standing around whispered, exchanging cautious looks and discussions. One of them said, "Although it is true that Lin Jing," another hesitated and muttered, "but this we." At this point, Lin Jing looked at Chongqing's unpleasant face and spoke. "Although I've long known you are a useless person, I never expected you to be so shameless." It seemed his words had reached the breaking point. Anger surged within him, turning his face bright red. His wrinkles were starkly visible, and through clenched teeth, he yelled, "You, Lin Jing, what does it matter if you have strong talent?" He kept scolding him continuously, saying, "With just a little magic you don't even know where you learned it, how many people have you angered up to now? If it weren't for your stubbornness in wanting to kill Li Wu Tian, how could my brother have been possessed by a demon? How could the 3 sects come to our door? How could our Qing Yuan sect end up in this situation?" Witnessing her father's wrongdoings, Wu Shuang angrily shouted at him, "Li Changqing, you are confusing right and wrong. If it weren't for Lin Jing, I would have died long ago." Then, she turned to plead with Fengxing, her face full of genuine sorrow, begging, "As long as you let Lin Jing leave safely, I will go with you." She calmly replied, "I do not have that power." But then she thought to herself, it seemed that this woman had deep feelings for the man named Lin Jing, but disciples who join my saintisphone cannot be involved in love affairs. This is even better. Wu Shuang refused to accept it, shouting with tears in her eyes, "If you don't save Lin Jing, then I will never go with you." Ignoring her words, Fengxing casually spoke as she shot out a long rope that tightly bound around Wu Shuang's body, saying, "This is not your choice." Wu Shuang struggled, "Let me go, I won't go with you." Then she turned to Imowen, saying, "The conditions remain the same, I will lead Li Wu Feng away. Don't worry, as long as you report to Saint Phone, no one can harm him."
She still refused to yield, her voice quivering as she called out, "Grandfather, if we cannot agree, then I cannot go." On the other side, as Mo1 let out a quiet sigh, Lin Jing suddenly called clearly, "Wu Shuang." He said gently, "Do you remember the first time we met and left together?" As she looked at him with hopeful eyes, he continued, "Back then, I promised I would bring you back to the sect and I've kept that promise. Now, I promise you this, I will come for you." Then, he turned to Feng Xing, silently entrusting him with Wu Shuang's safety. She still did not step back, her lips trembling as if trying to form words. Upon hearing this, Feng Xing showed no surprise. With calm resolve, he replied, "You needn't say it. I will watch over her." From his fingertip, a soft jade green glow emerged, drifting gently toward Wu Shuang. Whatever it was, it gradually lulled her into stillness. Beside her, someone reached out to catch her, speaking in a quiet tone, "Little one, while the road ahead may be uncertain, if fortune favors you and you make it through, I would still advise you not to seek out Saintess Feng." Meng Hai's brows furrowed slightly, clearly displeased. He called out, "Elder Feng, do you doubt me? Rest assured, not the slightest misstep will occur." Then she turned and held Wu Shuang close in her arms. Before leaving, she looked back at the old man and said softly, "I hope so." Then she and Wu Shuang flew straight up into the sky. Watching their figures disappear, Lin Jing, standing below, silently thought to himself, "It's fine, too." Suddenly, his attitude made a complete turn. He spun around, holding a long, red sword in his hand, and said in a determined voice, "The only person I care about is safe. The next step is my personal revenge." Meng Hai, enraged by his words, shot a burst of purple energy from his thumb directly towards him. Then, he screamed, "Personal grudges. Yeah, little beast, do you think you're worthy to have a grudge against me?" Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past Lin Jing's face. It turned out that Mo1 had swiftly appeared and stood there. He raised his hands and crossed them, shattering the purple energy heading toward them, much to Lin Jing's surprise. He gasped and uttered each word slowly, "Great Elder, you." Before he could finish his sentence, Mo1 glanced at him and firmly declared, Li Mo1 can never be someone who repays hatred with kindness. Even today, even if I were to be torn apart, I would still protect you." From behind, Chang Qing yelled, "Father, you're crazy." He turned around, arguing with his son, Li Changqing, "For all these years, I may not have been a good father, but I've never taught you to be ungrateful, to fear death while clinging to life." Chang Qing shouted, his heart torn, his hands clutching his chest, "I've done everything for the sect, sacrificing a Lin Jing to save the entire Cheng Yuan sect. This is the best plan, Father." But it seemed that he still refused to surrender. He turned his head, challenging Meng Hai. "If you want to kill Lin Jing, then you'll have to step over my corpse first." The old man sneered at his words, letting out a few mocking laughs, clearly amused. He taunted, "A dog that has lost its home, barely hanging on to life, really has no idea where it finds the courage." Then, he became serious. A terrifying surge of energy exploded from the palm of his hand. With a cruel tone, he said, "If you're looking to die, then I'll help you along." Standing before that overwhelming power, Mo1 showed no fear. Instead, he rose up, his own colossal figure materializing, exuding a miraculous strength. The two forces were rapidly closing in on each other, preparing for a violent clash. Meng Hai's power reached the massive body, causing a huge explosion that made both Mo1 and the towering figure tremble in awe. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fist, and exclaimed, "This is truly terrifying. This is no power a nascent soul cultivator should possess. Could it really be that he has reached the divine transformation stage?" Seeing his hesitation, the old man burst into laughter. "Ha, can't even take one blow." At that moment, the man waved his hand, pushing Lin Jing aside and said, "Others won't stop you. Hurry, go." Lin Jing hesitated, turning back to ask, "What about you?" In an instant, the gigantic force of Mo1 appeared again, and he told Lin Jing not to worry about him, that this was his Qing Yuan sect, and that he owed him. "Go quickly.
Amid the dense smoke, Lin Jing ran while glancing back, shouting, "Great elder, then I'll say goodbye here." On this side, Meng Hai said angrily, "Want to run? It's not that easy." In his hand, the purple power reappeared once again. He frowned and glared at the old man. At this point, the power had spread all over his body, accumulating into a truly terrifying force. The old man then shouted, "Field, fire, see imprisonment." The terrifying power of Meng Hai made Lin Jing, who was trying to escape, stop in his tracks and turn back. He suddenly spoke the words one by one, "This is my answer to you." Mo Wen replied with a hint of weariness, "The field is the power of the field." At this moment, the entire ground had cracked, and a sinister purple aura spread from the old man's power. The three of them stood facing each other, and then the old man let out a loud laugh, "Ha ha ha ha." Mo Wen's face was already covered in beads of sweat, and there was no trace of relaxation on either of their faces. He then told Lin Jing that he was not yet a transcendent cultivator but had already entered the forbidden zone of nascent soul. "We are currently trapped in his field." Hearing this, Meng Hai bent down, as if to show appreciation. His awareness was not bad. "In my field," as he lowered his head, he said, "I am the undefeated existence." Refusing to accept his arrogance, Lin Jing activated his red sword and used a critical strike, boosting his attack by 50, driving it straight into the ground. "What kind of field are you talking about? Let me break it." But this only made the old man laugh even more joyfully. "Ha ha, an ant is still just an ant. Next, I will show you the power of the field." Around him, waves of power surged. Then, they saw him raise two fingers and shout, "Heavenly fire, divide the wind." Before them, Meng Hai's power had already formed a massive vortex, seemingly trying to engulf both of them. The force approached, forcing the two of them to activate their defensive counterattack at level 46. However, this was still nothing compared to the terrifying power of Meng Hai. Lin Jing exclaimed, "So powerful. Is defending against this already so difficult?" He was still submerged in a fit of rage, lowering his center of gravity, his hands positioned close to the ground as if gathering energy. Then, he roared, "Humph, next, I will see how you manage to block this." Around him, numerous towering pillars emerged, his power surging with each pillar. Then, he shouted, "Earth, fire, flame pillar." Lin Jing, with a sudden flash of realization in his eyes, turned to look. A pillar shot up, piercing right through the spot where they stood, breaking through their defensive barrier and sending them both flying backward. Hiding in a corner, Lin Jing said to Mo Wen, "If we keep being attacked by this fire, we will die here." He looked up, squinting one eye to peer at the blinding light, thinking to himself, "But we barely managed to defend, we don't have time to find a weakness, and we can't concentrate enough power to break the field." Hearing this, Mo Wen turned his head and asked, "A weakness? So you're saying there are no openings?" Amidst the thick smoke and the cracked ground full of strange forces, they had already activated their counterattack, their vigilance raised to level 46. Lin Jing's eyes gleamed brightly. He thought to himself, "I got it." Among the ruins, a few sparkling green gems appeared, and his voice echoed, "It's in the direction of 4 o'clock from us. The weakness of the domain must be in that flow of lava." He then turned to the man, pointing to himself and saying, "You figure out how to destroy it, and I'll keep him occupied so he can't focus." Amid the swirling torrents of power and the spires shooting up in all directions, without any fear, he charged straight at Meng Hai. The old man furrowed his brows in disdain and hissed, "How foolish, daring to come close to me." At that moment, the beast inside him awakened. A black creature filled with death and power bared its sharp teeth at him. The old man clenched his fists, raised both hands high to the sky, and the beast followed suit. Then, he let out a mighty roar. The ground began to shatter, and he leapt into the air, the beast following, channeling overwhelming power toward his opponent. The stone walls started rising, blocking their path. Waves of power engulfed the air, creating a terrifying atmosphere. Meng Hai stood with his arms crossed, watching, and then uttered with a wicked grin, "Are you dead yet?" At this moment, he had soared high into the air to observe the entire scene. the beast let out a roar. Its body had now turned to stone, making it harder than ever before. Streams of power flowed from it, and golden energy began to shift and transform. He cast his gaze downward and said, "You're still not dead? I really underestimated you." Raising his finger, full of power, he coldly said, "Then let me show you the true strength of this domain." Lin Jing stood there, witnessing the old man pouring more power into the beast, causing it to crackle with lightning, which looked terrifying. Without hesitation, he charged straight toward those bolts of lightning. He used all his strength to hold up a defense against the advancing lightning. But then, the bolts of lightning struck his defense, causing it to crack and break apart. He realized things weren't looking good. And then, the inevitable happened. He was thrown back, his defense completely shattered. He said, "A defense at 47 times the strength and yet it couldn't block this? What the hell is going on?" Then, he shot upwards, directly facing the bolts of lightning. He glanced behind, spun around, and the lightning grazed his body, triggering a critical hit, speed multiplied by 35. He turned his sharp gaze behind him and said, "Still alive." At this moment, the lightning bolts had lengthened, and he was weaving through each one of them. The old man let out a loud laugh. "Ha, let's see if you have anywhere left to hide." With his last bit of strength, he fought using the blood-red sword. He charged into the middle of the purple and yellow lightning bolts, shouting, "Grand Void Sword Technique Lan Fong." Suddenly, a cry of "Ah!" rang out from somewhere, freezing him in place. He turned around, and a bolt of lightning struck him Owen, causing him to panic and shout, "What was that?" Pierced by the lightning, Owen let out a grunt of pain. "Damn it!" Meng Hai watched this moment, his eyes wide with a smile that made his brows furrow. "Do you really think your little tricks can fool me? This is my domain." He spun around and flew toward the old man, shouting, "Damn it!" Then, he vanished and reappeared, weaving through the lightning bolts, holding his dagger to break through and free the man. Suddenly, Meng Hai appeared right behind him. The old man's voice whispered, "Do you think I don't exist?" Hearing the voice, he widened his eyes in amazement, so fast. He spun around to face the old man, glancing at him and crossing his hands. "I'm going to stop him." The old man struck him with tremendous force, sending him plummeting rapidly downward. He was falling, gritting his teeth and closing his eyes. Meng Hai hadn't let him go yet. The man snarled with hatred and shouted, "Die!" He raised his finger with immense power. But he didn't give up. Even as he fell freely, his hand still gripped his sword, saying, "My life is not that fragile." Then he plunged back into the surge of energy, dodging the violet lightning bolts while shouting, "Damn it!" Yet his hand was still reaching for something, activating the healing critical hit skill of 40. Black sharp spikes relentlessly emerged, attacking Lin Jing. Humph! The spikes kept multiplying without end. He surged upward, slicing through the black spikes. Lin Jing gritted his teeth, thinking, "If this continues, I'll definitely exhaust myself to death." The opponent's power is far stronger than mine, and even with the system, I can only passively block one attack. He clenched his teeth, took out a talisman, and thought, "While there's life, there's hope," trying the same old method again. He activated the stealth critical hit skill of 49. Lin Jing split himself to attack Meng Hai, activating the critical hit skill for the clone. Meng Hai laughed mockingly, "Trying to confuse my vision? Humph, useless little trick." He soared above, stabbing through all of Lin Jing's clones. Lin Jing quickly swung his hand behind his back. It was at this moment that he broke into a sweat and thought, "Oh, my frown is completely wrong. Why didn't I notice that?" Meng Hai chuckled, casting a quick glance, and swiftly sent Lin Jing flying. "Damn it, can he actually guess where I am?" Meng Hai closed in on Lin Jing, his vigilance high, but unfortunately, it was already too late. Lin Jing was immediately struck by Meng Hai's palm, sending him flying far away. He appeared quickly behind him, in pain. "I have to admit, your anonymous technique is truly sophisticated." Meng Hai glanced down. If it had been just an ordinary nascent soul, the technique would have hit for sure. His powerful strike left Lin Jing no chance to react. Before Lin Jing even touched the ground, Meng Hai was already attacking him from below. You dare to play hide and seek in my domain? He launched a fierce attack. Your anonymous technique won't work on me. Lin Jing gritted his teeth in pain. The gap is just too wide. I have no strength to resist. Could it be that I'm really going to die here? In the air, Lin Jing was continuously assaulted, causing the elder below to feel anxious. Liamo Wen gritted his teeth. Forget it, I've already said it. Even if I have to discard this old, withered body, I still need to protect this brat. He opened his eyes wide, clasping his hands together. I must do this. Lin Jing helplessly fell in freefall toward the ground, coughing up a large amount of blood, clearly gravely injured. Meng Hai flew above, his face contorted in a threatening grimace. You're just a little golden core brat, and yet you've managed to withstand my attacks for so long. I must admit, you've surprised me, but that's all there is to it. He glared, raising his hand for the final blow. If I were to let you grow stronger, I fear I would no longer be your match. Unfortunately, right now, Lin Jing is bound by the black thorn vines, and it's time to end this. Lin Jing found himself in a desperate situation as a brilliant light illuminated the scene, distracting Meng Hai, who shielded his eyes. What is that? Why is it so blinding? Lin Jing's fellow disciples arrived just in time to assist. Meng Hai coughed up blood, clutching his chest. Has my domain been broken? How could this happen? Liamo Wen's entire body was glowing. Meng Hai gritted his teeth in fury. You old man, how dare you burn your nascent soul like that? Liamo Wen raised his hand, his face serious. Help Lin Jing remove the black thorn vines, then activate the healing burst for those wounded. 45. Lin Jing struggled to sit up. Great Elder, what is this? Liamo Wen gave him a tender glance. You and Wu Shuang are bound by a pact. Remember this, never bully her again. He stepped forward, raising his hand to shield the disciples behind him. Disciples of Qing Yuan sect, hear my command. From this day forward, there will be no Qing Yuan sect. You must leave this place immediately. Liamo Wen shouted sternly. Your Xinyan sect, being a renowned school of Beiji, has conspired with the demonic forces. You will pay the price for this. Today, I, Liamo Wen, will act as the will of heaven and punish you. He immediately raised both hands to channel his qi, and his soul flew out, merging with his physical body. Meng Hai, enveloped in qi, charged forward and snorted, even if you sacrifice the entire sect, it won't matter. Watch as I destroy your lingering soul. The two forces collided fiercely, and Liamo Wen's soul immediately sent Meng Hai flying. He could not withstand the impact and spat out blood. Liamo Wen soared upwards, parallel to the flying ship above. His soul swiftly sliced the enemy's warship in half. He spat blood and shouted, "Hurry up and leave." The disciples quickly obeyed his orders and began to evacuate. Hurry, run. Ah, that person hasn't forgotten to urge Lin Jing, who was still standing there, quickly escape. Don't let the sacrifice of the great elder be in vain. Lin Jing shut his eyes and then rushed away as well. Meng Hai, unwilling to relent, chased after him. Damn it, no matter if you run to the ends of the earth, I will still kill you. He immediately followed Lin Jing. Meng Hai stood below, watching Lin Jing fly above. As he attempted to chase him, he was suddenly caught by the soul wings of great elder Liamo Wen. The elder's soul gripped him in his hand. Don't even think about it. His disciples, standing below, relentlessly attacked to try and free Meng Hai. You old bastard, why don't you just die already? Trying to stop me? He exerted all his strength, breaking free from Liamo Wen's control. Flames of red appeared on his chest, and his soul was shattered. His red fireball gathered together, and with all his might, he shot it towards the soul of Liamo Wen. The red ball collided, causing an explosion with tremendous force. One of Meng Hai's arms turned black. Damn it! He clenched his fist tightly. Watching Lin Jing fly far away, he ground his teeth in frustration. A bunch of trash sects managed to cause such a disastrous defeat for him. The Qing Yuan sect deserves to die, allowing that little thief to escape. Furious, Manhwa leaped high into the air, chasing after him. Forget about the other insignificant people, follow me, and we must chop that little bastard into pieces. Lin Jing, meanwhile, was running at full speed. He continuously activated his speed burst with a multiplier of 27, thinking, even if it's a nascent soul, with this speed, there's no way they can catch up. Lin Jing was sweating profusely, his face turning purple as he glanced back at Manhwa. Tianyan sect. I remember you. One of Manhwa's disciples shouted, Elder, that kid's speed is abnormal. If this continues. Manhwa pulled out a purple talisman and said, Run? He can try. With a flick of his hand, he threw the talisman upwards. A purple light flashed, and the world trembled. Thanks to the talisman, the speed of all Xinyan sect members surged dramatically. Lin Jing's face turned purple with gritted teeth. There's actually a speed talisman that rivals the burst reward from the system? This is bad. Without hesitation, Lin Jing split into multiple forms, drawing out a yellow talisman. He activated his anonymous burst at a multiplier of 45, leaving the spiritual realm and hoping that the concealment talisman would be enough to deceive Manhwa. The disciples chased angrily, countless clones, but which one was the real one? There was only one true body, and everyone was splitting up to chase after him. If they found his real body, they would bind him and let Elder Meng handle him. They scattered to chase after the clones. Lin Jing let out a sigh of relief. It was working, he was sure he could deceive them. Manhwa appeared directly above him. Don't panic, it's just a trick, don't let that brat fool you. He threw out another treasure, let's see where you can hide with this. The bell rang in waves, the green light sweeping across every place, forcing Lin Jing to dodge, but he was immediately exposed. Manhwa turned around, sneering, so it's the lure the tiger out of the mountain strategy, you little bastard, you're clever. Lin Jing quickly darted away. Damn it, why does this sect bastard have so many magical tools? Manhwa, deviously, unleashed a spinning strike to his chest, confident of victory. This time, let me see who can help you. You little bastard, you're definitely dead today. A purple fireball shot towards Lin Jing like a storm, but he dodged it. Lin Jing stopped running and turned to face the battle. If I can't run. He swung his sword to counter Manhwa's strike. Old man, I'll risk my life with you. At least I'll peel off your damn dog skin. The two sides collided, creating a massive shockwave. Grand Void Sword Technique, 8 Kings. Manhwa smirked broadly. Ridiculous, you are merely a tiny golden core, what makes you think you can defeat me? Though small in stature and lacking in sword cultivation, Lin Jing stood tall, gazing at the large sphere, when suddenly, small stones began flying from somewhere. Manhwa's disciples, struck by the rocks, cried out in pain. Elder, be careful, there's someone attacking from the shadows. Manhwa shouted angrily. Who? Who is it? A large boat floated over, and Su Wuming leisurely stood on it. Thankfully, they had caught up. The small figure was none other than Su Wuming, accompanied by a plump man standing beside him. Su Wuming smiled in surprise. How come no one told me about such an important life or death matter? If the Wanshan Pavilion branch hadn't urgently reported this, I wouldn't have known about it. Lin Jing looked up and replied, You shouldn't have come here, this enemy is different from the last. In his heart, Lin Jing thought to himself that he had purposely refrained from seeking help from the Wanshan Pavilion to avoid involving Su Wuming, but to his surprise, he had still come. Su Wuming shouted angrily, Nonsense! Brothers are in trouble, if I don't show up, then what kind of man would I be? Turning to Su Jinbao, he asked, Isn't that right, father? Su Jinbao smiled gently, That's right, we conduct business with sincerity, uphold righteousness, and in the end, it's all about the benefits. He opened his eyes and looked at them. Manhwa, it's been a long time, hasn't it? Manhwa was not happy. Yuan Baovai led the way to wealth and prosperity, aiming for lifelong riches. The master of the Wanshan Pavilion, Su Jinbao, and the three of them were facing each other.
A lifetime of wealth might sound a bit exaggerated, it was simply that there were too many spirit stones to be used up.
Meng Hai clenched his fist in anger. Wanshan Pavilion, do you also want to interfere in the matters of our Xinyan sect? Su Jinbao waved his hand and smiled awkwardly. How could we dare? How could we dare? We always do business with fire as the foundation of prosperity. He spoke calmly, it's just that this brother is a good friend of my son, so I still hope that you'll show mercy. Meng Hai gritted his teeth and pointed at Lin Jing. Ridiculous. Our Xinyan sect kills without hesitation, and you're suggesting we let him go based on just one word from you?
Su Jinbao still smiled kindly.
Then why don't you make a condition?
As long as spirit stones can resolve the issue, everything will be fine.
Meng Hai was furious and unyielding. Don't waste your breath. This little beast is extremely wicked, and today, he must die. He glanced at Lin Jing with malice, thinking, this little beast has only reached the golden core stage, yet he's been able to hold his ground against me for so long. If I let him go, it would be like releasing a tiger back into the forest, with unimaginable consequences. Su Jinbao stroked his beard and deliberated.
You're not being reasonable now, and that makes me uncomfortable.
Meng Hai pointed at them directly, visibly irritated. Uncomfortable? Uncomfortable? Then just stop meddling. Don't think that everyone has to give face to Wanshan Pavilion. Xinyan sect responded, you are simply not worthy.
Su Jinbao let out a long sigh.
Is that so? Meng Hai stuck to his stance, waving them off.
If you understand it this way, then fine.
It seems that Wanshan Pavilion is nothing more than this.
It's clear that being part of a sect is far more valuable than anything you have. Su Jinbao suddenly appeared in front of Meng Hai, causing him to startle. He took out a piece of green stone, making Meng Hai exclaim in surprise.
You don't say anything?
Su Jinbao struck the stone hard against Meng Hai's face, causing him to spit blood from his nose, unable to dodge in time. The disciples around them were panicked and worried.
Ah, Elder, Meng Elder?
Su Jinbao no longer smiled. Instead, he wore an expression of seriousness that was hard to come by. Even your grandmaster wouldn't dare speak to me like that.
Who do you think you are? Do you really think you're a person worthy of my respect?
Lin Jing stood at a distance, stunned.
He froze, thinking, did Meng Hai just get slapped away? What's going on? Is that going to happen to me too? I didn't even see him move.
Meng Hai, enraged, gritted his teeth. I must kill you. Before he could make a move, Su Jinbao followed up with a powerful punch to his face. Meng Hai, stunned, had a bruised face.
Su Jinbao, holding the stone, angrily struck again and again. What are you bragging about?
Even if you were in the golden age, I would still consider you a mere toy, let alone now, when you're a crippled, injured fool. Lin Jing, watching Su Jinbao pin Meng Hai down and beating him, wiped his brow lightly.
He turned to ask, why is Uncle's temper like this?
Su Wuming flew down next to Lin Jing. It's normal.
My father has a couple of days every month where he's in a bad mood and feels like hitting someone. Lin Jing, sweating, asked, so which days are those? Su Wuming closed his eyes helplessly, today and tomorrow.
Lin Jing stroked his chin and praised, impressive.
The group of disciples, furious, lit a fire, cursing, damn it, everyone together.
Su Wuming and Lin Jing stood in their way, whoever wants to die can come and help. The disciples could only stand there, speechless, watching the demon like Su Jinbao beat Meng Hai, sweat dripping from their foreheads in helplessness. Su Jinbao, satisfied with his work, stood up and wiped the sweat from his brow. The last time he felt this comfortable was that very first time. It was such a refreshing feeling that he hadn't experienced in a long time. Meng Hai, beaten into a fool, had no choice but to comply.
All right, he said, now, can I lead my men away?
Please, go ahead. Meng Hai lay there, his soul seemingly lost.
Su Jinbao turned back, wouldn't it have been better if you agreed sooner? let me beat you up for a bit. You really should have taken off your pants. Go home and get some rest. They've already taken you away, and if you have any objections, just tell your grandmaster to come find me. He then turned his attention to Lin Jing. Brother, you don't have a home to go back to, do you? Come with me. There's something related to your father that I need to talk to you about. Lin Jing hesitated. Something about my father? Su Jinbao smiled gently. Yes, just follow me, and you'll find out. He bowed respectfully. Thank you, senior, for your assistance this time. As they watched the spaceship disappear into the distance, Meng Hai ground his teeth. Damn! One of his disciples said, Elder, why didn't we use that? He's beaten up, but it's not yet the right time. The magical artifact on Su Jinbao is enough to keep him safe for now. If Wanshan Pavilion accidentally gets hold of evidence of the Lianshan sect's demonic practices, and if that person finds out, our Shenyan sect's grand plan will be ruined. He will not accept it. Su Jinbao told you in Wanshan Pavilion to just wait for me. Lin Jing crossed his arms, looking at him with admiration. Such a powerful presence. Su Jinbao spread his arms in introduction. This is the center of the entire Beiji Du city. The top sects of Beiji all have branches here. Any random force here could easily suppress the so-called three great sects. He explained gently, you could say this is the true stage for the geniuses of the current era. Lin Jing, with confidence, replied, the larger the stage, the more opportunities there are. Shenyan sect will just be slow for me. The warship flew over the major areas inside. Su Jinbao pointed in one direction, saying, this is the headquarters of our Wanshan Pavilion. The people inside were astonished, whispering to each other, isn't that Su Hall Master and Xiao Hall Master? They don't appear often, you know. Who is that young man walking with the two young masters? Maybe he's the young master of some great power. Truly impressive. He sat down firmly in a chair after the short trip. Su Jinbao smiled warmly, saying, just treat this place like your own home. Feel free to play however you like. Lin Jing stood, looking at him, and said, Uncle, like I mentioned earlier, why don't you tell me about my father first? Su Jinbao smiled brightly, saying, I thought you would be enchanted after seeing the prosperity of Du City. But to my surprise, you didn't seem moved at all. Well done. No matter how beautiful it is, you've kept your heart in check. This is the attitude that a cultivator should have. Lin Jing maintained a smile, thinking that as a time traveler, she had already witnessed the grandeur of Madu in the imperial capital, as well as Du City. Compared to those, these places were nothing special. Su Jinbao looked up and said to his son, Son, you go outside for a while, I need to talk to Lin Jing privately. Su Wuming bent his waist and turned back, if you have something to say, father, just say it directly. Why talk behind my back like this? Su Jinbao didn't say much, and simply kicked Su Wuming out, you're really chatty. He stood up from his chair, facing Lin Jing, and slowly explained, you must be curious why both I and Su Wuming treat you differently from others, right? I won't hide it from you anymore. It's because your father is the savior of the Su family. He began recounting the story. When the Great Mountain Pavilion was surrounded by demonic cultivators, your father saved our entire family, and that was when I first met him. Lin Jing's face turned dark as she quickly asked, wait a minute, uncle, how could you possibly recognize me as his child? To be honest, I have no memories of him from my childhood. Su Jinbao kept his kind smile. The Heavenly Abyss sword recognizing its master is the clearest proof. The Heavenly Abyss sword is your father's personal sword. After he went missing, it returned to my Wanshan Pavilion. Moreover, the jade pendant you have is the clearest evidence. Lin Jing was surprised as she looked at the jade pendant hanging from her belt. The jade pendant? She turned to him and asked, then uncle, do you know how the great heavenly abyss can absorb the demonic flame? And what about my jade pendant? Su Jinbao shook his head, signaling that he couldn't reveal any information. Unfortunately, I cannot tell you, my child. I remember the figure of your father from years ago. Although your father and I did not have a deep relationship, he, of course, never dared to seek help from the Su family. This is because countless demon-possessed people have died at his hands. Because of this, he rarely interacts with others for fear of hurting his friends. Lin Jing asked again, "Your father is the one who specializes in killing demon-possessed people?" He thought to himself, no wonder he had never met me and always acted as if I didn't exist. Jin Bao gently spoke to Lin Jing, "I don't know much about your family affairs. If you wish to learn more, you can only seek out your father." Lin Jing, still uncertain, asked for his advice. "So where can I find my father?" Jin Bao replied, "All I know is that he eventually went to Xin Tianguan Island, and after that, there has been no news of him." Upon hearing this, Lin Jing was taken aback. Xin Tianguan Island? Why have I never heard of it before? From Jin Bao's words, the mystery of the distant island gradually unfolded. Xin Tianguan Island is a forbidden area located at the far north of the sacred domain. Even nascent soul cultivators who enter the various levels of forbidden zones there are at risk of dying. And as for you, you are still far from being capable of uncovering this truth. Although feeling eager, Lin Jing had to accept that what Jin Bao said was indeed reasonable. Indeed, it seemed that the only way for him to reach the Tixian Tianguan Island to find his father and resolve the difficulties was to make a concerted effort to grow stronger. He was even more fervent in advising him, "In fact, the most important thing for you right now is to protect yourself. In the eyes of the Xinyan sect, they will certainly not let you off easily." Lin Jing respectfully clasped his hands together and humbly asked him for a favor, "Uncle, may I borrow some cultivation resources from Ban Shan Cat? Right now, I wish to advance to the Golden Core 9 floors first, and I promise to repay you later." With his generosity and sincere heart, Jin Bao hesitated slightly before responding, "Why talk about borrowing? Wu Ming has already spoken to me. He said that you can use the elixirs to improve your cultivation without any side effects. Therefore, I've already prepared some for you. Come, follow me." Jin Bao led the way, with Lin Jing trailing behind. After a while, they arrived at a large door. Inside was Jin Bao's treasure vault. He generously instructed him, "For me, any problem that can be solved with money is not really a problem. Feel free to take what you need. Don't worry about your cultivation, just focus on advancing." Lin Jing's eyes lit up as he gazed upon the massive treasure trove. He eagerly marveled, "Oh my God, this is truly a debt of a lifetime, isn't it?" Grateful from the bottom of his heart, Lin Jing replied joyfully, "Thank you so much, uncle." Jin Bao patted him on the shoulder gently and continued, "Take your time with it. My VNSNCT has made countless friends over the years, and as for the Xinyan sect, you don't need to worry about them causing you any trouble for a while. With only yourself remaining here, I'll quickly proceed with absorbing the pills to cultivate. Let's get started right away." He tilted his head back and decisively swallowed several pills in a row. As his body began the absorption process, the system continuously displayed notifications of a 30x critical absorption rate for the pills and a 37x critical effect for the medicine. In just 1 month, the number of pills Lin Jing had absorbed reached a remarkable amount. The moment of his breakthrough was also drawing near. The efforts he had put in over the days had finally paid off. He had reached the 9th level, and only a little more was needed to break through and dissolve his pill formation. Lin Jing stood up, clicked his tongue, and sighed. It was a pity, though if he wanted to break through to the nascent soul stage, he needed the right opportunity to gain insight. He quickly began to consider his next steps. The system wouldn't be of much help for now. If he wanted to enhance his strength, it seemed he would need to ask Uncle for some more suitable cultivation techniques. Leading him to the library of cultivation methods, Wu Ming spoke enthusiastically, "This is where the powerful cultivation techniques collected by VNSNCT over the years are stored. You can choose whatever you want." Still feeling that it wasn't enough, Wu Ming took Lin Jing outside to gain further insights. "Don't worry, I'm somewhat of a big shot in Du City, so pushing through is nothing for me." Lin Jing could hear clearly, but there was still a slight hesitation as he interjected. "Ha! Wu Ming is using his conditions, but he boldly spends spirit stones to buy a spot?
Come on, move aside, take some spirit stones and go play somewhere else. To his surprise, everyone eagerly picked up the spirit stones and scattered, not a single person complained. Even Lord Guan, who was keeping watch, was speechless at Wu Ming's dominance. Have you seen that? They are doing this willingly. I, as the young master, am a person who abides by the rules. Suddenly, Wu Ming noticed a familiar face. San Gun, why is it you? San Gun, clearly displeased, raised his chin and retorted. Su Wu Ming, of all people, it's you again? Lin Jing, curious, asked Wu Ming. Who is this person? Wu Ming leaned in close and whispered to him, answering in detail. He's the sect leader of the Taishan sect. Don't let his delicate appearance fool you, he's actually incredibly strong. He was once just an ordinary wandering cultivator, but after 2.5 years of travel, something must have happened, because his strength skyrocketed. He even established his own sect. Recently, he's been quite famous in Du City, and he's even managed to suppress the new 4 heavenly kings. Lin Jing, intrigued, asked further. Who are the new 4 heavenly kings? Wu Ming gestured for him to wait a moment, then turned to confront San Gun. All I have is money, so what? If you're capable, why don't you throw some money around and see what happens? It was clear that the boy was trying to outwit Wu Ming. He puffed out his chest and threatened. You're just lucky to have a rich father. That's all. If not, we will deal with you in no time. Wu Ming sneered, mocking. San Gun curled his lips into a smirk. You could also adopt me as your father. That way, you become rich in the blink of an eye. He was enraged, his voice harsh as he spat. You. San Gun glared at Wu Ming, decisively mocking him further. Humph, I don't want to argue with people like you. But don't think a few spirit stones will be enough to drive me away. Wu Ming, unfazed, confidently retorted, even if I threw spirit stones at dogs, I wouldn't give you any. By the way, I heard your family once tried Wu Zibei, didn't they? You were so hopeless that Wu Zibei wouldn't even bother to acknowledge you. San Gun, brimming with confidence, pounded his chest and declared, I'm not the same as I was before. Today, I'm not just here to visit Wu Zibei, but to have Wu Zibei record my martial art technique. It will surely spread and become a technique practiced by countless people. Watching him strut over to Wu Zibei, Wu Ming couldn't help but chuckle quietly. His words sure were bold. San Gun sat before Wu Zibei, his eyes wide open as he began the process of comprehension. 3 streams of martial energy emanated from his body. Ah, it's really been recorded. And San Gun was granted a martial art technique even more formidable than before. Is this the martial art technique granted to me? Without hesitation, he immediately began his cultivation, entering the stagnant gate state right there and then. The astonishing smoothness of San Gun's progress left the cultivation community in awe. Has he already gained enlightenment so quickly? His comprehension is truly remarkable, no wonder he has been a prominent figure in the martial world for nearly 2 years. Indeed, he is a genius with exceptional talent. It's just a pity that San Gun has already founded his own sect. If not, he would surely be taken in as an inner disciple by one of the top sects. People turned their attention to Wu Zibei, excitedly discussing the matter. Such top-tier comprehension, and he received the supreme-grade earth-level technique, the Iron Mountain Lean. Wow, it's said to be capable of creating aircraft. The murmurs of the crowd showed no signs of stopping. Yet, it was that top-tier comprehension again. Among the cultivators who had come to gain enlightenment from Wu Zibei over the past 2 years, he was the strongest. Earth-level techniques? It's important to know that, even in many large sects, earth-level techniques are extremely rare. They whispered to each other in astonishment, and there's more 3 self-created techniques by Wu Zibei that he has chosen. During those 2.5 years of cultivation, I wonder what kind of fortuitous encounters San Gun must have had? After finishing his training, San Gun let out a loud, prideful laugh. I've done it. From this day forward, both Iron Mountain Lean and Staff and Fist techniques will be passed down forever, alongside Wu Zibei. He turned to his harem, proudly showing off his skills. How about that? Do you see how powerful the Staff and Fist techniques are? The beauties went wild, screaming and shouting, "Oh my, it's so amazing! The Staff and Fist techniques are the strongest. Teach us Iron Mountain Lean, please." Lin Jing, with a skeptical look, asked Wu Ming, "Who are those people?" He crossed his arms, clearly disgusted, and said to Lin Jing, "What is this? Why are these idle folks following this dog thief?" He took the time to explain the whole story to Lin Jing. Most of the people who followed San Gun's rebellion had already joined his sect and now called themselves the Iron Mountain Group. Just ignore them later. He continued angrily, yelling at San Gun, "Hey, if you're done with the nonsense, get out of the way and stop blocking the path." San Gun arrogantly retorted to Wu Ming, "I advise you not to waste your efforts." In front of Wu Zibei, relying on comprehension to be revered, even if you have money, it's useless. I suggest you stop wasting everyone's time. He was determined not to let the other guy get away with insulting him. "I spit on you. Do you really think you're some kind of unparalleled genius? The comprehension of my brothers and I is definitely much stronger than yours." He shot a challenging glance at Lin Jing, looking utterly ridiculous. "Do you think your comprehension can compare to mine?" He decisively delivered a green and cold statement. "All right, maybe it's a bit stronger, but not by much." He burst into laughter, turning around to boast loudly to his harem, shamelessly bragging, "Everyone, look at this." The entire group of women followed suit, endlessly mocking Lin Jing. Bluster was one thing, but this was ridiculous. The understanding of Staff and Fist techniques at such a high level, with such talent, had never been seen in over 2.5 years. Who does this guy think he is, claiming his comprehension is stronger than San Gun's? San Gun shrugged his shoulders, raising his voice in challenge to Lin Jing, "If you're so confident, then I'll just stand here and wait for you. Let's see what kind of talent you truly have." That's all Lin Jing needed to hear. He boldly stepped forward towards Wu Zibei. "Well then, open your eyes and watch closely." After facing Wu Zibei for the assessment, Lin Jing was quickly judged. The crowd of cultivators buzzed with excitement upon hearing the result. His comprehension was rated as medium level, granting him the Huang Tier martial art, Long A Qinggong, along with a fragmentary version of the Grand Void Sword technique. The harem of San Gun burst into laughter. The idea that someone with medium-level comprehension would dare challenge San Gun? Sure, medium-level comprehension might be decent, but unfortunately, it seemed he didn't know his own limits. Even Wu Ming could sense something was off. Medium-level comprehension? That was just illogical. San Gun arrogantly tilted his head back, mocking Wu Ming. "Su Wu Ming, are you telling me that this is stronger comprehension than mine? It doesn't even qualify to carry my shoes. What a waste of my time." Still firm in his belief in Lin Jing, Wu Ming spoke up to defend him. "Don't be so hasty, it seems Wu Zibei sometimes makes mistakes." San Gun's harem joined in, mocking them once again. Lin Jing snapped back, "Oh, you dare say there's something wrong with Wu Zibei? You're truly out of your mind. It's already the present moment, and you still want to show off your cowardice? Hurry up and leave. Don't stand in my way." Lord Guan felt that something was wrong, so he stepped in to mediate. "Once you have reached an understanding, please leave. Each of you is allowed only one chance for now." At this moment, Lin Jing declared loudly, "I told you, don't rush, the fun is just beginning." He immediately activated a critical hit on the 17th level of comprehension to manipulate Wu Zibei. The exponential increase continued, leaving everyone below stunned. Impossible. Why Wu Zibei? Could it be that kid was telling the truth? Has something gone wrong with Wu Zibei? As soon as it uttered its judgment, the intermediate comprehension granted was immediately hit by Lin Jing's critical strike, and the comprehension level increased from 24 to 29, eventually reaching 37. This strange event made the people watching break into a cold sweat. What's going on? Why does Wu Zibei keep stopping halfway? What exactly is happening? Could there really be a problem? I've never seen anything like this before. Lin Jing made a bold final move, triggering a critical strike on comprehension at the 49th level. After Wu Zibei absorbed it, he changed his initial judgment. The comprehension exceeded the judgment level, and the conditions were met to grant the divine formula of celestial wonders. This scene left the onlookers speechless. What did I just hear? What does it mean for the level to exceed the judgment capability? The cultivators were also left in a state of confusion. Divine formula of celestial wonders? Has anyone ever heard of this technique before? I don't know. I've never heard of it. But could it possibly be related to the celestial wonder king of starry majesty? Similar to Sangun, Lin Jing also began to comprehend the martial arts technique that was granted to him right on the spot. When his eyes opened and he regained his senses, was this some kind of consciousness space? Why did he feel recently like he was about to face a situation like this? A brilliant stream of light suddenly appeared, stunning him into exclaiming, "This is." In front of me is a figure of unparalleled majesty, the celestial aura itself. Afterward, the beam of light began to surround him. When he woke up, Lin Jing had returned to the real world. He was dazed, muttering to himself, with too many thoughts in his head, and that recent events still fresh. Wu Ming anxiously asked, "Hey, bro, are you alright?" Lin Jing waved his hand, replying, "I'm fine, it's just that there are suddenly so many martial techniques in my head, I can't calm down at the moment." Wu Ming burst into laughter, visibly relieved, "No wonder you're my bro. What's this divine formula of celestial wonders you're talking about? It must be a peerless technique." His mocking tone quickly turned to teasing Sangun. "Now, are you still bragging? This talent of mine is not just a little better than yours, it completely crushes yours." Still not admitting defeat, Sangun retorted with a sneer, "Let's see who will have the last laugh." Inwardly, he was seething with resentment, cursing under his breath, that newly rich guy Su Wu Ming, where did he find this freak? How can his talent be so strong? And that divine formula of celestial wonders. Just hearing its name, you can tell it's an absolutely legendary technique. Suddenly, he came up with a vile plan. If he could find a way to defeat this nameless, ageless person, maybe he could trick him into handing over the technique. Without hesitation, Sangun directly challenged Lin Jing. "Hey, kid, do you dare to fight me?" This move of his was the talk of the town. What a great guy! The way the other party had interacted with Wu Zibei would soon spread throughout the city of Diyu. If he challenged him now and managed to defeat him, Sangun's reputation would rise another level. But was Sangun really sure he could defeat his opponent? This was the person whom Wu Zibei had acknowledged as the one with the greatest potential. Others highly praised Sangun's abilities as well. No matter how strong his potential was, Lin Jing was still just a golden core, whereas Sangun had already reached the primal spirit stage. Lin Jing, however, was indifferent, not even bothered to respond, flatly refusing with no interest. Seeing this, Sangun continued to provoke him. "What's the matter? Don't you dare? If you think my nascent soul cultivation is bullying you, I can suppress my cultivation to the same level. Golden core 9 floors." He arrogantly stretched his arms out to block Lin Jing's path, then decisively added, "Kid, if you don't fight me today, you'll find it hard to leave." Lin Jing remained cold and simply repeated his previous words. "I've already said it, no interest. Don't block my way." Wu Ming, irritated by Sangun's incessant provocation, spoke up angrily. "Diyu City forbids personal fights. Are you trying to defy the order?" Suddenly, Lin Jing had an idea. "If I win, what do I get?" Sangun shrugged and confidently replied, "It's up to you to choose. Although I'm not as wealthy as your newly rich friend, I do have some assets. If you lose, you must pass on to me the martial arts techniques you've learned from Wu Zibei. How about it?"
Wu Ming whispered anxiously to Lin Jing. Hey, bro, there's no need for all that. We're not exactly short on money. Lin Jing signaled for him not to worry, as he had already been planning this from the start and was merely using this opportunity to test the waters with him. To make sure everything was clear and avoid any potential dishonesty, Lin Jing added, let's write a statement. If I lose, I'll give you the divine formula of celestial wonders. But if I win, you'll just need to pay for the pills I borrowed from Wanshan Pavilion last month. Sangun immediately agreed to these terms. A golden core and a single victory, even if he had to use the pills as meals, it wouldn't cost him much. Confident he had the upper hand, he asked Lord Guan to witness the agreement. Since the great brothers of the city guard are here, let them bear witness to this and ensure the terms are clear. Lord Guan responded loudly and firmly, of course, this is also part of our responsibility. With that, the duel between Lin Jing and Sangun began immediately. The cultivators around them watched with keen interest, gossiping eagerly. This young man agreed to this? Doesn't he realize Sangun wants to make a name for himself by defeating him? Seriously, he's only at the Golden Core 9 floors, how can he possibly fight someone at the Primal Spirit stage? Let's just sit back and watch the show. Sangun arrogantly sneered at Lin Jing, saying, don't worry, I will suppress my cultivation to the Golden Core 9 floors and fight you in a fair battle. Lin Jing, without hesitation, swiftly responded, no need, it's fine. With a powerful punch, Lin Jing struck so forcefully that Sangun couldn't react in time, and was sent flying several meters away in pain. Sangun quickly got up, and Nu Tian yelled, you little brat, you have no sense of martial ethics, and yet you dare to sneak attack me? Let me show you what happens when I teach you a lesson. He began to split his body arrogantly, preparing to counterattack, and in the blink of an eye, Sangun had closed the distance and was behind Lin Jing. With lightning speed, he delivered a kick to Lin Jing, immediately following it with a move, Iron Mountain Lean. Lin Jing threw a punch, but Sangun nimbly dodged it. Although Lin Jing blocked all subsequent attacks, he quickly realized one thing, the martial arts of this guy were indeed remarkable, no wonder he was able to establish his own sect. Just as Lin Jing was about to counterattack, Sangun retreated to a distance, keeping a safe margin to avoid getting entangled. Lin Jing decided to unleash his ultimate move. You want to know the divine formula of celestial wonders, right? Well, prepare to receive it. And with that, Lin Jing threw a powerful punch. Not wanting to lose face, Sangun tried to boast, then take my ultimate move, Iron Mountain Lean. But his attack was immediately blocked by Lin Jing. Sangun, still arrogant, provoked him, humph, you can't even imagine the extent of my power. Lin Jing silently enhanced his technique, continuing his overwhelming assault. With a single punch, he effortlessly shattered the fragile barrier of Sangun. The latter took the blow head-on, coughing up blood and being sent flying several meters away. What? No way! Sangun exclaimed in panic. The outcome was already decided long ago, Lin Jing said with satisfaction. This result pleases me greatly. Iron Mountain Lean is strong, but your attack techniques are far too simplistic, so this is all you could manage. The crowd below was stunned by this result. Sangun was actually defeated? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Looks like another genius has appeared in Dayu City. Sangun trembled, struggling to rise, attempting to salvage his honor. This can't be! He shouted in frustration. Tan Min, I refuse to accept this. I was just careless for a moment, I haven't lost. His excuse was immediately cut off by Lord Guan. Enough, it's over. The victory and defeat are clear, Lord Guan said sternly, declaring in a loud voice. Honor the contract according to the rules, or you will be disrespecting the city lord's mansion. Wu Ming stepped forward with confidence, handing Sangun the receipt. Payment, Wu Ming, he sneered mockingly. Thank you, Brother Tan, for taking care of the business of our Wanshan Pavilion. Taking the receipt, Sangun ground his teeth in fury. That damn Su Wu Ming, just wait. He glanced down at the receipt and froze. Sangun's mind was shattered when he saw the price he had to pay. Watching his idol seethe with blood, his harem also panicked in unison. Staff and fist techniques. Wu Ming waved his hand in farewell, not forgetting to remind gently, make sure to pay up soon. Seeing Sangun unconscious, the concubines rushed over, continuously asking him, staff and fist techniques, brother, please hold on. Staff and fist techniques, what happened to you? After the real battle, Lin Jing had come to many realizations. Although he had only applied the simplest techniques, a new idea suddenly sparked in his mind. However, the power of the divine formula of celestial wonders was far stronger than he had expected. If combined with the Grand Void Sword technique, his attacks would certainly be much stronger. As he thought about this, a new problem arose. But the Grand Void Sword technique was just a fragment. It seemed that the Qing Yuan sect had only accidentally recorded it. Moreover, the sects had all disappeared by now. But if he could find any remnants... His mind was set. He decisively turned to call Wu Ming and his brothers. Lin Jing smiled and added, I still need to ask you for one more thing. At this moment, in the main hall of the Xinyan sect, the dim light of torches flickered on the walls. Meng Hai was holding an urgent meeting with the Grandmaster of the Xinyan sect. The Grandmaster spoke sharply, questioning Meng Hai. To have fought with you and not died, that Lin Jing must have some skill. No wonder Su Jinbao was willing to turn against our Xinyan sect for him. Meng Hai cautiously reported back to him. That person, Lin Jing, is very strange. He only has golden core cultivation, yet he can unleash the strength of a nascent soul. He is even comparable to our sect's top direct disciple. The Grandmaster of the Xinyan sect sternly rendered his judgment, stating that if it was like this, then there was no way to let him stay. Meng Hai raised his voice to suggest to him. But right now, he is being highly valued by the Wanshan Pavilion. If we want to eliminate him, it will be very difficult. Should we send someone to assassinate him? The Grandmaster of the Xinyan sect quickly dismissed this suggestion. Not possible. He then sinisterly explained to Meng Hai. The Su family of Wanshan Pavilion has developed many relationships in Diyu City over the years. If news of an assassination leaks, I fear the city lord will also get involved. At this point, Meng Hai finally understood the underlying meaning of his words. So what should we do then? The young man now has the support of Wanshan Pavilion, and his cultivation will undoubtedly advance rapidly. If we don't eliminate him soon, it will definitely lead to disaster in the future. The Grandmaster of the Xinyan sect coldly reasoned. If we want to get rid of him, we must choose a method that Wanshan Pavilion cannot take revenge for. His fingers impatiently tapped a rhythm. The silence made Meng Hai hesitate to speak. Then, he asked in a deep voice. Ning Tianqi, where is he now? Meng Hai quickly answered. Because he severely harmed his fellow disciples, he has been locked away in the fiery Nethersea. The Grandmaster of the Xinyan sect coldly ordered. Release him and have him challenge Lin Jing. Meng Hai was somewhat stunned by this decision, but given Ning Tianqi's current state, which was extremely unstable, he feared they might have difficulty controlling him. He let out a loud, triumphant laugh and explained to Meng Hai. Isn't that good? Because Ning Tianqi's condition is unstable, he unintentionally killed Lin Jing. If Wanshan Pavilion investigates thoroughly, then handing Ning Tianqi over to them for punishment, one life for another, what's there to discuss? It sounded very convincing, but Meng Hai still had some doubts. This was indeed a good intention, but whether Lin Jing would agree or not was another matter. The man subtly guided Meng Hai. Therefore, first, you must find a way to exploit the opponent's weaknesses. Second, you must create influence. If the whole of Diyu City knows about this, then with enough public pressure, Lin Jing might just agree. The young ones, who wants to lose face? Meng Hai was deeply impressed by his cunning and bowed to accept the order, eager to carry it out. I understand. I will arrange it right away. Meng Hai resolutely left Xinyan sect.
At that moment, within the sect, in the fiery Nethersea, Ning Tianqi was being held captive. His surprise was evident when he saw Meng Hai's appearance, letting out a small exclamation. Holding up the sect's token, Meng Hai announced loudly, "Ning Tianqi, by the order of the sect, you are pardoned." The token immediately removed his shackles. Once the chains were gone, his limbs were free, and he could move without restriction. Ning Tianqi stood up straight, cracking his joints and stretching his back, muttering, "It's just a few useless fools I killed, and yet they locked me up here." He smiled and bluntly asked, "So, what is it this time? What dirty job do you want me to do?" He personally gave the order to him, saying, "Elder 5 has issued an order, requesting that you go to Wanshan Pavilion to challenge a young man named Lin Jing and find a way to kill him." Ning Tianqi sneered and responded sarcastically, "Trying to use me to eliminate someone else?" With his bloodthirsty nature, he would definitely agree without hesitation. "But it's not a problem, as long as I get to fight. Or maybe I should find someone to try the feeling first?" Fearing that he would cause trouble everywhere, Meng Hai sternly warned him, "Mind your words. You better control yourself. If you dare to kill your own fellow disciple again, next time it won't just be confinement." His expression was what made Meng Hai shudder in fear. The bloodthirsty look of someone who treated human lives as worthless grass. Ning Tianqi grinned mockingly and immediately agreed, "Fine, I got it." Meng Hai felt a bit uneasy inside. This person was becoming more and more bizarre. Since practicing that demonic technique, was it truly the right decision for Elder 5 to abandon him? Ning Tianqi stretched and cracked his joints, then eagerly asked Meng Hai, "When are we leaving? After being locked up for so long, I haven't had a chance to move." Ning Tianqi had officially escaped from this place. His face lit up with murderous intent and madness as he spoke, his voice dripping with coldness, "I can't hold back much longer." This news quickly spread everywhere. "In Du City, have you heard the news? Lin Jing, the genius who was said to have appeared not long ago, recently killed an elder from the Xinyan sect. But he's now taking Wanshan Pavilion as his backing, so the Xinyan sect is preparing to send disciples to duel with him soon. Everywhere you go, you can hear the public gossiping about this matter." Lin Jing, could that be the young genius who obtained the divine formula of celestial wonders in Wu Zibei and defeated San Gun? "I've heard of him, but how could the elder of Xinyan sect be killed by this person? There are so many differing opinions about this, and now rumors are spreading everywhere. Will Lin Jing rise to the challenge? I'm not sure, but if he does, it'll be quite a show." At this moment, in the guest room of Wanshan Pavilion, Jin Bao solemnly advised Lin Jing, "The Xinyan sect has completely reversed the truth and is spreading this matter everywhere. It's now all over the city, and everyone is waiting to see the drama unfold." Lin Jing, with absolute certainty, responded, "I'm not concerned. With my cultivation talent, it's actually them who should be worried." Jin Bao stroked his beard calmly, his expression lightening as he replied, "Good, I was worried that you were still too young and might be swayed by public opinion and rush into a fight, but now it seems my concerns were unnecessary." Suddenly, a servant rushed in to report to Jin Bao, "Master, there's someone causing a disturbance outside." With a sigh, Jin Bao stood up, clicked his tongue, and said to Lin Jing, "The main person has arrived. Let's go out and see together." Lin Jing politely responded, "Understood." Sure enough, the one causing the commotion outside Wanshan Pavilion was Ning Tianqi, and his notorious reputation was well known. "That's Ning Tianqi, it really is him. Isn't this person supposed to be imprisoned? How did he get released so quickly?" His reputation was so formidable that everyone would shrink back when discussing him. It was said that he practiced an extremely brutal dark art, and yet, the Xinyan sect actually sent him to challenge others. It seemed they were intent on taking his life. Wu Ming couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Ning Tianqi appear here. "I can't believe the Xinyan sect actually released him." Lin Jing, curious, asked him, "Is he really that special?" As expected of Wu Ming, who knew everything like the back of his hand.
Ning Tianqi was the direct disciple of the Xinyan sect, but he was also a figure who was despised within the sect. On the surface, he seemed like an ordinary person, but once he went mad, his strength increased immensely, and he would completely lose his humanity. He also cautiously warned Lin Jing that, in the past, Ning Tianqi had killed more than a dozen fellow disciples in a fit of madness, which was why the Xinyan sect had imprisoned him. Understanding the hidden intent of the Xinyan sect, Wu Ming firmly advised Lin Jing. The Xinyan sect sent this man to challenge you. It seems they want him to go mad and kill you. Lin Jing, no matter what happens, you must never accept the challenge. Ning Tianqi, ever polite, proactively performed the formal greeting to Jin Bao and bowed to Su Ho Master. Jin Bao sneered disdainfully, not bothering to respond. He then looked directly at Lin Jing and spoke. You must be Lin Jing. Lin Jing calmly replied with a simple, yes, that's me. He smiled brightly and continued, each word dripping with arrogance. My name is Ning Tianqi, and I've come specifically to kill you. His words left the public stunned, wide-eyed. This crazy person was being so direct? Although everyone understood the goal of the Xinyan sect, was it really okay to speak so plainly like that? A madman was indeed a madman, you couldn't measure them with ordinary reasoning. Jin Bao was also greatly astonished, unable to respond to this move. Meng Hai, sitting in a tavern from a distance, twitched the corners of his mouth repeatedly. This guy Ning Tianqi had gone crazy again. Well, whatever, as long as he killed that little bastard, it would be fine. Lin Jing calmly responded to him. In Du City, a killer must pay with their life. Do you know that? Ning Tianqi's gaze grew fiery, his anger burning like wildfire. That's exactly why I'm here, to formally challenge you. This way, even the city lord can't say a thing. Lin Jing crossed his arms, pretending to be uninterested. Are you out of your mind? Do you think I'll accept your challenge just because you say that? In his heart, Lin Jing had already started to doubt the true strength of this person. Didn't it feel like this guy wasn't very smart? He'd already said something like that, and yet Ning Tianqi shamelessly pressed on. Whatever, it didn't matter. Either way, I came to find you to duel. He sat down on the ground, stubbornly refusing to leave. I will wait here until you accept the challenge. Knowing that he couldn't be swayed, Lin Jing turned around and replied curtly, it's up to you. Having anticipated this, Meng Hai had already prepared a plan, and his pawns were in motion. The group of hooligans he had planted to stir up public opinion now rushed forward, loudly criticizing Lin Jing. What kind of so-called genius is this? He's too scared to even accept a challenge. He's like a turtle hiding in its shell, better stay inside so no one has to see him. People knock on his door and he's still too frightened to face them. Isn't this just him being scared out of his wits? The more they spoke, the more aggressive they became, banding together to insult Lin Jing. Everyone says he defeated San Gun, but I think they've exaggerated it. If not, why would he be too afraid to fight Ning Tianqi? How could Wan Shan Pavilion hire such a person? Aren't you worried about ruining your reputation? Someone like him can be called a genius? Heaven is truly unfair. Wu Ming, enraged, stepped forward to defend Lin Jing. Shut your mouths. Whether he accepts the challenge or not is up to my brother here. It's none of your business. A man with a goat beard arrogantly retorted to Wu Ming. The mouth is above ours. I'll say whatever I want. What the hell are you talking about? Wu Ming rolled up his sleeves, ready to settle things with him. Seeing that Wu Ming was about to lose his temper, the man with the goat beard poured more fuel on the fire. What's wrong, you want to fight? Come and see this Su Wu Ming from Wan Shan Pavilion is about to strike someone. He's using his power to bully others. Lin Jing quickly blocked Wu Ming, calmly speaking, Hey, do you think I won't accept the challenge? The man sneered and challenged him, Well, if you're too scared to fight, then you should just leave Du City and find a place where no one is around. Just hide and it'll be over. Just waiting for this moment, Lin Jing pointed directly at him,
lifting his chin as he asked, "That sounds great.
So now, I challenge you. Are you brave enough to accept?"
The man immediately panicked, sweat pouring down his face. "Let's talk about that later. First, you need to fight Ning Tianqi."
Lin Jing firmly declared, "I never promised to fight Ning Tianqi. Right now, I want to challenge you. If you're really as good as you claim, you should accept."
The others eagerly cheered the man on. "Agree to it, show him what a real cultivator looks like."
"Yeah, and let's take down his genius mask."
"We're supporting you to teach this Lin Jing a lesson." Only the bearded man was secretly terrified, thinking to himself, "You guys make it sound so easy. I'm not crazy enough to fight this guy." Seeing him hesitate, Lin Jing urged even more, "Hurry up, weren't you just bragging a moment ago?"
Sweat kept pouring out.
The man turned pale, finally deciding, "No, it's not happening."
He turned and ran off. "It's better to stay alive."
Just as Lin Jing had predicted, he laughed heartily and turned to the others, "Coward, and what about you guys?" Meng Hai, furious to the point of almost exploding, gritted his teeth and cursed, "You care nothing for the honor of the sect, you worthless fools." He looked at Lin Jing with a victorious gaze. After all, public opinion had already been stirred up, and it wouldn't be long before this brat could no longer hold back and would have to face him. 10 days later, Ning Tianqi was still holding his ground outside Wanshan Pavilion. The common folk in the area were gossiping non-stop.
"It's been 10 days, hasn't it? That Lin Jing really isn't going to fight?
This Ning Tianqi sure is persistent.
10 days already and he's still holding on. Everyone, move aside. I bet this little drama won't end well."
At that moment, Wu Ming was conversing with Lin Jing in the back garden. That Ning Tianqi was still waiting outside, truly a thick-headed fool. Lin Jing decisively replied, "Let him wait.
It doesn't affect my cultivation in any way. Any news about the fragment of the Grand Void Sword technique?"
Wu Ming shook his head and responded, "Nothing yet. I've used all the channels within Wanshan Pavilion to search, but unfortunately, there's been no clue so far." Lin Jing calmly waved his hand, "Never mind, I'll just wait for fate to take its course." But in his heart, he did feel a bit of regret. If he could find the fragment and combine it with the divine formula of celestial wonders, his strength would surely increase significantly. Soon after, Meng Hai returned to Shenyan sect, furious. He cursed repeatedly, "The damn beast was clearly crazy before, even I didn't dare to make a move.
But now, he's as calm as an old dog. What a damn nuisance."
Suddenly, a disciple hurriedly entered to report to him, saying, "Elder 5, we have investigated and found out what Wanshan Pavilion has been searching for recently. They are still looking for a fragmentary manual called the Grand Void Sword Technique." This clue immediately made him realize the problem. It seems that the little brat is using the Grand Void Sword Technique.
It looks like Wanshan Pavilion is trying to help him find it.
The disciple continued to report,
"I've sent people to the sect's scripture hall for investigation.
Indeed, our sect also possesses a fragmentary copy of the Grand Void Sword Technique. However, over the years, no one has ever been able to successfully cultivate it."
Meng Hai quickly made a decision.
If that's the case, he would use the Grand Void Sword Technique as bait to force Lin Jing to fight. This time, Meng Hai personally landed beside Ning Tianqi.
He coldly asked Meng Hai,
"What are you here for?" Without answering, the old man shouted loudly,
"Lin Jing, come out."
The familiar voice immediately made him recognize it. The sound was unmistakably Meng Hai's. Lin Jing, curious, said to Wu Ming,
"Has Shenyan sect got a new trick?"
"Let's go check it out. Wu Ming's troublesome mouth will get some sharpening again."
"Isn't that Elder Meng Hai? Looks like the scar isn't hurting anymore, and now he wants to fight again?"
The old man became furious, silently cursing. "This brat, once I get the chance, I'll definitely kill you, Su Wu Ming." Meng Hai provoked Wanshan Pavilion, saying, "Our Xinyan sect sees your Wanshan Pavilion as cowardly, unwilling to accept the challenge.
Therefore, we are here to see just how cowardly you are. Wu Ming retorted, raising his chin. Who says we are unwilling to fight? A great elder at the nascent soul third stage of Wan Shan Pavilion is ready to fight at any time. Meng Hai, frustrated, shouted, emphasizing that they were there to challenge Lin Jing. He firmly refused. I'm not interested in that boring challenge. That was all Meng Hai needed. With a sneer, he asked, is that so? What if our Xinyan sect has something you desperately desire? Wu Ming threw his head back and laughed heartily. What does Wan Shan Pavilion not have? Bring out the Grand Void Sword technique. Meng Hai, delighted, countered, what if it's this? Lin Jing immediately recognized what that torn manuscript was, Grand Void Sword technique. The bait was perfectly set, and Meng Hai took full advantage of it. I know you're searching everywhere for this lost manuscript. Coincidentally, it's here in my Xingyan sect. All you need to do is accept the challenge, and this technique will be yours. Wu Ming, steadfast, tried to dissuade Lin Jing. Brother, don't rush. Although I know you're very strong, Ning Tianqi's strength is no joke. Lin Jing thought to himself, no wonder Wan Shan Pavilion has exerted great efforts and still couldn't find it. Turns out, it's in Xinyan sect. If I can get this manuscript, I'll be able to complete the Grand Void Sword technique. The opportunity was right in front of him, so he reassured Wu Ming and decisively accepted the challenge of this extreme match. It was alluring enough, and enough to make one fight for it. Don't worry, I've already thought it through. Lin Jingtin proposed a condition to Meng Hai. Alright, I'll accept this duel, but first, you must show me the sword manual to verify if it's real or fake. Meng Hai rejoiced in his mind. Finally, he had bitten the bait. He played it safe and even suggested further. Fine, if that's the case, you and Ning Tianqi can head to the arena. With the city lord's mansion as a witness, no one will be able to escape. They then made their way to the arena amidst the excited chatter of the onlookers. Hurry, look, they're about to fight. How long has it been? Finally, Lin Jing Wan Shan Pavilion is stepping up to the challenge? Typical of a young person who can't keep calm. What's Ning Tianqi up to that makes him so hard to provoke? The crowd gathered, cheering on the battle. Seems like this Navi kid still doesn't grasp the situation with Ning Tianqi. Under the watchful eyes of the city lord's mansion, the battle began. Both sides were ready to confirm the contract. The one who initiated the duel was Ning Tianqi from Xinyan sect, and the one who accepted was Lin Jing from Wan Shan Pavilion. He loudly declared the rules to both sides. Once the battle begins, it will only end when one side either surrenders or dies. He then sternly reminded Lin Jing and Ning Tianqi. However, once one side surrenders, the other is not allowed to make a move. Understood, unless something exceptional happens. Ning Tianqi was impatient, eager to make a move immediately, wanting us to start right away. But Lin Jing, quick-witted as always, proposed a condition. Wait a moment, the Grand Void Sword technique must be held by a master. The Xinyan sect had acted ruthlessly and shamelessly on numerous occasions. He spoke with a firm tone. I'm concerned they might pass off a fake as the real thing, so I request a verification of the item beforehand. If not, I won't accept this duel. The city lord turned to ask Meng Hai. Does the Xinyan sect agree? The old man grumbled, clearly displeased. Verification? How long do you want to inspect it? Lin Jing decisively concluded. One time period is enough. Meng Hai, half convinced, thought to himself, although it's said to be impossible within one time period, this boy exudes an unusual aura. If he truly manages to comprehend the sword technique within one time period, but then looking at Ning Tianqi, Meng Hai's confidence increased tenfold. He sneered derisively, making a final decision before turning to leave. After all, Lin Jing had just begun sharpening his spear. How could he possibly overturn the world? With the Grand Void Sword technique in his hands, Meng Hai decided to allow Lin Jing to appraise the technique. Fine, this little bit of time is just enough for you to prepare your coffin. Lin Jing's action left the masses in utter astonishment. Was this person really trying to cultivate the technique now? It was a case of jumping into the fire when the water reached his ankles, all for nothing. He had gone mad. Although his talent had been recognized by Wu Zibei, cultivating this technique in one time period was as good as hopeless. After reviewing it, Lin Jing was certain that this was the genuine article, a true, authentic treasure. The person who left this sword manual also left their sword intent embedded within the words. This sword intent was the true essence of the Grand Void Sword technique. He then activated the critical hit comprehension, adding 35 points. As his comprehension reached 43, Lin Jing fully grasped the Grand Void Sword technique. Every word and phrase resonated within him. The cultivation method surged into his mind, causing him to instinctively utter the Tai Su sword intent, an invisible path that transformed the spirit into the sword. The sword energy emanated from the heart, with 5 essential components: heart, form, intent, soul, and spirit, each indispensable. Despite the murmurs of the crowd, Lin Jing remained deeply focused on his comprehension of the technique. His critical hit had now reached a comprehension level of 52. The Grand Void Sword technique had been thoroughly internalized by him. So that's how it is. The formless body truly has no form. The sword body is merely reliant on the material, it cannot be expressed. The way of the sword is indeed ever-changing. His demeanor changed so dramatically that everyone was stunned, realizing it immediately. Wait a minute, this guy, could it be that he has actually mastered it already? This is impossible. Even if his talent is extraordinary, cultivating such a technique requires not only comprehension but also a massive accumulation of spiritual energy. But now, the sword intent on him was unnaturally strong. This divine breakthrough sent a shockwave of unease through Meng Hai's heart. This damn brat, what kind of monstrous prodigy is he? This potential is terrifying. If I had known earlier, I would never have agreed to his request. Contrary to his anxious appearance, Ning Tianqi, on the other hand, was extremely excited. Fortunately, this freak was also agitated, and he delightedly unleashed his maximum killing intent, smacking his lips in acknowledgement. Good, indeed a worthy opponent to fight. At the top of the tall tower, there was already a figure present, eagerly waiting to watch the drama unfold. This was Chu Yunxiao from the Celestial Sphere Pavilion. He smiled with amusement and spoke up, so that's the genius Lin Jing, the one Wu Zibei highly praises, huh? And Ning Tianqi as well. A duel between the two of them sounds very interesting. I wonder who will survive. Ma Hong also appeared to join in Yun Zhao's commentary, probably thinking not even one of them would survive. Yun Zhao cheerfully continued, "See Ma Hong, are you here to watch the commotion too?" Ma Hong responded gleefully to his friend's words. Although Ning Tianqi is a mad dog, he has at least walked down that path. If there's a spectacle to watch, of course, I wouldn't miss it. A bold female hero appeared, teasing Ma Hang. Such a big mouth you have. This is Ming Shi of the Divine Shape sect. You're so good, why don't you go challenge that Ning Tianqi to a duel? Ma Hong crossed his arms and coldly explained. Who would fight with a mad dog? Ning Tianqi has long chosen the path of self-destruction. I'm just here to witness the scene. As for that guy, he accepted the duel with Ning Tianqi. What a fool. No matter how high his innate talent is, if he loses his life, what future is there to speak of? Ming Shi waved her hand in response to Ma Hong. At least someone dares to fight a mad dog, unlike some people. The appearance of these three great heroes immediately attracted the full attention of everyone present. This is getting serious. The top disciples of the sects have come to watch, not to mention some elders from the top sects have also arrived. The process of Lin Jing's comprehension of the Grand Void Sword technique has officially ended. He decisively spoke, "All right, let's begin, I've been waiting for this." Ning Tianqi eagerly welcomed the challenge. Ning Tianqi rushed forward without hesitation, prepare to die. He swung his fist powerfully towards Lin Jing, challenging him. Lin Jing furrowed his brows and replied, "Come at me." Ning Tianqi leaped up and struck directly at Lin Jing. Lin Jing gritted his teeth and took the blow head-on. Seeing his strike blocked, Ning Tianqi quickly retreated and lowered himself. Lin Jing launched a counterattack towards Ning Tianqi. Take this! Ning Tianqi excitedly shouted, here I come! He enthusiastically threw a punch to block Lin Jing's strike. Ning Tianqi laughed exaggeratedly, the warm-up is over, now he throws out a red sickle toward me. Now, the real battle begins. Lin Jing threw out several defensive moves, and the two sides collided with a loud explosion. Lin Jing protected himself and charged forward, while Ning Tianqi was surrounded by a circle of excited red flames. Here I come! Both sides rushed toward each other. The two of them were enveloped in energy, crashing into each other. Ning Tianqi, full of excitement, shouted, let's see how I torture you to death. Like lightning, they collided, leaving the onlookers struggling to follow the action with their eyes. One touch and Ning Tianqi rolled his eyes in disbelief. What? What is this? Ning Tianqi fell to the ground, smashing the rocks beneath him. The spectators watching the match were all shocked, their mouths agape. Ning Tianqi actually fell to the lower ground? How strong must Lin Jing's physical body be? Is he really just a golden core cultivator? Meng Hai gritted his teeth and thought, he was able to defeat Ning Tianqi in close combat? This little brat is so much stronger than before. Ning Tianqi froze for a moment before standing up slowly, his eyes flashing. He was thrilled, it had been a long time since anyone had been able to hurt him. A glimmer in one of his eyes, he was excited this feeling was real. Lin Jing blinked and swallowed, his body kneeling down, a shadowy flame forming a monstrous shape beside him. Come on, everyone was stunned, their mouths wide open. Wow, what's happening here? The trio Mingxi, Sima Hong, and Yunxiao didn't seem surprised. It's here, the demonic warrior blood soul image. Now the real battle begins. The monster, fully wrapped in its body without any gaps, loomed above. Lin Jing stomped on the ground, and the giant demon growled in menace. He slammed his hands on the ground and raised one to strike. Lin Jing couldn't block the attack in time and took the hit directly. He leaped up to dodge, but something felt off, the usual sword chi no longer seemed to harm him. His strength in this state was on an entirely different level compared to before. He didn't know how long he could maintain this form. Gathering strength in his palm, he decided to risk it and try using his spiritual power. Lin Jing struck fiercely, and a dragon head appeared, charging toward Ning Tianqi. However, Ning Tianqi easily blocked it with both hands. He forcefully tore through Lin Jing's spiritual attack. Ning Tianqi sprang up and rushed toward Lin Jing. He was astonished, his mouth agape, this guy. Even the divine formula of celestial wonders can't suppress him? What kind of cultivation technique has he mastered? Lin Jing continued to attack and defend, but it had no effect. On the contrary, it made Ning Tianqi angry, causing him to roar in fury. Continuous strikes were thrown. Su Jinbao flew toward Su Wuming, urgently asking, Wuming, why didn't you stop Lin Jing? Su Wuming placed a hand on his son's shoulder, I just went out for a bit, and now you're. Su Wuming turned his head to reply, I wanted to stop him too, but Lin Jing. He seemed to be in control. The worry was evident on the face of the farmer, and at that moment, Ning Tianqi did not radiate the evil aura like before. Essentially, Lin Jing had managed to suppress him, and Lin Jing had nearly won. Su Jinbao clutched his head and scolded, who said that? If Ning Tianqi was really that simple, how could so many people, who normally stay out of sight, come to watch his duel? Su Wuming, not understanding, asked in surprise, what's going on? Didn't he go mad because he practiced that evil technique? Su Jinbao spun around, raising his voice, that Ning Tianqi. If he only practiced the dark arts, it would have been fine. He leaned in close to Su Wuming, he has already stepped onto the path of the demonic warrior, the most ruthless and war-hungry ruler of the demonic warriors, a figure that commands attention. In other words, he is a false image of destruction. The colossal figure stood there, unmoving. Lin Jing gritted his teeth, sweating profusely. What was going on? After being injured, his momentum had increased rather than decreased. Why was that? Mingxi, Sima Hong, and Yunxiao stood from above, laughing. He's here, but will the king of the disciples of the way take another look at him this time? Su Wuming, anxious, clung tightly to the wooden railing, shouting out. Lin Jing, surrender now. Su Jinbao was slightly panicked, muttering. It's over, it's done, this time we're really finished. Ning Tianqi had turned into a monstrous form, growling at Lin Jing, who stood opposite him. Lin Jing's eyes widened in shock. Was this really the form of a monster? Ning Tianqi grinned cruelly, materializing a long red sword from his body. He widened his monstrous eyes, clearly seeing the expression on Lin Jing's face from his gaze. It seemed as if Lin Jing had entered his domain, with the scene behind him full of fighting and chaos. Ning Tianqi stood there like a demon, while below him, a group of armored warriors were engaged in battle. Mingxi laughed with delight, recognizing that this aura had truly emerged. She thought of Ning Tianqi's appearance, and couldn't help but feel excited. The disciples of the Way had received the divine inspiration from the king of the disciples of the Way. Those walking this path would be able to use the powers granted by the king at different levels. Mingxi rested her chin on her hand and smiled, whispering to herself. Perhaps if Ning Tianqi enters the demonic warrior path, he'll truly become a formidable opponent later on. But for a golden core, it would indeed be a shame. The monster roared. Accept this. He swung his massive blade down at Lin Jing, a cloud of dust and rocks flying toward him, striking Lin Jing. Yet, he stood there, gritting his teeth. Gripping the small sword in his hand, he braced himself, unable to avoid the blow, determined to take it head-on. A large strike came down, and Lin Jing exerted all his strength to block it. The disparity in power was evident. Meng Hai was shocked. You blocked it? That's impossible. The onlookers at the edge of the battle were stunned. Just now, I suddenly felt an unprecedented fear, as though Qing Jia was charging straight at me. What kind of demonic technique is this Ning Tianqi using? Lin Jing glared at the monster, gritting his teeth and growling, Get out of my way. Dark blue-green ripples appeared beneath his feet, like the vastness of the universe. With a swift movement, his sword cut through the air, shattering Ning Tianqi's massive sword. Sima Hong and Yin Shao spoke in worried tones. The demonic warrior's sword, which contained the power of Taoist diagrams, is shattered? And that person. It's clear that he was targeted by that existence. How could he possibly come to his senses? Mingxi, watching through her lens, smiled slightly, her thoughts racing. Interesting. Just now, the demonic warrior king must have used his Taoist practitioner's diagram to see Lin Jing. That existence displayed an uncontrollable ferocity. She seemed to have predicted everything, satisfied. The madness without reason, and the torrents of blood and slaughter filling the battlefield in his gaze was enough to drive everyone into complete madness. No matter who wins, that person will be favored by the demonic warrior king. Mingxi gently bit her hand as she thought, but Lin Jing isn't affected. Is it because of some innate ability? Or does he have a life-preserving artifact? Lin Jing held his chest, panting heavily. What was that just now? Sweat drenched him as he realized he had nearly been completely dominated by the murderous will of his own self. Before he could finish his thoughts, Ning Tianqi charged forward again. Lin Jing used the burst attack to increase his strength by 48 times to block Ning Tianqi. He caught his trembling hand. The aura around this person felt like someone possessed, but not quite. Lin Jing gripped his sword, gritting his teeth. Can you feel it too? But immediately, his attack released intense heat, forcing Lin Jing back. Ning Tianqi raised his sword high and swung it powerfully to the ground. Lin Jing again used the same move, charging straight ahead, and the two clashed in mid-air. Lin Jing activated the burst attack, raising his power to 39 times. To his surprise, Lin Jing discovered that it wasn't possession, but it seemed the heavenly abyss sword still had the effect of weakening him. The two swords collided, and both were thrown back. Ning Tianqi's emotions were unreadable as they fought in the air, shaking the sky and earth. Meng Hai looked at the explosions, furious. What is Ning Tianqi doing? Why isn't he using his demonic warrior blade's strongest form? Tiao and Sima Hong grimaced, confused. Ning Tianqi's attacks seemed to be retracting. Could it be that Lin Jing has some method to restrain Ning Tianqi from going berserk? Mingxi, standing behind with a sinister look, remarked, I'm afraid that might be the case. The power of Ning Tianqi's Dao mark is quickly diminishing. She widened her eyes, sure of her thoughts. The key lies in that sword. It seems to be able to suppress, even steal the strength of the Dao mark. Mingxi suddenly felt a sense of familiarity, like she had heard of this kind of weapon before. Wait, this kind of weapon. Why does it feel like I've heard of it somewhere? On Lin Jing's side, he quickly severed one of Ning Tianqi's arms. Immediately, Ning Tianqi's outer armor shattered, and he fell to the ground. Lin Jing also descended and landed alongside Ning Tianqi, who had collapsed onto his back. The spectators were stunned. Has the demonic warrior blood spirit statue been shattered? Impossible. I heard that thing gets stronger the more it's wounded, the crazier it gets with every injury. How could it have broken apart like this? Su Wuming was delighted. Good, no wonder he's my brother. Su Jinbao wiped away tears. Ning Tianqi seemed to be in bad shape. He pointed weakly and said, Ahem, Lin Jing, you didn't finish your sentence before he fell. Lin Jing was taken aback. Is it over already? He stared intently at the fallen Ning Tianqi. Meng Hai gritted his teeth and thought, damn it, how did this happen? He immediately jumped down to intervene. Stop. Ning Tianqi struggled to look at Meng Hai, who was shielding him. A person angrily shouted, the duel must not be interrupted. Meng Hai, you really have some nerve. Meng Hai calmly lowered his head. Sir, I am here to represent Ning Tianqi and concede defeat. Lin Jing was furious, his face turning red. Concede defeat, sir? The rules of the duel clearly state that the fight only ends when the challenger admits defeat. If not, it cannot be stopped. The other person also spoke, causing Meng Hai to go pale. Indeed, Meng Hai could only concede defeat if he did so himself. Otherwise, Meng Hai suppressed his anger and asked in a strained voice, so, what do you want? In his heart, he thought, if I don't manage to get something out of this, I'm going to lose everything. I can't let that little thief get away with it. If Ning Tianqi dies here, I'll have no way to explain this to Grandmaster and the elders. Lin Jing stood by, suggesting to him, you want to save his life? Fine, but let's see what price you're willing to pay. He thought that killing Ning Tianqi wouldn't make any difference to him. If he could use this opportunity to extract some nascent soul magical artifacts to feed the Heavenly Abyss sword, that wouldn't be bad either. Meng Hai's face darkened, trembling as he said, name your price, how many spirit stones? Lin Jing crossed his arms and smiled provocatively, your nascent soul magical artifacts. Meng Hai was stunned, his face turning even darker. 10 items? No way. Your lion's share price is way too high. Lin Jing taunted, laughing, the geniuses of your Xinyan sect aren't even worth 10 nascent soul magical artifacts. What's wrong? Don't blame me, old man. Today, you won't be able to save his life. Meng Hai's face turned purple with rage, his anger reaching its peak. You. He clenched his fist, veins bulging. Just wait, I will take back everything, the whole lot. Meng Hai tried to justify himself, I don't have them on me right now, let me go back and send someone to bring them. Lin Jing glanced at the person behind him, smirking, back to the empty promises of the Xinyan sect. Not a word from you is trustworthy. What do you think, my friend? The other person spoke in displeasure, Meng Hai, this match was initiated by your Xinyan sect. The disruption is also your fault, and you were given until today to deliver. If you break the rules again. Lin Jing raised his hand, silencing Meng Hai, oh, right, remember I want quality items. If there's anything extra, I won't accept even one. Meng Hai gritted his teeth in frustration, to the point that it seemed to reach his very bones, but he could do nothing. You've done well. Remember everything that happened today, he said. Lin Jing smiled confidently, don't worry, before I die,
I will make sure to wipe out your Xingyan sect. Meng Hai supported the seriously injured Ning Tianqi, shooting Lin Jing a cold glare. Su Wuming was elated and excited. Jai Lai, bro, you really are the legendary practitioner, the one who almost got me killed. Lin Jing scratched his head, smiling politely. It was just luck. Without the restraint of the Heavenly Abyss sword, I would have been the one to lose. The geniuses of Du City really shouldn't be underestimated. Mingxi stood on the rooftop, looking down with her arms crossed, proudly saying, "This is truly the legendary sword. If I could integrate it." She harbored sinister intentions towards the sword. Good, very good, things are getting more and more interesting. A figure in a cloak approached, observing the group's laughter. From the appearance, it seemed to be a woman, so, the sword of that person has finally been found. She looked around maliciously, thinking to herself that the final obstacle needed to be removed at the right moment. One of the onlookers shouted loudly, "Incredible!" Grandmaster of the Xinyan sect's complexion darkened as he asked, "Did you say that Lin Jing has methods to exhaust the energy of a Taoist practitioner?" Meng Hai, seething with anger, gritted his teeth. "Yes, otherwise there's no way to explain how Ning Tianqi's demonic warrior sword was broken." Grandmaster Xinyan sect calmly assessed, "It seems we have still underestimated him." He gazed into the distance, his expression serious, thinking that the ability to exhaust the Taoist power from this person's body must conceal a great secret. Meng Hai stroked his beard and speculated, "But unless we completely sever ties with the Wanshan Pavilion, it would be very difficult to kill that little beast." Grandmaster Xingyan sect cast a glance and ordered, "Let Dark Flame take action." Meng Hai was somewhat confused about the plan and asked, "Dark Flame?" "But that is the sect's future plan. If the people in the city lord's mansion discover it, it will be very troublesome." He furrowed his brows. "I have a bad feeling that if we let Lin Jing continue to grow, he will become a great enemy of the sect. The clear sky hides a plan from above, just do as I say." The man sitting in the chair slightly raised the corner of his mouth, his expression one of amusement. The Holy Master stroked his beard and laughed, "To fight against the Taoist power of Ning Tianqi with a golden core cultivation, and even win. It's been a long time since our Du City has seen such an outstanding young person." His disciple lowered his head to report, and indeed, the so-called new four heavenly kings were nothing more than ordinary people compared to Lin Jing. Even Sangun could not compare with him at all. The Holy Master waved his hand, "But do you know how I weaken Ning Tianqi's Taoist power?" The person lowered their head and replied, "I will immediately go check on it." The Holy Master raised his hand to stop him, "Don't send him the invitation directly. I'm somewhat interested in him now." The subordinate hesitated slightly and reported, "But the number of guests for the banquet has already been decided. If we add someone else now, the other guests might have objections." The Holy Master, satisfied, pointed at him, "This is exactly the effect I want." The Holy Master raised his hand maliciously, "If he can escape under the targeting of everyone, then in the future, I'll grant him a pass to participate in the 5 cities competition." The subordinate immediately took the order, "Understood, I will go to work right away." The Holy Master was left alone in the hall, gazing into the distance, and said, "The other 4 cities have had no shortage of emerging geniuses. I need to prepare more. I hope he doesn't disappoint me." The abyssal blue sword glowed, and Lin Jing propped himself up as he looked at the green sword. "Since you upgraded to a golden core magic tool, you've only relied on devouring nascent soul magic tools to upgrade. I don't even know if 10 nascent soul tools will be enough."